Chapter 1. The night was heavy, draped beneath a waning moon. The city, illuminated by the moonlight, lay in disarray as figures resembling lifeless husks roamed amidst the ruins. Perched atop a crumbling high wall stood a boy with slightly curled hair. From his elevated vantage point, he cast a cold gaze upon the horde of the undead. After a moment's pause, the boy parted his lips slightly, revealing sharp fangs glistening in the moonlight, and emitted a roar akin to that of the soulless beings below. Roar. As if responding to a command, the scattered figures of the undead suddenly moved in unison, advancing toward a singular destination. The boy's eyes drifted toward a distant building aglow with light, and a barely perceptible smirk graced his lips. Agile as a feline, he leapt down gracefully. That building was the last refuge for humanity. If it were to be destroyed, the zombies would reign supreme in this apocalypse. Bang! The sound of a gunshot sliced through the air. The acrid scent of rust filled the boy's nostrils, and a sticky warmth spread across his back. He raised a hand to touch his neck, finding blood. Zombies felt no pain, and the boy could not gauge the severity of his injury through sensation alone, but the gaping wound on his neck and the pool of blood surrounding him indicated the gravity of his condition. Who was it? In an instant, the boy's emerald eyes brimmed with fury, and a low growl emanated from his throat as he searched for the foe hidden behind the collapsed walls. The dizziness from blood loss descended upon him more swiftly than he anticipated. Within minutes, his vision began to blur. He shook his head, striving to regain clarity. But suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness, plummeting toward the ground. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, before a wave of heat jolted him awake. His emerald eyes blinked open to reveal a square expanse of sky above. It was the first time he had encountered such an unusual skybox-like, merely a few square meters in size, unable to accommodate even a single cloud. Lowering his gaze, he saw an incomplete concrete wall before him, its extremity swallowed by darkness, mirroring the dimensions of the sky. The concrete floor connected to the wall formed a similarly confined space, extending to where the boy sat. The entire area felt narrow and suffocating. Where's this place? How did I end up here? The sudden voice startled the boy, causing him to leap to the edge of the confined space. He furrowed his brow slightly, noticing a glowing screen floating above a dilapidated wooden table, the sole item in the area. Was it the source of the voice? As if answering his unspoken question, the screen continued to broadcast. Player Mr. Bai Wule. Greetings, and welcome to the immersive game live stream of such a vast map. Here, you can forge your own world with courage and wisdom, step by step. The live stream will commence in 3 minutes. Please prepare yourself. Note, the map area must be upgraded to unlock, so upgrade promptly. Bai Wule. That is my name. How could it be here? The confusion in the boy's eyes deepened. After transforming into a zombie, he had lost all memories of his humanity, relying solely on a small card in his pocket to recall his name. But how could this glowing square panel know him? What did game and live stream mean? Drip. A rusty liquid trailed from beside the table to Bai Wule's feet. He paused, reaching to touch the sticky substance on his back. So much blood. How could there be so much blood? Bai Wule attempted to recollect, but his mind was a blank slate. A gnawing hunger consumed him. So hungry. Unconsciously, he slightly parted his lips, revealing his sharp fangs. That he felt that it had been ages since he last ate. Otherwise, he would not be in such a frenzy from hunger. What should he eat? Bai Wule licked his lips, scanning the space repeatedly. Alas, the cramped area contained only a table and a glowing screen, devoid of any food. Suddenly, the screen hovering over the table floated before Bai Wule. 3, 2, 1. Live stream begins. The screen flashed, and the square panel was abruptly divided into 2 halves, revealing a handsome boy with chestnut hair in the small screen at the upper right corner. Bai Wule tilted his head, and the figure on the screen mirrored his gesture. Is this me? Bai Wule was taken aback. In the midst of the apocalyptic carnage, he had long ceased to pay attention to his appearance, living daily among the decaying and rancid zombies, believing he had become one of them. To his surprise, his current visage still resembled that on the small card, appearing human. Curious, Bai Wule leaned closer to the screen, astonished to find that even the small mole on his nose was clearly visible. Just as he was observing, a data bar suddenly appeared at the bottom of the small screen, drawing his gaze involuntarily. Map exploration, 0. Construction level, damaged snack stall. Personal level, not yet unlocked. Current area, human region. Remaining points, 0. Remaining rewards, 0. While Bai Wule pondered the implications of this data, a dialog box abruptly materialized on the screen, obscuring the text. Furrowing his brow, Bai Wule attempted to touch it to dismiss it, but it was futile. He could only read the text above. Beginner task. Please use the starter pack provided by the system to repair and manage your snack stall. The starter pack will arrive in 3 seconds. Please be ready to receive it. Before Bai Wule could react, a burst of white light flashed, and a brown paper package descended from above, hitting the ground with a thud. Startled, Bai Wule sprang into action, leaping to the opposite side of the concrete wall, his demeanor akin to a frightened kitten. Roar. What is this? Instinctively, he growled low, asserting dominance over the intruding package. After a few tense seconds, noticing the package was motionless, Bai Wule gradually lowered his guard and approached to open it. You have received Hammer 1, Wood 5, Nails 5, Ergo to 1, Snack Stall Banner 1. Item, Ergo to 1. Category, Alcohol. Recommended price, 10 yuan. Description, 52-degree pure sorghum liquor with a fiery taste. Well, anyone enjoy it? Alcohol, can it be eaten? Bai Wule bent down to sniff the items, finding none suitable for consumption. In an instant, hunger drove him into a frenzy once more. He attempted to flee the space, charging toward the encroaching darkness, but as he reached it, he was violently rebuffed. He ran toward the opposite end, only to meet the same fate. The darkness seemed akin to a soft yet powerful membrane, trapping him firmly within. In the standoff, Bai Wule caught a glimpse of the screen beside him, where the previously empty left side suddenly filled with lines of text that continued to multiply. Host, what are you doing? Hurry and repair the table. The host next door has already completed it. Don't waste time. You can't escape. You can only unlock the map by completing tasks. Haven't you played before? Approach the table for hints. Beginner tasks aren't too difficult. Bai Wule was taken aback, the restlessness in his eyes gradually transforming into confusion. He sensed that the text was addressing him directly. Residual human cognition lingered, allowing Bai Wule to comprehend the words. Through the lines, he gleaned his predicament. He was trapped in a game, and he needed to complete tasks and level up to expand his area. The entities behind the screen likely monitored his every move. As for how to escape this game, the text provided no answers. Yet, undertaking tasks seemed to be the only viable path. Bai Wule shook his head, striving to suppress his hunger. Then, he picked up the package and approached the wooden table, guided by the floating bubbles to locate the areas requiring repair. He carefully inserted the corresponding pieces of wood according to the shape of the damage, and hung a banner labeled Snack Stall above the table. The display on the screen transformed from damaged snack stall to simple snack stall. Shortly thereafter, a notification from the system announced that the snack stall was officially open for business. Open for business? Bai Wule looked at the desolation before him. In such circumstances, would any customers even arrive? After standing for a few minutes, he quickly grew bored. He sat down against the table, hoping to glean more information from the screen beside him. He discovered that he was not alone. Other streamers were also waiting for customers to arrive. As Bai Wule pondered the essence of being a streamer, sounds of footsteps emerged from the darkness to his right. After becoming a zombie, Bai Wule's senses had heightened significantly. He could hear sounds clearly from up to 200 meters away. The steps were irregular and did not resemble those of a normal person. What could it be? Bai Wule stood up, keeping a vigilant gaze on the darkness, his throat involuntarily emitting a low growl. After about half a minute, a disheveled man, clad in filthy clothes, staggered out of the shadows, sporting the title of a drunken vagabond. Bai Wule. It turned out to be a drunken human. Due to his disdain for humanity, Bai Wule's gaze was fixed on the vagabond, unwilling to relax. The vagabond, bewildered by Bai Wule's stare, scanned the area left and right. After a moment, he stumbled closer, his eyes glazed as he looked at Bai Wule and asked, "Got any alcohol?" Alcohol? Bai Wule recalled the red-labeled glass bottle on the table. The vagabond followed his gaze, and his eyes instantly lit up, lunging for the bottle like a starving tiger. Without a second thought, he seized it and fled. Bai Wule. Although he had no interest in the glass bottle, he despised having his belongings snatched away. With a sudden burst of speed, Bai Wule dashed forward, and, just as the vagabond vanished into the darkness, he grasped the man's clothing. He yanked him back with force. The vagabond was momentarily stunned, his previously joyous expression frozen in place. He watched helplessly as the bottle of liquor was reclaimed by the fearsome youth. "You lost the liquor, you have regained a bottle of liquor 1. The system seemed taken aback as well, hastily adjusting its announcement mid-sentence. The shift in tone was as though it had bitten into something hot. Bai Wule towered over the vagabond. In the backlight's shadow, his eerie green eyes radiated a chilling intensity. He opened his mouth and let out a furious roar. Roar. "Do not steal my belongings." The vagabond, terrified, quickly pleaded, "Please, don't harm me, I can tell you the secrets of this place." Upon hearing the word secrets, A flicker of curiosity crossed Bai Wu's eyes. He tilted his head, signaling the vagabond to continue. This is the area inhabited by humans, but after nightfall, various horrifying monsters roam the streets. Those who cannot return home will fall into peril. There's less than an hour until night descends, so you should find a place to hide. The vagabond spoke rapidly, as though he had rehearsed this warning. After finishing, he quietly awaited Bai Wu's response. After a moment of silence, Bai Wu coolly inquired, "Is that all?" The vagabond eagerly nodded. "That's all." Plop. Something dripped onto the vagabond's cloth shoes. He instinctively looked down to see a drop of bright red blood. He swallowed nervously, raising his gaze to Bai Wu's elbow. There were patches of skin rolled up, revealing gruesome, exposed flesh, with some areas even seeming to flake away. Bai Wu also noticed this and instinctively pressed down on the rolled skin. With a thud, a small piece of flesh fell onto the vagabond's shoe. Vagabond. Bai Wu. It seemed the sun had taken its toll today. The vagabond began to whimper, struggling desperately to escape. Bai Wu, uninterested in further entanglement, released him and turned back toward the wooden table. Amid the vagabond's increasingly distant cries, Bai Wu crawled beneath the table, curling up in the scant shade it provided. As he gazed at the screen beside him, the dense stream of text rendered him momentarily speechless. The entire screen seemed to confirm his identity as a zombie. Moreover, based on the tone and content of the text, Bai Wu sensed that those behind the screens regarded being a zombie as something particularly cool. Cool. It appeared to be a term of admiration. "They think I am cool." Bai Wu squinted, leaning closer to the screen, his emerald eyes and handsome features causing the text to dance with delight. Suddenly, a flurry of pink animated icons erupted on the screen, startling Bai Wu into retreat. What is this? The beloved by showered streamer Bai Wu with a rain of 100 candies. Wow, face killing. The youth is so handsome. Bai Wu was left bewildered once more. Youth? What does that mean? Chapter 2. The numbers on the small screen in the upper right corner continued to rise. Bai Wule was unaware of their significance, but he had a vague sense that the increasing numbers must indicate something positive. As a zombie existing in a post-apocalyptic world, he had long ceased to recognize the extent of his own attractiveness. To him, there was merely a distinction between the appearances of zombies and humans. Zombies appeared grotesque and disfigured, identifying one another solely through scent and sound. In contrast, humans had distinct features, and upon sighting a zombie, they would scream and flee, reeking of human essence. This led Bai Wule to understand why solitary humans would occasionally approach him for directions. His appearance was misleading enough for them to mistake him for one of their own. It was only when he emitted a low growl that they would panic and escape. Bai Wule did not comprehend why his appearance remained unchanged. He only knew that if his skin continued to be exposed to sunlight, his body would soon decay, rendering him as immobile as an ordinary zombie. He curled himself into a ball beneath the table, striving to prevent any part of his skin from touching the sunlight. Little one, you have so much blood on you. Are you injured? Bai Wule's gaze was drawn to the latest message. He touched his neck, where a gaping wound revealed itself, a deep cut where he could even feel the hardness of bone. If he were still human, he would have succumbed to the pain long ago. Fortunately, he was a zombie. With his remarkable healing ability and lack of pain sensation, he could move without hindrance. Unless his body was completely shattered and immobile, such wounds would hardly affect him. Bai Wule withdrew his hand. The vivid red blood was visible on the screen, prompting a flurry of questions about how he had sustained his injury. Reflecting on it, he shook his head. I don't know. He suspected it might have been from a gunshot, yet he had found no bullet and no sign of an assailant. So he considered it truly unknown. A cold, deep voice elicited a raucous response from the screen, bombarding him with countless exclamations. Who hurt my little one? The screen's excitement puzzled Bai Wule. Why were they so agitated? Ding. The system reminds you that night is approaching. Please stay safe. As this dialog box appeared, Bai Wule felt a noticeable drop in temperature. The light filtering through the square sky turned orange-red, indicating the impending night. He cautiously extended his hand. The once scorching heat had now transformed into a mild warmth, and he believed that soon he would be able to move freely. Bai Wule rested his head on his knees, passing the slow evening hours by reading the text on the screen. Through the flickering words, he gleaned a wealth of information. He learned that the game he was participating in was created by humans, encompassing various gameplay elements such as monster battles, simulation management, and basic construction. 13 participating players needed to compete with one another to vie for dominance over the city. Originally intended solely for human players, it was unclear how Bai Wule, a zombie, had managed to infiltrate it. The more he observed, the more he felt out of place in this game. Was it not somewhat unfair for a zombie to be tasked with creating human sustenance? No, perhaps it was more accurate to say he was being bullied as a corpse. As darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings, the screen's illumination became increasingly glaring. Bai Wule rubbed his eyes and averted his gaze. After about 10 more minutes, night fell completely. The area lost its boundaries, consumed by an impenetrable darkness. Bai Wule crawled out from beneath the cramped table, stretching leisurely. The screen followed suit, hovering beside him. Bathed in the glow, Bai Wule's profile became more defined, his emerald eyes shimmering with brilliance. It looks like a cat stretching. Screenshot taken. I heard monsters will appear. Will my little one be safe? Even though you're a zombie, the others are monsters. The other streamers had all teleported to a safe zone. Would you like to go? What is a safe zone? Bai Wule inquired, intrigued. Click on the map. There's a green triangular area where you can avoid monster attacks. Shouldn't you hurry there to take cover? Wait, my little one is a zombie, and the streamers in the safe zone are human. Isn't that inviting wolves into the fold? Though I like you, if you eat humans, I would really be upset. Bai Wule thought to himself, if he were to consume humans, he wouldn't have been starving until now. Despite his animosity towards humans, it was merely a matter of allegiance. As a zombie, he naturally sided with his kind. Perhaps retaining a shred of humanity, Bai Wule found himself unable to feast upon humans. The gruesome imagery of dismemberment repulsed him. The zombie siege was merely an endeavor to dominate humanity and become the sovereign of the apocalypse. I'm so hungry. I crave food. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. As his nerves relaxed, the hunger became increasingly impossible to suppress. Little one, have you truly eaten humans? A solitary message drifted by. And no further text followed. The entities on the screen seemed to await Bai Wule's response. Does it truly matter to you whether I have consumed humans? Bai Wule gazed silently at the screen, just beginning to speak. Clack, clack. In the darkness, the sound of hard objects striking the ground resonated. It was not just one sound. It was a cacophony, slowly approaching. Bai Wule tensed, his full attention drawn to this peculiar noise. Wait, that scent is delightful. Bai Wule's excitement surged as he lifted his head. Whether it was instinctual as a zombie or a response to ravenous hunger, his sense of smell was exceptionally acute today, detecting an enticing aroma approaching him in waves. He paused, a slight smile gracing his lips. There was something to eat. In less than half a minute, the darkness on either side lit up with a ghostly blue glow. The light expanded, revealing skeletons slowly drawing near. The ghostly flames flickered atop their skulls, emanating an alluring fragrance. Bai Wule could hardly contain his exhilaration, his eyes gleaming. Little one, you wouldn't be. Wait for us to shield you with our comments. Ignoring the screen's warning, Bai Wule, having finally found food, darted towards one of the skeletons like an arrow released from a bow. He seized the ghostly flame, and with a single motion, the skeleton crumbled into a heap of bones. With a clatter, the bones scattered across the ground. You have slain a wandering skeleton 1, earning 10 points. Bai Wule hastily swallowed the ghostly flame. In an instant, a delightful sweetness enveloped his mouth, providing a momentary respite from his overwhelming hunger. More. Bai Wule licked his lips, unable to suppress his desire to feast, and charged towards another skeleton. The viewers on the screen were baffled, witnessing a skeleton head approach suddenly, only to vanish before they could react. Within 5 minutes, the system's broadcast echoed continuously, calculating Bai Wule's rewards. Gradually, the ghostly flame in his hands coalesced into a sphere. And under the blue light, his handsome features bore a hint of an otherworldly charm. He eagerly devoured the mass of food. The texture was smooth, and the rich blueberry flavor spread throughout his mouth. Impressive, my little one. So it turns out this is what you eat? Although you are a zombie, you don't consume humans? How wonderful, my little one doesn't he feast on humans? Bai Wule wiped the remnants of the ghostly flame from the corner of his mouth, casually remarking, what is there to eat about humans? They smell terrible. This ghostly flame is far sweeter. Bai Wule, still savoring the delightful taste, let his gaze wander into the surrounding darkness. Desiring more, he found himself yearning for additional sustenance. At that moment, a system notification captured his attention. You have slain 10 wandering skeletons, earning 100 points. Your points have exceeded 10. Would you like to expand the area now? Yes, no, after a moment's contemplation. He clicked yes. He believed that expanding the area would grant him visibility to more food, eagerly anticipating the arrival of skeletons bearing his feast. The previously confined area began to spread laterally, and soon, a dim golden light filtered in from either side. Expanses of concrete and walls gradually came into view. A blue plastic garbage bin stood against the wall, emitting a foul odor just a few meters from the snack stall. 2 bright streetlights flanked the ends of the alley, spaced approximately 20 meters apart. With that, The area expansion was complete, and the true visage of the alley was unveiled. The ends of the unexpanded alley remained shrouded in darkness. Observing the eerily silent expanse on both sides, he frowned, disheartened to find no anticipated food. Only a wall plastered with haphazard advertisements. The stench from the garbage bin exacerbated his discomfort. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he hastened towards the side of the alley devoid of the refuse, hoping for a skeleton's appearance. After taking a few steps, amidst the unpleasant odor, he caught a faint whiff of something human. Curiosity piqued, he halted and glanced back. The sound of high heels grew increasingly pronounced as a young woman in a white blouse emerged from the shadows, her title denoting her as a weary white-collar worker. She cast a fleeting glance at him before moving to stand beneath the streetlight. At that moment, the system prompted a new task, side quest, how to choose. Task description: the girl under the streetlight seems a bit unhappy. Why not approach her for a chat? Chapter 3 Bai Wule gazed thoughtfully at the task description displayed on the screen. Am I supposed to chat with a human girl? What could we possibly talk about? Is it more important than my quest for sustenance? He dismissed the notion and continued to stroll towards the far end of the alley, entirely ignoring the presence of the NPC. Although he had temporarily quelled his hunger with a few flickering will-o'-the-wisps, he could distinctly sense that he was far from satiated. He could easily consume dozens more skeletons. He halted at the boundary of the area, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the skeletons. Minutes passed without the sight of any skeletons. The incessantly bouncing ha on the screen distracted Bai Wule, drawing his attention. Ha ha ha, I've never seen such a proactive NPC before. Come on, why don't you chat with her? She seems rather pitiable. Bai Wule turned to find the female office worker had somehow positioned herself next to the garbage bin, appearing to have gradually moved from the streetlight. She glanced up, their eyes meeting for a fleeting moment, before she hurriedly cast her gaze down. A few seconds later, she subtly inched closer, her expression pleading. Please talk to me. Bai Wule sighed, resigning himself to approach her. Before he could utter a word, the office worker abruptly lifted her head. Hey? Are you speaking to me? Bai Wule replied. I haven't spoken yet. Haha, her expression mirrors my own when I'm forced to work late, he mused, finding the description rather apartment. Thank you for your concern, sir. I just feel so exhausted living in this big city. I have to work overtime every day, and my parents back home are not in good health. I'm torn between the desire to return home to care for them and the reluctance to part with the city's vibrancy. If it were you, what would you do? As her words faded, a task prompt appeared on the screen. Side quest, how to choose. Task description, please answer the office worker's question within 5 minutes. Note, your response will influence the outcome of the task. Countdown, for 57. Bai Wule's lips twitched involuntarily upon hearing this. Look at that helpless expression on his face. It's so adorable. Asking a zombie such a question is a bit excessive, don't you think? Just advise her to return home. The pressure of the big city is immense, and it's better to be near her parents. I disagree. Youth is for striving, otherwise one might live to regret it when reminiscing about the past. Oh dear, you've all left him utterly bewildered. I think I'll search for a guide online. Wait for me, Bai Wule. After observing for a while, Bai Wule's brow furrowed. Such human dilemmas were headache-inducing. Being a zombie was much simpler. Humans had choices. Zombies only needed to be fed. Looking at the lengthy, standardized answers popping up on the screen, Bai Wule ultimately decided to abandon the side quest. Firstly, the verbosity was a waste of words, and secondly, he noted that the human streamers in the safe zone had yet to encounter this task. With that in mind, he felt no urgency. He glanced at the office worker, then at the countdown on the screen, before turning back to the table. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a bottle of Ergo 2 and picked it up, inhaling its pungent aroma. Ugh, Bai Wule grimaced, just as he was about to set the bottle down. He noticed the office worker had moved closer, her gaze fixed intently upon him without a blink. He assumed she was interested in the drink. So he lowered his gaze and offered, Would you like some? Sorry, I don't need it, she replied with a smile, averting her gaze. All right then. Seems I misread the situation. Bai Wule placed the bottle down. In the ensuing silence, the office worker suddenly exclaimed, I understand now. Thank you, sir. Bai Wule was taken aback, his eyes filled with confusion. Huh, what did you understand? Without elaborating, she bowed in thanks and skipped away, her steps notably lighter. Wait, what did you just figure out? Bai Wule extended his hand in a perplexed gesture. Just then, the screen announced the completion of his task, side quest, how to choose, completed. The office worker's favorability towards you has increased by 30. Congratulations, due to your kindness. You have acquired a regular customer. Regular customer name, Lina. Details, an ordinary office worker. Preferences. Bai Wule was utterly baffled. The task is complete? What did I even do? Is there something wrong with my eyes and ears? How did I miss that? I'm just as confused. How did he inexplicably complete the task? All right, let us discuss what the office worker truly understood. It became evident that Bai Wule was not the only one bewildered. Even the entities on the screen were perplexed by what revelation the NPC had experienced. After much collective deliberation, Bai Wule grasped the situation, albeit reluctantly. It was all a misunderstanding. The office worker had misconstrued Bai Wule's gesture with the drink as an indication to reflect on her choices, instead of choosing what she desired. It was more prudent to avoid what she did not wish to face, making her decision easier. I must admit, one cannot help but admire the imaginative capacity of humans. Ding. Friendly reminder. Acquiring regular customers will significantly aid in upgrading your stall. Upon reaching 50 intimacy, you can hire this friend at half price to manage your shop. Managing the shop? That could be quite convenient. Bai Wule nodded at the screen. Currently, he was the only one to have gained this regular customer. It seemed there were advantages to not venturing into the safe zone at night. With this thought in mind, Bai Wule clicked on the map icon in the lower right corner of the screen, eager to view the location of the safe zone. The map then appeared on the main screen, slowly unfolding. The map was expansive, enveloped in darkness, with the only colored area in the lower left corner, featuring 13 lines of varying hues, scattered across a small region. One of the horizontal blue lines displayed a bubble, your territory. The green triangle symbol marking the safe zone was located at the map's far corner, an isolated area, disconnected from the surrounding black fog. It appeared to serve merely as an emergency refuge for streamers. Several red dots within the triangle indicated the current locations of other streamers. The red dot on the blue line represented Bai Wule, moving in tandem with his steps. Yet, 2 red dots were notably absent from the safe zone. Bai Wule observed that 2 red dots, located where the white and green lines intersected, were moving rapidly, likely engaged in combat with skeletons. Remembering his long for sustenance, Bai Wule attempted to click on the red dots. A warning box promptly appeared. You do not have permission to access this area. Disheartened, Bai Wule closed the map. Once the map disappeared from the main interface, he noticed a small red dot on the system notification. It seemed to have been there for a while, but he had been too preoccupied to notice. The flood of system messages often obscured others. He clicked on it, revealing a prompt. Your points have reached 50. Would you like to upgrade your snack stall? Yes, no. Bai Wule confirmed with a yes. Congratulations, your snack stall has been upgraded to a regular snack stall. New dishes unlocked. Fried potatoes, grilled gluten, fried sausage. New beverages unlocked. Mineral water, orange juice. You have received a materials pack 5. The materials pack will arrive in 5 seconds. Please be attentive to its reception. Materials pack? Having learned from my previous experience, Bai Wule quickly stepped back. Then came a series of thuds. Bang, 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 bang. 5 large boxes plummeted from the sky, shaking the ground upon impact. Each newly fallen box lands directly in front of the preceding one, arranged in a perfectly orderly line that stretches almost from one end of the alley to the other. Bai Wule gazes at these packages, a lingering sense of foreboding settling over him, as if he might be struck by one at any moment. Instinctively, he glances at the sky before stepping closer. Each box bears a label, with 5 distinct items corresponding to the 5 boxes, aside from 2 beverages in ready-made plastic bottles. The remaining 3 boxes contain only raw ingredients: cooking oil, potatoes, sausages, gluten, and a few seasonings. Is this meant to be prepared? Bai Wule lifts a potato and a sausage to his nose, finding their scent only slightly more appealing than that of the earth. Having long forsaken human food, he is utterly unfamiliar with the process of preparation. Raising his gaze, he notices changes at the snack stall. The stall has been divided into 2 sections on the left. There is a gas stove and a large pot, while the right side features a countertop and a row of small grills, adorned with some basic utensils. The banner of the stall has expanded from 3 characters to 7, Bai Wule's snack stall. As Bai Wule approaches, a bubble appears, inquiring if he wishes to spend 5 points to change the current name of the stall. He glances at his remaining points and declines the offer, unwilling to squander his precious points on such a trivial matter. Hey, has your snack stall been upgraded? A voice chimes in. Do you need help? I'm quite adept at making snacks. The on-screen presence enthusiastically outlines each step he must take, detailing even the direction and number of turns to adjust the gas stove. Not wanting to disappoint this goodwill, Bai Wule decides to give it a try himself. Following the instructions, he first ignites the gas stove and pours in the oil. Once the oil begins to bubble, he tosses in the potato. Wait, the potato isn't cut. Oh dear, you forgot to peel the sausage. Stop. That's orange juice, not oil. Huh. Bai Wule is momentarily stunned, unable to retract the orange juice in time. With a loud bang, the juice plunges into the scalding pot of oil, causing hot oil to splatter everywhere. Bai Wule leaps back against the cement wall, heart racing as he watches the oil erupt violently, crackling like fireworks. What is happening? How terrifying. Chapter 4. The Dawn's Gentle Light. A ray of sunlight cascaded down, and in the tranquil alley, a solitary black mushroom sprouted. Due to the peculiar constitution of zombies, even a sliver of sunlight made Bai Wule feel uncomfortable. He initially contemplated crawling under the table, only to realize that the newly upgraded snack stall was cluttered with various items, leaving no room for him. Scanning his surroundings, he found no place to seek shade. Just as he was pondering his predicament, the words on the screen suggested that he could exchange a reward for a sunshade at the streamer shop. Bai Wule opened the shop and discovered an array of products. From food to necessities, clothing, and everything in between, ranging from camping tents to toothpicks, with a rich variety of colors and styles. Thus, Bai Wule spent 600 rewards to acquire an ultra-strong sunshade, boasting the ability to block 80 of sunlight, and squatted in the cool shade by the wall. From a distance, he indeed resembled a mushroom. The current experience was quite pleasant. He merely wondered if it would still be effective by noon. Holding the umbrella, Bai Wule noticed that the metal surfaces of the snack stall across the alley were already reflecting blinding light. Several plates of failed dishes on the counter were bubbling with excitement. Above one plate of indistinguishable black matter, the label popped up. Potato charred to coal, failed. Above a plate of dry bamboo sticks, another label appeared. Dried gluten, failed. Above a swollen blackened plastic bottle, the message read, fried evaporated orange juice, failed. These were the results of Bai Wule's sleepless night of experimentation. Initially, the screen was brimming with encouragement. Keep it up, little one. However, by dawn, the messages had transformed into, don't push yourself too hard. Bai Wule pondered. He truly could not master human cuisine. The night had been chaotic and frantic, with splatters of oil unpredictably popping out, especially the dreaded sizzling sound when ingredients hit the pan, which was more terrifying than gunfire. After the tense cooking, all he received were a series of unsuccessful bubbles. No matter how he thought about it, Bai Wule felt that he might lose this game. As the sunlight grew stronger, Bai Wule, sheltered beneath the umbrella, began to feel an uncomfortable warmth. He glanced at his rewards, which had reached 5 figures. It seemed he could exchange them for a camping tent. While browsing the shop interface, the familiar sound of high heels echoed from the alleyway. Bai Wule tilted the umbrella and focused his gaze on the girl approaching from a distance. Her title above her head read Lina, a regular customer he had acquired the previous night. Sir, I'm here to buy breakfast, Lina said with a cheerful smile as she walked toward Bai Wule. Breakfast? Bai Wule glanced at the snack stall across the way. None. Lina paused for a moment, turned around, and realized she had indeed not misjudged. This was a snack stall. However, the few dishes on the table, well, there was certainly no breakfast here. Then, may I ask what drinks you have? I'm quite thirsty. Lina turned back, smiling at Bai Wule again. A high emotional intelligence NPC, he thought, impressed. After hearing this, Bai Wule stood up, retrieved a bottle of water and orange juice from a cardboard box beside the stall, and handed them to Lina. She accepted them, pulled out 10 yuan from her wallet, and waved goodbye with a grin. At last, Bai Wule had made his first sale, garnering 10 yuan in revenue. He now understood the significance of regular customers. If it had been an ordinary guest, they would have likely left without purchasing any drinks. It seemed that acquiring regulars was the key to running a business. With the hard-earned 10 yuan in hand, Bai Wule's gaze instinctively drifted back to Lina. At that moment, Bai Wule noticed a change at the alley's entrance. After the expansion last night, both ends of the alley had been shrouded in darkness. And even when Lina had approached, he had confirmed seeing only black. Yet now, a concrete path had emerged. Bai Wule opened the map and discovered that the nearest vertical pink line had expanded, connecting perfectly with the end of his blue line, separated only by a street corner. Turning the corner would lead him to the pink area. Good heavens, the territories of my 2 favorite streamers have merged. I wonder what the neighboring little pup would think if he knew Bai Wule's true identity. He secretly anticipated this epic encounter. Bai Wule gazed at the screen, increasingly confused. What little pup? Could it be that the neighboring streamer, like him, was not human? Little one, the neighboring Tang Bayer's cooking is superb. Should you ask him for help? I can vouch for that. Last night in the safe zone, his culinary skills attracted quite a crowd. Cooking skills? Then I must go take a look. While the sun was still bearable, Bai Wule raised the sunshade and walked toward the newly expanded alleyway. Since it was merely a turn away, he could clearly hear the sounds of cooking from next door. Before long, the sounds of cooking ceased, and footsteps began to approach his direction. It seemed he was coming over. Bai Wule squinted, his eyes fixed on the street corner. Moments later, a young man dressed in a washed blue shirt appeared at the corner first. He appeared to be in his 20s, with a handsome face, and upon spotting Bai Wule, his eyes crinkled into crescent moons. Bai Wule sniffed. This was just an ordinary human. Where was the little pup? Just as he pondered, the young man, slightly timid, walked toward him, smiling as he extended his hand. Hi. Hello, I am Tang Xiaoya. He approached with a beaming smile, entirely unaware that he had already stepped into Bai Wule's territory. Bai Wule frowned, instinctively retreating, resembling a startled cat, a low growl of warning escaping his throat. Bai Wule had always been protective of his territory, having struggled through the apocalypse for so long. Experience taught him the necessity of clearly delineating the boundaries between zombies and humans. Otherwise, one would genuinely find themselves in life and death situations. One step into a companion's domain meant life. One step into an enemy's territory meant death. The audacity of this human to brazenly invade a zombie's territory could not be tolerated. He must be driven away. With a roar, Bai Wule shouted, startling Tang Xiaoya into freezing in place. Tang Xiaoya prided himself on being amiable and approachable, having never encountered someone with such overt hostility. Why is this boy so fierce? Tang Xiaoya dared not advance, uncertain whether to retreat, his gaze involuntarily shifting to the screen for help from the comments. Tang Bayer, don't be angry. My little one is just a bit standoffish due to, please don't take it personally. Yes, my little one is. He is very gentle. Huh, am I seeing things? Why is everything obscured by asterisks? Tang Xiaoya. Tang Xiaoya stared at the screen filled with asterisks, feeling utterly bewildered. What had these people commented that warranted such a censorship? In reality, the audience merely wished to inform him of Bai Wule's identity as a zombie, reassuring Tang Xiaoya that their differences in identity were the reason for Bai Wule's demeanor. However, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to special system settings, the text could not reveal Bai Wule's zombie identity. Every time words like zombie or not human or similar sounds or meanings appeared, they were replaced with asterisks. Upon seeing the comments suggesting that Bai Wule might be displeased with someone stepping into his territory, Tang Xiaoya obediently stepped back. Indeed, the moment he retreated to his pink area, Bai Wule ceased his threatening growls and returned to the calm demeanor he had possessed upon their initial meeting. By then, the sunlight had grown intense. Not wishing to waste any more time, Bai Wule got straight to the point. Come help me cook. Huh? Tang Xiaoya stood frozen. His highly tense mind replayed Bai Wule's words. Confirming that he had said help rather than teach, he wondered what that meant. Was he intending to keep me here to cook and not let me leave? Despite Tang Xiaoya's deep reluctance, he maintained a courteous demeanor, saying, I'm afraid that won't do. This game isn't played like that. He retreated cautiously, his gaze fixed on Bai Wule's movements. Just as he turned to flee, he was swiftly seized by the remarkably fast Bai Wule. What are you trying to do? Tang Xiaoya began, but before he could finish, he felt a sudden tightness around his neck, followed by his feet leaving the ground, and the world inverted before him. As he collided with Bai Wule, realization struck him. Had this youth lifted him? In a state of astonishment, Bai Wule leapt back to his side, the abrupt motion nearly causing Tang Xiaoya's stomach to rupture. Thankfully, he had not eaten, or this boy would have been in a dire predicament. Wait, Tang Xiaoya shouted. Before he could utter another word, a deep voice swiftly interrupted. No waiting. Tang Xiaoya fell silent. Bai Wule, holding an umbrella in one hand and carrying Tang Xiaoya in the other, strolled back to the food stall, his eyes gleaming with the delight of a hunter who had captured his prey. Your moves are so impressive, little one. Is it a direct capture? You're so skilled. Tang Xiaoya mused. So, I can't just approach. It has to be you carrying me, right? Ha. Bai Wule glanced at the screen and replied, of course. You are the prey. It is my duty to bring you in. Although zombies and humans were naturally adversarial, Bai Wule understood that, for the current game task, the role of humans was far more significant. Therefore, capturing a human to command was most appropriate. This individual, Tang Xiaoya, was timid and could cook, making him exceedingly easy to control. As Tang Xiaoya struggled against Bai Wule's grip, the latter tightened his hold around Tang Xiaoya's waist. The sharp pain forced Tang Xiaoya to temporarily acquiesce, too afraid to move recklessly. He glanced towards the screen, seeking help from the vast online community, hoping they could devise a plan to rescue him from this predicament. Instead, he was met with a flurry of responses urging him to comply. Several comments analyzed the situation. Babe, teaming up with this streamer is a win. He's excellent at fighting monsters, and teaming up can earn you points. Yes, Tang Xiaoya thought. It's just cooking, right? Just agree to it. Tang Xiaoya felt as though he might vomit with frustration. Was this the audacity of a top-tier live streamer? No one was intervening in such an overt threat. Moreover, which of you saw this as teaming up? This was clearly intimidation. Gritting his teeth, Tang Xiaoya felt the pain in his waist intensifying. He turned to speak to Bai Wule, but upon lifting his gaze, he noticed the gaping wound at the back of Bai Wule's neck, a hole the size of a walnut, deep enough to reveal bone. Tang Xiaoya silently closed his mouth. In that instant, a thought flickered through his mind. Could he possibly not be human? Chapter 5. Bai Wule returned to the snack stall, gently placing Tang Xiaoya down from his shoulder. Once on solid ground, Tang Xiaoya stood there in a daze, his face as pale as a ghost. The moment Bai Wule's icy fingertips brushed against his neck, devoid of any warmth, Tang Xiaoya became increasingly convinced that this youth was not human. The incomprehensible thoughts that had plagued him moments ago now crystallized into clarity. Why did the boy emit a sound akin to a dog's howl? Because he was not human. Why could he move freely despite the gaping wound at the back of his neck? Because he was not human. Why was his body perpetually cold and devoid of warmth? Because he was not human. He was not human. Tang Xiaoya furtively glanced towards the alleyway, instinctively twisting his body, yearning to make a desperate escape. Yet in the next moment, reason halted his actions. Given the current circumstances, his territory was merely next door. If Bai Wule desired to capture him, crossing the street would suffice. Where could he possibly run? The safe zone only activated at night, and now he truly had nowhere to flee. When Tang Xiaoya lifted his gaze, he caught sight of Bai Wule's scrutinizing expression. Those emerald eyes radiated a chilling aura, seemingly taunting him. Thinking of escaping? Go ahead, try. Tang Xiaoya instinctively swallowed, quickly lowering his head. Prepare the dishes, Bai Wule commanded. All right, Tang Xiaoya replied, turning around and trudging towards the stall. Bai Wule's gaze remained fixed on his unsuspecting prey. As a zombie who had battled humans for years, he was acutely aware of their cunning nature and their unwillingness to comply. Thus, he could not afford to let his guard down for even a moment. Cubs, can you be a bit gentler with Tang Bao? He looks so pitiful, someone remarked from above. Upstairs? Where has my cub been unkind? Haven't you heard of domineering gentleness? Bai Wule retorted, his attention shifting back to Tang Xiaoya. Gentle? Not devouring him is the greatest act of kindness a zombie can show. Tang Xiaoya timidly stole a glance at Bai Wule, picking up a potato and knife, squatting on the ground to peel it. His movements were deft, the potato peels accumulating like petals falling from a flower. Unlike Bai Wule, who left a mess with potato skins strewn everywhere, Tang Xiaoya expertly reduced the potato to mere finger-width remnants. Fortunately, the system had provided a generous supply of ingredients. Otherwise, Bai Wule would have wasted them all. Once the potatoes were peeled, he placed them into clean water. Tang Xiaoya ignited the gas stove, heating oil, then retrieved the washed potatoes from the water, placing them on the counter to chop into uneven chunks. After a while, the oil began to emit white smoke. Tang Xiaoya reached out to test the temperature above the pot, then tossed the potato pieces in, causing them to sizzle and pop. Bai Wule, standing some distance away, involuntarily took a step back. Next, Tang Xiaoya peeled a sausage and tossed it into the pot, intently observing the transformation of the ingredients. His actions were crisp and efficient, clearly indicating his proficiency in such matters. Bai Wule discreetly nodded, sending a team invitation to Tang Xiaoya as prompted by the screen. Tang Xiaoya's hand trembled while holding the ladle, casting a complex glance in that direction. No, he couldn't agree. If he joined the team, escape would become impossible. He quickly averted his gaze, pretending not to notice the invitation, and focused on scooping the potatoes and sausage onto a plate. As soon as the dishes were placed on the table, two bubbles appeared above them. Delicious fried potatoes, success. Tempting fried sausage, success. The moment the bubbles sprang forth, Tang Xiaoya instantly regretted it. Bai Wule had captured him precisely because he could cook. If he showcased his culinary incompetence, wouldn't that mean he could be released? Tang Xiaoya gazed at the two plates of delicacies, engulfed in profound regret. Upon witnessing the completed dishes, Bai Wule approached with his umbrella, lowering his head to inhale the aroma, which indeed surpassed anything he could concoct himself, yet still failed to stimulate the appetite of a zombie. He turned to Tang Xiaoya. Your cooking is quite commendable. Your life is spared. Tang Xiaoya was momentarily stunned, his dark eyes wide with disbelief. If my cooking is subpar, does that mean I would be killed? Of course. Otherwise, why would I keep you? Bai Wule replied. Cubs, good or bad? Are you deceiving Tang Bao again? You clearly don't consume humans. I feel so sorry for Tang Bao, yet I adore this scenario. What should I do? Bai Wule regarded the screen, his slender fingers lightly resting against his lips. We mustn't let the prey discover us. They might flee. The presence on the screen was captivated by his beauty, erupting in a flurry of okay emojis. Only Tang Xiaoya, confused and oblivious, remained under the impression that he was on the brink of being devoured by Bai Wule. Bai Wule lowered his hand, regaining his icy demeanor. He stepped closer, enveloping Tang Xiaoya under the shadow of the umbrella, inquiring, "You declined the team invitation earlier?" His voice, already cold, now carried a hint of anger, amplifying its intimidation. Tang Xiaoya instinctively recoiled, but Bai Wule's slightly tilted umbrella blocked his escape. What was once a shield against the sun now felt like a cage capturing Tang Xiaoya. An unsettling aura pervading the air. Bai Wule towered over him, creating an oppressive atmosphere that compelled Tang Xiaoya to bow his head. I didn't notice very well. I shall send you another invitation, Bai Wule replied, clicking to send an invite in front of Tang Xiaoya. Host Bai Wule invites you to join his team. Do you accept? Yes, no, 29S. How could he dare to refuse? Tang Xiaoya hesitated for merely a second before promptly confirming with a yes. Congratulations. Host Tang Xiaoya has joined your team. At that moment, Bai Wule's expression shifted to one of confusion. He lifted his gaze, sweeping lightly over Tang Xiaoya's head, then retreated a few steps to scrutinize him closely. What was wrong? Tang Xiaoya felt beads of sweat form on his forehead as he touched his face. Nothing. Bai Wule's tone turned teasing as he sauntered towards the shaded wall. Tang Xiaoya quickly lowered his head to inspect himself, wondering what Bai Wule was staring at. Uncertain, he leaned towards the screen and whispered, "Is there something on my face? Perhaps it's your handsomeness? Or your cuteness?" Tang Xiaoya, thank you. Tang Xiaoya lowered his hand, concluding that there was nothing amiss. It was merely his own heightened nerves. Presently, it appeared Bai Wule had no intention of attacking, quietly fiddling with his umbrella by the wall. Tang Xiaoya glanced up at the sky. The narrow stretch of the alley opened to a clear, azure sky, the vibrant blue evoking a sense of joy. It was a lively morning, yet Bai Wule had already unfurled his sunshade. Could it be that he feared the light? As this thought crossed his mind, Tang Xiaoya recalled the faint glimpse of sharp fangs when Bai Wule spoke to him. I understand now. Bai Wule is a vampire. That's why he fears the light. Why he has fangs, and why he is so pale. Having firmly established Bai Wule's identity, Tang Xiaoya felt an inexplicable thrill. After years of vampire films, he never imagined he would finally encounter a living one. Amidst his excitement, he remained vigilant, hastily using his rewards to don a string of garlic around his neck. Should I inform Tang Bao that the cub is actually a zombie, not a vampire? I think not. No. At that moment, a girl in a school uniform, carrying a backpack, walked directly towards Bai Wule. Bai Wule was intently fiddling with the 3 umbrellas in his hands. Without waiting for the girl to speak, he pointed towards the snack stall without raising his head, indicating, "Find him for food." The girl was taken aback, casting a suspicious glance at Bai Wule before turning to approach the stall. Noticing a customer, Tang Xiaoya began to operate automatically. Before long, the delightful aroma of hot oil wafted through the air. When Bai Wule peeked through the gaps in the umbrellas, he saw that Tang Xiaoya had already handed a plate of fried potatoes and a bottle of mineral water to the girl. Congratulations, you have sold fried potatoes 1. Mineral water 1. Total earnings, 6 yuan. Team member Tang Xiaoya's total earnings, 6 yuan. It seemed that the income from the team was to be evenly distributed. Bai Wule glanced at the notification on the screen and securely tied the handles of the umbrellas together with a rope. The 3 umbrellas huddled closely, forming a small tent that completely sheltered the curled up Bai Wule. It was more affordable than a small tent. Bai Wule adjusted himself into a comfortable sitting position and closed his eyes. The sunshade obstructed his view, so he relied on his keen hearing to monitor his little prey. He could hear his little prey cautiously washing the plate, then turning off the water. A few minutes later, he heard the sound of the prey stealthily moving past the ingredient box, the rustle of pant legs brushing against the cardboard, and the footsteps growing ever lighter. It seemed this little prey was attempting to escape. Where to? Bai Wule lifted one side of the umbrella and saw his little prey standing stiffly several meters away from the snack stall. Tang Xiaoya suddenly paused, turning back with a slight smirk. Move around. As he spoke, he instinctively tightened his grip on the string of garlic in his hands and slowly sauntered back to the snack stall. This time, even with Bai Wule concealed beneath the umbrella, Tang Xiaoya dared not take any risks. He obediently sat beside the stall, casually searching the screen for any complaints about player streamers. The midday sun was glaring, and there were quite a few patrons passing by. Tang Xiaoya was busily preparing fried potatoes and grilled gluten, sweating profusely in his water-washed blue shirt. If even Tang Xiaoya, a human, was feeling the heat so intensely, one could only imagine the discomfort Bai Wule endured, cramped in such a narrow space, both stifling and warm. After much contemplation, he ultimately redeemed a small tent for 10,000 in tips. It was a simple, foolproof tent that could be set up by inserting a few metal poles inside. With this life-saving tent, Bai Wule finally managed to endure until evening. As night fell, Tang Xiaoya, who had been holding back all day, eagerly pulled up the screen and clicked the safety zone button on the map. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the alley. Bai Wule glanced in the direction where Tang Xiaoya had disappeared and crawled out from the tent. As the night descended, the streetlights on both sides of the alley flickered to life. Bai Wuliao's gaze flitted between the two ends of the alley, fully focused on waiting for his meals to appear. Suddenly, the space before him warped for a moment, and then Tang Xiaoya reappeared with a forlorn expression. Bai Wuliao. How did he come back? Chapter 6. The game offers a remarkable degree of freedom, allowing players to choose between two paths for advancement. The first path caters to casual players, who refrain from engaging in nighttime monster hunting, relying instead on their culinary skills to generate revenue through food sales. The second path appeals to adventurous players, akin to Bai Wuliao, who, despite lacking culinary prowess, accumulate points through nighttime battles. Revenue generated from selling dishes and points acquired from defeating monsters can both be utilized to upgrade food stalls and unlock new areas on the map. However, due to the relative ease of earning revenue compared to scoring points, the amounts required for upgrades and unlocks vary significantly between the two player types. For instance, unlocking Bai Wuliao's map requires 10 points, while a casual player's equivalent unlock would necessitate 50 in revenue. Similarly, Bai Wuliao needs 50 points to upgrade his food stall, whereas a casual player would need 250 in revenue, and so forth. Yesterday, Tang Xiaoya spent the night in a safe zone, where independent food stalls are available for rent. Novice players can enjoy a complimentary rental on their first night. Consequently, Tang Xiaoya managed to earn a considerable amount from selling milk tea throughout the night. However, due to the exorbitant costs associated with upgrades and unlocks, he was left with only a few coins. He had hoped to earn more today by upgrading his food stall. But before he could even open for business, he was unceremoniously dragged into Bai Wuliao's territory. After forming a team, revenues were split evenly, leaving Tang Xiaoya with only 68 yuan today. Just as he clicked to teleport to the safe zone, a dialog box popped up, inquiring whether he wished to spend 100 yuan to enter. With a sense of curiosity, Tang Xiaoya clicked yes, only to face the inevitable outcome. Insufficient funds led to him being unceremoniously returned to the teleportation point, staring blankly at Bai Wuliao. Upon learning that Tang Xiaoya was unable to enter the safe zone due to a lack of money, Bai Wuliao waved him off, advising him to keep his distance so as not to interfere with his hunting. For the first time, Tang Xiaoya felt utterly superfluous. Silently, he approached the food stall and picked up a chef's knife, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Clack, clack, the familiar sound of footsteps echoed. Bai Wuliao stood in the middle of the alley, waiting for a skeleton to approach. Drawing from last night's experience, he observed the screen's content with a sense of leisure, even providing live commentary. Now entering the scene is skeleton number 1, measuring approximately 170 centimeters. Likely male judging from its pelvis. Next, let's observe skeleton number 2, whose speed is noticeably greater than that of skeleton number 1. Will it reach the target first? We shall see. Skeleton number 3 appears to be significantly smaller. Could it be a female? As he read these amusing lines, Bai Wuliao couldn't help but smile. However, he soon encountered disjointed commentary. Cuddle, you ought to take a look at Tang Bao. I fear he might be terrified. He stands frozen with a knife, and I find it quite unsettling. Bai Wuliao turned to glance back. Tang Xiaoya stood beside the food stall, gripping a knife tightly, his gaze vacant as he stared in the direction of the skeletons. He remained oblivious to Bai Wuliao's approach, even when waved in front of him. Bai Wuliao sighed inwardly, contemplating the absurdity of Tang Xiaoya's cowardice. Deciding that satisfying his hunger took precedence, Bai Wuliao left Tang Xiaoya to his devices and strode toward the skeletons. With precision akin to picking blueberries, he casually picked off the skeletons one by one, leaving a trail of shattered bones in his wake. As he munched on the captured ghostly flames, he felt only slightly sated. Still craving more, he noticed sounds of skeletons nearby. Cuddle, The system alerts that skeletons are attacking Tang Bao's food stall. If the stall is destroyed, his game may come to an end. And that was unacceptable. If he ended, who would prepare his meals? Bai Wule nimbly leaped against the concrete wall, effortlessly dashing toward the neighboring stall. Upon rounding the corner, he spotted 4 skeletons surrounding it. Their movements were lethargic, as they slowly raised their bony hands and struck at the stall with minimal force. Bai Wule, losing patience, launched an offensive, swiftly dispatching the 4 skeletons with ease. As he consumed the ghostly flames, he cast a cold gaze at one skeleton that was still approaching languidly. Just as he prepared to strike, an idea struck him, and he hesitated. After a moment's thought, Bai Wule pulled up his display screen and exchanged for a rope touted as unbreakable. He fashioned a noose and secured it around the skeleton's neck. The tighter the noose became, the more compliant the skeleton was, obediently following Bai Wule's lead. While other streamers walked their dogs, Bai Wule walked a skeleton. With his hands tucked in his pockets, he leisurely led the skeleton back, truly feeling as though he was walking a pet. Frustrated by the skeleton's slow pace, he urged it to move faster. The skeleton emitted low growls, prompting Bai Wule to roar back. As the skeleton complied, Bai Wule returned to his territory, squinting at Tang Xiaoya. In the next moment, his vision expanded, a result of his unique ability. His exceptional eyesight allowed him to see clearly within a 200-meter radius. And when he squinted at a specific spot, his field of vision broadened, even revealing the small mole at Tang Xiaoya's temple. Tang Xiaoya remained motionless, resembling a statue. His lips trembling, beads of cold sweat trickling down his temples, still clutching the knife, as if frozen in time. Bai Wule withdrew his gaze and approached Tang Xiaoya, patting him on the shoulder, but received no response. It appeared he had truly been frightened into a stupor. Bai Wule examined the skeleton's head and leaned in closer to Tang Xiaoya's face. This time, Tang Xiaoya finally reacted, leaping up with a shout. What are you doing? Bai Wule tilted his head, puzzled by Tang Xiaoya's fear. Skeptically, he glanced at the skeleton, whose ghostly flames continued to emit an enticing aroma. It was simply a normal skeleton. After all, what was there to fear? It could provide sustenance. How delightful. Bai Wule abruptly shoved the skeleton toward Tang Xiaoya. This is for you. I don't want it. Tang Xiaoya protested vehemently, retreating against the wall. Bai Wule, undeterred, insisted, pulling the skeleton closer. What if we encounter another situation where you can't enter the safe zone? If you're this weak, what will happen if you die? For a fleeting moment, Tang Xiaoya was taken aback, an inexplicable emotion welling within him. Did he fear for my life? The next moment, he heard Bai Wule's cold voice. If you die, who will cook for me? Tang Xiaoya fell silent, the fleeting sentiment dissipating. Grasping a string of garlic, he brandished it in front of Bai Wule, feigning ferocity. Don't come any closer, or I. Before he could finish, Bai Wule swiftly stepped forward and seized the garlic string. In the bewildered expression of Tang Xiaoya, Bai Wule successfully combined the rope with the garlic string, firmly securing it around Tang Xiaoya's waist. Wherever Tang Xiaoya went, the skeleton would follow. There was no escaping. As Tang Xiaoya gazed at the skeleton now mere steps away, his face turned pale, nearly losing the ability to think. The skeleton, caught in this predicament, appeared equally bewildered, standing silently for a moment before letting out a low growl and lunging at Tang Xiaoya. Oh no! Tang Xiaoya fled as the skeleton pursued. Neither could escape their fate. Haha. Apologies, Tang Bao, but I simply couldn't resist. I've taken a screenshot. The little one is quite considerate, even binding the skeleton's 2 hands. Bai Wule was calmly observing the situation when, suddenly, an unfamiliar red dialog box appeared, covering the entire screen. Ding. Time-limited task initiated. Eliminate level 1 skeleton king. Countdown. 59. 59 location as indicated on the map. Team formation. 03. Possible loot. Ghost Fire 1. Skeleton King's Contract 1. Points 120. Skeleton King? I've never heard of it. Could it be a new delicacy? Bai Wule's eyes sparkled as he urged Tang Xiaoya to swiftly deal with the level 1 skeleton. Upon hearing that Bai Wule intended to confront the so-called Skeleton King, Tang Xiaoya felt his legs weaken, suddenly thinking that perhaps it was rather enjoyable to play tag with this little skeleton. He pretended not to hear and continued his loud cries while chasing the skeleton. However, Bai Wule could no longer wait. He stepped forward and smashed the skeleton with a punch, devouring the ghost fire. Tang Xiaoya, who had hoped to delay the situation, was taken aback. Well, why don't you go by yourself? He wanted to express that he was merely a frail, helpless casual player, incapable of enduring the onslaught of monsters. You can just tag along and stand aside, Bai Wule replied. He opened the map to confirm the location and discovered that the red skull marked for the task was situated in a distant white area. An unlocked location. How on earth would they reach it? I remember that area. Someone seemed to be there last night. He attempted to click on the red skull, and an information bar popped up on the screen. Do you wish to join the streamer Shuyu's team to accept this time-limited task? Yes, no. Without hesitation. Bai Wule clicked yes. Wait a moment. Bai Wule, I've reconsidered and I want to tag along. Tang Xiaoye was loosening the ropes while retreating when he suddenly felt a lightness in his body. It was over. Bai Wule and Tang Xiaoye were simultaneously transported to an unfamiliar area. It was an ordinary concrete alley, albeit a short one, illuminated by a single dim streetlight. Under the streetlight stood a girl dressed in a pink Lolita skirt, presumably the streamer Shuyu, her high twin ponytail swaying as she crossed her arms with a serious demeanor. Upon arrival, Tang Xiaoye was met with a ground strewn with bones. Rendering him unable to smile, ever the polite one, he neglected to greet anyone and swiftly hopped to a spot devoid of bones. He sensed that Shuyu was formidable. Her little dress was pristine, and her hair remained untangled, indicating her capability to effortlessly dispatch these monsters. Tang Xiaoye thought to himself, everyone is so strong. He is the weakest. Bai Wule also noticed Shuyu, simultaneously perceiving an unsettling aura emanating from her. Just looking at her made him feel uncomfortable. Oblivious to Bai Wule's scrutinizing gaze, Shuyu casually flicked her twin ponytails and announced, all right, we have enough people. You all stay here, and I will handle the monsters. As she spoke, she strode toward the end of the alley where red ghost fire flickered, and in the dim light, one could vaguely discern the outline of a massive skeletal conglomerate. Bai Wule frowned. Is she attempting to steal my prey? Chapter 7. Bai Wule leaned forward, disregarding the barrage of messages on the screen urging him to wait, and charged ahead. His speed was so extraordinary that it left an afterimage on the screen. With a swift motion, he dashed past Shuyu, creating a gust of wind. Shuyu was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. What was that boy doing? That was the Skeleton King. Without further contemplation, Shuyu quickened her pace, murmuring incantations as she ran. As the Skeleton King raised its hand to attack Bai Wule, she lifted her right hand high, and in an instant, a blinding white light erupted. The beam shot forth from her hand, not aimed at the Skeleton King, but directly towards Bai Wule. Shuyu. Just as Bai Wule leapt into the air, he caught sight of the white light approaching and quickly adjusted his trajectory, leaping towards the nearby concrete wall, narrowly evading the attack. The beam grazed the edge of his clothing, leaving behind a charred mark. Boom. The beam struck the Skeleton King, scorching a hole in its shin bone. Was this ally or foe? Why was it causing harm? My little one, are you all right? Oh my goodness. Is there someone in the stream specifically designed to counter my little one? Take care. Bai Wule glanced at the numerous exclamation marks flooding the screen, responding softly. I'm fine. He squinted at Shuyu, attempting to discern the source of the light emanating from her hand. In his rapidly expanding field of vision, a cross adorned with a slender chain became distinctly visible. A cross? Could she be affiliated with the church? Bai Wule was taken aback. He had previously interacted with the church and was aware that it served as humanity's shield. Whenever the church brandished a cross and recited an incomprehensible incantation, several zombies would drop dead in an instant. It was precisely because of the church's presence that humanity had not been eradicated by the undead. When individuals wielding crosses formed a protective circle around humans, zombies stood no chance. But how could there be a member of the church in this game? Roar. At that moment, the Skeleton King's roar snapped Bai Wule back to reality. He shook his head, refocusing his attention. First, he needed to eliminate this formidable foe. The Skeleton King raised its bony hand, generating a gust of air that nearly sent Bai Wule tumbling off the concrete wall, lowering his center of gravity. He steadied himself against the wall. As the immense pressure of the bony hand descended, Bai Wule remained motionless against the wall. Be careful, she shouted. And at that moment, Bai Wule finally sprang into action. As the bony hand approached within a meter of him, he swiftly dodged to the side, using the momentum to leap onto the Skeleton King's forearm. Clinging tightly to the 2-meter-wide ulna, he held on as the Skeleton King struck the concrete wall. As the bony hand smashed down, a deafening sound erupted, sending debris flying in all directions. Shuyu quickly retreated, still shaken by the earlier events. She had intended to slay the Skeleton King, but for reasons unknown, the white light had veered off course, targeting the green-eyed boy instead. Fearing her lack of skill, she hesitated to intervene further, instead standing there, dazed. By the time the Skeleton King realized what was happening, Bai Wule had already landed on its elbow. The Skeleton King roared in fury, violently swinging its arm in an attempt to shake Bai Wule off. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Wule aimed for the creature's pelvis. As the Skeleton King swung its arm with great force, Bai Wule leapt onto its pelvic region. Bai Wule knew that the skeleton's movements were sluggish. As long as he carefully avoided its attacks, he could ascend and seize the ghostly flame atop its forehead. Steadying himself, he prepared to continue his ascent when, bang, one of the Skeleton King's arms swung too forcefully, crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, it noticed Bai Wule perched on its pelvis, and its other arm swung violently in retaliation. It roared as it struck at Bai Wule, but he swiftly jumped to its ribcage. The Skeleton King, unable to react in time, smashed its own pelvis with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, its pelvis shattered, causing its entire body to begin disassembling and plummeting downward. Bai Wule, bracing himself against the white bones. Bai Wule leaped down. As he neared the ground, he quickly adjusted to a safe position, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. The colossal impact resonated with a cacophony of roars. The Skeleton King's body crumbled and descended, its massive bones crashing to the ground, sending a powerful gust of air rushing forth, even reaching Tang Xiaoyi, who was positioned farthest away, forcing him to retreat to the edge of the area. As the skull fell, a more intense roar erupted. With a loud thud, it struck the scattered bones, sending fragments flying. Bai Wule stood back, waiting for the pile of bones to settle before leaping onto the skull. This skull was as large as a building, and the red ghostly flame on its forehead towered over him. The Skeleton King roared, attempting to dislodge Bai Wule. Undeterred, Bai Wule retaliated with a roar of his own. He exchanged a machete from the streamer shop and swung it towards the ghostly flame. The roar abruptly ceased. Moments later, a crack appeared in the massive skull. The red ghostly flame escaped through the fissure, dancing brightly in the air. Bai Wule gazed at such a substantial prize with longing and delight. He licked his lips, eager to take a bite. Suddenly, the red flame retreated, and Bai Wule found himself biting only air. Furrowing his brow, he glared at the elusive flame, slightly opening his mouth and issuing a low growl of warning. Don't move. As he lunged forward, the red ghostly flame swiftly retreated once more. Unwilling to concede, Bai Wule attempted another attack, only to discover an invisible barrier preventing him from advancing. Bai Wule pressed against the invisible barrier, scratching at it with his hands, resembling a disgruntled feline unable to reach its food. Oh dear, our little one is feeling wronged. Let him eat. Congratulations, time-limited mission. Defeat Level 1 Skeleton King completed. Rewards for the kill. Ghostly Flame X1. Points X120. Please wait for system allocation. Countdown. 159. More allocation? Upon noticing others vying for his prize, Bai Wule turned to Shu Yu and Tang Xiaoyi, emitting a low growl of warning. This thing is mine. Tang Xiaoyu. Shu Yu. It seemed that if Bai Wule did not obtain this ghostly flame, he would undoubtedly be enraged. As the countdown concluded, Bai Wule received his well-deserved sustenance. The invisible barrier vanished, and he lunged towards the ghostly flame. With a single bite, the rich strawberry flavor flooded his mouth, causing him to smile. Finally, in high spirits, Tang Xiaoyi and Shu Yu each earned 60 points, a substantial reward for those who had merely laid back. Time-limited mission completed. You will be teleported back to your original area in 10 seconds. 9S. Shu Yu glanced at Bai Wule, wanting to apologize for the earlier mishap. But Bai Wule paid no heed, wholly engrossed in his meal. Catching a glimpse of Shu Yu approaching, he quickly turned, growling to deter her from coming closer. Moments later, the teleportation completed, and Bai Wule, along with Tang Xiaoyi and the ghostly flame, vanished from the alley. Shu Yu frowned at the spot where Bai Wule had disappeared. Did she just imagine it? Was that boy truly consuming that ghostly flame? Upon returning to the snack stall, Bai Wule had already devoured half of the ghostly flame. He contentedly wiped his mouth and tucked the remaining half of the ghost fire into the tent to savor at his leisure. Little one, may we take a closer look at the ghost fire? With a nod of agreement, I found myself curious about the delightful sight of the little one relishing the treat. As I gazed at the text on the screen, I longed to examine the ghost fire closely. Bai Wule generously grasped a handful of ghost fire in his hand, bringing it closer to the screen. How beautiful, akin to fireworks. Yet, I wondered why the contract of the Skeleton King had not dropped. I was eager to see the little one majestically riding atop the great skeleton. Little one, your clothes are tattered. Would you like to exchange for a new garment? The words on the screen reminded Bai Wule. His attire had been mostly consumed by flames, exposing his waist, which indeed warranted a change. After consuming the ghost fire in his hand, Bai Wule opened the streamer shop. Having redeemed a small tint, his remaining rewards were scant, compelling him to exchange the modest sum of 100 rewards for a plain black short-sleeved shirt. Just as he lifted the shirt to change, a hesitant voice called from outside the tent, "I'm sorry." It was Tang Xiaoya's voice. Bai Wule peeked outside and saw Tang Xiaoya standing with his back to him. What was he so bashful about? Withdrawing his gaze, Bai Wule discarded his soiled clothes at Tang Xiaoya's feet. Startled, Tang Xiaoya instinctively turned around. The boy, revealing his pale and frail upper body, emerged from the tent with his usual aloof demeanor. "Go, throw that shirt in the trash." Tang Xiaoya hurriedly complied, picking up the discarded shirt and heading towards the trash bin. Upon tossing the shirt, he turned around to find Bai Wule still exposed from the waist up, holding a pink towel that seemed ill-suited for him, as if waiting for Tang Xiaoya to approach. "You, put on your clothes." Tang Xiaoya quickly averted his gaze, hesitant to approach. Bai Wule, losing patience, strode towards Tang Xiaoya with the towel in hand. "Come here and help me dry my back." "Can't you do it yourself?" Tang Xiaoya retreated. "Do you think I have eyes on the back of my head? Hurry up." Bai Wule threw the pink towel at Tang Xiaoya and turned his back, exposing his bloodied skin, the crimson stains likely seeping from the wound at the back of his neck. Although the bleeding had ceased, the sight was still profoundly shocking. Reluctantly yielding to Bai Wule's insistence, Tang Xiaoya dampened the towel and began to wipe the blood from his back, keeping his head lowered, avoiding the screen beside him. Feeling awkward as he nervously fidgeted with his toes, one boy gazed at the sky while the other stared at the ground, oblivious to the darkness enveloping the top right corner of the screen, where only a line of scrolling text remained. "Sorry, you are not our super member yet. Game developers, please be reasonable." Since the moment the little one lifted his shirt, the screen went black. "Can't you play fair? I'll recharge, no matter the cost. Forgive me, money. Mother wishes to witness the back drying." Wait, did I hear incorrectly? Is Tang Bao truly helping the little one dry his back? Soul Crossing Tang Bao. Soul Crossing Tang Bao 1. Chapter 8. The night in the alley was exceptionally serene. Occasionally, a breeze would sweep through, rustling the plastic tent with a soft whisper. Tang Xiaoya sat alone beside the food stall, gazing vacantly at the sky. At times, when sounds emerged from the tent, he would steal a quick glance to see what Bai Wule was up to. Once he ascertained that it had nothing to do with him, he resumed his contemplation of the heavens. He recalled the gaping wound he had seen while helping Bai Wule with its back, a cavity the size of a walnut. Although it had scabbed over, it was evident that the injury was severe, likely sustained not long ago. Was it inflicted by a human or a fellow creature? If it were a regular person, they would surely be writhing in agony. Yet, Bai Wule was still able to run, jump, and pose threats, entirely unperturbed by pain. It almost felt as though it transcended humanity, which seemed rather appealing. This fleeting thought prompted Tang Xiaoya to shake his head vigorously. After witnessing Bai Wule single-handedly confront the greater skeleton that night, he dared not entertain any thoughts of escape. Despite the absence of ropes or chains, he dutifully remained within Bai Wule's line of sight. Could he outpace the vampire that had faced that formidable foe? If he provoked Bai Wule, he might very well lose his life. At that moment, Tang Xiaoya comprehended the truth. What significance did winning or losing a game hold? Survival was the true priority. After all, assisting Bai Wule with its culinary endeavors was a small price to pay. Suddenly, the sound of the tent flapping interrupted his thoughts. Bai Wule emerged from the tent, clad in a simple black t-shirt, its refined features rendering even the most ordinary attire magnificent. It cast a glance at Tang Xiaoya before turning and walking toward the alley's entrance. Following Bai Wule's path, Tang Xiaoya noticed that the previously dark alley was now ablaze with light. A broad road had materialized, where people bearing various titles strolled under the neon glow, an ordinary yet tranquil urban scene. It appeared that Bai Wule had unlocked a new street. Tang Xiaoya stood up, dusting off his clothes, ready to explore. However, as he took a few steps, Bai Wule abruptly turned back. "You stay here, in case we have guests." Reluctantly, Tang Xiaoya complied, even though he believed there would be no visitors at this hour. With Bai Wule's insistence, he settled back into his original position, huddled against the wall like a beleaguered soul. The farther Bai Wule ventured toward the alley's entrance, the more expansive the view became. The newly unlocked area was not particularly vast. It merely extended the wall of the alley by about 10 meters. Though the distance was modest, it accommodated a fresh expanse. He could see several cars speeding along the asphalt road, emerging from darkness and disappearing into it. Beside the road stood an empty storefront, adorned with a large lock icon. As Bai Wule approached, a notification appeared on the screen. "Would you like to spend 500 yuan to purchase this ordinary shop?" Yes, no. Casting a glance at the current meager earnings, Bai Wule opted for no. The shop measured a mere 4 or 5 square meters, featuring simple off-white tiles. Aside from a large floor-to-ceiling window and a glass door, the interior was utterly vacant. The cement eaves extended about half a meter, providing ample shelter from sun and rain. Although Bai Wule lacked the funds to buy the shop, the eaves would serve a purpose. He decided to relocate the tent, thinking it would provide greater comfort when the sun rose the following day. Without delay, Bai Wule dashed back to the alley. Just as he was about to dismantle the tent, he caught sight of Tang Xiaoye sitting motionless beside the food stall. His eyes were closed, eyelashes fluttering gently. And amidst the tranquility, the sound of his steady breathing could be heard. Was he asleep? Bai Wule pondered. Given that zombies did not require sleep and thrived at night, he had completely overlooked the human need for rest, which followed the rhythm of sunrise and sunset. He approached, casting a long shadow over the sleeping Tang Xiaoye. He remained undisturbed. Bai Wule halted before Tang Xiaoye, his brow furrowed. It seemed this little prey had grown bolder, trusting enough to sleep soundly, unafraid of being devoured. After a few seconds of scrutiny, Bai Wule seized Tang Xiaoye and tossed him into the tent. Bang! Tang Xiaoye jolted awake in pain, realizing he had been unceremoniously thrown into the tent by Bai Wule. Standing at the entrance, Bai Wule's eyes glowed a haunting green. What? What are you doing? Tang Xiaoye instinctively recoiled, despite knowing he was already a captive. Sleep. In the morning, prepare me a meal. With that, Bai Wule leaned in to retrieve the remaining ghostly flame from inside the tent. Tang Xiaoye stared, momentarily dumbfounded, as Bai Wule strode toward the alley's entrance. A flickering red, ghostly flame trailing beside him. Bai Wule was leaving him the tent to sleep? The little creature was so warm. Tang Bayer was eager to rest. I can't hold on any longer, Bayer. I'm logging off now. Good night. Good night, everyone. Good night. In that instant, he felt that Bai Wule was not as fearsome as he had imagined. Good night. That night, Tang Xiaoye slept quite peacefully. It was not until a fluffy object began to nuzzle against his face, refusing to be shooed away, that his mind gradually stirred. As he groggily opened his eyes, he beheld a white, fluffy bundle right before him. Tang Xiaoye, with a head full of questions, sat up, his hair tousled and wild. A snow-white ragdoll cat was curled up on his blanket, sound asleep. After 3 seconds of stunned silence, Tang Xiaoye reached out to stroke the plush creature. It was soft and utterly delightful. The ragdoll wore a collar, which bore its name, by Tang. Tang Xiaoye glanced at the screen, realizing that this name had been voted as the favorite by a multitude of online users. Oh! After a few more seconds of realization, Tang Xiaoye's thoughts snapped into focus. Where had this cat come from? Woken up? Just as he was pondering, a cool voice emerged. Bai Wule leaned in, cradling the ragdoll cat in its arms, and sat at the entrance of the tent. The cat stirred and nuzzled against him, lazily emitting a soft meow. How did a cat appear? Tang Xiaoye inquired. Last night, the system provided a fortune cat, claiming it could automatically sell the dishes we've already unlocked. Bai Wule responded, his gaze fixated on the cat in his embrace. Tang Xiaoye felt a surge of envy, unsure whether to be jealous of the little creature or Bai Tang. Oh, he uttered, suddenly sensing something amiss. The system provided it? A free gift? No, it cost 66. All right. When it came to purchasing the cat, Bai Wule felt a twinge of regret. He had initially intended to save up for a shop. However, he succumbed to the cat's adorable charm, sacrificing the first day's earnings to acquire it. When Bai Wule encountered Bai Tang last night on the street, it had been a scruffy stray cat adorned with 3 question marks. At that moment, Bai Wule had had no intention of acknowledging it, quietly sitting at the shop's entrance. Yet, the cat approached with an uncanny familiarity, rubbing against his legs and emitting sweet, soft meow sounds. What truly swayed Bai Wule was the cat's pair of green eyes, reminiscent of a forest filled with vibrant life. With a firm resolve, he made the purchase. Congratulations, you have acquired a hidden fortune cat. Fortune cat description. As long as you invest a certain amount of money, I can help you automatically sell the currently unlocked dishes. As the notification appeared, the grime on the cat vanished, revealing a visage that was utterly endearing. Upon the arrival of this new member, the text on the screen gleefully buzzed, eager to name the charming feline. Bai Wule harbored no particular feelings towards the name, merely awaiting the consensus of others before inputting the new name for the cat. Bai Tang. As he strolled back through the narrow alley, he noticed Tang Xiaoye sleeping soundly within the tent, prompting him to place Bai Tang inside. Thus, both man and cat succumbed to slumber. Bai Wule gently patted Bai Tang's head and cast a glance at the sky. which had begun to dawn with the pale light of morning. He handed Bai Tang to Tang Xiaoya, unceremoniously pushing them both out and retreated into the tent. At that moment, a woman out for her morning exercise approached to purchase fried sausages. Just as Tang Xiaoya prepared to ignite the fire, a soft meow escaped Bai Tang's lips. Then, a scene of astonishment unfolded. An oil barrel on the ground suddenly levitated into the air, pouring its contents into the frying pan of its own accord. Simultaneously, the gas stove ignited, and the sausages began to shed their plastic casings, leaping into the pan one after another. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, while a large slotted spoon hovered in anticipation, ready to retrieve the delectable treats. In mere minutes, several golden, crispy sausages adorned the empty plate. The woman completed her transaction without once involving Tang Xiaoya, observing the peacefully sleeping Bai Tang in his arms. Tang Xiaoya couldn't help but exclaim, "Incredible." A series of warnings flashed across the screen. Tang Bao's unemployment alert, warning of Tang Bao being consumed, caution, communal feast alert. Tang Xiaoya pondered, the barrage of reminders making him anxious. Bai Wule had spared his life solely for his culinary skills. Would he truly allow this cat to usurp his role? He cast a furtive glance at Bai Wule, only to meet his scrutinizing gaze, sending a shiver down his spine. "Return to your territory. I'll call for you if needed." With Bai Tang present, there was no immediate need for Tang Xiaoya, whose frequent comings and goings were rather distracting. Bai Wule intended to send him off to tend to his own stall. However, upon hearing this, Tang Xiaoya stood still, perplexed. "Did you mean it?" he stammered, disbelief evident in his voice. "Really? A moment ago, he had feared for his life. Yet here was Bai Wule seemingly granting him freedom. He pinched himself to confirm, and upon witnessing Bai Wule's growing impatience, he realized this was indeed true. With a heart full of exhilaration, Tang Xiaoya set Bai Tang down and bolted away, experiencing the thrill of a 100-meter dash. He skidded around the corner, barely managing to halt his momentum, stumbling a few steps forward before swiftly turning and vanishing from Bai Wule's sight. Bai Wule withdrew his gaze, cradling Bai Tang as he turned his attention to the glowing screen beside him. "Why did you send Tang Bao back?" a voice inquired. "For what other reason than to establish another stall and earn more money?" he replied. Bai Wule needed to acquire that shop promptly, wishing to escape the relentless torment of the sun. Chapter 9. The weather changed rapidly. The sky, which had been clear just moments ago, was suddenly shrouded by a dark cloud. Beneath the thick overcast, the already narrow alley felt even more oppressive, making it impossible to discern whether it was dawn or dusk. As the fierce wind howled, heavy raindrops fell with a loud patter, transforming the alley into a dismal rain-soaked scene. The relentless downpour drummed against the plastic tent, creating an atmosphere of discomfort. Bai Wule sat cross-legged inside the tent, idly playing with the cat. He glanced at the water pooling on the ground and couldn't help but worry about how long the tent could withstand such conditions. Although the plastic material effectively repelled rain, it remained precariously close to collapse under the relentless downpour and gusts. In this apocalyptic world, rain was abundant, yet it fell upon deserted buildings, where one could easily find shelter. Unlike now, when Bai Wule had to rely on this flimsy tent for cover. This dire situation only solidified his determination to purchase that shop. Meow. The feline seemed particularly distressed by the rain, since it began. Bai Tang had curled up in Bai Wule's arms, only extending its fluffy white paws when Bai Wule playfully engaged it. Was this game developer truly so thoughtless? All the streamers were out in the rain. What would happen if they caught a cold? Indeed, they all lacked proper shelter. Was it necessary to be so miserly? He silently wished for the rain to cease. "Are you all right, little one?" Bai Wule glanced at the screen. "I'm fine." His gaze then lingered on the words "catching a cold," and he inquired, "Is it easy for humans to fall ill when drenched?" "Yes. Such heavy rain makes one susceptible to illness." Was Bai Tang worried about Tang Bao? He was sheltered under an umbrella, but how much longer could he endure? "Everyone. I think I heard Tang Bao cough just now. Could he already be sick?" "Oh no, that would be terrible. If he falls ill, he won't be able to cook." Bai Wule failed to perceive the underlying meaning in the words on the screen. After a moment's pause, he wrapped Bai Tang snugly in a towel and ventured out with an umbrella towards the adjacent street. The rain was indeed torrential as he turned the corner. Bai Wule's pant cuffs were completely soaked. Not far away, Tang Xiaoyu crouched beneath an umbrella, appearing equally distressed. The sound of the rain was so loud that it wasn't until Bai Wule approached that Tang Xiaoyu became aware of him. He had assumed that such a downpour would deter customers, but to his surprise, it was Bai Wule. "What brings you here?" he asked, without a word. Bai Wule grabbed Tang Xiaoyi, umbrella and all, hauling him onto his shoulder. The rain soaked half of Bai Wule's body. Didn't you just let me go? What are you doing now? Tang Xiaoyi, draped over Bai Wule like a sack, was startled, losing his composure. They say if you fall ill, you won't be able to cook. Bai Wule held the umbrella, his hand firmly clasping Tang Xiaoyi's waist. After a few steps, he adjusted to a more comfortable position, continuing to carry his frail companion towards the tent. Tang Xiaoyi looked at the screen. What are you up to? I don't know. Is that you downstairs? Not sure. I'll knock again. What? The rain is too loud for me to hear. Tang Xiaoyi remained silent. The evidence was irrefutable. Upon reaching the tent, Bai Wule carefully avoided the sleeping by Tang and tossed Tang Xiaoyi inside. After shifting about, he discarded the umbrella and ducked in himself. The tent was relatively spacious. The two of them had ample room inside. However, after enduring the storm, both were damp, their clothes clinging uncomfortably to their skin, adding to the tent's humidity. Tang Xiaoyi wiped the rain from his face, hesitated for a few seconds, and then quietly thanked Bai Wule. Yet, Bai Wule merely shot him a cold glance, as if questioning his sanity, before resuming his attention to the cat. At that moment, a notification appeared simultaneously on both their screens. Ding. Main quest. A promise with my brother. Quest description. Mr. Bai Wule, it is that special day again. Do you remember your promise with your brother? He misses you dearly. If you have time today, please come and see him, as it is his 10th birthday. He is waiting for you at the boarding school on the outskirts of the city. Principal. Main quest. I thought this game was just a regular management simulation. Do I have a sister? Tang Xiaoyi exclaimed in surprise. Your sister? Bai Wule frowned. Yes, yours isn't? No, it's a brother. They exchanged silent glances for a few seconds before speaking in unison. Bai Wule, are the tasks different? Tang Xiaoyi, is our target not the same person? After a few more moments of confusion, both of them clicked the map icon on their screens. The map unfolded, revealing that Bai Wule's main quest location was in the upper right corner from their current position, while Tang Xiaoyi's was directly to the right. Clearly, they were not at the same quest location. Could there be role-playing elements in this game? Tang Xiaoyi gazed at the screen, still perplexed. At that moment, Bai Wule had already stepped out of the tent, picked up the umbrella, and tapped the quest bubble. Without waiting for Tang Xiaoyi to call after him, Bai Wule vanished into the alley. He transitioned into an entirely uncharted territory. Surrounded by dense forest, towering trees obscured the sky, creating an illusion of night. Here, the rain fell heavily, but beneath the lush canopy, it felt much gentler. Behind him lay the unexplored darkness, lending an eerie quality to the forest. Bai Wule stood with his umbrella, feeling an odd sense of nightfall. Treading through the muddy ground and following the quest arrow, Bai Wule advanced. The trees gradually receded, revealing a tall, imposing black gate before him. In less than half a minute, he emerged from the forest. Beyond the thicket, the muddy ground was replaced by a series of clean concrete steps. Without branches obstructing his view, he could see a towering concrete wall blocking his path, with the several-meter-high black gate being just a small portion of it. Bai Wule ascended the steps, eager to ascertain the height of the wall by his own means. Excuse me, are you Mr. Bai Wule? An elderly voice interrupted his thoughts. He pulled his gaze away, discovering an elderly man with graying hair standing before the black gate. Clad in a simple polo shirt, the man's face bore the marks of time, and he waved to Bai Wule, beckoning him closer. Bai Wule approached. I'm glad you arrived so promptly. Your brother, Bai Wule, is waiting for you at school. The old man pressed a button on the wall. He will be very happy to see you. As the button was pressed, the heavy gate slowly opened, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Bai Wule racked his memory for the name Bai Wule, yet it felt entirely foreign, leaving no trace of familiarity. He could not recall his life as a human, unsure if he had any family or if they were still alive. However, upon seeing the words brother, a peculiar emotion stirred within him. What would his family think upon seeing him now, transformed into a zombie? The gate opened just a crack and halted. With that question lingering, Bai Wule stepped inside. Through the gap in the gate, the first thing he saw was a patch of grass, lifeless under the relentless rain. Several square buildings stood amidst the grass, their outlines blurred in the downpour. Aside from the sound of rain, faintly echoed the cheerful voices of children reading aloud and laughing. Bai Wule, a student, was located in the teaching building on the right, in the 3rd grade class 4. You may wish to visit him first. At some point, an elderly man appeared, holding a black umbrella and following closely behind. Under his guidance, Bai Wule arrived at the right side teaching building. The first floor was filled with very young children, all engaged in games under the supervision of their teacher. As Bai Wule passed by the window, the playful children joyfully shouted and curiously peered out to catch a glimpse of him. Bai Wule turned his gaze, amused by the sight of so many little heads crowding the window. The second floor housed the first and second grade classes, where the clear sounds of reading starkly contrasted with the chaotic laughter below. Upon reaching the third floor, a palpable silence enveloped the atmosphere. The fourth and fifth graders were diligently focused on their work, with occasional reminders from teachers to certain students to maintain their attention. Bai Wule glanced at the class number and found class 4 of the third grade. As he approached, a small boy seated by the window immediately engaged him in conversation, his tone brimming with excitement. "Brother, you must be here to find Bai Wule." Bai Wule, unsure how to interact with such youthful exuberance, simply nodded and averted his gaze. To his surprise, locating his younger brother proved effortless. A mere glance revealed that the boy clad in the school uniform, seated in the center, was indeed Bai Wule. The resemblance was striking. No, it was identical. With naturally wavy chestnut hair, skin as pale as porcelain, and emerald green eyes. Even the small mole on his nose was positioned with precision. He appeared to be a miniature version of Bai Wule. The sole distinction was that Bai Wule smiled. Upon hearing a voice, he looked up and immediately greeted Bai Wule with a radiant smile. "Brother." Bai Wule was momentarily taken aback, feeling a peculiar sensation, unsure of how to respond. Following Bai Wule's movements, he witnessed the boy dash out of the classroom and rush into the corridor, where he embraced Bai Wule. "I knew you would come today." Bai Wule, overwhelmed by such affectionate contact, instinctively pushed Bai Wule away. Unfortunately, he miscalculated the force, causing Bai Wule to tumble onto the ground. My little Lai, are you all right?" Goodness, with both the little one and Wule in the same frame. He found himself at a loss as to whom to favor. Only children make choices. He wanted them both. Chapter 10 in just a few moments. The presence on the screen finalized Bai Wule's nickname. It appeared that everyone had accepted this suddenly emerged younger brother. Only the person involved, Bai Wule, remained in a state of bewilderment. His gaze lingered on the screen for a moment before shifting back to Bai Wule. At that moment, Bai Wule had already stood up. Brushing off his pants, and with an awkward smile, he said, "Sorry, brother, I got too excited and forgot that you dislike being touched by others." "It's all right," Bai Wule replied nonchalantly, continuing to observe Bai Wule. From the warmth with which Bai Wule had approached him earlier, Bai Wule could ascertain that he was indeed human. This feeling was particularly intriguing. Looking at Bai Wule felt like gazing into a reflection of his past self during his own human years. Yet, he had forgotten that past. Unaware if he had also smiled as exuberantly as Bai Wule did at this age. He had no recollection if he, too, had chubby cheeks reminiscent of a baby's. "Brother, please wait for me a moment. Class will end soon." Bai Wule turned to glance at the clock in the classroom, his eyes pleading with Bai Wule to stay. Bai Wule instinctively looked at the rain outside and nodded. Bai Wule beamed widely, radiating warmth like a little sun, contrasting sharply with Bai Wule's aloof demeanor. He turned back several times, reluctant to part from Bai Wule, before finally making his way to his seat. Bai Wule's gaze followed Bai Wule into the classroom, only to realize that all the children were staring at him. He sidestepped to the wall, evading their curious glances. Once they assumed Bai Wule had departed, the children began to chatter excitedly. "Is this Bai Wule's brother? He's quite handsome. Is he here to take him home? How enviable. My parents haven't visited me in months. Bai Wule, will you come back?" The more Bai Wule listened, the more unsettled he became. What did they mean? Was he supposed to take this little fellow home? The noise in the classroom was overwhelming, and he couldn't catch Bai Wule's response. However, it seemed that taking him home was indeed an arrangement between him and Bai Wule. "Bai Wule, could you ask your brother to take me out too?" At that moment, the little boy who had first spoken to Bai Wule could no longer contain himself. He hurried over, eyes pleading, "I've been here for 2 years. I haven't seen the outside world in so long. Could you please take me out today?" After hearing this, Bai Wule furrowed his brows in deep thought, then nodded earnestly. "All right, I'll ask my brother for you." "Really? Thank you. Here, this is for you." Bai Wule, curious, glanced over to see the boy handing Bai Wule a chipped toy car. Despite the wear, it was evident the boy treasured it. Gently caressing it before reluctantly returning to his seat after exchanging a few parting words. At that moment, the elderly man who had guided him approached, holding a damp black umbrella. "Mr. Bai Wule, if you are certain about taking Bai Wule home, we can proceed to the office to complete the necessary paperwork." Bai Wule glanced back at Bai Wule before taking a few steps toward the elderly man, distancing himself from the classroom window. "What about their families?" Bai Wule inquired. From the earlier conversations among the children, It was clear that those boarding here were eagerly awaiting their family's arrival, some having not seen their relatives for months or even a year. Such is the nature of a boarding school. Family visits are rare. The elderly man lowered his voice. And most of these children are orphans or were abandoned by their parents. Families are few and far between. Unless new families come to adopt them, it is unlikely they will leave this school. As he spoke, the elderly man fixed his gaze on Bai Wule. What about you? Are you planning to take Bai Wule home today? His smile lacked warmth, as though he could see through Bai Wule's intentions. Shaking the water off his umbrella, he turned slowly, sighing deeply. Then, to spend more time with him. The bell rang, the sound drowning out the elderly man's voice. Bai Wule felt he had missed part of what the man said. Brother, I thought you had left. You scared me. Bai Wule rushed over, his chestnut hair bouncing playfully in the air, exuding mischief and liveliness. Your little darling has suddenly appeared, just as Bai Wule was about to grab Bai Wule's hand. He remembered the earlier incident and hurriedly withdrew it. He pointed to the building across the way. That's our dormitory. I live on the 4th floor, room 404. By the way, brother, you haven't visited my dorm yet, have you? Bai Wule shook his head. Perfect. Come with me to the dorm and help me pack. Bai Wule exclaimed, excitedly sprinting ahead. Suddenly, he turned back. Oh, brother, Wang Xiaoming wants you to take him out today too. He hasn't left campus in 2 years. He even gave me his favorite toy car just now. Let's discuss that later. Bai Wule, already sensitive to noise, found his head throbbing from the cacophony of children celebrating the end of class. He frowned, effortlessly pulling Bai Wule close to his side, as if he were tucking a book under his arm, and turned to descend the stairs. Initially startled by Bai Wule's action, Bai Wule soon found joy in being close to his brother. Look at you, little one. You're not worth much. How strong you are, always carrying or pinching someone. He seemed to have never learned to be gentle. Every move was rough and abrupt. Upon reaching the 1st floor of the teaching building, Bai Wule set Bai Wule down. Brother, you really bought a house? Is it far from here? Bai Wule's emerald eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Bai Wule. Bai Wule lowered his gaze and replied coolly, without a house, I can't take you. Bai Wule's expression faltered, the light in his eyes extinguished. After a few moments of silence, he forced a smile. Ah, I understand. It's all right. I'll wait patiently for you to come get me. He turned away, as if to hide the tears welling in his eyes. After sniffing, he retrieved an umbrella from his backpack and, feigning nonchalance, smiled at Bai Wule. Well then, let us go, brother. It's not every day you visit. I'll show you my dorm. Bai Wule glanced up at the sky, the heavy rain showing no signs of abating. He nodded, deciding it was best to seek shelter for a while. Following Bai Wule, they crossed the playground and arrived at the dormitory building on the left. Brother, look, that room ahead is mine. We have 8 people in our dorm. Bai Wule cheerfully led the way, but as he reached the door, he suddenly paused. The room was cramped, occupied by 2 unfamiliar adults and a pile of boxes that took up most of the space. The man was dressed in a suit, while the woman appeared fashionable and polished. Their close proximity suggested a close relationship. Upon noticing Bai Wule's arrival, the man and woman exchanged surprised glances before nodding in greeting. Wule, you're back. At that moment, a little boy in a small suit squeezed between them, beaming as he spoke to Bai Wule. These are my new mom and dad. They're taking me home today. Bai Wule's smile froze on his face. Congratulations, he managed, disbelief creeping in. Wait. Are you all leaving? Wang Xiaoming rushed over upon hearing, completely drenched, sending a chill through the air. Bai Wule cast a curious glance at the umbrella resting on the side of Wang Xiaoming's backpack, pondering the peculiar workings of this human child's mind. As soon as the little boy noticed someone approaching, he beamed with pride and enthusiastically introduced his new parents, simultaneously flaunting his newly received clothes and small suitcase. The more elated the boy appeared, the more somber the expressions on Bai Wule and Wang Xiaoming's faces became. After a brief tidying up, the boy took his new parents' hands and skipped joyfully out of the room, his laughter echoing throughout the corridor. I'm sorry, Xiaoming, but I cannot go out today. Bai Wule retrieved a toy car from his backpack and handed it back to Wang Xiaoming. Why not ask Aji, the boy who just left, to have his new parents take you out of school for a bit? Aji was indeed the little boy who had just departed. The sight of Bai Wule with reddened eyes made Wang Xiaoming immediately comprehend the situation. He nodded, took the toy car, and dashed outside. In an instant, the lively dormitory was left with only Bai Wule and Bai Wule. Brother, please sit. Bai Wule stepped into the room and patted one of the beds adorned with cartoon bears. At that moment, it appeared to be the cleanest and most orderly bed in the entire dormitory. Bai Wule made his way over and sat down. Bai Wule rummaged through a drawer and offered some snacks to Bai Wule, generously inviting him to take whatever he desired. Bai Wule set the pile of snacks aside. As a zombie, he had long ceased to consume such things. His attention was drawn to a photograph on the table, a picture of himself and Bai Xiaolai. In the photo, Bai Wule bore an aloof demeanor, looking rather discontent, while Bai Xiaolai beside him radiated joy, making a peace sign. The photograph seemed to be an old one, likely taken several years prior, as Bai Xiaolai appeared adorably chubby. Brother, do you remember this was taken the day you sent me to boarding school? Bai Xiaolai leaned closer, his hair brushing against Bai Wuliao's arm. Bai Wuliao remained silent, prompting Bai Xiaolai to reminisce about the past. Ever since our parents left us in that car accident, you and I have relied on one another. I know life has been tough for you, which is why you sent me here when I was 6. You wanted to spare me from a life of hardship, and I feared being a burden. But brother, I have grown up now. I can take care of myself, even if I have nowhere to stay. It doesn't even matter, as long as I have you. Could you please take me home today? Noticing the change in Bai Xiaolai's tone, Bai Wule lowered his gaze and indeed saw tears streaming down his brother's cheeks, his little nose flushed. Brother, many of the children here are unwanted. I don't want to be like them. I have you, so I am wanted, right? Bai Xiaolai wiped his tears, clearly struggling to hold back his sobs. Yet the tears continued to fall unbidden. To be frank, if Bai Xiaolai did not resemble him so closely, Bai Wuliao could have easily declined. However, looking at him felt like witnessing his younger self weep. The word no lodged painfully in his throat. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Wuliao explained. I currently have only one tent. A tent will do. I only need a corner to sleep. It doesn't need to be spacious. Bai Xiaolai exclaimed, sensing hope, and responded without hesitation. Bai Wuliao hesitated for a few seconds before adding, I don't know how to cook. That's all right. I can cook. I'll prepare meals for you. Bai Xiaolai replied eagerly. That might not be necessary. Bai Wule was about to speak again when suddenly, Wan Xiaoming burst into the room, slamming the door behind him. Soaked to the bone, he rushed over and pulled Bai Xiaolai to the door, exclaiming, Xiaolai, you cannot leave with him. Chapter 11. A single statement from Wang Xiaoming left Bai Wuliao and Bai Xiaolai momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, Bai Xiaolai shook off Wang Xiaoming's hand, exclaiming, why? Because I just overheard Grandpa Principal mention that there are dangerous monsters outside, and our school is the only safe haven. Wang Xiaoming's face turned pale as he added, Aji has his new parents for protection, but you only have your brother. Given your brother's current state, he might not even be able to protect himself. What if you go out with him and something happens? Bai Wuliao interjected. What do you mean by my current state? It seems this Xiaoming has rather poor judgment. Bai Xiaolai, feeling underestimated, protested, am I being belittled? I am both beautiful and fierce. Wang Xiaoming's words seemed to sway Bai Xiaolai, tears welling in his eyes. His lips trembled slightly as he looked at Bai Wuliao and asked, Brother, is what he said true? Are there really monsters outside? Yes. Bai Wuliao nodded. Are there many? Indeed, many. Bai Wuliao secretly hoped for as many monsters as possible, as it would ensure he could eat his fill every day. However, Bai Xiaolai was visibly frightened, rushing over to Bai Wuliao and anxiously inspecting him. Are you okay? Suddenly, he noticed a blood scab the size of a fingernail on the back of Bai Wuliao's neck, gasping in shock. Did a monster do this? Tears as big as beans rolled down Bai Xiaolai's cheeks as he gently touched the scab, feeling its hardness and lack of warmth. He could hardly bear to imagine the dangers his brother had faced. Bai Wuliao responded with a nonchalant convinced that the existence of monsters would serve as an excellent excuse to prevent Bai Xiaolai from insisting on accompanying him outside. See, I told you I wasn't mistaken. There really are monsters outside, Wang Xiaoming said, hesitantly peering closer at Bai Wuliao's injury. Look at your brother. He is injured and can't even protect himself. Let alone you. I don't need my brother to protect me. Bai Xiaolai abruptly raised his head, wiping away his tears. I can protect myself. I can protect my brother. With that, he rummaged through a drawer and pulled out a collection of items. A rusty Swiss Army knife, a handmade slingshot, a few stones, and a small pair of scissors. Though they appeared formidable, they were practically useless. These are my weapons. I can fight monsters, Bai Xiaolai declared, brandishing the small scissors in front of Bai Wuliao. See, I have weapons. I can protect you. Bai Wuliao leaned back slightly, pushing aside Bai Xiaolai's hand. These are useless. Then what is useful? I'll go find something. Bai Xiaolai threw the scissors aside, squatting beside Bai Wuliao, on the verge of tears. Brother, please don't leave me here. Let me go with you. I can distract the monsters. I run very fast. Before Bai Wuliao could refuse, Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but mutter, what good does running fast do? What if a monster eats you? Bai Wuliao shot him a glance, nodding in agreement. Bai Wule hesitated. Then, if the monster eats me, it won't eat my brother, right? Brother, see, I'm still useful. Bai Wule remained silent, as did Wang Xiaoming. Look at what you've done to the child. At that moment, an elderly man approached and knocked on the door, directing his gaze at Bai Wule. The rain is about to stop, and visiting hours are nearly up. What have you decided? Bai Wule, are you going to accept or not? Accept. Before Bai Wule could respond, Bai Wule hurriedly interjected, my brother will take me. In a moment of panic, Bai Wule clung to Bai Wule's leg, refusing to let go. He attempted his usual charming antics to compel Bai Wule into agreement. However, he underestimated his brother's resolve. With a frown, Bai Wule forcibly pried Bai Wule off his leg, placing him aside and firmly rejecting, not taking you. After saying this, he picked up the umbrella and turned to walk out, completely ignoring Bai Wule's cries. Brother, please don't leave me behind. I just want to be with you. Bai Wule cried, his breaths ragged as he chased after Bai Wule. Upon exiting, he caught sight of his brother's figure disappearing around the corner of the hallway. He pursued him, crying out like an abandoned child. The stairs, usually worn from daily use, suddenly felt steep and interminable. When he reached the first floor of the dormitory and saw Bai Wule walking away under the umbrella without looking back, his heart sank. Wang Xiaoming, tasked by the elderly man, followed closely behind, panting as he intercepted Bai Wule. Wule, just let it go. Grandpa Principal said not to chase anymore. Don't force your brother. Wule. Bai Wule was entirely oblivious to the admonitions, disregarding the torrential downpour as he sprinted towards Bai Wule. All he could see was his brother. All he wanted was to be with him. Brother! His heart-wrenching cries tore through the air, resonating throughout the school and prompting curious glances from onlookers. Amidst the pouring rain stood a young man holding an umbrella, with a small boy stumbling behind him in pursuit. When the little boy fell, he immediately scrambled to his feet to continue the chase. As he closed the distance between them, Bai Wule suddenly stepped into a puddle in the grass, crashing down heavily. Ouch! The moment he moved, the twisted ankle sent sharp pain shooting through him. Brother! From elation to despair, watching Bai Wule leave left Bai Wule's heart feeling as though it had plunged into an icy abyss, his eyes devoid of sparkle. Through his blurred vision, he noticed a pair of soaked shoes re-entering his line of sight. Looking up in surprise, he saw Bai Wule's composed expression. His heart skipped a beat as Bai Wule swiftly scooped him up, holding him firmly by his side. Brother! Bai Wule called out timidly. But seeing that Bai Wule ignored him, he fell silent. Bai Wule carried Bai Wule across much of the playground, placing him back on the first floor of the dormitory. Just as Bai Wule opened his mouth to apologize, something was suddenly shoved into his mouth. It tasted sweet and fragrant. Chocolate? Bai Wule looked up in astonishment to find Bai Wule holding a red-wrapped chocolate he had somehow acquired. Bai Wule pressed the chocolate into Bai Wule's arms and opened the umbrella, saying, a birthday gift. Thank you, brother. Bai Wule replied obediently. Before he could even smile, he saw Bai Wule preparing to leave. Instantly, the chocolate lost its appeal. Although Bai Wule wanted to dash into the rain after him, he feared that Bai Wule might get angry and ignore him, so he refrained. He lowered his head and popped another piece of chocolate into his mouth. It tasted bitter, mingled with the saltiness of his tears. I'll come to pick you up in 5 days. Bai Wule stood in the rain, looking strikingly picturesque. As though painted, Bai Wule took a few seconds to process this, his vision blurring once more. A smile broke through his tears, his chocolate-stained mouth grinning broadly. Okay. I'll wait for you, brother. His joyful cries echoed like a harbinger of good news. And as Bai Wule stepped out through the black door, it slammed shut with a resounding thud, seemingly severing a world. At that moment, the rain began to lessen, beams of light breaking through the dark clouds. It was midday, and the heat rapidly escalated, causing Bai Wule to feel slightly uncomfortable. He hastily opened the map and clicked on the icon of the snack stall to return. When Bai Wule arrived back in the alley, the rain had ceased. After the tempest's wrath, the scene was one of utter disarray. Ingredients lay scattered across the ground, and tents, having failed to secure themselves, had been blown far away. A weak mewling sound emanated from within a tent, and Bai Wule suddenly remembered that Beitong was still inside. Upon lifting the tent flap, he discovered Beitong wrapped in a towel, with only a small head peeking out. Its glistening green eyes filled with a sorrowful semblance of tears. Bai Wule cradled it in his arms and gently patted its head. Brother. There's a little cat over there. A tinkling girl's voice unexpectedly chimed, startling Bai Wule, causing him to look up abruptly. He had heard no footsteps. How could a girl appear so suddenly? Upon closer inspection, he recognized Tang Xiaoyi, accompanied by a little girl with her hair styled in a bun. Standing just a few meters away, she must have returned as well. The girl donned a light blue floral dress, her large eyes and rosy cheeks resembling small apples. She bore a striking resemblance to Tang Xiaoyi, though her features were slightly more refined. Both their eyes were red, hinting at recent tears. It was evident without question that this girl was indeed Tang Xiaoyi's sister. Upon noticing Bai Wule, Tang Xiaoyi offered an awkward smile. "This is my sister, Tang Xiaofeng." "Xiaofeng, this is brother Bai." Tang Xiaofeng, demonstrating impeccable manners, promptly nodded and greeted. "Hello, brother Bai?" Just as amiable as her brother. Tang Xiaoyi scanned the surroundings and inquired, "Didn't you bring your brother out?" "He is not my brother," Bai Wule replied, still gazing at Beitong without lifting his head. Tang Xiaoyi nodded thoughtfully, casting a furtive glance at Tang Xiaofeng. "Indeed. I too just discovered that I have a sister." Tang Xiaoyi's situation mirrored that of Bai Wule. Both had grown up relying on their siblings. Fearing that his sister might suffer alongside him, he had sent her to a boarding school. The difference lay in the fact that Tang Xiaoyi had only sent Tang Xiaofeng there a week ago. Yet today, his heart softened, and he brought her back. After all, witnessing Tang Xiaofeng's tears had nearly shattered his heart. "Ha ha 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 ha." I laughed uncontrollably, for just moments ago, Tang Bao cried even more miserably than his sister. Tang Bao lamented, "Woo-woo, please don't cry anymore. I'll take you. Brother will take you away." Sniffles. Chapter 12. Bai Wule had initially intended to have Tang Xiaoyi assist him in setting up the tent, yet the exuberance of the two siblings proved too overwhelming. Tang Xiaofeng, merely 4 years of age, was at that delightful and innocent stage of childhood. One moment, he was pointing at a snack stall inquiring about the various delicacies. The next, he was attempting to bite into a raw potato, and then he insisted on being lifted high in the air by Bai Wule, demanding affection and attention. The cacophony of their voices alone was enough to give Bai Wule a throbbing headache. Consequently, he unceremoniously ushered them out of his territory. Without their incessant chatter, Bai Wule managed to reconstruct the tent in under 10 minutes and remained inside until dusk. Unfortunately, due to the rainfall, the evening was devoid of the sun's warm glow, leaving only a dismal gray sky. From noon until now, only 2 customers had graced his presence. Thanks to the automatic sales prowess of Bai Tang, he had accrued a modest revenue of 12 yuan, marking a small step towards his aspiration of acquiring a storefront. Why must you wait 5 days to pick up Xiaolai? Surely, you must realize that he intends to secure the shop before retrieving Xiaolai. What if it rains in the meantime? Indeed. The streamers are quite unfortunate. They have no shelter from the rain. Having mentally acknowledged the answer provided by the screen's text, Bai Wule directed his gaze once more to Bai Tang. He relished the sensation of gently rubbing Bai Tang's petite ears. For reasons unknown, each time he engaged in this tender act, a wave of inexplicable joy washed over him. Bai Tang stirred awake, stretching languidly and affectionately nudging Bai Wule's arm. Suddenly, it seemed to discover something of interest. Its bright, sparkling eyes glimmered as it lightly scratched at the left pocket of Bai Wule's attire. Curious, he reached in and withdrew a small packet of beef jerky. He recalled having seen this very bag among Bai Xiaolai's collection of snacks. Amidst a heap of assorted cookies, the blue packaged jerky had stood out conspicuously, likely stashed away by Bai Xiaolai in Bai Wule's pocket. Meow. Bai Tang leaped into Bai Wule's embrace, gently pawing at the jerky's packaging. "Do you wish to eat?" Bai Wule inquired, looking down. Bai Tang seemed to comprehend, letting out another mewl in response. After a brief moment of hesitation, Bai Wule ultimately decided to return the jerky to his pocket. So, love will eventually fade, won't it? Perceiving Bai Tang's apparent hunger, Bai Wule exchanged some currency in the shop for a bag of cat food and a feeding bowl, setting up a dining area for it within the tent. As the enticing aroma of the cat food wafted through the air, Bai Tang nuzzled against Bai Wule, contentedly munching while emitting satisfied purrs. Bai Wule, coming back to reality, noticed that his black short-sleeved shirt was now covered in white cat fur. At that moment, several skeletons approached the entrance of the tent. Rising, Bai Wule collected a few clusters of ghostly flames from them. The game featured a peculiar mechanic. Any remnants left by monsters during the night would vanish by the next day. Thus, Bai Wule had no need to toil over the scattered bones, and Bai Tang could entertain itself for hours by playfully pawing at the skulls. Settling back into the tent, Bai Wule tossed a few clusters of ghostly flames into his mouth, only to find the experience rather lackluster. It appeared that zombies possessed an insatiably large appetite. No wonder his kind incessantly lamented their hunger. He recalled that on the first day, consuming these ghostly flames had nearly filled him. But now it seemed he would require a substantial amount to feel satisfied. He glanced at the narrow alleyways on either side, One led to the entrance connected to Tangxiaoya, likely left vacant as they had ventured to the safe zone. The other opened onto the main street, where occasionally individuals adorned with titles could be seen strolling by. It seemed that his options for sustenance tonight were rather limited. Disheartened, he reclined in the tent and opened the map. At present, his area, marked by blue lines, was somewhat more expansive than those of other streamers, placing him temporarily in the lead, apart from a small red dot in the white area and another in his blue territory. The remaining red dots congregated in the corners of the map's safe zone. Bai Wule recognized that the red dot within the white area belonged to Shu Yu, the church girl who wielded a cross. It was no wonder he had felt uneasy upon encountering her. She was indeed an adversary. With the holy light of the cross tracking him, Shu Yu would likely realize he was no longer human. He would have to exercise extreme caution should they cross paths again. The familiar sound of high heels echoed in his ears, pulling Bai Wule from his thoughts. He leaned out to peer at the street. After a 10-minute wait, he spotted his regular customer, Li Na, approaching in her high heels. Bai Wule's hearing had sharpened considerably. Previously, he could discern sounds from a distance of approximately 5 minutes, but now it appeared his auditory range had extended to 500 meters, capturing all sounds within that radius. "Ah, have you acquired a kitten?" Li Na exclaimed as she spotted the striking Bai Tang. She knelt to stroke Bai Tang's head, her voice gentle as she requested, "Please give me an order of fried potatoes and some orange juice." Bai Tang meowed in response, and the snack stall began to operate autonomously. Side quest, escort Li Na home. Quest description, it seems Li Na has heard some alarming news. Pay close attention to her words. Countdown. 3:27. Bai Wule's gaze shifted to the screen, landing on Li Na as he inquired, "What alarming news have you heard?" "Indeed. Nothing escapes your notice," Li Na replied as she stood. "Recently, 2 individuals near my home have died, both about my age. The circumstances were particularly gruesome, and there are whispers that a psychopathic murderer has emerged in the city. I'm feeling rather apprehensive about returning home." Psychopathic murderer? Bai Wule found this term unfamiliar. He had not encountered it in this apocalyptic world. After listening to Li Na's account, what will you choose? A. Escort her home. B. Ignore her. Note, your choice will influence this character's fate. Bai Wule inquired, "Where do you live?" "Over there," Li Na pointed down the street. "It's a bit of a distance from here." Considering the possibility of encountering other monsters in a different area, Bai Wule opted for choice A, agreeing to escort Li Na home. He had assumed a quest bubble would appear on the map, allowing them to teleport, but to his surprise, they had to walk together instead. Once Li Na finished her meal, Bai Wule followed closely behind her as they exited the alley. They ventured into the darkness, entering an area that had not yet been unlocked on the map, rendering Bai Wule unable to see anything around them. All directions were shrouded in blackness. In his perspective, he and Li Na were akin to 2 figures illuminated by spotlights, while Li Na, as a game character, could perceive everything around her. She skillfully navigated pedestrians, avoided manhole covers, and paused at traffic lights, while Bai Wule relied solely on sound to avoid collisions. Throughout their journey, Li Na remained silent, walking beside him with a look of deep concern. Bai Wule relished the tranquility, choosing not to disrupt it with conversation. After approximately 10 minutes, they traversed a bustling street and rounded a corner, discovering a glimmer of light ahead. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream shattered the stillness. The sound was abrupt and faded quickly, as if someone had covered her mouth or she had lost the ability to cry out. "Sir, did you hear that noise?" Li Na clutched Bai Wule's arm, her expression one of palpable fear. Bai Wule emitted a soft sound, gradually withdrawing his arm as he continued towards the direction of the light. Li Na cautiously trailed behind him. With each step forward, the unpleasant odor in the air grew increasingly pungent. Bai Wule detected the foul stench of a sewage drain mingled with the musty scent of moldy moss, sensing that a damp and dark place lay ahead. Additionally, he caught the distinct smell of blood, thick and overwhelming, emanating from the front. Bai Wule pressed on, the dim yellow light gradually expanding and brightening. Soon, a solitary streetlight came into view, standing at the entrance of a narrow alley. The alley stretched deep into the shadows, with only a few square meters at the entrance illuminated, while beyond that was an abyss of darkness. Before Bai Wule could peer further inside, he suddenly heard Li Na exclaim, "What is that?" "What?" Bai Wule squinted, following the direction of Li Na's finger. In his widening field of vision, he saw a blood-soaked middle-aged man standing in the alley, dazed, with something indistinct lying on the ground. The object was covered in small squares, barely revealing a human silhouette. Startled by Li Na's voice, the middle-aged man abruptly turned to face Bai Wule, their eyes locking for a brief moment before he hurriedly fled deeper into the alley. With a clatter, a blood-stained knife fell to the ground. "Sir, should we call the police?" Li Na anxiously inquired about Bai Wuliao's next course of action. "Sir." Bai Wuliao, however, had already been captivated by the object within the alley, entirely oblivious to Li Na as he stepped into the shadows. There was new prey. "You see, did Ozai forget that he was supposed to escort the young lady home? Surely he has. Look, even the NPC young lady seems bewildered." Chapter 13. The alley appeared to be approximately 2 meters wide, with green moss flourishing in the corners, giving it an undeniably dark and damp ambience. A row of cement slabs was laid along one side near the wall, beneath which lay a sewer that emitted a foul odor. As Bai Wuliao walked upon them, the uneven stones would occasionally produce a dull thud, resonating loudly in the silence. The further he ventured, the more pronounced the scent of blood became. About 20 meters from the alley's entrance, Bai Wuliao stumbled upon a small square he had previously noticed. It was the source of the sanguine aroma. Within this square, he detected the scent of human flesh and cosmetics, suggesting that it belonged to a woman. Grateful to the mosaic, he would never forget this kindness. How tragic must her demise have been. Terrifying indeed. Through the text displayed on the screen, Bai Wuliao learned that these small squares were known as mosaics, designed to spare the viewer from the horrors contained within. Were they truly so timid? What was there to fear? Bai Wuliao found himself perplexed. After casting a glance over the complete mosaic, he raised his gaze toward the depths of the alley. Mere meters away, the middle-aged man who had just fled stood before a tall wall, frantically tearing at his hair. He seemed intent on climbing over, but after a few clumsy attempts, he fell back down. Glancing back in fear, he continued his futile efforts to ascend. The man had reached a dead end, which was precisely why Bai Wuliao remained unperturbed as he advanced deeper into the alley. He bent down to retrieve a knife from the ground, approaching the man with an unhurried demeanor. In the darkness, the man heard the sound of the slab shifting. Turning to look, he was met with a pair of eyes glowing an eerie green. Drawing nearer, the man pressed himself against the wall, exclaiming, "I didn't kill her. That woman is not my doing. I merely brought her here. I have no idea how it happened. One moment she was alive, and the next, she lay dead before me. Please, you must believe me." The sound of footsteps continued to approach. "What about the knife?" a chilling voice inquired, causing the man to nearly lose his wits. "That knife? I only intended to rob her. I didn't kill her. You must believe me." Seeing that the figure showed no signs of halting, the man hurriedly turned, fingers digging into the cement wall as he attempted to scale it. Unfortunately, the wall was too smooth, offering no grip, and he slid down once again. At that moment, the clouds obscuring the moon parted, allowing its light to cascade upon Bai Wuliao, illuminating his features with a soft, ethereal glow, enhancing the brilliance of his emerald eyes. Noticing that the approaching figure was merely a frail youth, the man exhaled a sigh of relief, his previous panic subsiding. "You little brat. I advise you to mind your own business," he threatened, raising his gaze menacingly. Yet Bai Wuliao's pace did not falter. The gleaming knife danced between his slender fingers as if he were casually toying with a pin. The man, feeling insecure, cast wary glances at the blade, his earlier bravado evaporating. Seeing his threats ineffective, he quickly crouched and pleaded, "Please, don't harm me. I'll give you anything you want. I have $500 in my pocket. It's all yours." Bai Wuliao remained silent, stepping closer until his toes were mere inches from the man. "Don't kill me," the man cried out, his voice laced with despair. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Bai Wuliao's eyes as he executed a swift turn with the knife, plunging it downward. The man screamed, feeling the rush of air from the blade as it swept past his ear. After a few suspended seconds, the anticipated pain failed to materialize. The man cautiously opened his eyes, only to find Bai Wuliao's pale forearm beside him. Behind the man, an incongruous black shadow loomed against the wall, its shape identical to the man's, but cast in an unnatural direction. The tip of Bai Wuliao's knife pierced the shadow's head, and with a gentle flick, a blue object the size of an apricot pit emerged. It felt hard and slick, its aroma far richer than that of the blue ghost flame. This was the sustenance Bai Wuliao had been eyeing. A faint smile graced his lips as he popped the blue kernel into his mouth. It dissolved instantly, flooding his palate with the intense flavor of blueberries, refreshing him entirely. Bai Wuliao sensed a sudden warmth at the back of his neck. Upon touching it, he found the scabs rapidly drying and falling away, the wound now smooth and level with the surrounding skin. "You have slain a wandering soul-eater one, earning 15 points. Bai Wuliao surveyed the screen with satisfaction, feeling that this endeavor had been worthwhile. The blue kernel was remarkably filling, equating to half the efficacy of the red ghost flame. He lifted his gaze to find the middle-aged man, now stunned, standing just 2 meters away, fixated on the air beside him. Congratulations, player Bai Wule. You have successfully slain 3 types of monsters, unlocking the monster compendium. Monster name, Wandering Soul Eater, level 2. Weakness, brain core, description. Does it consume human brains to become as intelligent as us? Bai Wule flipped through the compendium. It consisted of 5 pages, with only the 3 unlocked monsters displaying images and descriptions, while the remaining squares remained dark. A full 5 pages dedicated to the compendium of sustenance. Bai Wule felt elated just by looking at it. Just then, the middle-aged man, attempting to flee, stepped onto a loose slab, drawing Bai Wule's attention. Their eyes met awkwardly for a moment before the man, gritting his teeth, summoned his courage and dashed toward the alley's entrance. Bai Wule, uninterested in engaging, resumed his focus on the monster compendium. Within half a minute, the man's voice echoed again, filled with venom. Are you in cahoots with that brat? Only then did Bai Wule remember Lina, who remained at the alley's entrance. The middle-aged man brandished his knife at her, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Having been startled by Bai Wule, his mood had soured, and now he had spotted a potential hostage to exact his revenge. As Lina cried out for help, the man charged at her with a sinister grin. Clang! Bai Wule's swift kick sent the knife skidding across the ground. The man gasped in shock as Bai Wule seized him by the throat. Fear flooded the man's eyes, utterly bewildered by the seemingly frail youth's strength and his sudden appearance. Are you all right? Bai Wule glanced at Lina. Lina shook her head. I'm fine. Thank you, sir. Bai Wule sighed with relief. That was close. I nearly failed my task. With a powerful punch, he rendered the middle-aged man unconscious, then yanked him by the collar, dragging him like a lifeless pig and depositing him beside the mosaic. Well done, kid. You scared him to death. As Bai Wule exited the alley, Lina hurried forward. Sir, should we call the police? Call the police? Bai Wule was momentarily taken aback. It was yet another term he had not encountered since the apocalypse. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, whatever. Lina, uncertain, decided it best for Bai Wule to escort her home first. They would report the incident once they reached a safe place. Bai Wule nodded, continuing to guide her forward. After walking for approximately 10 minutes, Bai Wule came to a halt alongside Lina as she suddenly stopped. Thank you, sir. I have arrived at the entrance. Lina spoke softly. As she uttered these words, the darkness receded, revealing an old residential building beside them. The building comprised 3 stories, with each door flanked by a window of about a square meter. Perhaps it was the bustling time for dinner preparations, as lights illuminated every household, and shadows occasionally flitted past the windows, accompanied by the enticing aroma of cooked dishes wafting through the air. The corridor was enclosed by ordinary iron railings, adorned with quilts or garments hanging out to dry, exuding a vibrant sense of domesticity. After bowing in gratitude to Bai Wule, Lina entered the residential building. At that moment, a Crimson Task notification box suddenly appeared on the light screen. Ding! A time-limited task has emerged. Eliminate the Level 2 Soul-Devouring King. Countdown. 59. 59. Location as indicated on the map. Team formation. 0-4 players. Possible loot. Brain Core 1. Soul-Devouring King's Contract 1. Points 200. Revenue 500 yuan. Bai Wule opened the map and discovered that the task icon for the Soul-Devouring King was situated right next to him, within the very building before his eyes. A layer of black mist enveloped the air above the building, and Lina's figure began to blur as she ascended the stairs. The task of escorting Lina home remained ongoing, indicating that he must vanquish the Soul-Devouring King to complete it. At that moment, Bai Wule felt a sudden jolt as someone bumped into him, accompanied by an unsettling presence. Glancing sideways, he recognized the streamer Shu Yu from their previous encounter. Today, she donned a blue Lolita dress, her hair styled in twin ponytails, and a striking silver cross adorned her neck. I apologize, I just teleported and lost my balance. Shu Yu smiled apologetically at Bai Wule. Bai Wule frowned involuntarily, brushing off the spot where Shu Yu had collided with his arm and stepping aside. He cast a glance at the light screen, realizing that Shu Yu had likely teleported in as part of a team. Since Bai Wule was closest to the Soul-Devouring King's location, he had inadvertently become the leader for this time-limited task. Casting a sidelong glance at Shu Yu, he raised his hand to tap the light screen. Are you sure you want to kick this team member? Yes, no, yes. Warning. The time-limited task requires a full team to commence. Are you certain you wish to remove this team member? Currently, there are 9 casual players and 4 adventure players. If you kick this streamer, it may prevent the task from starting. Please proceed with caution. Bai Bai Wule. Chapter 14. Due to the insufficient number of participants, Bai Wu had no choice but to retain Shu Yu. It proved to be quite challenging to gather the required number of players for the timed quest. After a 10-minute wait, a robust man with bronze skin clad in a military green vest hurriedly appeared. From the text displayed on the screen, Bai Wu learned that this man's name was Hill. Upon seeing that his teammates were a frail boy and a petite girl, Hill's thick, dark eyebrows knitted together in a frown. Are you here to hunt monsters as well? His tone and expression were rife with skepticism. Bai Wu cast a cold glance at him, turning his head away, uninterested in engaging. Shu Yu sensed Hill's astonishment and immediately furrowed her brows. What? Do you look down on us? She deliberately touched the cross around her neck, silently conveying her strength. Seemingly aware of his impoliteness, Hill quickly offered an awkward smile. I apologize. That was not my intention. Then what was your intention? Shu Yu pressed on, denying Hill the opportunity to defend himself. She pointed to Bai Wu behind her. I can handle 7 skeletons by myself. And that boy over there single-handedly defeated the massive skeleton king last time. Who do you think you are looking down on? I'm sorry, I don't mean to belittle you. I'm just a bit surprised. Hill's face flushed with embarrassment as he hurried to clarify. I always thought that people as attractive as you would be casual players. I assumed adventure players would be, like me, muscular men. Shu Yu frowned. Don't you know that appearances can be deceiving? Now I see. You are truly remarkable. Hill displayed a humility that starkly contrasted with his imposing physique, continuously apologizing to Bai Wu and Shu Yu. With his demeanor, Shu Yu's irritation quickly dissipated. After this brief interlude, the trio fell into silence. Hill glanced around and approached the air barrier outside the residential building. This timed quest requires exactly 4 people to enter. Does it not? Yes. Last time, I intended to tackle the Skeleton King alone, but I couldn't proceed due to insufficient numbers. I had to wait until the required number of participants was met. Shu Yu explained, suddenly recalling something. She turned to Bai Wu. By the way, what happened to that boy you teamed up with last time? Call him over. That would complete our number. Bai Wu stood at a distance from the two. Upon hearing the sound, he cast a sidelong glance but returned his gaze to the screen, his intentions unclear, whether he had not heard or simply chose to ignore them. Shu Yu felt a bit awkward, her gaze lingering for a few seconds before she withdrew it. What now? We have less than 40 minutes left. If the final player doesn't arrive, won't we fail the quest outright? Hill appeared anxious, his thick brows remaining tightly knit. No one replied. Bai Wu stared at the summon teammate button on the screen, hesitating. Previously, he would have summoned Tang Xiaoyi without waiting for Shu Yu's reminder. However, now that Tang Xiao's phone was nearby, he wondered if summoning Tang Xiaoyi would also bring her along. If she joined, would they not have to contend with a little girl crying incessantly during the quest? Just the thought of it was overwhelming for Bai Wu. He opened the map again, finding that apart from the 3 red dots in their area, all other red dots were concentrated within the safe zone. Wasn't there supposed to be another adventure player? Where were they? Bai Wu pressed his lips together, his gaze wavering between the timed quest and the summon button. The reward for this timed quest was exceedingly generous. Acquiring the 500 turnover would allow him to purchase that shop outright. Even if he did not obtain the turnover, the other potential rewards were enticing. Thus, it was imperative that the monster be defeated today. 5 minutes passed without any sign of an arrival, and the trio's anxiety grew palpable. Hill remained by the air barrier, attempting to push it open with sheer force. Shu Yu anxiously paced, glancing at the screen and then at the residential building. Bai Wu remained silent, his fingertip hovering indecisively over the summon button. At that moment, a notification popped up. Your teammate Tang Xiaoyi wishes to exit the team. Do you consent? Agree decline, 29S. Bai Wu was momentarily taken aback, his gaze darting back and forth thrice before he let out a scoff. He still wanted to exit? In his dreams, having just dismissed the notification. His finger decisively clicked the summon teammate button. A few seconds later, Tang Xiaoyi appeared before the 3, clad in a black apron and holding a spatula. Looking utterly bewildered, Tang Xiaoyi. Bai Wu glanced around. Excellent. His sister had not tagged along. Finally, their numbers were complete. Hill clapped his hands in excitement and was the first to step into the residential building. She nodded slightly at Tang Xiaoyi in gratitude before eagerly following him inside. Bai Wu, unhurried, shot a raised eyebrow at Tang Xiaoyi. Do you wish to exit the team? I just wanted to temporarily leave. Tang Xiaoyi quickly positioned the spatula defensively in front of herself, adopting a wary stance. Though she knew it was futile, having something in her hands provided a sliver of psychological comfort. Bai Wu inquired, why? It's because of the title above my head. Tang Xiaoyi gestured towards her crown, feeling awkward. Tonight, when we reach the safe zone, all the other streamers will be watching. Bai Wu lifted his gaze, observing the word streamer by Wu's teammate shimmering above Tang Xiaoye's head. So, Bai Wu tilted his head. That makes it rather embarrassing. Realizing Bai Wu did not comprehend, Tang Xiaoye knew this issue could not be easily explained to him. She had not paid attention last night as she did not return to the safe zone. However, upon jumping into the safe zone earlier, she had caught a glimpse of her title reflected in the glass of a shop. It appeared rather ridiculous, large and dazzlingly bright. Several streamers had been secretly laughing at her, making her wish she could disappear into the ground. But this was the current game mechanism. After forming a team, the invited streamer would have a title above their head, while the team leader would display a small flag, indicating which streamers were in the group. Generally, casual players operated independently, managing their shops and unlocking maps. Only Tang Xiaoye, a casual player, was coerced into teaming up with adventure players, and other streamers viewed her as a spectacle. Though Tang Xiaofeng had repeatedly remarked that the title looked splendid, Tang Xiaoye could not muster any joy. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and in a moment of boldness, she clicked to exit the team, expecting to slip away unnoticed. She was startled to find the system reminding her that she needed the captain's consent to leave. In a panic, she attempted to retract her action, only to be summoned to the task location, spatula still in hand. Bai Wu did not wish to waste time discussing the title or the embarrassment with Tang Xiaoye. Noticing that Hill and Shu Yu had already begun to search the first and second floors separately, he promptly leaped up to the second floor using the iron railings on the first floor. Then using momentum, he grabbed the railing of the third floor. In the blink of an eye, Bai Wu had effortlessly swung himself into the corridor on the third floor. His swift and graceful movements left the other three utterly dumbfounded. Relying on the zombie's keen sense of smell, Bai Wu effortlessly located Li Na's home. As he approached the window, Li Na immediately spotted him and hurriedly smiled, rushing to the door to open it. "What brings you here?" "Just came to take a look." Bai Wu Liao, unceremonious, lifted his gaze and surveyed the room before stepping inside. The room was decorated with minimalism. Apart from the essential appliances and furniture, there was nothing else. Bai Wu Liao sensed not only Li Na's fragrance in the room, but also a delectable aroma that tantalized his senses, a scent of food he longed to savor. At that moment, the other three arrived at Li Na's home one after another. After their previous collaboration, Shu Yu recognized Bai Wu Liao's strength. Seeing him ascend to the third floor, she hastened to follow, suspecting he might have uncovered a clue. Upon noticing Shu Yu sprint upstairs, Hill quickly trailed after her. Tang Xiaoyu was initially unaware of his purpose, but upon glancing at the screen, realized they were hunting a formidable creature. Observing the two racing upstairs, he too hurried to join Bai Wu Liao. Like an irresistible magnetic force, the three of them followed suit with enthusiasm. Li Na was momentarily taken aback by the sudden influx of guests at her door, but graciously welcomed them inside. After expressing her gratitude, Shu Yu immediately leaned closer to Bai Wu Liao and inquired, "Have you discovered something?" Bai Wu Liao glanced at her and replied, "It's in the room. Look for the shadows." With little time remaining for their task, he preferred not to waste it searching alone. Having previously defeated a wandering soul reaver in an alley, he understood it lurked in the shadows, thus inviting the others to scrutinize the shadows of the room's contents. In the next moment, Bai Wu Liao heard a chant. "Oh no, not again. This could spell trouble." Just as he intended to intervene, a blinding white light flickered from the cross around Shu Yu's neck. The radiant beam shot forth directly toward him. Bai Wu Liao swiftly pivoted, flipping over the table's edge to evade the impending danger. The white light grazed his sleeve, ricocheted off the wall, and instead of pursuing him further, it surged towards Hill. Hill, startled, became cross-eyed with fright, stumbling backward. In a frantic roll, the white light pierced through his arm, bursting through the door and vanishing into the darkness. What on earth was this female streamer doing? Was she hunting monsters or injuring her teammates? First it was Zai Zai, and now another teammate. Truly, it felt like a stroke of exceedingly bad luck to be grouped with her. Oh, how utterly exasperating. Chapter 15. Hill glanced at his scratched arm. The wound was not particularly deep, yet blood flowed profusely. A sense of unease washed over him as he cast a wary glance towards the door, fearful that the blinding light might suddenly return. Shu Yu, momentarily stunned, quickly regained her composure and rushed to apologize. "I'm so sorry. It was not my intention. I merely intended to use it to track the monster, and I didn't expect to hurt anyone," she explained, flustered as she hastily exchanged for a roll of bandages to tend to Hill's bleeding. The nuance in Shu Yu's use of the word again did not escape Tang Xiaoye, who had witnessed two incidents of allies getting hurt in succession. He could not help but glance at Bai Wule, who was frowning deeply, his gaze icy as he scrutinized Shuyu, causing Tang Xiaoyi to feel a pang of anxiety for her. It was evident that Bai Wule was genuinely angry. Realizing this, Tang Xiaoyi mustered his courage and stepped forward, attempting to shield Shuyu from Bai Wule's line of sight. He forced a friendly smile and inquired, "Are you all right?" Bai Wule regarded Tang Xiaoyi with an even deeper frown. He pulled Tang Xiaoyi closer, as if to prevent him from blocking his view. Hill, demonstrating remarkable composure, maintained a smile and insisted he was fine, showing no signs of blaming Shuyu despite his injury. His gaze lingered on the cross for a fleeting moment before hastily shifting to Bai Wule. Coincidentally, Bai Wule's eyes met his, and for a brief instant, they exchanged assessing glances. The room fell into an eerie silence. After a few minutes, it was Tang Xiaoyi who broke the awkward tension, saying, "We don't have much time left. We should focus on finding the monster, right?" He tugged at Bai Wule's sleeve, flashing a friendly smile. Tang Xiaoyi was anxious that Bai Wule and Shuyu might come to blows. He noted Bai Wule's displeased expression, given his prowess. He could easily handle the Skeleton King alone. If a confrontation were to arise, Shuyu would likely be in grave danger. So Tang Xiaoyi sought to divert Bai Wule's attention and prevent any rash actions. At that moment, Shuyu approached again, having finished bandaging Hill, and apologized. "I'm really sorry, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" "Not at all. He is so capable. How could he possibly be hurt?" Tang Xiaoyi interjected, positioning himself between Shuyu and Bai Wule with an awkward smile. He was playing the peacemaker, a challenging role for a casual player eager to proceed with their tasks. "I said I'm fine, didn't I?" Bai Wule pulled Tang Xiaoyi closer again, seemingly perplexed by his persistent presence. Shuyu, taken aback, anxiously asked, "You're hurt too, aren't you? Is it serious?" As she spoke, she reached for the light screen to exchange for more bandages. Just as she was about to click confirm, Bai Wule's voice interrupted. "If your ability is insufficient, refrain from using that thing." Shuyu's hand hesitated, following Bai Wule's gaze down to the cross on her chest. After a moment, she whispered, "I will practice diligently." This declaration rang in Bai Wule's ears like a declaration of war from an adversary. He swiftly averted his gaze, saying nothing further. Bai Wule turned his attention back to the countdown on the light screen, refocusing on the task at hand. He snatched the spatula from Tang Xiaoyi's hands and surveyed the room. He sensed that the inanimate objects in the room posed no threat. The danger likely lurked within the shadows cast by the living. Bai Wule looked down, under the illumination of the overhead lights. The shadows of the 5 individuals in the room sprawled at their feet, revealing no peculiarities. As he approached the door, moving away from the ceiling light, the shadows elongated beneath him. Upon reaching the entrance, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The shadow beneath his feet was unnaturally dark and elongated, deviating from the normal proportions of light, extending ominously towards Lina. Unprepared for such proximity, Bai Wule instinctively thrust the spatula down towards the shadow. In an instant, the shadow shifted rapidly, separating from him and merging with Tang Xiaoyi's shadow. "Don't come any closer," Tang Xiaoyi exclaimed in terror, jumping onto the table without a moment's thought. The figure's shadow merged with that of the table, making it impossible to discern which shadow belonged to the soul catcher. Bai Wule glanced at the door, slamming it shut. He then switched off the lights, instructing everyone to remain still. Darkness enveloped the room, leaving only the sound of Tang Xiaoyi's heavy breathing. As Bai Wule had commanded him to stay put, he was forced to maintain an uncomfortable crouching position on the table, which wobbled under him, requiring him to control it. With his eyes shut, Tang Xiaoyi placed all his hopes in Bai Wule. In the absence of light, the distinction between light and shadow vanished. In the dark, the unique vision of the zombie came into play. Bai Wule narrowed his eyes, spotting the deep black outline resting on the table beneath Tang Xiaoyi's feet. Focusing intently, Bai Wule approached. He placed a hand on Tang Xiaoyi's shoulder to keep him still, then cautiously pressed his hand on the table. Upon confirming the presence of the dark figure, he pushed Tang Xiaoyi off the table. At the same time, he swiftly rotated the spatula, stabbing at the shadow. The metal scraped against the table, producing a jarring sound. Bai Wule had successfully pinned the soul catcher, preventing its escape as it endured the strike. The spatula pierced the shadow's head, and with a slight exertion, he pried out a red core. Simultaneously, the soul catcher king ceased its struggles, its vast, dark silhouette rising quietly from the table, suspended in the room. Congratulations. Time-limited task. Defeat the level 2 soul catcher king. Completed. Rewards for the defeat. Brain Core 1. Soul Catcher King's Contract 1. Points 200. earnings 500. The system is randomly distributing rewards. Please wait. Countdown. 2:59 as the notification of task completion appeared. Shiyu and Hill stared blankly at the light screen, still unaware of what had transpired as the task concluded. Bai Wule had single-handedly dealt with both the Skeleton King and the Soul Catcher King. It seemed that those who had teamed up with him were merely there to fill numbers, lacking any sense of involvement. Tang Xiaoyu exhaled a sigh of relief, silently giving Bai Wule a thumbs up. Once the countdown ended, a notification box appeared on Bai Wule's light screen. You have received the Soul Catcher King's Contract 1. A contract? Not earnings or a brain core. Bai Wule surveyed the room, curious where his food would land. As he received the contract, the red core in his hand transferred to Tang Xiaoyu's possession. Tang Xiaoyu stared at the bloody red core, lost in thought. Lina approached Bai Wule, smiling as she said, "Thank you so much today, sir. Without you, I might have found myself in danger." Side quest. Escort Lina home, completed. Congratulations. Due to your kindness, Lina's affection for you has increased by 20. This regular customer's affection has reached 50, allowing you to hire her at half price. Regular customer's name, Lina. Details, ordinary white-collar worker. Likes fried potatoes? Upon seeing the task completed, Bai Wule simply replied, "It was nothing," before shifting his gaze from the light screen and moving towards the door, awaiting the system to transport them back to their original location. "You are truly impressive." Xia approached, lavishly praising Bai Wule, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Can I join you next time we team up?" Bai Wule replied with a nonchalant hum. Given the scarcity of adventurers in this game, it was likely that the same few individuals would be grouped together repeatedly. Of course, no problem. Feeling the need to keep pace, Shiyu quickly interjected, "Next time, I will practice diligently and won't hold you back." Bai Wule thought to himself that he would definitely kick her out of the team next time. At that moment, Tang Xiaoyu extended a crimson core towards Bai Wule. His expression one of disdain, as if he wished to avoid the hand altogether. "I believe this should be yours." Bai Wule glanced down, asking, "You don't want it? What would I do with it?" Tang Xiaoyu almost blurted out that it was rather disgusting. Bai Wule scrutinized the crimson core for a moment before offering his contract in exchange. "How about we trade?" No. I don't need it." Tang Xiaoyu had no desire to be associated with the creature any further. "I merely came to contribute to the numbers. I would be grateful just to return safely to the safe zone." After shoving the crimson core into Bai Wule's hands, he vigorously wiped his own hands on his apron, even abandoning the spatula used for flipping pancakes. As the system announced the completion of the teleportation, the four of them vanished from the room, each returning to their respective domains. Upon arriving back in the alley, Bai Tang immediately rushed over, affectionately rubbing against his pant leg, as if he had been neglected for ages. Bai Wule crouched down, gently pinching Bai Tang's small ear, while simultaneously retrieving the contract for the Soul Snatcher King. The contract was straightforward, instructing the holder to chant the name of the Soul Snatcher King 3 times, declaring, "Serve me as your master," in order to bind the formidable creature. After reciting the incantation thrice, the light at the far end of the alley suddenly extinguished. A fierce wind swept through, and a deep black shadow loomed above him, resembling a vast net. As Bai Wule took a few steps to the side, the shadow followed suit. Upon reaching the street lamp, the shadow swiftly obscured its light, casting an impenetrable darkness. Bai Wule nodded in satisfaction, although he had not garnered enough revenue from this task to purchase the shop. Possessing this great creature to shield him from the sun was quite advantageous. Suddenly recalling the crimson core in his pocket, Bai Wule reached in and also retrieved a small bag of beef jerky. He noticed that the packaging had inadvertently been stained with the blood of the crimson core. Approaching the ingredients box, he twisted open a bottle of water and meticulously rinsed the bloodied area. "Little one is so warm. This bag of beef jerky must be saved for the little rascal, right? In 4 days, the little rascal would be reunited with his brother. Let us hope he quickly earns enough revenue." Chapter 16. 4 days swiftly elapsed, and Bai Wule unlocked a new area once again. Continuing to extend from the right side of the ordinary shops, an additional stretch of over 10 meters revealed a small grove, which appeared to be a corner of a park. Beneath the trees, there was a long bench, a perfect spot for Bai Wule to seek refuge from the heat during the day. The lush foliage, combined with the shade cast by the Soul Eater King overhead, allowed Bai Wule to finally enjoy the daylight without being tormented by the sun. However, despite this new area being unlocked, the same old skeletons returned at night, with no new monsters emerging. The ghostly flames flickering within the skeletons had now become mere snacks for Bai Wule, who relied on the red core of the Soul Eater King to stave off hunger. With little else to do, Bai Wule picked up a scattered bone and, like a cat toy, amused Bai Tang, who leapt up and down, leaving deep claw marks on the bone. After their playful interlude, Bai Tang pawed at Bai Wule's pocket. Hungry? Bai Wule summoned the light screen and exchanged a pack of cat food for his companion. He poured some into his hand and offered it to Bai Tang. Yet, Bai Tang seemed solely fixated on his left pocket. After sniffing the cat food, it gently scratched twice before gazing up with those big, sparkling eyes, pleading, "Meow." Understanding its intentions, Bai Wule firmly replied, "No." At the sudden change in his tone, Bai Tang lowered its head with a pitiful meow, obediently consuming the cat food from Bai Wule's hand. "Little one, what is your current revenue?" Bai Wule inquired. "Can we pick up Xiaolai tomorrow?" Upon seeing the text prompt, he glanced at his revenue and responded, "Almost there." The remaining revenue displayed as 486, indeed indicating progress. Over these 4 days, thanks to Bai Tang's vending skills and the shared earnings from teaming up with Tang Xiaoye, Bai Wule's revenue had been rapidly increasing. Tonight, Tang Xiaoye had gone to the safe zone to rent a stall, and it was believed that by tonight, they would accumulate enough to purchase the shop. As for the matter of Bai Xiaolai, upon careful reflection, Bai Wule felt a twinge of regret for impulsively agreeing to bring him out. Since he bore such a striking resemblance to himself, Bai Wule found it impossible to remain indifferent. Yet, the thought of having such a noisy child around made his head throb slightly. Moreover, Bai Xiaolai was human. He wondered how the child would react upon discovering his zombie nature. If he began to cry, should Bai Wule return him to school or abandon him on the spot? These questions multiplied in his mind, prompting him to rub his aching temples. At that moment, a familiar scent of alcohol wafted through the air. It appeared to belong to the homeless man who had tried to snatch some liquor on the first day. Following the scent, Bai Wule glanced over, and moments later, a swaying man, embodying the title of a drunken vagrant, ambled into view. Experience from the game had taught Bai Wule that such recurring humans often carried tasks, so he patiently awaited the homeless man's approach. The man, with bleary eyes, finally recognized Bai Wule's visage, and in a sudden fright, recalled the sight of Bai Wule bleeding and shedding skin, swiftly turning to flee. Bai Wule was left bewildered, watching as the man halted abruptly after a few steps. After a few moments of mental preparation, he timidly turned back. If you could give me that bottle of Erguo too, I'll share a secret with you." How about that? The absurdity of the situation struck Bai Wule. Was it truly the case that game NPCs feared players to this extent? The old man's conviction was strong. Even in fear, he did not forget to offer a quest. "Erguo too?" Bai Wule suddenly recalled the bottle of liquor he had obtained on the first day. After a brief contemplation, he rose from the bench, cradling Bai Tang. "Come with me," he reasoned that since the bottle of Erguo too was simply lying around, it was better to exchange it for a secret. He led the homeless man back to the food stall, rummaging through the bottom of the supply box until he retrieved the bottle of liquor and tossed it to him. The homeless man cheerfully accepted the Erguo too, and his title changed to information broker. Clutching the bottle close, he spoke with an air of mystery. "In this city, you must be extremely cautious of rainy weather. Do you understand?" "Why?" Bai Wule inquired, recalling that it had been raining when the main quest was announced, the same day he had met Bai Xiaolai. "Because during rainy days, demons become exceedingly active. They feast on humans. The inhabitants of this city live in fear of demons, hiding in safe places until the rain subsides to survive." The homeless man's expression grew exaggerated, his eyebrows raised as if to emphasize he was not jesting. Bai Wule furrowed his brow. Reflecting on the rain-soaked day, it indeed seemed no one traversed the main streets. Was it truly because of demons? Since arriving in the game, he had only known of monsters, unaware of the existence of demons. "What do demons look like?" Bai Wule asked again. "Well, that's another question altogether. According to game rules, I can only tell you next time." The homeless man shrugged, indicating his helplessness. Bai Wule remained silent. He recalled the scene from when it had rained last, at the boarding school, where the children seemed to carry on with their lessons and play as if nothing was amiss. Did they not know of the demons? This peculiar detail made Bai Wule question the credibility of the homeless man's claims. "Are you telling the truth?" "Of course I am. Why would I deceive you?" The man exclaimed. "But the children at the boarding school I visited during the last rain did not hide. Were they not afraid of demons?" "You mean those boarding schools on the outskirts of the city?" The homeless man clicked his tongue, leisurely twisting the bottle cap back on. "That's a secret for another time." Bai Wule lost patience, firmly gripping the homeless man's shoulder, his emerald eyes radiating a chilling intensity. "Speak now." The homeless man awkwardly chuckled, hastily explaining, "Please don't rush me. It's not that I'm unwilling to tell you. It's that I'm bound by game regulations. I'm merely an NPC providing information. I have my professional ethics. I can only reveal the city's secrets at the appropriate time. You would do better to find a place to take cover from the rain. As a friendly tip, the new streamers can access the safe zone for free the first time, so you can go there to avoid the rain tonight. After delivering this monologue, the homeless man fell silent. No matter how Bai Wule threatened him, the man stubbornly shook his head, resolutely keeping his lips sealed, embodying a sense of self-sacrifice. It appeared that he would reveal nothing further, and Bai Wule reluctantly released him. Once freed, the homeless man bolted away as if fleeing for his life. Oh dear. So this is not merely a typical management game? I am eager to uncover the secrets of this city. Bai Wule mused. Could it be that the schools were established as safe zones by the city? Thus, demons could not invade. Little one, if there is heavy rain tonight, it would be wise to seek refuge in the safe zone. Otherwise, you might get drenched again. Please be cautious. It seems demons are formidable. Glancing at the text on the light screen, Bai Wule smirked slightly. Formidable? Who consumes whom is yet to be determined. He was already impatient to sample the flavor of the demon's rations. As he stroked Bai Tang nestled in his arms, he recalled how pitiful it had looked during the last torrential downpour, akin to a drenched cat, prompting him to consider taking it to the safe zone. Thus, he opened the map and clicked on the bubble marking the safe zone. A few seconds later, Bai Wule was seamlessly transported to the safe zone. It was quite different from what he had envisioned. The safe zone was a uniquely shaped egg-like structure, expansive in size, with transparent glass walls that allowed one to glimpse the bustling activities within. The interior was lively, populated not only by wandering NPCs, but also by a number of unfamiliar streamers. Scattered throughout were various shops and stalls, most of which had bubbles floating above them, indicating they were available for rent. Everywhere he looked, there were humans, as if Bai Wule, a mere zombie, had stumbled into a human stronghold. After pondering for a moment, Bai Wule decided against entering. He pushed the glass door open just a crack and slid in a bag of white sugar. Brother Bai? The voice of Tang Xiaofeng rang in his ears. Turning around, Bai Wule saw Tang Xiaoya, clad in an apron, grilling skewers at the stall closest to the door, while Tang Xiaofeng sat obediently beside her, waving at him. The expression on Tang Xiaoya's face was one of utter astonishment upon seeing Bai Wule in the safe zone. What brings you here? She exclaimed. I came to deliver sugar, Bai Wule replied, intending to close the door and leave. Tang Xiaoya, recovering from her surprise, called out as she opened the door wide. Aren't you coming in? Do you really think I need to enter the safe zone? Bai Wule raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of formidable presence. Tang Xiaoya was momentarily at a loss for words. Glancing back at the white sugar playing with Tang Xiaofeng, she asked, Then why did you bring the cat? It's going to rain heavily tonight. I don't want it getting soaked. And what about you during the downpour? Tang Xiaoya queried again. I don't mind. Bai Wule replied nonchalantly, not even lifting his gaze. Just as he was about to click on the bubble hovering above the territory, two jarring voices caught his attention. Hey, look, that's the streamer Bai Wule. He has a flag above his head. No way, I thought he would be impressive. He looks like just a high school student. If he can't even handle a high schooler, that streamer named Tang Xiaoya must be pretty cowardly, right? Isn't that the truth? Did you forget how old He tried to take over her stall yesterday? She didn't even resist, just let him have it. And what happened? He kicked her several times, nearly dislocating her arm. Upon hearing this, Bai Wule raised his gaze and noticed that Tang Xiaoya had changed into a different outfit. She wore a blue long-sleeve sweatshirt, seemingly intent on concealing something. Bai Wule pushed through the light screen and stepped forward, seizing Tang Xiaoya's arms. What are you doing? Tang Xiaoya winced in pain, attempting to retract her hands. However, Bai Wule gripped her wrist firmly and rolled up her sleeves, revealing the unmistakable bruises on her arms. His expression turned icy as he inquired, Who is old He? Chapter 17. Bai Wule's face was ominously dark, as if shrouded in an unyielding layer of frost. The intensity of his gaze rendered Tang Xiaoya momentarily speechless, the final two words lodged in his throat, forbidding any further inquiry. It was the first time Tang Xiaoya had witnessed Bai Wule so irate. The fury swirling in his eyes was unmistakable. Even during the two previous assaults by Shu Yu, Bai Wule had maintained a mere stoic demeanor, quite unlike the fearsome presence he exuded now. Should Laohong encounter him, it would surely spell his doom. Tang Xiaoya cast a hurried glance around the safe zone, where the atmosphere remained lively and vibrant, yet Laohong was nowhere to be seen. He pondered briefly before mustering a smile. Perhaps he was absent today, and if not. However, Bai Wule abruptly interrupted Tang Xiaoya's thoughts. Speaking as he pushed open the door to the safe zone, resolute in his intent to confront Lao Hong. The interior of the safe zone mirrored Bai Wule's observations from outside. The space was expansive, featuring a white circular pillar at its center, surrounded by a ring of seating where patrons were gathered, enjoying their meals amidst jovial chatter. While it was not uncommon for a streamer to appear in the safe zone, Bai Wule's distinctive flag and his ethereal, noble aura made him the focal point of attention upon his entrance. Upon seeing his master, Bai Tang let out a soft meow and promptly leaped from Tang Xiaofeng's embrace. Rubbing against Bai Wule's trouser leg, Bai Wule bent down to scoop him up, gently pinching his little ears. The sight of the handsome young man with his adorable pet drew the attention of many young women. Noticing Bai Wule standing motionless before a barbecue stall, a few bold girls, emboldened by the prospect of buying skewers, stealthily approached. "Hello." One girl mustered the courage to wave at Bai Wule, smiling as she inquired, "Your cat is so cute. What is his name?" Yet, Bai Wule merely shot her a cold glance before returning to caressing Bai Tang's ears, clearly uninterested in engaging with her. Sensing the chill of rejection, the girl felt awkward and exchanged a glance with her companion, her expression one of quiet disappointment. Tang Xiaoya quickly discerned the ulterior motives behind the girl's interest and, while flipping the skewers, interjected, "Do you want it spicy?" The girl absent-mindedly responded with a faint aha. Initially, the skewers were merely a pretext to strike up a conversation with Bai Wule, so her enthusiasm was lacking. After a few moments of silence, Tang Xiaoya handed the grilled skewers to the girl. She accepted them, her lips moving as if she were about to say something more to Bai Wule. Fearing she might provoke Bai Wule, who was clearly irked, Tang Xiaoya hurriedly approached him, feigning familiarity as he draped an arm over his shoulder. "I remember you don't like spicy food, right?" Bai Wule frowned and swatted Tang Xiaoya's hand away, his displeasure evident in his expression, as if to say, "What is wrong with you?" The girl stood stunned, watching as Tang Xiaoya continued to converse animatedly with Bai Wule, her companion pulling her away discreetly. Tang Xiaoya sighed in relief as he observed Bai Wule still wearing a dark expression, swallowing the words of persuasion that had risen in his throat. To be honest, Tang Xiaoya felt somewhat touched. He had not anticipated Bai Wule would defend him so fiercely. It seemed the dramas were not misleading. Vampires could indeed be quite benevolent. He mused. At that moment, Tang Xiaofeng, who had been sitting on a small stool, suddenly stood up, extending her little arms in front of Tang Xiaoya. "Brother, that bad guy who bullied you yesterday is back." Tang Xiaoya looked up, and, sure enough, Lao Hong was approaching, flanked by two henchmen. This was dire. Tang Xiaoya turned to see Bai Wule's gaze already fixed upon Lao Hong. Given Bai Wule's strength, it was likely he could dispatch Lao Hong with a single blow. Tang Xiaoya quickly dashed forward to block Lao Hong's path. "What do you want now?" He desperately gestured for Lao Hong to leave. Lao Hong misconstrued Tang Xiaoya's frantic signals as a challenge and seized his collar. "Kid, do you have any idea who you're talking to? It seems I went easy on you yesterday." As he spoke, Lao Hong raised his fist to strike. However, before his punch could land, he suddenly felt his wrist ensnared by an immense force. Turning to see a youth beside him, he was taken aback. "You give me." Lao Hong's words were cut short as he felt his arm being wrenched violently. The intense pain compelled him to release Tang Xiaoya, who staggered back, grimacing in agony. The two henchmen, realizing the commotion, attempted to intervene but were swiftly dispatched by Bai Wule's powerful kicks, rendering them incapacitated on the ground. The ruckus drew the attention of everyone in the safe zone. I'm sorry. Please let me go." Lao Hong's face turned crimson from pain. Recognizing Bai Wule's flag, he realized he was Tang Xiaoya's captain and pleaded, "I won't dare again. I promise." Yet, Bai Wule showed no intention of relenting. With a forceful tug, he dislocated Lao Hong's left arm, then seized him by the throat, slamming him down onto the ground with a resounding thud that echoed ominously. "Good job, Brother Bai." Tang Xiaofeng cheered from the side, recalling how this very individual had bullied her brother yesterday, landing several strikes upon him. Bai Wule glanced sideways. "Several strikes?" Tang Xiaofeng paused, furrowing her brow as she counted on her fingers before exclaiming, "There were 100. "That is impossible," Lao Hong exclaimed, his face paling in fear. Bai Wule turned his attention back to him, his voice low and menacing. "Then it shall be 100. I swear it wasn't 100. I only kicked him a few times." "Doesn't matter." Lao Hong was frantic, straining with all his might to escape. Yet, the youth's strength was overwhelming. With a single hand, he pinned Lao Hong down effortlessly. In stark contrast to Lao Hong's frantic struggles, Bai Wule remained calm and composed. While maintaining his grip on Lao Hong, he leisurely browsed the items available for exchange on the screen. "Bai Wule, Tang Xiaoya's urgent shout snapped Bai Wuliao's focus back. He glanced down, realizing a small knife had been plunged into his abdomen. Lao Hong was twisting the blade with a vicious intent. In the silence, the sound of flesh being torn was audible, and in the next instant, the crowd erupted in screams, their emotions more fervent than those of the victim himself. Brother! Bai Gu is bleeding. Tang Xiaofeng, horrified by the sight of blood, began to wail. Without a second thought, Tang Xiaoya rushed forward, gripping Lao Hong's hand fiercely in an attempt to wrest the knife away from him. Get away! Bai Wule remained remarkably composed, gesturing for Tang Xiaoya to step aside, as if the injury were of no concern to him. With a powerful grip, he yanked the knife from Lao Hong's grasp and held it firmly. The 5-centimeter blade had embedded itself deep within Bai Wule's abdomen. Had he been an ordinary person, it would indeed be life-threatening. Why you? How could you? Lao Hong stood frozen, his fear evident as he stared at Bai Wule in terror. Bai Wule regarded him with disdain, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Exuding a dangerous aura, the bloodied knife glinted ominously in his hand before he swiftly thrust it into Lao Hong's shoulder. Aya! Lao Hong's anguished screams reverberated throughout the space. Tang Xiaoya snapped back to reality, quickly embracing Tang Xiaofeng and covering her eyes. Brother, is Bai Gu okay? She cried out amidst her sobs. Tang Xiaoya hurriedly reassured her. Yes, he's fine. Yet, despite his words, his expression betrayed his evident concern, knowing well that Bai Wule had been injured because of him. You too. Bind him up. Bai Wule tossed a coarse hemp rope to the 2 henchmen of Old Black. The henchmen exchanged glances and hurriedly crawled over to retrieve the rope, binding Old Black tightly. Rising to his feet, Bai Wule gestured towards the area outside the safety zone, instructing them to drag him out and administer 100 strikes before releasing him. The henchmen nodded obediently and hoisted Old Black, making their way outside. Wait. Bai Wule glanced at Tang Xiaofeng and added, take him to an inconspicuous place and gag him. Understood. Bai Wule fixed his gaze on them until the 3 figures vanished into the darkness, then turned his attention to the stained floor, marred by his own blood. He summoned a towel from the light screen and tossed it to Tang Xiaoya, saying, you clean this up. Tang Xiaoya paused upon receiving the towel, his gaze falling on Bai Wule's wound. Do you need to bandage it? No need. It will be fine soon, Bai Wule replied, crouching down to gently stroke the head of Bai Tang, exuding an air of tranquility, as if the earlier fury and conflict had never transpired. At that moment, Tang Xiaofeng approached Bai Wule, sniffling. Brother Bai, you're bleeding. Are you really okay? I'm fine, Bai Wule responded, suddenly feeling that remaining there was too burdensome. After releasing Bai Tang, he stood and headed towards the doorway. Thank you. Tang Xiaoya hurriedly stepped forward to express his gratitude. Upon hearing this, Bai Wule abruptly halted, turning back with a look of confusion. Thank me for what? Tang Xiaoya was taken aback by the question. For helping me today. Helping you with what? I merely found him irritating for affecting my revenue, Bai Wule said. I could have had a place to shelter from the sun and rain last night. But he injured you. Even now, I still can't purchase the shop. You need to work hard tonight to make up for last night's lost revenue. Understand? Tang Xiaoya was bewildered. Is it really for this reason? In an instant, all prior sentiments of gratitude dissipated. What else could it be? Bai Wule scoffed, pushing the door open and stepping out of the safety zone. What an arrogant little brat. I refuse to believe he is upset merely over business. It must be because Tang Bao was bullied. Agreed, I don't believe it either. Agreed. Chapter 18. As Bai Wule stepped out of the safety zone, raindrops as large as beans began to fall. Upon returning to his territory, the rain intensified. He picked up an umbrella from the ground and made his way towards a nearby shop. Thanks to the young woman who had approached him in the safety zone, he finally had enough earnings to purchase a small house to shelter from the rain. Bai Wule trudged through the downpour, with the Soul Catcher King floating above him, shielding him from much of the rain, leaving only his pant legs somewhat damp. In the midst of the tempest, the streets fell into a profound silence, devoid of even a single passing vehicle. The entire city seemed enveloped in an eerie stillness. After successfully acquiring the shop, Bai Wule received a key. The bubble above the shop transformed into Bai Wule's ordinary shop. He opened the door and was immediately greeted by a pungent odor of dust, suggesting the small house had been abandoned for quite some time. The vacant room offered no allure for exploration, and after placing the umbrella at the entrance, he leaned against the wall, observing the view through the expansive glass window. The dim glow of the streetlights illuminated the incessantly falling raindrops, and within mere minutes, water had accumulated significantly on one side of the road, submerging even the grass at the entrance. Branches swayed in the wind, seemingly on the verge of breaking. It must be said, having a roof over his head during the rain was indeed a blessing. Sitting inside, Bai Wule felt a sense of calm, as if he could remain unmoved while the torrential rain poured outside, unlike the last time when he was soaked through and utterly embarrassed. Suddenly, several options flashed on the screen. Congratulations! You have acquired an ordinary shop. What type of shop would you like to open? A. Summer classic milk tea shop. B. Winter warm Odin shop. C. Daily convenience store. D. Year-round fruit shop. Bai Wule fell into contemplation. He was uncertain of the nature of these shops. Occasionally, he had glimpsed their names in the apocalypse, but the interiors had always been in disarray, making it impossible to discern any differences. Concluding that such matters should be inquired of a human, Bai Wule recited the notification on the screen, sending the text to Tang Xiaoyi for his advice. Within a minute, Tang Xiaoyi responded, suggesting the convenience store. His reasoning was that for Bai Wule, a convenience store would be the least troublesome, merely requiring him to sit inside, observe the merchandise, and wait for customers to make purchases and collect payments. The milk tea shop and Odin shop required hands-on preparation, which he dismissed. Fruits had a short shelf life and were prone to rotting, which he also disregarded. Bai Wule found Tang Xiaoyi's reasoning sound and opted for the convenience store. You have chosen the daily convenience store. Your ordinary shop is undergoing renovation. Please wait. Renovation countdown. 59, 58. Warning. For your safety, please do not remain indoors during the renovation. Bai Wule. He glanced outside at the torrential rain. What does this mean? I have to go out? Warning. For your safety, please do not remain indoors during the renovation. Bai Wule regretted clicking the option so hastily. The notification on the screen flickered insistently, urging him to step outside and wait. With no other choice, he picked up the umbrella and stood beneath the eaves. Poor little one. The world-renowned painting titled The Boy Forced to Stand in the Rain Due to Shop Renovation. Should the little one seek refuge at the school of the little rascal for a while? School? This thought sparked inspiration in Bai Wule. He opened the map and discovered that the gray bubble hovering over the boarding school had turned green. The gray bubble indicated a location that could not be accessed. Only the green bubble permitted teleportation. After the rain had ceased that day, Bai Wule noticed the bubble remained gray, pondering how to teleport there. To his surprise, with the onset of rain, the bubble had immediately transformed to green. Could it be that the school was somehow connected to the rain? Bai Wule resolved to investigate. Just as he prepared to click the bubble, a cacophony of clattering echoed through the downpour as a throng of skeletons emerged from the shadows. Typically, he encountered no more than 7 skeletons at a time, yet today there were dozens, jostling towards him. The ghostly flames flickering on their foreheads shone even brighter than before. Bai Wule hesitated for a moment, dismissing the screen to prioritize satisfying his hunger. He approached with the umbrella, plucking a cluster of ghostly flames and tasting them, finding them even sweeter than usual. His appetite intensified, and he licked his lips, eager to consume them all. The skeletal army seemed more ferocious than usual, roaring as they charged towards Bai Wule. He wished to avoid entangling himself with them in the rain, stepping back beneath the eaves and quietly commanding, "Kill." In an instant, the enormous soul catcher king swooped forward, effortlessly enveloping dozens of skeletons. Their roars ceased abruptly, leaving only the sound of bones clattering to the ground. When the soul catcher king unfolded again, the entire roadway was strewn with bones. Clusters of blue ghostly flames gathered, reaching nearly half his height. Under the escort of the soul catcher king, they flew to Bai Wule's side. Bai Wule opened his mouth slightly, slowly inhaling the mass of ghostly flames. After consuming them, he felt a warmth in the wound on his abdomen. He lifted his shirt to find that the knife wound had healed and flattened. At that moment, a gentle, melodious male voice emerged from the darkness. "I didn't expect to encounter such a handsome young man on a rainy day. How fortunate." Bai Wule jerked his head up. The emerald hue of his eyes flickered with murderous intent. This voice was alarmingly close. It seemed to be only a few dozen meters away. For reasons unknown, Bai Wule's keen senses appeared dulled this night, as he had not heard the approach of anyone nearby. Not only had he failed to hear any sound, but he hadn't even caught a whiff of an unfamiliar presence. This unexpected sensation made him tense up. He squinted, scanning in the direction from which the voice came. Soon, a young man holding a red umbrella emerged from the darkness, dressed in a black and red tailcoat, with waist-length black hair fluttering in the wind. His crimson eyes gleamed like congealed blood, emanating an aura of danger. Upon seeing Bai Wule, the young man halted and inclined his body slightly in a bow, a gesture of friendliness. His every movement exuded an air of elegance. Upon noticing the heap of bones, a wider smile spread across his face. Undeterred by Bai Wule's hostile glare, The young man advanced, stepping upon the bones, which cracked and crumbled beneath his feet. Standing out in the rain is quite perilous. Young man, haven't you heard that demons feast on humans during rainy days? The young man smiled, pausing under the eaves, now merely a meter away from Bai Wule. Bai Wule glanced at him, his jade-green eyes brimming with joy. Who eats whom is yet to be determined. He inhaled a tantalizing scent from the red-eyed young man, one he had never encountered before. This rich allure sparked an impulse within him to leap forward and rend the young man apart. The red-eyed young man scrutinized Bai Wule from head to toe, a glint of cunning appearing in his blood-red eyes. So, you're not human after all. No wonder you don't possess the scent I desire. But that's fine. With your looks, you'd make a splendid pillow. Bai Wule chose not to waste time with this peculiar young man. He bared his sharp fangs and lunged towards him with a fierce roar. Upon seeing Bai Wule's charge, the young man chuckled lightly, leaping back effortlessly to evade the attack. He nonchalantly twirled the umbrella. The scattered white bones suddenly seemed to receive some sort of command, gathering in the air to form a colossal net of bones. Poised for action. Seize that young man. The bone net responded instantly, swiftly lunging towards Bai Wule. Bai Wule leapt up, landing atop the shop's roof, and commanded the soul-devouring king to charge at the bone net. With a thunderous roar, the soul-devouring king and the bone net hovered in the air, locked in a standoff. Ah, so my soul-devouring king has been defeated by you, young man. It appears we are indeed fated to cross paths. The red-eyed boy chuckled, twirling his umbrella with glee. Bai Wule frowned, casting a glance at the two confrontational creatures in the air before suddenly leaping sideways, charging towards the boy. The boy abruptly looked up, his smile radiant. Unfortunately, young man, although you have contracted my soul-devouring king, he will not heed your commands in front of me, his master. What? Before Bai Wule could react, the previously opposing bone net and soul-devouring king advanced towards him in unison. Bai Wule intended to evade using their momentum, but the bone net and soul-devouring king unexpectedly split apart, completely blocking his escape route. In an instant, they descended upon him with a force that shook the ground, creating a deep crater. Under their oppressive weight, Bai Wule lay in the pit, immobilized. Indeed, demons and monsters were on entirely different levels. A single demon could so easily force him into such a dire situation. It was truly terrifying. Struggling to rise, Bai Wule suddenly felt a surge of warmth rise within him and coughed up blood. My dear, are you all right? He exclaimed, lamenting. I take back my earlier praise for this handsome boy. How dare he bully my dear one? Woe is me, my dear has coughed up blood. The screen of light. Also trapped in the pit, brimmed with concern. Though he felt no pain, Bai Wule was certain his insides had sustained damage. Young man, you can't possibly be dying so soon, can you? Hearing no response from the pit for a while, the boy crouched at its edge, commanding the soul-devouring king and the bone net to withdraw immediately. Upon seeing the blood pooling beneath Bai Wule, the boy hurriedly jumped into the pit. Oh dear, I hope I haven't damaged your fine appearance. He rushed to Bai Wule's side, gently turning his face towards him. Bai Wule lay with his eyes closed, tranquil as if in a deep slumber. Seeing that Bai Wule's features remained unscathed, the red-eyed boy sighed in relief. Lightly brushing away the blood at the corner of his mouth, chuckling, you look quite charming with blood at the corner of your lips, young man. Chapter 19. The young man was recklessly toying with Bai Wule's lips when, suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he looked down to see Bai Wule's pale arm embedded in his chest. Bai Wule opened his eyes, his emerald gaze contrasting strikingly with the crimson, exuding an unusual beauty. When he smiled, it revealed a beguiling charm. With a swift motion, he withdrew his arm from the young man's chest, blood gushing forth immediately. Seizing the moment while the young man was distracted, Bai Wule leaped back, landing at the edge of a large pit. He glanced at the object in his hand, a shimmering droplet, reminiscent of a crystal-clear gem, which he had never seen before. How detestable! How dare you touch someone else's chest? The young man slowly stood up, his speech as clear as ever, showing no signs of weakness despite his injury. The playful smile on his face remained, tinged with mockery. Bai Wule narrowed his eyes, watching in disbelief as the wound on the young man's chest healed within mere seconds, leaving only a tear in his tailcoat as evidence of the injury. What an alarming regenerative ability. Compared to him, Bai Wule's own healing was significantly slower. He dared not underestimate the situation, keeping his gaze firmly fixed on the young man, his body poised in a heightened state of alertness. Oh dear. That was my favorite outfit. How could you ruin it? In stark contrast to Bai Wule's tension, The young man appeared relaxed, pouting playfully as he chastised Bai Wule for damaging his clothing. This tone caused Bai Wule to frown. It seemed the young man regarded him with indifference. As they faced off, the young man continued to examine his torn tuxedo, evidently unconcerned that Bai Wule might suddenly attack. Perhaps he possessed an unwavering confidence in his own invincibility. Even if Bai Wule were to strike, he believed he would remain unscathed. Bai Wule's focus remained on the young man, the gem in his hand radiating an enticing aura that provoked his hunger. After a moment's contemplation, he popped it into his mouth. The gem dissolved instantly, but unlike the delightful flavors of food he had previously encountered, this one was rich yet devoid of any remarkable sensation. His body felt neither warmth nor reaction. Suddenly, the young man lifted his head, as if struck by a brilliant idea, and clapped his hands excitedly. "I've got it. I can sew your skin onto my clothing. It would surely look exquisite." Bai Wule. How absurd. The young man waved his small red umbrella lightly, summoning the skeletal net and the soul-devouring king, which rushed towards them. Drawing from his past experience, Bai Wule nimbly jumped aside, landing against a concrete wall. What is this? A series of strange characters flashed in Bai Wule's mind. Although he had never seen them before, their meaning was instantly clear: commands to control the soul-devouring king. As if guided by instinct, he closed his eyes and began to chant. At the moment he finished, the approaching soul-devouring king suddenly hesitated, then forcefully broke through the skeletal net beside it. With a resounding crash, bones shattered and scattered across the ground. The young man, taken aback for a few seconds, soon burst into laughter. "So you have pilfered some of my summoning abilities, huh? Quite impressive. But it's all right. The soul-devouring king is merely one of my weakest summons. If you like it, I shall gift it to you." The young man leaped from the pit, landing gracefully in the middle of the road. When he closed his umbrella, his entire aura transformed dramatically. What a rare opportunity. "Let me show you my latest pet." He giggled, suddenly thrusting the red umbrella down against the ground. Instantly, a thunderous rumble resonated, and the ground began to shake violently. Cracks erupted around the umbrella, extending into previously unexplored territories. The fissures spread like a spider's web, releasing swirling black mist. In the next moment, the black fog erupted, creating a shockwave that forced Bai Wule to step back. A deafening roar reverberated through the air as a colossal beast erupted from beneath the young man's feet, nearly tearing apart the entire area. Debris flew everywhere. Bai Wule focused on the creature, noting its greenish skin and human-like bulk. Its imposing height was intimidating, resembling a mountain that loomed before him, with bulging red eyes the size of a room, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Particularly striking was the young man's diminutive figure standing atop its head, rendering the creature's size even more formidable. In order to converse with Bai Wule, the young man had to shout, "What do you think? Do you like my new pet? His name is Baloo, the largest demon from the Void Realm." Bai Wule. The young man waited a few minutes, but when he heard no response from Bai Wule, he leaned over to look at the tiny figure on Baloo's head, which appeared as small as an insect. Seeing Bai Wule motionless, the young man clicked his tongue. "What should we do, Baloo? Have we frightened him?" The young man opened the umbrella and, with a graceful leap, landed in Baloo's hand. "Come on, Baloo, let us go comfort him." Baloo let out a roar and began descending slowly, carrying the young man. As they neared the concrete wall, the young man suddenly called for a stop. He observed Bai Wule's expression remained as calm as ever, seemingly unfazed by Baloo's presence. The young man's eyes sparkled with mischief. He was eager to witness Bai Wule's reaction to fear. "Baloo, it seems our friend here quite likes you. Go play with him." With a thunderous roar, Baloo lifted the young man to his head while swiftly pressing down toward Bai Wule. Unlike the previous soul-devouring king, Baloo, despite its massive size, moved with surprising speed. As Bai Wule dodged, the concrete wall was crushed to rubble beneath the force of Baloo's descent. One could scarcely imagine the fate that would have befallen Bai Wule had he been just a second slower. Bai Wule paused momentarily atop a shop roof before leaping into a small grove, where he picked up a branch and began drawing a circle on the ground. At that moment, the young man sensed something amiss. He fixed his gaze on Bai Wule for several seconds, noticing the latter's lips moving as if reciting something, while his hand traced intricate symbols within the circle. Was he summoning something? Alarmed, the young man commanded Baloo, "Baloo, go capture that little friend of mine." Baloo roared and brought his fist crashing down toward Bai Wule. The ground trembled violently, trees snapped, and mud splattered everywhere. The young man was still focused on the grove when suddenly, Baloo emitted a horrific scream, its massive form swaying dangerously. Upon closer inspection, he saw Baloo's hands soaked in blood, with clear bite marks from a demon, emanating a dark mist. Meanwhile, Bai Wule stood unfazed, casually resting his hands in his pockets. The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. Could he have truly summoned a demon? Yet, there was nothing around him. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and the young man looked up sharply. A mass of black mist surged toward him. In a panic, he opened his umbrella and jumped. Baloo, protect me. Baloo obeyed his master's command, extending its bloody hands to shield against the oncoming black mist. The dark mist swiftly penetrated Baloo's hand, settling steadily upon the ground. As the mist unfurled, a majestic white wolf manifested itself. The howling of the wolf echoed, and the black mark upon its forehead shimmered brilliantly, unleashing a myriad of black chains that surged menacingly towards the boy. Could it truly be the pup of the Void Realm's Azure Wolf? The Azure Wolf was known for its aloof demeanor, never having accepted a summoning. How could this be? In the fleeting moment of the boy's distraction, the black chains ensnared him completely, poised to crush him at Bai Wu's command. Bai Wu slowly raised his hand, prepared to tighten his fist when, out of nowhere, a red rose floated gracefully down upon the entangled black chains. Almost instantaneously, the red rose blossomed rapidly, entwining around each chain. With a resounding bang, the black chains shattered, their fragments scattering in all directions. Xian, you are wasting time here again. The king will not be pleased if he finds out. A woman clad in a purple qipao appeared atop the giant Baru. Her black princess-cut hairstyle complemented her amber eyes, adding a touch of allure to her icy demeanor. She toyed with a vivid red rose, gazing down at Bai Wu. After a moment, she diverted her gaze and tossed the rose toward the boy. The blooms connected, weaving into a rope that encircled the boy's waist, lifting him upward. Ouch! Sister Jiyu, can you not remove the thorns from the rose? It hurts, Xian exclaimed, grimacing in pain. The woman scoffed and turned away. I cannot. Baru, let us depart. Baru responded affirmatively, slowly shifting his massive form. Hey, big brother. I'll come find you again on a rainy day, Xian shouted. Just then, the rose halted at a certain height, leaving him suspended in midair, swaying gently. Xian froze, panicking. Sister Jiyu, please pull me up. This is a punishment for your time wasting. Jiyu replied, catching sight of several black chains approaching. She swiftly cast out a few roses in response. The roses blossomed once more upon the iron chains, rapidly disintegrating them. Big brother, what brings you here? Jiyu inquired, peering out to see Bai Wu riding the white wolf, one hand resting firmly on Xian's shoulder. Come down, it's time to fight. Bai Wu, having just ignited interest, was not about to let his opponent slip away easily. As Xian was about to be engulfed by the darkness, Bai Wu hurriedly grasped his long hair. And without hesitation, a rose flew forth, neatly severing the hair in his grasp. Xian? The next moment, a wail erupted from the darkness. My hair. Chapter 20. Bai Wule felt a lightness in his hand, leaving behind a clump of black hair from Xian. The unresolved darkness formed an insurmountable barrier, preventing Bai Wule from advancing further. The white wolf let out a howl, seemingly still caught up in the excitement of the battle, directing its voice towards the encroaching darkness. Its perked ears twitched as the scattered fragments of iron chains returned to the black pattern upon its forehead. Bai Wule gently patted the white wolf before jumping to the ground. In truth, Bai Wule had merely been experimenting, projecting the strange symbols and sigils that had appeared in his mind, never expecting to summon a demon. Yet, he had conjured a majestic white wolf. The wolf was undeniably impressive. The moment it emerged from the sigil, Bai Wule felt a sudden illumination. As a demon, the white wolf was enveloped in swirling black mist. Yet its fur remained pristine, untouched by the slightest speck of dirt, even amidst the torrential rain. Its azure eyes resembled a deep, cold pond, emanating a commanding aura. Coupled with the black pattern on its forehead, it exuded an air of grandeur. Rather than merely a demon, it appeared more akin to a steed under the command of a deity, a figure of sacred aloofness. The presence of the wolf also underscored the immense power of the gem. It seemed that the gem not only satiated Bai Wule's hunger, but also bestowed upon him newfound abilities. To possess such potent power within a single gem filled Bai Wule with an insatiable desire for the demon race. Congratulations. Player Bai Wule has acquired a new ability, Void Summoning. Personal level, level 6. Player type, Adventurer. The system will automatically assess your gaming behavior. Ability description. By invoking the sigil and swearing an oath, you can summon and contract demons from the Void Realm, commanding them as your own. Note, the summoned demon's level cannot exceed your personal level. Hurry and level up by defeating monsters. Warning, do not summon too many demons, or you may face backlash. Bai Wuliao's gaze lingered on the final warning, and a smile involuntarily curved his lips. It appeared that multiple demons could be summoned simultaneously. He glanced at the white wolf beside him and closed his eyes once more. A series of peculiar symbols and letters surfaced in his mind. In a low, resonant chant, he picked up a sharp stone from the ground and traced a circle on the earth. The lines intertwined, forming a symmetrical and aesthetically pleasing sigil within the circle. With a commanding voice, Bai Wuliao called forth, "Come." The sigil erupted with a surge of black mist. Bai Wuliao stepped back, his eyes gleaming with uncontainable anticipation. Watching this, it was as if he saw himself addicted to the thrill of drawing cards. What would he summon next? His excitement was palpable. As the heavy rain gradually dispersed the black mist, the sigil lay bare, nothing having emerged. Bai Wuliao furrowed his brow. Was this a failed summoning? Yet, there was a peculiar sensation lingering in the air. Suddenly, the white wolf emitted a low howl, retrieving something and tossing it to Bai Wuliao. Looking down, he found a small green figure in his hand. It was roughly the size of a hand, with a round head and body formed from green vines. Two black eyes embedded within, exuding an odd yet endearing charm. Dressed in a slightly comical pair of tattered overalls, two green leaves sprouted atop its head. Swaying in the breeze, it seemed fearful of the rain, as the little green figure desperately attempted to shield its leafy head with its tiny hands. But its short arms couldn't reach. It gazed timidly at Bai Wuliao, who returned its gaze with a complex expression. For a moment, their emotions were inscrutable. "Oh, so it was such an adorable little demon? Oh, how I adore this." The little creature bore a striking resemblance to my own disappointment when I attempted to draw an SSR card, but ended up with an N card instead. Compared to the magnificent white wolf he had just summoned, this little one was vastly inferior. Bai Wuliao thought to himself that the disparity was not negligible. One was an imposing white wolf, while the other was a pitiful little green figure. There was simply no comparison. Disheartened, Bai Wuliao glanced at the information displayed on the screen. "Congratulations, you have acquired a demon, green infant." Demon description: a peace-loving, nature-admiring little demon, born timid and prone to tears. Skills: sticky ointment. Level: 1, max level, 50, quality, C. Congratulations, you have acquired a demon, guardian of the void, young wolf. Demon description: a sentinel of the void, proud and fierce. Naturally combative. Skills: frenzied wolf iron chains. Level: 5, max level, 50, quality, SSS. The information box for the green infant was positioned right next to the white wolf, making the comparison between the two demons starkly apparent. It also revealed to Bai Wuliao that not all demons were powerful. He kicked away the sigil drawn on the ground, resolving to exercise caution in future summoning attempts. He could not bear another little creature like this one. The green infant, now in Bai Wuliao's hands, let out a pitiful squeak. Bai Wuliao looked down, wiping the water from the little demon's body before placing it in his pocket. The Soul Eater King returned to perch atop Bai Wuliao's head, shielding him from the rain. Without the rain pouring down, the green infant's courage grew, and it perched on the edge of Bai Wuliao's pocket, its curious little eyes sparkling as it surveyed the world. The white wolf shook off the rainwater, appearing annoyed by the damp weather. Despite having accepted Bai Wuliao's summoning, it maintained a certain distance, proudly holding its head high. Bai Wuliao approached, placing his hand upon the white wolf's forehead, attempting to invoke the spell for demon transformation from his mind to shield the wolf from the rain. After reciting the incantation, a flash of white light enveloped the wolf, which vanished in an instant. A silver ear chain materialized on Bai Wuliao's left ear, with a lake blue bead hanging from it that aligned with his jawline, faintly resonating with the low howl of the white wolf. It was Bai Wuliao's first time adorning his ear with jewelry, and he felt somewhat awkward. Leaning closer to the screen, his increasingly handsome visage elicited a flurry of excitement from the display. "Oh my, the little one has an ear chain now. How dashing. Oh no, I feel my maternal instincts shifting. My dear child, mother loves you." Not really. After closing the information boxes for the green infant and the white wolf, a notification banner suddenly appeared at the center of the screen. "Would you like to spend 500 points and 680 in revenue to repair the entire damaged area?" Bai Wuliao stared at the staggering revenue figure, his temples throbbing. Only then did he realize the extent of the devastation in the aftermath of the battle. Aside from the abyssal pit left by Baloo, there was a collapsed concrete wall to his right, 2 severed trees at the shop's entrance, and the ground littered with bones and debris. The scene was so chaotic that using the term devastation seemed almost an understatement. Every shattered piece emitted bubbling sounds. inquiring whether Bai Wule wished to spend points and revenue to repair the damage, leaving him feeling dizzy and overwhelmed. As for the points, Bai Wule had accumulated enough during his battles with the skeletal army in Xian. However, the revenue, over 10,000 yuan. Surely Tang Xiao, you would be exhausted. Boom. Just as he was fixated on the screen, the pit beneath him collapsed further, prompting Bai Wule to leap aside. Looking at the notification box again, the required revenue had increased by another 300 yuan. Bai Wule dismissed the notification boxes crowding his screen one by one. Suddenly, a reminder caught his eye. Congratulations. You have acquired a strand of long hair from the Azura clan 1. Note, it is rumored that a mysterious organization in the city is offering high prices for such items. Be sure to check the trading hall. Click on the broadcaster's store to access my universal trading hall for sale items. Upon seeing this, Bai Wule hurriedly picked up the hair he had carelessly discarded earlier. Following the system's prompt, he clicked to view the items available for sale. Currently available for sale, Azura clan's long hair 1, estimated price, 20,000 yuan. Such an exorbitant price? Bai Wule was taken aback. Regret suddenly washed over him for not having gathered more. He promptly listed the hair for sale. And before he could exit the trading panel, the system notified him that the transaction was complete. The 20,000 yuan profit was instantly credited to his account. This was astonishingly swift. Bai Wule quickly clicked the repair button to restore the damaged area. Warning, for your safety, please do not remain outdoors during the area repair. Yet another incessantly flashing notification box. Previously, it had callously expelled Bai Wule from the shop, and now it sought to drive him back in. With no other choice, Bai Wule leapt a few steps to the shop's entrance, kicking aside the tree that blocked the door. Just as he was about to enter, he noticed the screen indicated that the shop's renovation would not conclude for another 10 minutes. This placed Bai Wule in a contradictory predicament. He could neither enter the shop nor remain outside, leaving him without a refuge. After some contemplation, he chose to stand beneath the eaves, waiting for the shop's renovation to finish in 10 minutes. Per little one, once again without a place to stay. The heavy rain showed no signs of abating. In the dense forest on the outskirts of the city, Ji Lu traversed the woods, holding a flower umbrella woven from roses. With each step, a rose would bloom upon the muddy ground, and by gently tapping her toes, she could leap to the next rose, resulting in surprisingly clean shoes despite the surrounding yellow mud. Suddenly, she cast a cold glance over her shoulder, swiftly tossing a rose behind her. The rose landed directly on a small red umbrella held by a figure behind her. The silhouette beneath the red umbrella froze momentarily, silently retracting the hand that had been holding scissors. In stark contrast to Ji Li's graceful demeanor, Xian appeared considerably more disheveled. After commanding the giant beast Ba Lu to return underground, he could only trudge through the yellow earth, his shoes caked with mud as he followed her. He lifted the red umbrella, looking at Ji Lu with a face full of grievance. Did you deliberately cut my hair? Chapter 21. Xian's eyes were rimmed with red, and his face was so cold it seemed it might drip with water. His once proud waist-length hair had been reduced to shoulder length, causing him to weep throughout the journey. In the heat of the moment, who was to blame for his hair being grasped by that person? Ji Lu glanced sideways, her expression impassive. You could have simply broken his hand. Why did you have to sever my hair? Xian retorted, still displeased. Because Ji Lu paused, suddenly turning her head, a glint of mischievousness flashing in her eyes. Didn't he want to turn him into a pillow? If I broke a hand, wouldn't he look unsightly? For a moment, Xian was indeed swayed by her words. After a few seconds of reflection, he sensed something amiss and exclaimed, how did you know I wanted to turn him into a pillow? Were you lurking nearby the entire time? Ji Lu remained silent, but the smirk tugging at her lips betrayed her. She had indeed been nearby, standing at the edge of darkness. After noticing Xian's reckless dash, she had followed, initially intending to pull him away, only to find him embroiled in a fight with a boy. The boy exuded no hint of humanity, resembling a lifeless corpse. The following events were even more unexpected for Ji Lu. Not only was Xian injured, but he had also summoned the giant Baru to confront the boy. The boy, inheriting Xian's summoning abilities, called forth a pup of the Void Realm's guardian, the Songlong, and nearly defeated Xian. This only intensified Ji Lu's curiosity. Had it not been for Xian's peril, she would have preferred to continue observing from the shadows, eager to see what further surprises the boy might unveil. Seeing that Ji Lu had not responded for a long time, and in a fit of anger, Xian lost interest in conversing with her. He stomped heavily in a muddy puddle, splattering dirty water everywhere. The two walked one behind the other for nearly 10 minutes before finally arriving at a clean cement staircase. Outside the black gate stood an elderly man in a striped polo shirt, trembling as he awaited their arrival. Upon seeing them approach, the old man forced a smile that looked more painful than tears. You've come. His facial muscles twitched involuntarily. Ji-Lu acknowledged him with a sound, transforming the rose-patterned umbrella in her hand into a long vine concealed within her sleeve. Open the door. The old man nodded and hurriedly pressed a switch on the wall, respectfully handing over a black umbrella. This is the umbrella prepared for you. Ji-Lu accepted it, opening it as she inquired, Are the humans I requested ready? We found 3 suitable candidates. You can choose again, the old man replied, lowering his head. Ji-Lu nodded and turned to Xian. You stay here and wait. I refuse. Xian protested. Every time I come here, I wait, yet I still don't know what it's like inside. This time, I must see for myself. With that, he tossed the rose-patterned umbrella to the ground and charged ahead. Ji-Lu reached out to stop him. Didn't I tell you that your eyes will reveal your identity? Just say they are colored contacts. Don't humans wear these? Xian countered. Ji-Lu was at a loss. Unable to sway Xian and unwilling to waste time, she relented. The two shared the umbrella as they entered the school. In the darkness, only the left dormitory building shone with a grid of lights. The heavy rain had begun to lighten, prompting Ji-Lu and Xian to quicken their pace. Before long, they arrived at the duty room on the first floor of the dormitory building. So this is what the school looks like? Xian marveled. It's much larger than my home. Ji-Lu threw the umbrella to the ground, scoffing. This place houses hundreds of people, while you live alone. How is this larger? That's different. We are the Shura clan. How could humans possibly compare? Xian replied. When I return, I must expand my house. It has to be larger than this. Ji-Lu shot him a speechless glance, shook the rainwater off her feet, and entered the duty room. Inside, 3 stacks of documents were neatly arranged on a long table, and Ji-Lu entered with familiarity, picking them up. She sat down and began to read diligently. Xian, following her in, found himself at a loss for what to do. He wandered around the duty room, rummaging through the cabinets. Minutes later, the old man finally arrived, panting heavily. After catching his breath, he placed the umbrella at the door and took up a pot of tea that had long been prepared, offering it to Ji-Lu. Honestly, the quality of training here is not as good as in other schools, Ji-Lu commented suddenly, her gaze fixed on the documents in her hands. The old man trembled, nearly spilling the teacup. We truly have done our best. Ji-Lu raised her eyes, scrutinizing the old man. You don't seriously believe that intentionally producing inferior quality will safeguard these children, do you? Absolutely not. Definitely not. The old man's complexion turned pale as he repeatedly shook his head in denial. Ji-Lu scoffed, rising to toss the documents onto the table. I want all 3 of today's. If the quality doesn't meet standards, we'll have to make do with quantity. The old man's eyes widened, astonished. His voice shaky. Three of them. Is there a problem? Ji-Lu's expression darkened. The old man hastily waved his hands. No problem. I'll go inform them of this news right away. His face was ashen, and he sighed heavily. Just as he was about to leave, Xian called out to him. Xian stood before a wall adorned with class photos, excitedly waving at the old man. Come here. The old man was startled and hesitated for a few seconds before reluctantly approaching. Xian tore down a photo from the wall, pointing at a boy with fair skin and slightly curly hair. Who is this child? The old man paused, gulping nervously, stammering, His name is Bai Wule. Just turned 10, still underage. Bai Wule. Xian repeated the name in his heart, his eyes gleaming with barely concealed excitement. This child bore an uncanny resemblance to the boy he had encountered that evening. He could hardly believe they weren't related. If he were to take this child away, there would be no need to wait for the next rainy day. The handsome boy would undoubtedly come looking for him. Xian's excitement grew. Where's this child? I want to take him. The old man hesitated, feeling troubled. He just turned 10 2 days ago. He is still underage. And his brother is coming to pick him up tomorrow. He wants to go with you if he wants to come with us. Then I'll just take him by force. Xian declared, striding toward the door. Once he had made up his mind, no one could sway him. Just as Ji-Lu was about to call out to Xian, her peripheral vision caught sight of a photo on the table, revealing the strikingly handsome Bai Wule. She picked up the photo for a closer look and finally understood why Xian had reacted so strongly. Casting a glance at Xian, who had already stepped outside, she slightly curled her lips. She tossed the photo back onto the table and paid it no more mind. Unable to dissuade Xian, the old man reluctantly told him the dormitory number where Bai Wule was located. Xian bounded up to the 4th floor, just in time to see Bai Wule chatting with Wang Xiaoming in the hallway. Upon noticing a stranger in the dormitory, Bai Wule exchanged glances with Wang Xiaoming before slowly retreating into the room. Bai Wule, Xian called out to him. Bai Xiaolai paused. Stopping at the doorway, Wang Xiaoming also halted, curiously asking, "Do you know him?" Bai Xiaolai shook his head and turned to face the approaching Xian. His expression bewildered. "Do you know me?" "Yes, I know you. I also know you have a brother who looks just like you," Xian said, brushing his hair back with a smile. "I met him tonight and even gave him my hair." "Are you and my brother friends?" Bai Xiaolai inquired. Tilting his head, in his 10-year-old mind, he could not fathom the nature of the relationship implied by the exchange of hair. Xian chuckled softly. "No, we are not friends, but I have a great fondness for your brother." "You like my brother?" Bai Xiaolai exclaimed, feeling as though a bolt of lightning had struck his head, leaving his mind buzzing. Wang Xiaoming widened his eyes in disbelief, realizing that the topic of their discussion was beyond his youthful comprehension, and he quietly retreated back to the dormitory. Xian gazed at Bai Xiaolai, surprised that such a charming face could manifest such exaggerated expressions. Although the two bore a resemblance, Xian found herself more drawn to his brother, Bai Wule. Cold, aloof, and imperious, this demeanor was irresistibly captivating. She imagined how thrilling it would be to see him, bloodied and begging for mercy. As for the adorable version before her, perhaps being a doll would suit him well. With a playful smile, Xian extended her hand to Bai Xiaolai. "Come with me. Let us find your brother." Bai Xiaolai warily glanced at the outstretched hand, offering an awkward smile. "No need. My brother will come to fetch me tomorrow." He discreetly braced himself against the doorframe, instinctively leaning back. "Tomorrow? Once the rain ceases, your brother won't even be able to enter." Noticing Bai Xiaolai deliberately avoiding her, Xian understood he would not readily comply. She rubbed her hands together lightly. Soon, a tiny black demon, the size of a fly, fluttered through the window, meandering toward Bai Xiaolai and landing on his neck. Bai Xiaolai, mistaking it for an ordinary fly, paid no mind, preparing to close the door. "Come with me, Bai Xiaolai." The gentle voice seemed to possess an enchanting power that ensnared his senses. Bai Xiaolai froze, his mind suddenly filled with the sound, echoing in a 360-degree surround. "Come with me, come with me, come with me." His emerald eyes gradually dulled, and he stood at the doorway like a wooden figure. Releasing his grip on the doorframe, he mechanically placed his hand in Xian's. She smiled slightly, taking Bai Xiaolai's hand and turning to leave. Wang Xiaoming sensed something amiss in the dormitory and shouted, "Xiaolai, where are you going? You're still in your pajamas." Seeing Bai Xiaolai unresponsive, Wang Xiaoming rushed out, only to collide with a fly mid-flight. With a thud, he unexpectedly fell to the ground. Xian glanced back at the meddlesome child, her smile growing even brighter. "I wonder what expression the older brother will have when he discovers that little Xiaolai has been taken away by me. How delightful." Chapter 22. As night fell and the clock struck 21:45, the rain had begun to relent. The young boy navigated through the dense forest, taking slow, measured steps. Above him, the Dementor King loomed in the canopy, impervious to the falling droplets, with only the occasional raindrop from the leaves dampening the boy's shoulders. The lake blue gemstone dangling from his left ear swayed gently, radiating a brilliant glow. His handsome features appeared even more enchanting adorned with such a small ornament. If little Lai knew that his brother was on his way to fetch him, he would surely be overjoyed, eagerly anticipating their reunion. Diverging slightly, "I must say that the ear chain suits him remarkably well. I wonder if at this hour, little Lai might already be asleep." Just imagine his excitement upon waking to see his brother. Moments earlier, standing at the entrance of a shop, Bai Wule had activated the bubble hovering above the boarding school, transporting himself to this location. The primary reasons for his visit were twofold: to expedite repairs on the road and shield himself from the rain, and to avoid the possibility of the bubble turning gray and becoming inoperable once the rain ceased. Most importantly, Bai Wule harbored an overwhelming curiosity about the school, seizing the opportunity to explore while the rain persisted. Following a route similar to his previous journey, Bai Wule emerged from the thicket and reached the concrete steps within minutes. Due to the abrupt nature of his arrival, no one awaited him at the entrance, only an expanse of impenetrable darkness. Narrowing his eyes, he gazed ahead, the towering concrete walls stretching infinitely before him. This sight reminded him of the colossal creature, Baloo, he had seen earlier that night. Perhaps if he stood atop its head, he could discern the height of these walls. Lost in thought, a waft of rose fragrance invaded his nostrils. The scent was faint, masked by the earthy aroma of rain and mud. A line of muddy footprints marred the steps, indicating that someone had arrived before him. Following the scent, Bai Wule ascended the steps and discovered a rose lying on the ground not far from the black door. It appeared that the woman clutching the rose had been here. He mused. He picked up the flower and inhaled its fragrance, recognizing not just its inherent scent, but also a hint of something familiar. Was that red-eyed boy also present? Bai Wule's eyes gleamed with a sudden surge of intent. The arrival of 2 demons could hardly herald good tidings. He stepped forward and pressed a green button on the wall. Ding, ding, ding. Instantly, the alarm shattered the silence of the night. The towering walls around him transformed into natural amplifiers, amplifying the alarm's sound to a piercing crescendo. Bai Wule quickly covered his ears. The cacophony felt almost lethal to him. Equally affected was the white wolf, which howled in protest at his left ear. White wolf, see if you can leap over, Bai Wule commanded, his fingers brushing the ear ornament. The lake blue gemstone plummeted to the ground with a thud, revealing a magnificent white wolf. Oh, whoa. The wolf howled, exuding an aura of menace. It crouched beside Bai Wule, and once he mounted, it leapt into the air, racing toward the towering wall before them. Thud, thud. The white wolf's swift, graceful strides carried them upward along the wall. Below, the forest shrank rapidly from view. 10 minutes later, the white wolf and Bai Wule landed atop the towering structure. With its head held high, the wolf let out a resonating howl. Only then did Bai Wule comprehend the wall as true height, several hundred meters, with the buildings below appearing as mere dots. The wall measured approximately 2 meters in thickness, easily accommodating both himself and the wolf. At that moment, the alarm abruptly ceased, and the sound of the gate opening echoed from below. Bai Wule squinted to see the elderly figure who had greeted him earlier peering cautiously outside. Let us proceed. With Bai Wule's command, the white wolf leapt downwards, jumping down so recklessly. Be careful, little lie, he thought, grateful for the darkness that obscured the depths below. Otherwise, his acrophobia would surely have overwhelmed him. The fall was swift, the wind howling in his ears, inducing a brief moment of tinnitus. With a thud, the white wolf landed deftly, startling the elderly man who had just entered, causing him to collapse in fright. White wolf, return. Bai Wule dismounted and transformed the wolf back into its magical form, allowing it to dangle from his left ear. After a moment of shock, the elderly man illuminated Bai Wule with a flashlight, and upon recognizing him, he sighed in relief. Oh, it's you. And the demons? Bai Wule inquired directly. The elder hesitated. What? What demons? I don't know. Bai Wule immediately sensed the elder's unease. Questioning him would be futile. It was far more expedient to seek the answers himself, so he turned toward the dormitory building. Wait, the elder called out hastily. He cast a quick glance ahead, lowering his voice. Bai Wule is over there. He gestured discreetly, as if fearful of being observed. Bai Wule turned curiously to see that a black iron gate had been opened in the high wall at the back of the school, which he had overlooked during his last visit. The gate was slightly ajar. A figure holding a red umbrella stood there, a Xian, clearly waiting for him. Without needing to inquire further, Bai Wule deduced that Bai Wule had undoubtedly been captured by that red-eyed boy. His expression turned cold, and he cast a piercing glance at the elder, who flinched under the intensity of his gaze. Come quickly, big brother. Hurry, big brother. The incessant, cacophonous calls echoed in Bai Wule's ears. With a swift motion, he crushed a diminutive demon the size of a fly. Shaking his hand, he lifted his gaze, his discontent evident. Fixing his eyes on Xian, Bai Wule leaned forward and darted away like an arrow released from a bow. White wolf, attack. As he ran, Bai Wule stroked the ear ornament, and the white wolf appeared at his side. Oh, whoa. The white wolf surged ahead, closing in on Xian. In an instant, black chains erupted from the intricate patterns on its brow, thrashing wildly in the air. Just as it was about to close the distance, clusters of vibrant red roses suddenly bloomed from the ground. The rich fragrance momentarily halted the white wolf in its tracks, and taking advantage of this, the roses unleashed several vines that ensnared the wolf. In the following moment, a pained howl escaped the white wolf as crimson seeped through its pristine fur. Realizing the peril, Bai Wule leapt, recalling the white wolf to his left ear. Drip! A drop of blood fell from the lake blue gemstone, landing squarely on his collarbone. Feeling the warmth, Bai Wule's expression grew increasingly frigid. Big brother, it turns out you look so handsome when you're angry. Xian chuckled. I thought I wouldn't see you for a few more days, but here you are. I'm glad I didn't rush home. Bai Wule, uninterested in Xian's banter, asked directly, where's Bai Wule? You're so heartless, big brother. After all my chatter, you only care about your brother. Xian pouted, feigning hurt. Bai Wule frowned at his words. Just as he prepared to bypass the cluster of roses, he suddenly spotted Xian emerging from the doorway, dragging Bai Wule along. Clad in a bear-themed pajamas, Bai Wule stared vacantly ahead, showing no reaction upon seeing Bai Wule. What have you done to him? Bai Wule asked in a low voice. Xian, not much, just a gentle nibble from the mischievous little demon who loves to dream. A good sleep will suffice. However, dear brother, I am planning to invite little Lai to my home for a visit. Would you care to join us? Bai Wule remained silent, merely casting a cold glance in his direction. Lowering his gaze to the sprawling rose bushes, he dashed forward, treading upon them. Swiftly, the vines grew and ensnared Bai Wule's feet, yet devoid of any sensation of pain. Bai Wule pulled at the vines with great force while continuing to sprint ahead. The blood that flowed stained the once verdant vines a crimson hue. Observing the reckless disregard for his precious pillow material, Xian exclaimed in alarm, "Oh dear brother, you mustn't destroy your fine form like this." Nevertheless, Bai Wule paid no heed, resolutely pushing onward. However, the vines grew rapidly, wrapping around his legs and extending to his waist, rendering his lower half immobile after only a few steps. Sister Ji-Lu, please cease your thorns. Capturing dear brother will suffice. Xian urgently called into the surrounding darkness. Otherwise, my pillow will lose its charm. A cold scoff echoed from the shadows. The rain will cease shortly. Do not squander time. Xian stretched out his hand to catch the raindrops and indeed noticed the downpour was about to relent. He contemplated for a moment before addressing Bai Wule. Dear brother, I have given it some thought, and I still wish for you to seek me out on your own. If I were to take you back now, it would feel rather meaningless. Therefore, I shall invite your brother home first. Do come find me soon, for our Ashura clan can be quite fearsome. It would be unfortunate if we inadvertently devoured your brother. With that, he took Bai Wule's hand. Come now, little Lai. Let us return home and await dear brother's arrival together. As they were about to vanish into the darkness, a bloodied green vine struck the red umbrella. Xian turned back, noticing Bai Wule still struggling to tear free from the rose vines. His hands were already drenched in blood. Sighing, Xian pushed Bai Wule into the darkness, calling out, All right, Sister Ji-Lu, you may release him now. Regardless, if he cannot even break free from such bindings, it might be better for him to perish. Ji-Lu replied coldly. Yet, Xian wished to say more, but was suddenly seized by Ji-Lu. Instantly, the heavy black door slammed shut, plunging the other side into a profound silence, devoid of any sound. Chapter 23. I was utterly overwhelmed with tears. My darling, why have you lost so much blood? Facing two adversaries, both of whom were demons, this was an egregious display of bullying. Wasn't this game worthy of a report for threatening the life of the streamer? My dear, speak to me. Are you all right? Oh my goodness. My little darling has been captured by a demon. In the upper right corner of the screen, Bai Wule and the blooming rose shared the canvas equally. The rose, having consumed blood, became even more vibrant and clung tightly to his waist. Bai Wule focused intently on his hands. It was evident that the wounds on his palms were healing rapidly, bleeding one moment and mending the next. Reminiscent of the scene he had witnessed earlier with the red-eyed boy's chest, it appeared that his body's self-repair abilities had significantly improved. Bai Wule continued to struggle against the rose's thorny vines. Despite the swift healing of his wounds, the vines exhibited a remarkable capacity for regeneration. As soon as Bai Wule severed them, the two ends quickly rejoined. The more he tugged, the tighter they coiled around his lower body. Suddenly, a small green head emerged from the gaps of the rose, with a plump round head adorned with two tiny leaves. The creature's beady black eyes filled with tears upon seeing the blood on Bai Wule's hands. It cried out, extending its small hands towards him. Bai Wule paused, observing the clumsy little creature as it climbed upwards. As it ascended, it bit into the green vines, and whenever the thorns pricked its skin, they merely bounced back due to its softness. The vines it bit into withered rapidly. Soon, Bai Wule felt his legs lighten considerably. He grasped the little creature and leaped into the air, tearing away several entangled vines, finally freeing himself from the rose's grasp and landing steadily on the ground. The little creature knelt in Bai Wule's hands, tears streaming down its face, as it rubbed its tiny hands against his palm, likely grieving for its master's injuries. It's all right. The wounds have already healed. Bai Wule gently poked the little creature's head with his finger. However, the little one, still unconvinced, let out a blob of sticky green liquid, which splattered onto Bai Wule's hand. Almost instantly, he felt a cool sensation. He poked the little creature's face again, asking, Can you help me heal the wolf of the abyss? The little creature stood up, nodding vigorously. Bai Wule then summoned the bloodied wolf of the abyss. The wolf howled and obediently lay down, licking its wounds with its tongue. The little creature jumped beside it, spat out 2 mouthfuls of green liquid onto the wolf, and began to apply it diligently. Seeing that everything was under control, Bai Wule turned his gaze toward the imposing black door ahead. He leaped over the rose bushes and approached the door. He pushed against it twice with all his might, but it remained steadfast, showing no signs of budging. Bai Wule had previously noticed that behind this door lay an abyss of darkness. The primary reason for this was that he had yet to unlock this area. Even though he had managed to escape the bindings and rush over, as long as they placed Bai Wule in the darkness, he would remain unreachable. Figuring out how to enter that darkness became Bai Wule's most pressing concern. He turned around and saw an elderly man, hobbling toward him with a cane. The sight of Bai Wule startled the old man, causing him to freeze in place. Bai Wule stepped out from the rose bushes and approached him. "I apologize, but I do not know why they have taken an interest in Bai Wule." The old man nervously took 2 steps back. Bai Wule frowned. "What do you mean? Tonight, that boy saw a photo of your brother in the dormitory's duty room and insisted on taking him away. Clearly, your brother is still underage." Realizing he had said too much, the old man quickly covered his mouth. Bai Wule pressed on. "What do you mean by underage? What is your relationship with the demons?" The old man, trembling under Bai Wule's imposing presence, lost his footing and fell into a puddle, covering his mouth. He uttered incoherent sounds. I cannot say." Bai Wule raised an eyebrow and seized the old man. The elderly man dangled in the air. His face drained of color. He shut his eyes and shouted, "Even if you kill me now, I cannot say." He displayed a defiance akin to a homeless man, refusing to divulge the school's secrets. Bai Wule, losing patience, directly asked, "Then how do I get over there? You must know." The old man hesitated, slowly lifting one eyelid. "You want to go to the Shura district?" Upon seeing Bai Wule nod, the old man's expression darkened, and he waved his hands. No. You will undoubtedly die if you go to the Shura district alone. It is filled with man-eating demons. That is not your concern. Just tell me how to get there." Bai Wule released the old man. The elderly man fell to the ground, instinctively glancing at the ominous black door. To him, it represented a solid yet fragile boundary, a place that humanity must never cross. Yet this young man, having battled 2 Shura and still remained unscathed, perhaps he truly could. The old man cleared his throat. "I am not entirely sure how to reach the Shura district. This door only opens on rainy days. But you might seek the mysterious organization hunter in the city. They have dealt with the Shura clan extensively and should know how to enter the Shura district." "A mysterious organization? The one that previously purchased here?" Bai Wule frowned. "How do I find them?" "I cannot say." The old man shook his head helplessly. "I have not left this school for a long time and am quite unfamiliar with this city now." The old man gazed at the brightly lit dormitory building, letting out a heavy sigh. Bai Wule glanced at him, realizing he could not extract any further information, so he turned and walked toward the wolf of the abyss. "How are you?" Bai Wule squatted down, gently stroking the wolf's head. The wolf howled softly, indicating that it was fine. The little creature lay on the wolf, nodding vigorously at Bai Wule, signaling that the healing was complete. Bai Wule nodded and recalled the wolf, transforming it back into a magical artifact. Just as he was about to return the little creature to his pocket, he heard the old man call out to him. "Could you please destroy the roses on the ground?" The old man approached, bowing slightly. "This is far too dangerous. It would be terrible if it harmed the children." Bai Wule lowered his gaze to the little creature in his hands. "Can you do it?" The little creature nodded enthusiastically, patting its chest with determination. It jumped to the ground but stumbled and rolled several times. Bai Wule, unable to bear it, picked it up and placed it in front of the rose bushes. The little creature shook its head, then stood up and ran toward the roses. It placed its hands on its hips and slowly opened its mouth. The rose bushes began to tremble violently, and soon, they erupted from the ground, continuously pouring into the little creature's mouth. Bai Wule watched in astonishment, curious how such a petite creature could consume so many roses. Half a minute later, the little creature devoured the last rose. It rolled onto the ground, patting its small belly in satisfaction, clearly content with its meal. In the next moment, the sprout atop its head grew sturdier. Bai Wule picked it up and placed it back in his pocket. As he stepped out of the school gate, he pulled up the light screen and clicked on the territory bubble on the map, teleporting back to the alley where the snack stall was located. The streets had been completely restored. The streets, cleansed and invigorated by the rain, were imbued with the fresh scent of earth. Bai Wule strolled towards the newly acquired shop. The convenience store had undergone a transformation, showcasing an array of delightful products. Through the glass doors, one could see the shelves brimming with various snacks and treats. The shelves, occupying 3 walls, displayed not only food items, but also an assortment of daily necessities. In the corner stood a freezer, chilling a selection of beverages and spirits. To the right was the checkout counter, accompanied by a comfortable black leather chair. Bai Wule settled into the chair, reaching for the screen to seek information regarding the mysterious organization known as Hunt. Ding. Main quest. The Promise with Brother. Updated. Upon clicking, the main quest had indeed changed. Main quest. Retrieve Brother. Update complete. Quest description. Mr. Bai Wule, I sincerely apologize. On this special night, I must convey some unfortunate news. Your brother has been taken by the Shura clan, a perilous area. If you wish to reclaim him, you must urgently contact the city's mysterious organization Hunt. Note, the base of the mysterious organization Hunt is located in the most concealed section of the bulletin board. Do take a look. The location of the bulletin board is indicated on the map. System Administrator Bai Wule opened the map and found the bulletin board situated in the adjacent pink-lined area. He dared not linger and hurriedly dashed next door. Just as he prepared to leap over the cement wall, he was met with a message. Sorry. The owner of this territory is not present. You do not have permission to enter here. An invisible barrier propelled him back. A prominent no-entry sign hovered above the pink area, warning against trespassers. Must he retrieve Tang Xiaoya? Bai Wule clicked on the safe zone. Sorry. You have already entered the safe zone today. Would you like to spend 100 yuan to enter again? Bai Wule glanced at his remaining balance, poised to confirm the transaction. Suddenly, the no-entry sign above the pink territory began to shatter. Bai Wule hesitated, his finger hovering over the screen. He attempted to jump down and landed steadily. Moments later, the refined visage of Tang Xiaoya appeared before him. He furrowed his brow, his expression more anxious than Bai Wule's. I heard the comments. You want to check the bulletin board, right? I know where it is. Chapter 24. The bulletin board was situated on a newly unlocked wall of Tang Xiaoya's space. Its surface was almost entirely covered with missing person notices and lost and found announcements, layered atop one another, rendering it inconvenient to read. Tang Xiaoya would occasionally glance at it out of boredom, sometimes using it to teach Tang Xiaofeng how to read. Let us split up, it will be more efficient. After uttering this, Tang Xiaoya instinctively moved to the other side of the bulletin board, diligently searching. You are looking for Hunt, right? I believe I saw that character earlier. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Bai Wule standing still, his head unyieldingly downcast as he asked, Hurry up. Why aren't you searching? Why are you so anxious? Tang Xiaoya tilted his head. According to Bai Wule's understanding of human relationships, Bai Xiaolai was his younger brother, and it should be him who was worried. Why was Tang Xiaoya more anxious than he was? Isn't your brother captured by a demon? How can you not be anxious? Tang Xiaoya found it odd. Was it not a natural human emotion to feel urgency in such matters? Then again, Bai Wule was a vampire. An emotional dullness seemed rather fitting. Subconsciously glancing at Bai Wule, Tang Xiaoya suddenly froze. Earlier, due to the dim lighting, he hadn't scrutinized Bai Wule closely. Now, under the streetlight, he could finally see the state he was in. Bai Wule's hair was tousled, his lips stained with crimson, his pants torn in multiple places, and his hands hung at his sides, drenched in blood. Tang Xiaoya could hardly fathom what Bai Wule had endured since their parting. It was unfathomable that someone who could easily dispatch two formidable beasts could end up in such a state. The strength of his adversaries was indeed alarming. Was it truly safe for him to venture alone into such perilous zones? Noticing Tang Xiaoya staring blankly at him, Bai Wule could not help but turn his head, forcing Tang Xiaoya to face the bulletin board. Don't look at me, focus on searching. Bai Wule could imagine how disheveled he appeared. Displaying weakness in front of potential prey was a grave error. Tang Xiaoya acknowledged with a sound and quickly redirected his attention to the task at hand. Resuming his earnest examination, Bai Wule positioned himself beside the bulletin board, narrowing his eyes for a meticulous observation. Within the expanded field of view, every word on the papers became strikingly clear. Bai Wule knew he could not afford to be negligent, meticulously searching word by word. Lacking Bai Wule's keen abilities, Tang Xiaoya leaned over the board, reading each notice carefully. When he encountered obscured sections, he cautiously used a knife to scrape away the layers, fearful of missing any crucial information. After half an hour, as Tang Xiaoya shifted to the side, he unintentionally bumped into Bai Wule. They both found themselves in the central area. Bai Wule pulled Tang Xiaoya back. Let me handle this. Rubbing his dry eyes, Tang Xiaoya felt it was impractical for them to crowd in one spot, so he obediently stepped back. Bai Wule closed his eyes momentarily, then resumed his scrutiny. Minutes later, he finally discovered a corner of paper bearing the character Hunt. This was merely a corner because the upper part of the paper was obscured by two layers of lost and found notices. revealing only a small section on the right. Judging by the spacing of the characters, Bai Wule deduced that there were likely no words preceding Hunt and that it could very well be the information he sought. Just as he reached out to tear away the overlaying papers, Tang Xiaoye quickly interjected, "Wait, if you tear it like that, you'll ruin the information." Saying this, he withdrew a small knife from his pocket and approached the bulletin board, carefully scraping away the paper. Bai Wule stood beside him in silence. As Tang Xiaoye gradually lifted the upper paper, the information beneath gradually came into view. If you are a brave person, why not visit the Moonlight Bar and try a Bloody Mary? Moonlight Bar? Bai Wule hastily opened the map to check. Aside from 13 intersecting lines, the surrounding areas were shrouded in dark mist, obscuring the location of the Moonlight Bar. How do we find it? Moonlight Bar? Tang Xiaoye read the information aloud, suddenly recalling something, his eyes brightening. Right, I believe I heard that name in the safe zone. Safe zone? Tang Xiaoye pondered for a moment, affirming, yes. I heard customers mention this bar. They said it's the only bar in the safe zone, but the taste is dreadful. It's a mystery how it has stayed open until now. A bar with terrible taste? That must be it. Bai Wule accessed the light screen, selecting the safe zone. Moments later, he and Tang Xiaoye found themselves at the entrance of the safe zone, perhaps influenced by the previous fighting incident. As soon as Bai Wule stepped inside, he was met with fearful glances from those around him, especially with the bloodstains still visible on his person. The inhabitants of the safe zone deemed him a dangerous individual. A few people chatting at the entrance fell silent upon seeing him, instinctively retreating, unknowingly clearing a large space. Only Bai Wule and Tang Xiaoye remained, resembling two prominent protagonists in an unfolding tale. In an instant, the once bustling safe zone descended into an unexpected stillness. The only exception was Tang Xiaofeng, who approached with a smile, holding on to Bai Tang, exclaiming sweetly, "Brother, Bai Gu, you're back." Upon noticing Bai Wule's injuries, her little brows furrowed. "Bai Gu, are you hurt again?" Tang Xiaoye responded affirmatively, casting a concerned glance at Bai Wule. "Are you really all right? What could possibly be wrong with me?" Bai Wule maintained his usual calm demeanor, his expression devoid of any turmoil. He reached out to Bai Tang, who eagerly leaped into his embrace. After nuzzling affectionately for a moment, Bai Tang suddenly lifted her head, fixating on the chain hanging from Bai Wule's ear. Emitting a low growl, her fur bristling slightly, it seemed she had detected the presence of the wolf. Without the time to soothe Bai Tang, Bai Wule ruffled her head before handing her back to Tang Xiaofeng. He glanced at the names of the shops inside before making his way into the crowd. As he approached, the crowd quickly parted to create a pathway. Tang Xiaoye followed Bai Wule for a few steps, only to suddenly remember something, retreating to instruct Xiaofeng. "Stay with Bai Tang and don't wander off. Brother, and Bai Gu will be back shortly." "Okay." Tang Xiaoye smiled and hastily caught up. Since the safe zone had designated areas for each type of cuisine, he led Bai Wule towards the beverage and alcohol section. After a thorough search, the two finally spotted the sign for the Moonlight Bar nestled between a wine cellar and a fragrant milk tea shop, perhaps due to years of neglect. The LED sign was barely illuminated. The Moonlight Bar had transformed into Light Bar, and it was nearly unrecognizable unless one looked closely. The entrance to the bar was peculiar. Matching the size of the sign, patrons could only enter one by one, making it impossible to walk side by side. It gave off an impression of reluctance to conduct business. The passage was narrow and low. Bai Wule, standing at nearly 6 feet tall, had to bow his head to avoid hitting it. Fortunately, this cramped corridor was short, and soon they found themselves in a spacious area. In front lay a long, brown bar, where a man and a woman sat, the bearded man mixing drinks for them. The bar was aglow with multicolored lights flashing chaotically, dazzling the eyes. Upon their arrival, the bearded man boisterously exclaimed, "Welcome. Feel free to sit wherever you like." Tang Xiaoye was startled by his loud voice, nearly stumbling as he quickly patted his heart. Seeing Bai Wule approach a two-person sofa, he followed suit. The bar exuded an air of desolation. Dust settled upon every table and chair, as if no cleaning had ever been undertaken. A mere swipe with the hand left a dark residue. He turned his head and was met with the scrutinizing gaze of a burly man. From the moment he stepped through the door, he had sensed it. Though the man was occupied with mixing drinks, his eyes remained steadfastly fixed on him. "What would you like to drink?" the burly man inquired, shaking his cocktail shaker. Tang Xiaoye awkwardly waved his hand, gesturing towards Bai Wule. Bai Wule approached and took a seat at the bar. "A Bloody Mary, please." Upon uttering this request, he distinctly felt the conversation of a man and woman nearby come to an abrupt halt, their gazes turning towards him. "A Bloody Mary?" The burly man raised an eyebrow, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. Young man, are you of age? This drink is quite potent. We do not serve children. With that, the couple beside him erupted into subdued laughter. The implication was unmistakable. You are too weak, unworthy of our company. Child? It was the first time Bai Wule had been addressed as such by a human. Whom did this condescension seek to belittle? His expression hardened instantly. With one hand braced against the bar, he stepped over to the burly man's workspace and turned to Tang Xiaoyi, instructing, please close the door. Don't fight. Tang Xiaoyi murmured as he made his way to the entrance. After shutting the door, he leaned against it, ensuring no one else could enter. The burly man let out a derisive snicker, slamming his shaker onto the table. What's the matter, young man? Still not satisfied? Allow me to show you a thing or two. The woman seated at the bar quickly interjected. Old Bao, this is not a place for brawling. The boss would be furious if he found out. Come now, can one truly call this a fight with a child? The burly man chuckled dismissively. After a moment of preparation, he raised his fist and lunged forward. Don't worry, I know my strength. Bang. Before the burly man's fist could descend, Bai Wule delivered a swift kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Bai Wule stepped closer, looking down at the fallen man. I have no time to waste with you. Tell me how to reach the Shura district. Only after you fight me. The burly man bellowed, rising again. However, he abruptly halted upon hearing a chilling howl. Chapter 25. A wisp of dark mist swiftly descended from the boy's left ear. With a resounding thud, the mist unfurled, revealing a majestic white wolf standing imperiously atop the bar. Its azure eyes regarded the few individuals in the room with disdain, emitting a low, guttural growl from its throat. The burly man froze, his clenched fist suspended in midair, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward the man and woman beside him. Their expressions mirrored his alarm, their features contorted in dismay. After a brief silence, the woman broke the stillness. How dare you summon a demon? Who are you truly? First, answer my question. White Wule interjected, his brow furrowing. His countenance bore an intensity that rivaled the ferocity of the demon wolf beside him. The woman, momentarily at a loss, swiftly sought assistance from the man beside her. Upon receiving a nod from him, she cautiously began. Only the combat team led by our leader knows the way to the Shura district. We are merely responsible for information liaison here. Then let us find your leader. White Wule asserted. The woman gestured towards a curtain hanging to one side. He is behind there. I can take you, but you must leave your wolf here. What makes you think you have the authority to dictate terms to me? Upon hearing this, White Wule's irritation intensified. I lack the patience to waste time with you. Take me to your leader, or else you must be aware of my capabilities. The woman hesitated, glancing at the man and the burly man beside her. The three exchanged knowing glances. Moments later, the burly man emerged from the work area. You little brat. You have some nerve. I will take you to the leader, but don't cause any trouble. With a fierce glare, he lifted the curtain and stepped inside. White Wule agilely vaulted over the bar, transforming the white wolf into an earring before following suit. Beyond the curtain lay a dimly lit, narrow passage, forcing both to lower their heads as they advanced. After several paces, White Wule followed the burly man down a short flight of stairs. At the bottom, a closed door came into view. The burly man knocked lightly. Leader. Someone has ordered a Bloody Mary, though it appears rather dark. A few seconds later, a low, feminine voice emanated from within. Let him in. The burly man complied, stepping aside to allow White Wule to enter. As he crossed the threshold, the stark contrast of the brightly lit room struck him. Unlike the dark bar, this chamber was adorned with a grand crystal chandelier, exuding opulence. A long table occupied the center, surrounded by large European-style leather sofas, upon which 4 or 5 individuals were seated. Upon his arrival, all eyes converged on White Wule, scrutinizing him without reservation. He scanned the room, his gaze settling on the woman directly in front of him. Clad in black leather, her long hair casually tied back in a bun, she exuded an air of nonchalance yet commanded respect, unmistakably the leader of the group. Upon noticing White Wule, she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her gaze fixating on his earring, a cub of the Void Realm's Songlong guardian. Young brother, you possess quite the prowess. White Wule, disinterested in frivolous pleasantries, promptly inquired, how does one access the Shura district? His haughty demeanor immediately irked the others in the room. The young man seated to the right of the woman abruptly stood. Do you even know who you are addressing? Agent, the woman admonished softly, shaking her head to quell his impulsiveness. The young man cast a defiant glance at her before begrudgingly reclaiming his seat. The woman continued to engage White Wule. What is your purpose in the Shura district? To find someone. The woman pondered momentarily before producing a sheet of paper adorned with photographs of 3 boys. Are any of them among those you seek? Bai Wule lowered his gaze, recognizing the boys from his previous visit to find Bai Wule. They were all students from the boarding school. No, he replied curtly. The woman's expression shifted to one of surprise as she slowly retracted the paper. This intelligence pertains to children recently abducted by the Shura clan. Are you not searching for them? With a palpable impatience, Bai Wule's expression grew increasingly frigid. Noticing this, the woman smiled. Do not fret. It is not yet time to open the door. We shall depart at midnight. Midnight? Bai Wule turned his gaze toward the light screen, noting there was still an hour remaining. Why must we wait until midnight? He queried, perplexed. The woman crossed her arms leisurely, leaning back. That is an internal secret of our organization. Should you wish to learn, you may choose to join us. Leader. The others chimed in unison, clearly opposed to this proud and enigmatic young man. What is it? Do you not find this young brother impressive? The woman surveyed the group with a smile. He can summon demons to do his bidding. Can any of you do the same? Leader, someone capable of that is no longer normal. Ajin interjected, rising in agitation. Without a certain level of death aura, how could he possibly summon a demon? Leader, be wary of bringing him into our fold. Indeed, leader. The others nodded in agreement. The woman merely smiled, her resolve already firm. Ignoring their protests, she fixed her gaze on Bai Wule. If I am not mistaken, your injuries are the work of the Shura clan, yes? As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If you seek to oppose the Shura clan, you are our ally. Joining us will not disappoint you. I can provide you with sacred artifacts to empower yourself, to grow stronger. A flicker of surprise crossed Bai Wule's eyes upon hearing her words. This woman possessed keen insight, recognizing his most significant vulnerability. Much like that red-eyed boy. Despite his ability to summon formidable demons, he remained his own greatest weakness. When the Songlong bound him with chains, he had no means to resist. Bai Wule was no different. A mere cluster of bloodthirsty roses had rendered him powerless, forcing him to watch as Bai Wule was taken into the Shura district. The sense of helplessness, the desire to act yet being utterly constrained, was what he loathed most. Bai Wule understood that. Though his body lacked pain sensitivity and possessed self-healing abilities, he lacked the power to contend with the Shura clan. He urgently needed to enhance his capabilities. The humiliation of being suppressed by the Shura clan was a debt he was determined to reclaim. Every nuance of Bai Wule's expression was perceptible to the woman. She recognized that his failure to outright reject her proposal indicated a willingness to consider it. As anticipated, moments later, she heard Bai Wule's deep voice ask, "What sacred artifacts can you provide me? That depends on your affinity with the artifacts. By asking this, I shall take it as your agreement." The woman's smile widened, and she rose gracefully. "Let us not delay. I will take you to the sacred artifact repository to see if anything suits you." As she turned to lead the way, Bai Wule followed closely. "By the way, I have yet to inquire about your name," she remarked. Approaching a white wall and glancing back at him, "Bai Wule," he replied. The woman repeated the name softly, nodding in approval. "A commendable name. I am Ace. You may call me Sister Ace, or, like them, simply refer to me as leader." With that, she placed her hand against the wall. At the moment when Ace's palm made contact with the wall, a few flickers of electricity surged across its surface. In the next instant, the wall responded, slightly parting to reveal a narrow opening. Ace pushed the door open, beckoning Bai Wule to follow. The room behind the wall unfolded into a realm of its own. It was relatively spacious yet dimly lit, with only 4 small wall lamps hanging in the corners, casting a faint glow. On either side, 2 rows of cabinets displayed an array of uniquely shaped objects. At the far end of the room stood a cluttered table, behind which a dark, shadowy figure was visible. Someone was indeed present. Ace led Bai Wule to the table, casually sweeping aside the items atop it before settling down with a cross-legged posture. "Master, have you come across any intriguing inventions lately? Please, enlighten us. I'm rather busy at the moment. I just procured a strand of hair from the fiery Azura and am currently examining it." The voice emanating from behind the table belonged to a disheveled figure with a chaotic hairstyle. Bai Wule glanced down and noticed the figure holding the black hair of a red-eyed boy. Ace, exasperated, rapped the table. "We'll examine the hair later. We need to find a sacred artifact for our newly joined comrade, as we have a mission ahead." Upon hearing about a newcomer, the disheveled figure finally lifted his head. He appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, stout and dark-skinned, adorned with round black glasses, and sporting 2 peculiar mustaches that seemed almost drawn on, rendering him quite comical. He He was known as the hunter artifact craftsman, nicknamed Master Luo. Master Luo paused for a moment before suddenly appearing to discover something of great significance. He excitedly directed a thick magnifying glass towards Bai Wuliao's ear chain. Remarkable. This is indeed the offspring of the Azure Wolf. He gasped again, shifting the magnifying glass to Bai Wuliao's right pocket. Incredible! You also possess the offspring of the Earth Demon? Bai Wule scanned this eccentric individual and retrieved the Earth Demon offspring from his pocket, intrigued by how he had discerned it. You have summoned 2 demons simultaneously? Quite impressive. Ace shared in the astonishment. She turned and tapped the table again, urging Master Luo, did you see? This young brother is extraordinary. Hasten to find him a sacred artifact. Let me think. I have never encountered a case like his before. I must search thoroughly. Master Luo muttered as he stepped out of his workspace, surveying the cabinets on either side. He opened one cabinet, peered inside, then closed it. Turning, he opened another behind him, his brow furrowing in frustration as it failed to meet his expectations. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He slammed the cabinet shut and hurried back to his workspace. After a few moments of contemplation, he remarked, unfortunately, I am still in the process of crafting a sacred artifact. After much thought, the only fitting item I have is this strand of fiery azura's hair. Chapter 26. Ace wore a look of envy as she glanced at Bai Wule, then turned her gaze to Luo Shinxian. Does his sacred artifact require materials from the fierce azura? My leader's is merely of medium azura quality. Luo Shinxian, leisurely lifting his eyelids while holding a strand of hair, inquired, can you summon demons? Ace, feeling somewhat defeated, shrugged her shoulders. Due to Bai Wuliao's imminent journey to the Azura district, Luo Shinxian had no choice but to find a lower-grade sacred artifact that matched his attributes for immediate use. This bracelet is crafted from the horn of a fierce Azura, with attributes akin to yours, dark summoning. Try it on. Luo Shinxian opened a wooden box and presented a black bracelet to Bai Wuliao. Upon receiving it, Bai Wuliao noticed it was inscribed with peculiar runes. As he adorned his wrist with the bracelet, the strange runes floated out, surrounding his arm. Whenever Bai Wuliao moved, the runes danced in tandem. Luo Shinxian nodded thoughtfully and handed Bai Wuliao a knife. Offer some blood to these runes. Bai Wuliao accepted the knife and made a swift incision in his palm. Instantly, blood flowed forth, adhering itself to the runes. Once the runes absorbed the blood, they transformed to a vivid red, and a surge of power erupted from his left arm. The immense force materialized into a swirling mass of wolf-shaped black mist, enveloping Bai Wuliao as if donning a formidable armor. The boy naturally exuded an air of arrogance, and now, surrounded by this dark mist, he radiated an aura of unyielding authority. Ace observed this spectacle, nodding in approval. Don't just stand there. Try to counter him. Luo Shinxian stood before the workbench, his expression unusually solemn. As the creator of sacred artifacts, he needed to verify the effectiveness of each one. Ace smiled, retrieving 3 rings from her pocket and adorning her left middle finger, right index finger, and pinky in succession. Just so you know, I never hold back. If I ruin your sacred artifact, don't blame me. Luo Shinxian scoffed. Perhaps you should worry about your newfound little brother. If you destroy that sacred artifact, he likely won't survive either. I would never choose someone so weak, Ace retorted with a cold smirk. After donning the 3 rings, her presence shifted dramatically, exuding an intimidating aura that seemed to radiate a palpable sense of danger with each breath. Bai Wuliao's lips curled slightly, his emerald eyes brimming with excitement. Come on. Ace charged forward, launching an assault on Bai Wuliao. Suddenly, 2 handguns materialized in her previously empty hands. Without hesitation, she opened fire, her dual pistols swirling expertly, sending dozens of bullets unerringly towards Bai Wuliao's chest. He swiftly leapt into the air, but the bullets curved mid-flight, still pursuing him. Yet, Ace did not relent. Her right-hand gun morphed into a sword nearly a meter long, thrusting at Bai Wuliao as he descended. In a swift maneuver, Bai Wuliao landed on the sword at the moment it was thrust forward, effectively suppressing Ace. As the bullet struck the black mist surrounding Bai Wuliao, a force propelled them outward, causing them to ricochet off the walls, floor, and furniture in a cacophony of noise. Seeing her right hand restrained, Ace quickly discarded her left gun. It grazed Bai Wuliao's hair as it flew past, then, like a returning boomerang, it spun around in the air before charging back at him. Bai Wuliao pivoted, feeling a sudden chill at his neck as the gun brushed by him. Just as Ace reached to retrieve the gun, Bai Wuliao was abruptly yanked closer. Glancing down, he noticed a slender metallic chain connecting the guns end tightly around his neck, as if a slight tug from Ace could sever his head from his body. Ace smirked, lifting Bai Wuliao's chin in a teasing manner. It seems the outcome is already decided. At that moment, a loud bang erupted as the metal chain snapped, coinciding with an explosion from the gun in Ace's hand. Fortunately, her quick reflexes allowed her to release the gun just in time to avoid injury. Upon closer inspection, tendrils of black mist emerged from the remnants of the gun, slowly drifting back to Bai Wule, merging seamlessly with his armor. Impressive. The ability to elevate a low-grade sacred artifact to the effectiveness of a mid-grade one is remarkable. Luo Shinskin clapped his hands in satisfaction, his round face beaming with delight. I was initially concerned you would merely use it defensively, shielding yourself without risk. I never expected you to discover and utilize its properties so effectively, far superior to those other insipid youths. Bai Wule smiled faintly. With a flick of his wrist, the runes coiling around his arm returned to the bracelet. This sacred artifact seemed quite promising, perhaps due to their compatible attributes, the moment he donned the bracelet. A word resonated in his mind: proliferation. This black mist did not materialize from thin air. It proliferated from a wisp of demonic energy emanating from a young wolf. Bai Wule's blood served as a nourishing essence, allowing it to expand rapidly and aggressively. As the bullets made contact with the black mist, its extraordinary proliferative power imparted a rebounding force to the bullets, propelling them away, thus preventing any contact with Bai Wule and achieving a defensive effect. Moreover, these black mists were insidiously pervasive. When Ace hurled her gun, a barely perceptible wisp of black mist clandestinely infiltrated its barrel, poised to explode at Bai Wule's command. Witnessing the tide of battle turn, Ace couldn't conceal her admiration. To force me, a walking armory, into such a predicament, you truly are formidable. Perhaps you should take this duel more seriously. Bai Wule suddenly turned to face Ace. Huh. Ace's expression reflected confusion, but before she could react, Bai Wule snapped his fingers, and a wisp of black mist drifted from her ear. Ace's expression shifted as she instinctively covered her ears. You infiltrated my body with black mist? Bai Wule blinked, his meaning unmistakable. If Ace were an enemy, she would have already exploded into a mass of flesh. This boy is truly terrifying, Ace thought as she regarded him. If one were to liken this boy to an animal, he would undoubtedly be a lone wolf traversing the night. He never aligned himself with anyone, and even amidst a pack, he stood as the absolute sovereign. It was no wonder he could summon the guard wolf of the Void Realm. The celestial wolf, under divine instruction, had patrolled the Void Realm for countless years, single-handedly guarding against numerous demons and unimaginable force. To summon such a powerful celestial wolf to his command, what exactly is this boy's origin? Fortunately, he shared their stance. Had he allied with the Azura clan, humanity would surely face annihilation. Ace shook her head, striving to dispel the chaotic thoughts that clouded her mind to maintain her composure. Checking the time on her watch, she noted there was still half an hour before departure. After thanking Luo Shinxian, Ace led Bai Wule out of the room. As she pushed open the door, she saw several individuals hastily returning to the sofa, their eavesdropping obvious. Ace chuckled and stepped forward. Surely, you have all heard that Bai Wule can defeat even me. With such a person joining our hunt to combat the Azura clan, we should be elated. Strength matters little. A bite from behind is far more painful, Akin retorted grimly. The others, upon hearing this, lowered their heads, their expressions grim, undoubtedly sharing the same concern. After all, those capable of summoning demons are hardly paragons of virtue. No one expressed agreement with Bai Wule's inclusion. The atmosphere plunged back into icy silence. Ace sighed, about to speak, when a cold voice from behind interrupted. You need not worry, I am only interested in the strong. As for you, I have yet to find you intriguing. Bai Wule's face bore a smile devoid of warmth, his arrogant demeanor inciting further outrage among Akin and the others. You insolent brat, do not be so arrogant. Akin bellowed, drawing a massive blade from behind him. The sword, towering as high as a person, scraped the ceiling with a jarring sound as it lunged towards Bai Wule. In a swift motion, several metallic chains coiled around the blade and Akin's waist, rendering him immobile. Ace gripped the chains tightly in his left hand, his expression dark as he glared at Akin. How long will you continue this ruckus? We have a mission at midnight. Are you truly willing to squander our time over such trivial matters while the 3 children destined for the Azura district await their fates? Akin shouted back, Boss. But last time. That incident is in the past. Ace roared. Will you allow that to breed distrust among comrades for a lifetime? If you cannot maintain your composure, you need not partake in this mission. Upon hearing this, Akin's defiance instantly waned, and he hastily released his grip on the blade. No, I must go. I failed to complete the last mission, and this time, I am determined to rescue those 3 children, even if it costs me my life. Boss, please let me go. I assure you, I will not err again. Then I require you to promise to cooperate with our newly joined member during this operation, without any hostile sentiments. Those who cannot comply are to remain behind, Ace commanded, surveying the group. They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. We can manage. And you, Akin? Ace asked coldly. Akin sighed heavily and nodded resolutely. I can. Chapter 27 The actions of the mysterious organization Hunter commenced swiftly. At Ace's command, everyone took their positions and prepared earnestly. Due to the injuries sustained during the previous mission, Ace refrained from participating this time, appointing Akin as the overall commander to coordinate with the team to rescue the children. She specifically instructed Akin to take good care of the new member, Bai Wule. Although Akin's reluctance was evident, he acquiesced under Ace's pressure. Each member busied themselves with weaponry, and an atmosphere of tension gradually enveloped the room. Only Bai Wule appeared idle, leisurely surveying his surroundings until a thought struck him, prompting him to ascend the stairs. Navigating through the narrow corridor, he returned to the bar. Upon lifting the curtain, he discovered a man and a woman, along with a bearded individual. All gathered around Tang Xiaoya, their gazes fixed upon him as if he were a criminal. Tang Xiaoya resembled a startled fawn, standing there with a bewildered expression that seemed to scream, Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Spotting Bai Wule, Tang Xiaoya's eyes lit up, as if he had found a lifeline, and he eagerly called out, What happened? Bai Wule nodded and approached him. However, upon noticing that the three had no intention of moving aside, his brow furrowed instantly. Step aside. What does this mean? Did the boss allow you to join? The bearded man exclaimed in astonishment. The trio exchanged complex glances, seemingly bewildered by their leader's decision. Bai Wule shot a cold glance at the bearded man, pulled Tang Xiaoya to his side, and then opened the door, guiding him towards the bar's entrance. Tang Xiaoya, still in a state of anxiety, followed him like a lost puppy. Outside the bar, the atmosphere was palpably lively, with vibrant, flashing shop signs, bustling customers, and cheerful music playing on repeat, giving Tang Xiaoya a fleeting sense of being in another world. I will temporarily leave Bai Tang in your care. Bai Wule released his grip, gently nudging Tang Xiaoya forward to signal him to leave. Tang Xiaoya hesitated. Are you really going to the danger zone? Bai Wule affirmed with a nod and turned back towards the bar. Be careful, Tang Xiaoya called after him, peering at Bai Wule's retreating figure. He stared for a few seconds until Bai Wule vanished into the darkness, his gaze withdrawn. As Bai Wule entered the bar, he was met with Akin's displeased expression. What are you doing running around when we're about to act? Bai Wule cast a dismissive glance and ignored him. Knowing Bai Wule's irritable nature, Akin chose not to dwell on the matter, simply instructing him to follow. He led the way to a concealed door within the bar. Bai Wule trailed behind. When the door swung open, the 3 or 4 individuals he had seen earlier stood inside, fully armed and bearing grave expressions, causing the air to thicken with tension. This small room functioned as a sealed elevator, and as Bai Wule stepped in last, it began its descent, moving slowly and steadily. Minutes later, the elevator halted abruptly, and Bai Wule followed them into a cavern. The cave was vast, spacious enough for 4 or 5 people to walk side by side, and its depth was such that even squinting, Bai Wule could not discern the end. Bring her out. Akin activated a flashlight, illuminating a section of the wall that resembled a prison cell. A large metallic cage was embedded in the wall, the gaps between the bars no wider than a hand's breadth, making it impossible to see inside without approaching. Each metal bar was robust, ensuring that escape would be nearly impossible. A small door atop the cage appeared to accommodate only the passage of small animals. As the person opened the door, the sound of clanking chains echoed from within. Come out, the person commanded, tugging on the chain attached to the door. Shortly after, a small girl crawled out. Bai Wule raised an eyebrow in surprise. Although he sensed the presence of Ashura, he did not expect it to be a child. The girl appeared to be no older than 4 or 5, with pink curly hair and 2 prominent black horns atop her head, unmistakable traits of the Shura clan. Her left arm was bandaged, stained with dried blood, and heavy chains were locked around her neck, threatening to topple her at any moment. She slowly stood up and, upon seeing Bai Wule, her pale face flickered with surprise. Bai Wule scrutinized her, his brow slightly furrowing. Akin then unfastened the chains from the girl's neck and replaced them with a slightly lighter chain, leading her into the depths of the cavern like a pet. Bai Wule's gaze followed them, bringing up the rear of the group. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a black, demon-like tail trailing lifelessly behind the girl. At that moment, the girl glanced back at Bai Wule, her eyes seemingly pleading for help. Hurry up. What are you staring at? A man in front of Bai Wule noticed this and stepped deliberately in the way, blocking the girl's line of sight. The girl, seeing this, reluctantly lowered her gaze. The man sneered and turned to Bai Wule. Don't let her appearance fool you. She's still a carnivorous shura. Do not harbor any sympathy for her. Bai Wule replied coolly, do you think I would? The man chuckled, I genuinely doubt that. By the way, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Cheng Dong. But they all call me Big Dong. Here's to a pleasant collaboration. Saying this, Big Dong cheerfully extended his hand towards Bai Wule. This individual appeared slightly older than the rest, and his smile had a somewhat foolish charm, making him seem approachable. However, what caught Bai Wule's attention was the absence of a sacred artifact on Big Dong. The other members were visibly armed, akin with a large blade on his back. A petite individual carrying an umbrella, a tall, slender man wielding a whip, and another clad in an unusual cloak. Only Big Dong wore ordinary white short sleeves and black pants, appearing more like a tourist than a member of the group, empty-handed and unarmed. Bai Wule chose to ignore the outstretched hand, maintaining his aloof demeanor as he fixed his gaze ahead. Big Dong felt rebuffed, awkwardly retracting his hand. The others, although seemingly indifferent, were acutely aware of the new member's every move. Noticing Bai Wule's disregard for Big Dong, the group cast sidelong glances, their expressions decidedly unfriendly. Akin's face bore a particularly displeased look, and with a mocking tone, he remarked, those who do not cooperate cannot be considered comrades. If anything goes awry, do not expect us to come to your aid. Bai Wule detected the veiled threat in Akin's words but remained expressionless. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, Bai Wule observed ahead a circle formed by multicolored ropes. The soil within the circle was noticeably darker than the surrounding earth, permeated by a strong scent of blood, resembling a small altar. Akin led the girl into the circle while the others halted at its periphery. He firmly secured one end of the chain around the little girl's neck to the metal clasp in the center of the circle, then drew a dagger from his waist and viciously slashed at the girl's arm. The wound was visibly deep, and blood gushed forth, pooling on the ground. The girl emitted a quiet whimper, then bit her lip, bowing her head in silence. Akin retracted the dagger and stepped out of the circle, intently fixated on the blood that dripped from the girl. As the blood fell to the ground, it began to spread in a lavish manner. Crimson lines crisscrossed, forming a web-like pattern within the sacrificial circle. Suddenly, this blood web lifted from the ground and swiftly surged into the depths of the cave. Quick, follow. Akin reacted swiftly, circumventing the circle and sprinting forward. The others followed suit, leaving the little girl alone in the center of the altar. Bai Wule glanced back, vaulting over the altar. Just as he was about to dash into the cave, he heard the girl's faint voice, help me. The sound was so soft that only Bai Wule's keen hearing could detect it. He turned to see the girl with her head bowed, seemingly talking to herself. Without pausing to consider, Bai Wule hastily entered the cave, being the last to slip through the opening of the Shura gate. Warning: you are about to enter an unlocked danger zone. The system will enter sleep mode, and you may encounter unpredictable dangers that could endanger your life. Are you sure you want to proceed? Enter, do not enter, 9S. Bai Wule clicked enter. In an instant, the text on the left half of the display vanished, leaving only a line of words in the center. Bad news. The signal seems to have lingered in the human territory. The system is in sleep mode, and you are now in a state of free adventure. Free adventure? Bai Wule looked up to find an endless expanse of dense forest before him, speckled with glimmers of red light. The locations of the glimmers were fixed, and the scent of Shura was most potent there, suggesting that it was the domain of the Shura clan. In the shadows, Akin and several others crouched by a large tree, deliberating their next rescue operation. Upon seeing Bai Wule enter, they merely cast him a fleeting glance before resuming their hushed conversation. Bai Wule regarded them briefly before stepping forward. At that moment, Akin called out to him softly, "Hey, you relied on us to get in here. If you have any conscience, don't betray us if you get caught." Bai Wule halted, slightly turning his head. "Likewise, if you get caught, don't let it affect me. Don't worry, we're not that despicable," Akin retorted with a cold smirk. After confirming their route, Akin led the others toward one side of the forest, in a direction entirely opposite to Bai Wule's. Chapter 28. Bai Wule wandered alone through the dense forest. Without the comforting presence of words on a screen, he found himself momentarily disoriented, glancing back at it from time to time. The pervasive aura of darkness invigorated the demon wolf in the young Chingdi. The little creature, clumsily crawling out of Bai Wule's pocket, clambered up onto him, its tiny eyes darting around in curiosity. Noticing this, Bai Wule simply lifted it onto his shoulder, advising, "Settle down. If you fall, it's not my concern." The youngling eagerly nodded in agreement, given Bai Wule's slender frame. The young creature found a perfect perch nestled comfortably against his collarbone. Should they encounter any jolting movements, its little hands would securely grasp Bai Wule's collar, ensuring its safety. As they progressed deeper into the forest, the distinctive scent of the Shura clan intensified. Shadows began to materialize between the trees. "Hey, you in the black clothing up ahead. Wait a moment." A frail voice called from behind. Bai Wule turned to see an elderly man, stooped and leaning on a cane, approaching. Too dull. Black horns adorned his head, and a demon's tail arched high behind him. It was evident he belonged to the Shura clan. "Which lineage do you hail from?" "I don't believe I have seen you before." The elder scrutinized Bai Wule with keen eyes. Why do you lack horns and a tail?" Bai Wule recalled something he had heard from AIC regarding this very matter. The horns and tail were defining features of the Shura clan, symbolizing their source of power and serving as vital proof of one's identity. Humans entering the Shura domain often face suspicion. If questioned about the absence of horns and a tail, one could simply respond, "I hid them to avoid trouble," Bai Wule replied nonchalantly. His calm demeanor did not rouse the elder's suspicion. The old man merely shook his head and sighed. "You young folks today are indeed too combative. Hiding them is wise. It prevents harm to both yourself and others." As he spoke, the elder stepped closer to Bai Wule, glancing up at the young Qingdi on his shoulder. "That little creature of yours is a demon? So, you are a summoner from the Vexed Ascendant lineage. No wonder I have not encountered you before. Your clan is always shrouded in mystery." "Vexed Ascendant? Is that the red-eyed boy named Xian?" Bai Wule recalled a mention by Luo Shenxian about a strand of hair he had purchased, which was of ascendant origin. The boy's name contained the character for Xian, and he, too, was a summoner. It must be him. I need to find Vexed Ascendant. Do you know where he is?" Bai Wule inquired. The elder paused. "Isn't Vexed Ascendant supposed to be in the human district gathering food today? Right now, he should be preparing for a banquet for the king." Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, hastily taking a few steps forward. "Ah, look at me wasting time here. Hurry along. If you arrive late to the banquet, you might not even get a bowl of soup." It was clear the elder was anxious. Despite his frail legs, he hurried forward, using his cane to assist his movement. Just then, a sudden gust of wind swept in from behind. A long, red serpent appeared, gracefully weaving through the trees. The serpent charged forward, showing no signs of slowing, heading straight for Bai Wule. Ouch! The elder was knocked to the ground by the fierce wind. Bai Wule quickly leaped into a tree to evade the oncoming force. But the young Qingdi, perched on his shoulder, was flung off before he could react. "Ah!" The youngling cried out in fright as it plummeted. Bai Wule reached out to catch it. Just as he was about to grasp the creature, a long, red tongue, slick with saliva, shot out and ensnared the Qingdi, pulling it away. Bai Wule missed his catch and landed on the ground. Looking up, he saw a massive toad perched among the trees, its tongue retracting as it devoured the young Qingdi in one gulp. "Gooey." The toad appeared pleased, licking its lips in satisfaction. "You little rascal. You belong to the Vexed Ascendant clan, don't you? Every time you appear, it's always something bizarre." "Really, Al, my old back," the elder grumbled, rising unsteadily with his cane. At that moment, the toad spoke, sounding like a young man. "Old man, who told you not to stay away? You know our clan's relationship with Vexed Ascendant. When we meet on the road, shouldn't we greet each other properly?" The toad chuckled, teasing Bai Wule as it waved the young Qingdi around in the air. "I see a summoner from the Vexed Ascendant clan won't even get a drop of soup. Hiding behind a demon like a coward. Come on, if you're capable, try to reclaim this useless little one." Bai Wule's eyes narrowed as he contemplated summoning the wolf. However, he reconsidered, realizing that such an action might alert the red-eyed boy and provoke unnecessary attention. He slowly lowered his hand. The toad mistook his hesitation for fear, laughing even more arrogantly as it twirled the young Qingdi about. Attracted by the commotion, shadows began to gather in the forest, eager to witness the spectacle. Bai Wule decided to strike swiftly before they encircled them. He pressed his fingers into the bracelet on his wrist, digging his nails into his palm. And as blood trickled down, he charged at the massive toad. The toad was caught off guard by Bai Wule's sudden attack, momentarily stunned. However, it quickly transformed, becoming a long serpent that soared skyward. Bai Wule seized the serpent's tail, rising into the air alongside it. The serpent let out a cry, thrashing its tail in an attempt to shake him off, utilizing the dense black mist emanating from the wolf. Bai Wule not only maintained his grip on the serpent's tail but also concealed himself within the shadows. Sensing a strange presence entering its mouth, the serpent bellowed. "What is this?" Bai Wule smirked and slowly raised his left hand. At that moment, the The serpent let out a wretched cry, its voice piercing the air. The serpent writhed in agony, spiraling chaotically through the sky like a headless fly, and crashed down towards the ground. With a thunderous boom, the serpent struck the forest floor, uprooting several large trees and creating a massive crater. Dust billowed into the air, obscuring the surroundings. Bai Wule released his grip just before the serpent hit the ground and landed gracefully on a tree branch. Seizing the opportunity amidst the swirling dust, he hurried to the serpent's head and retrieved the fallen young Qingdi. "Are you all right?" Bai Wule peered down at it. Spotting its master. The young Qingdi could no longer contain itself and burst into tears, nestled in his palm. Bai Wule gently stroked its head in comfort. Noticing several members of the Shura clan approaching, Bai Wule swiftly returned the young Qingdi to his pocket. He scanned the area and chose a direction where the Shura scent was faintest, making his escape. With graceful movements, Bai Wule leaped from tree to tree. Occasionally, he encountered passing Shura, but before they could discern his appearance, he vanished into the forest. Time passed, and suddenly, faint red lights flickered ahead through the trees. Bai Wule crouched behind a lush tree, intently listening to the sounds emanating from the front. Lord Vex's descendant is indeed clever. Those humans coming to rescue tonight would never suspect that he would hide 3 human children in his own home. Who could have imagined that the numerous underground cells were all vacant? Those who entered surely met their demise. It is said that Lord Jiue, Lord Fanxian, and Lord Shurtian are already stationed at the cells, determined to ensure that the organization known as Hunt meets its end without a trace. Although the taste of adult humans may be somewhat lacking, it is certainly preferable to having nothing at all. If we achieve success this time, feasting on a hand should pose no issue. Now, the banquet is about to commence. Let us release Barilu from the underground and have it escort the 3 children over. Bai Wule could hear their conversation with remarkable clarity, indicating that these 2 Azura clan members were no more than 500 meters away from him. After a moment's contemplation, he leaped in the direction of the voices. A few minutes later, he arrived at an expansive clearing where 2 Azura clan members stood, drawing a formation with branches. Bai Wule pondered for a moment, then leaped onto the formation, deliberately disturbing part of it with his foot. "Hey, who are you?" One of the Azura members barked. Remaining composed, Bai Wule approached. "You need not concern yourself with my identity. I have just received an order from Lord Fanxian to escort the 3 children to the banquet hall. There is no need to summon Barilu." The 2 exchanged doubtful glances. Still unconvinced, how could we be unaware of Lord Fanxuan's orders? If you truly serve him, then why have we never seen you before? I have been engaged in covert missions for Lord Fanxian. Naturally, you would not have encountered me. Bai Wule stepped closer to the 2, gesturing behind him. "Surely you heard that loud noise just now? That was me teaching a lesson to a faction of Shurtian." "You claim you taught a faction of Shurtian a lesson?" Both of them exclaimed in unison. Bai Wule nodded. "Indeed, they were utterly arrogant." "Exactly. They were insufferably arrogant," one of them replied. "They had toyed with me several times before. Finally, I have vented my frustrations." "Indeed, only we, of Fanxian's faction, harbor such deep disdain for Shurtian." The other added. Come, share with me the details of how you defeated them. Let us revel in your triumph." Chapter 29. Much like Bai Wule's thoughts, the audacity displayed by the Shurtian faction was undoubtedly rooted in their long-standing discord with the Fanxian faction. This animosity allowed them to easily gain the trust of the Fanxian group, especially after they learned of Bai Wule's decisive lesson to the Shurtian faction. There was no room for doubt regarding his identity. After all, humanity has always been cautious. Acts of rescue are typically executed covertly, never brazenly causing a stir within the Azura district. Furthermore, the presence of demons on Bai Wule only solidified his role as a summoner. The 2 Azura members of the Fanxian faction were quite at ease with him, excitedly recounting his illustrious feats while guiding him toward Fanxuan's residence. Nestled at the edge of this dense forest, the home of Fanxian was illuminated by several glimmers of red light. According to the 2, it was customary for Azura members to build their residences atop the lofty Yin mountain, where the higher the abode, the greater the status it represented. Yet, Fanxian had an aversion to mountain life and stubbornly chose to establish his home at the forest's end. This decision was motivated by a desire for tranquility and ample space to house medium and small demons. However, this capricious choice directly led to the Shurtian faction's arrogance. Whenever the 2 factions encountered one another, the Shurtian faction would deliberately provoke conflict, resulting in hundreds of skirmishes of varying magnitudes. Nevertheless, what Bai Wule accomplished today, dealing a severe blow to the Shurtian faction, was unprecedented, serving as a much-needed release for the Fanxian faction. as the two exuberantly praised Bai Wule. They remained oblivious to the fact that the youth's gaze was fixated on the towering mountain nearby. Bai Wule squinted, observing numerous illuminated houses on the Yin Mountain, with a particularly grand castle perched atop, likely the residence of the Azura king. Shadows moved from the mountain's base to its peak, all seemingly rushing to attend today's banquet, creating a lively scene. Is Shirtian's residence still in its original location? Bai Wule inquired solemnly. Humph, it's no longer there. They just moved a few days ago. One of the individuals scoffed, pointing toward the house nearest the castle. Look over there. That's where Shirtian resides now, after he achieved great merit during a rainstorm. The king elevated his position, which has only inflated Shirtian's arrogance further. As he spoke, he retracted his hand and patted Bai Wule on the shoulder. Bai Wule frowned and sidestepped to avoid the gesture, casting a glance back at the house that towered above all others, adding Shirtian's name to the list of grudges in his mind. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, Bai Wule followed the two out of the forest, arriving at an opulent European-style building. The four-story mansion exuded exquisite grandeur, with a large Fanshin sculpture dominating its garden. Its expression mirrored that of Bai Wule upon their first encounter, mockingly smug. Navigating around the mansion, the two approached a patch of grass. The grass was movable, revealing a small metallic door upon being shifted. After unlocking it, the two stepped inside, with Bai Wule trailing behind. After descending a long staircase, they entered a dungeon. Flanking them were several sturdy metal doors, with three children huddled in the farthest corner, trembling and sobbing until their voices were hoarse. Time's up. Everyone out. One of them called as he approached the door. The clinking of chains against metal bars echoed harshly, and with a creak, a gap appeared in the door. Suddenly, a muffled groan resonated from the dungeon. The one opening the door paused, glancing back, only to be met with a sudden thud as his companion from the Azura clan collapsed, blood seeping from his chest. Momentarily stunned, his gaze shifted to Bai Wule, whose half-shadowed form stood poised between darkness and light. A sly smile graced his lips, exuding an aura of both righteousness and malevolence. A drop of thick, crimson blood fell to the ground from his arm, staining the floor. You. The man's expression shifted in horror as he gasped, yet before he could react, Bai Wule's arm swiftly pierced through his heart. The instant Bai Wule withdrew his arm, the man fell lifelessly to the ground, his face frozen in terror. In the dim light, Bai Wule held two irregular shards resembling shattered glass. The stark contrast between these ordinary Azura and the elite ones was painfully evident. In both texture and luster, they paled in comparison to the gem obtained from Fanshin. Yet, Bai Wule pocketed the two shards nonetheless. Upon raising his eyes, he noticed that the three children in the dungeon were petrified with fear, their faces as pale as parchment, staring wide-eyed at him without uttering a word. Songlong. Bai Wule summoned the Songlong. The lingering scent of blood had yet to dissipate, and with the sudden appearance of a wolf, the children's taut nerves seemed to snap, causing them to shudder violently. Fear struck them to their core. As they began to scream, Bai Wule coldly interrupted, dared to utter a sound. And I shall have you slain by this wolf. His voice abruptly halted their cries. Bai Wule commanded the Songlong to lie down, instructing the children to mount it. Trembling, they complied, but dared not let their bodies touch the wolf. Bai Wule frowned. Sit properly and hold on tight. At his words, they shut their eyes in terror, stiffly clinging to the Songlong. Bai Wule led the way as the Songlong carried the three children, slowly exiting the dungeon. As they emerged from behind the European mansion into the garden, Bai Wule noticed a figure standing atop the grand sculpture. In the next moment, Fanchuan's laughter echoed. Oh, how delightful. I never anticipated you would come to find me so soon, and even to my home. Bai Wule furrowed his brows, squinting to see. Fanshin leaped down from the statue, landing atop a colossal flying fish enveloped in black mist, likely another demon from the Void Realm. I came to check on my little Bai Wule, but instead, I find you, my dear. This must be our third meeting tonight, yes? Fanshin approached gracefully on the flying fish. Adorned in a meticulously prepared ensemble of purple and black, his hair casually tied up for the evening's festivities. Noticing Bai Wule still clad in his plain black attire, his hair slightly disheveled, Fanshin couldn't help but sigh. Oh, you truly don't realize how handsome you are, do you? You pay no mind to your appearance. But I must admit, your laid-back demeanor is quite appealing. Bai Wule scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at the Songlong, his voice low and firm. Get them out of here. With a howl, the Songlong darted off at his command. Little wolf cub, you're being quite disobedient. Fanshin exclaimed. To you, stop it. Suddenly, a pillar of earth erupted from the garden, launching the fleeing Songlong into the air. The two children riding behind lost their grip and were flung off, plummeting with terrified screams. "Ah, help!" they cried as they fell from a height of nearly 20 meters, facing certain doom or grave injury upon impact. Bai Wule dashed forward, but just then, an earthen wall erupted from the ground, blocking his path. The wall rose higher, impeding his progress. As a cloud of dust enveloped the entire garden. "Oh dear, ATU, you've gotten dust all over me again," Fan Xian exclaimed, hastily soaring into the air aboard the flying fish. Suddenly, the children's cries came to an abrupt halt, plunging into an inexplicable silence. Fan Xian raised an eyebrow and chuckled. It seems they have met their demise. Just as he prepared to investigate, a flash of movement revealed a gray wolf bursting forth from the dust, leaping into the air. Fan Xian was momentarily taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he found 3 children unharmed, clinging to the wolf's back, bound by sturdy black chains. Beneath the wolf's feet lay a shadowy expanse. It was the soul-sucking beast king. Fan Xian remarked with a smirk, "I had nearly forgotten about such a creature." "So, my dear brother, you managed to use it to catch these 2 children. How clever of you." As the dust settled, the silhouette of Bai Wule gradually became discernible. He stood atop the high wall, exuding an air of calm and composure. At his feet was a sigil, faintly emanating the dark mist of the void realm. Fan Xian observed, a teasing smile curling at his lips. "Are you attempting to summon demons to confront me once more? I advise you to concede while you still can. Previously, during my visit to the human territory, I merely brought along a few demons. Now, we are in my domain. Do you have any idea how many demons I possess? Hundreds, my friend, and you stand no chance against me." "Oh, hundreds, you say? I find myself eager to witness that," Bai Wule retorted with a cold smirk. He signaled to the gray wolf, which immediately leaped down from the soul-sucking beast king and continued its sprint towards the dense forest. "Very well, allow me to properly introduce you to my pets." Boom. At that moment, a tremendous roar erupted from the other end of the forest, and mushroom-shaped clouds billowed into the sky. It appeared that the battle in the dungeon had commenced. "I wonder which side will conclude first," Bai Wule mused, deliberately raising an eyebrow at him. Then, Fan Xian spread his arms wide and enthusiastically called out, "All you lovely creatures, there is no need to hide any longer. Come out and play with my dear brother." Roar. The moment these words were uttered, the ground trembled. Countless shadows surged from behind the European-style mansion, rushing forward like an unstoppable tide. This spectacle was indeed something Bai Wule had never witnessed before. It could only be likened to a parade of 100 ghosts. The demon's eyes gleamed with vibrant hues, whipping up fierce winds as they charged towards Bai Wule. "You lot, go retrieve those children for me. As for the wolf cub," Fan Xian smiled, his eyes glinting with a blood-red glow, "kill it on the spot." Roar. The demons split into 2 factions, one continuing their assault on Bai Wule, while the other plunged deep into the forest. Hundreds of demons soared past, shattering the yellow mud wall beneath Bai Wule's feet. He leapt down swiftly, following the falling debris. The demons offered him no respite, their gaping maws poised to strike. A whirlwind swept through, leaving nothing in its wake. Upon glancing back, both the debris and Bai Wule had vanished without a trace. Chapter 30. Fan Xian commanded the demons to halt abruptly. Perched atop a colossal fish, "Who among you has devoured the young man? Spit him out at once. If you mar his exquisite form, I shall be quite displeased." Upon hearing the command, hundreds of demons froze mid-air, exchanging glances. A massive demon, with the head of a lion and the tail of a serpent, bellowed and promptly regurgitated Bai Wule. Covered in sticky saliva, Bai Wule fell to the ground, lifeless and motionless. After a brief moment, seeing that Bai Wule remained still, Fan Xian grew anxious. He leaped from the fish and hurried to his side. "Young man, you can't possibly be dead, can you?" Suddenly, a pale arm shot toward Fan Xian's chest. Startled, he instinctively recoiled a few steps to evade the attack. Steadying himself, he smoothed the wrinkles in his suit and sighed in resignation. "Using old tricks again, young man? Do you truly believe I would fall for your ruse?" Bai Wule let out a cold laugh and gradually rose to his feet. At that moment, a tremendous noise echoed from the depths of the forest, followed closely by a howl from the gray wolf. Realizing he could not afford to waste more time, Bai Wule slowly raised his left hand, revealing his long fingers. "Ah, I just noticed how lovely your hands are," Fan Xian exclaimed, delighted. Indeed, a glimmer of cunning flickered in Bai Wule's jade-green eyes. He abruptly clenched his hand, and with a thunderous roar, his left arm unleashed a torrent of black mist that swiftly enveloped the entire garden. The infinitely proliferating black fog formed an insurmountable barrier, trapping the demons within as they desperately attempted to evade the encroaching darkness, which only multiplied. The demons surged into the sky, drawing the black mist outward. Fan Xian, taken aback by the sudden inundation of darkness, stood still, scrutinizing the fog. When he reached out, the mist took root in his grasp, clinging stubbornly. Furrowing his brow, he mused, "Young man, do you possess a holy artifact now? Was the formation you drew not meant to summon demons, but rather to harness the essence of the void realm?" Silence reigned in the darkness. Fan Xian pressed forward, yet more black mist coiled around his legs and waist, rendering him increasingly immobile. Struggling, he shouted, "If you rescue those 3 children, the king will surely be enraged. He may even devour your brother. Do you truly not care about that?" No reply came, only the cacophony of demon roars. Bai Wule had already dashed toward the depths of the forest the moment the black mist began to spread. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the low-grade holy artifact on his wrist. Due to its inferior quality, the bracelet's durability was severely compromised. By borrowing the essence of the demons from the void realm, Bai Wule was undoubtedly exerting the efficacy of a higher-grade artifact. Pushing the lowly bracelet to the brink of destruction, he cast a glance at it, hoping it would endure a little longer. Leaping from tree to tree, he soon discovered the gray wolf surrounded by a throng of demons 100 meters away. The gray wolf, eyes ablaze with ferocity, growled and bared its fangs. Even under such immense pressure, the lone wolf displayed not an ounce of fear. With a fierce cry, it unleashed a flurry of iron chains, charging toward the demons with the strength of one against many. "Everyone, settle scores and seek vengeance. If I cannot harm it, I shall tear it apart," it howled. The demon's eyes blazed with fury, ignited by the resentment inflicted by the gray wolf's guardianship in the void realm. The wolf plunged into the horde of demons, engaging in a desperate battle. Yet, it soon let out a wail of anguish. Bai Wule froze momentarily, a surge of murderous intent igniting within him. He quickened his pace, rushing forward. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the scene as several demons were cleaved in two. "Protect the children." A Jin, wielding a great sword, landed on the ground, his blade still stained with demon essence. At the command, the tall, slender man with the whip and the diminutive figure with the umbrella swiftly separated, one to the left and the other to the right, confronting the two groups of demons. "They're unharmed." Bai Wule hesitated for a moment, then leaped to the side of the gray wolf. The wolf's limbs bore the marks of savage bites, some wounds deep enough to expose bone. Yet it stood defiantly, blood pooling beneath it, exuding an indomitable spirit. The three children were tightly bound to its back with black iron chains, as if encased in impenetrable armor, ensuring their safety amidst the chaos. The Dong rushed over, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the grievously wounded yet protective wolf. "This is the first time I've seen a demon safeguarding humans." He turned to Bai Wule, his gaze softening slightly. "We owe you a great debt this time. We'll handle the rest." Bai Wule nodded, allowing the gray wolf to retract the chains. The three children began to weep, prompting the Dong to gather them protectively in his arms, offering comfort. "Our mission is to rescue the children. Do not linger," a Jin shouted, swinging his sword at a demon before glancing back at the umbrella-wielding figure. "Me, it's up to you now." The small figure nodded, unfurling the little flower umbrella and chanting as it hopped about. Soon, a multitude of vibrant butterflies fluttered from the umbrella, gracefully alighting beside each individual, forming vivid silhouettes. A Jin with his sword, the small figure with the umbrella, the Dong protecting the children, even Bai Wule, each silhouette was rendered with striking clarity. Bai Wule observed the small figure donning a raincoat, sensing that their holy artifact must be of an illusory nature. As the silhouettes took form, the demon's attention was swiftly drawn to them, engaging in a fierce battle with these phantoms. A Jin held his breath, scanning the surroundings before signaling a retreat, as if prearranged. The whip-wielding man turned to carve a path, the small figure closely following. The Dong made a shushing gesture to the three children, gradually guiding them out of the demon's clutches. Bai Wule patted the gray wolf's head, transforming it into an ear cuff. He then turned to head toward the depths of the forest. After taking 2 steps, a great sword suddenly blocked his path. A Jin glared at Bai Wule, his voice low and tense. "What do you intend to do?" "Find someone," Bai Wule replied coldly, pushing aside the sword. At that moment, a shadow plummeted from above, blocking Bai Wule's view. "Is it him?" Bai Wule furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the cloaked figure before him. The figure lifted a corner of their cloak, revealing the sleeping Bai Shaolin nestled upon his shoulder. A flicker of surprise crossed Bai Wule's eyes. Just then, a brilliant firework erupted from the edge of the forest, illuminating the night sky with a cascade of colors. This is not good. They are signaling. We must leave immediately. Ajin exclaimed. Bai Wule glanced toward the forest's end. They are already pursuing us. You must go first. Hearing the approaching roars of the demons, Ajin realized they needed someone to hold the line or risk the fiends following them back to the gateway. He looked at Bai Wule, retreating while whispering instructions. Do not let the demons through the gateway. Resolve the battle in 3 minutes. Bai Wule scoffed, remaining silent. His expression seemed to convey, do you need to say that? With that, Ajin and the cloaked figure withdrew from the encircled demons. Not long after their departure, a formidable legion of demons led by Van Xian surged forth with a ferocious roar. The Azura troops commanded by Ji Lu and the Azura contingent under Oath Heaven also hastened from the dungeons upon hearing the news. In an instant, Bai Wu was encircled by these Azura clansmen, trapped in layers upon layers, leaving no escape in sight. How absurd! To be outmaneuvered by those humans. Transformed into a colossal black dragon, Oath Heaven swept his tail, dispersing the illusory butterflies created by Ji Lu. Little brother, you cannot escape. You might as well surrender. Van Xian advanced, riding atop a great fish. Oath Heaven bellowed, what a waste of time. Just devour him right here. With that, he opened his gaping maw. Swiftly, Ji Lu hurled a rose, which lodged itself in Oath Heaven's mouth. The rose burgeoned rapidly, blooming into a vibrant cluster of exquisite flowers within his jaws. Bah! Oath Heaven spat out the rose and glared malevolently at Ji Lu. Repugnant woman, what do you intend to do now? It is to prevent you, the belligerent fool, from causing further chaos. Ji Lu replied coldly. This boy cannot perish. He must be delivered to the king. Oath Heaven sneered. Very well. Let us see who shall present him to the king. With the prey so tantalizingly close, the ever battle-hungry Oath Heaven would not relinquish this opportunity for glory to another. He charged once more at Bai Wu. Just as he opened his mouth wide, a demon with a lion's head and a serpent's tail suddenly appeared before him. Oath Heaven halted just in time, casting a sideways glance at Van Xian. What is the meaning of this? Are you openly challenging me with your demon? Van Xian was taken aback, a sudden realization striking him, his expression shifting drastically. You have recontracted my demon? At that moment, Bai Wu, who had remained silent, suddenly raised his head. A slight smirk danced upon his lips, revealing the answer. Humph, I told you. Your Van Xian faction is more adept at failure than success. Just nurturing these worthless demons. Oath Heaven snorted contemptuously. Since this traitorous demon is of no use. Do not blame me. With that, Oath Heaven sank his teeth into the lion's head, violently tossing it aside, and continued his charge toward Bai Wu. In a flash, Bai Wu leaped into the air, landing on a tree. He tightened his grip, and in an instant, the hundreds of demons hovering behind Van Xian began to howl in agony, colliding wildly in chaos. Van Xian clutched his abdomen in pain, tumbling from the great fish to the ground. The dark energy, which had unknowingly infiltrated both Van Xian and the demons, rapidly proliferated and expanded under Bai Wu's command, distorting their very insides. Several massive demons writhed in torment, crushing down upon Oath Heaven. Seeing their leader under attack, Oath Heaven's kin immediately rallied to engage in battle against the demons. In that moment, Van Xian's faction and Oath Heaven's faction clashed anew. Seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil, Bai Wu turned to leave. These fools. Ji Lu cast a silent, scornful glance at the infighting kin before leaping in pursuit of Bai Wu. Chapter 31. A few roses suddenly flew in, obstructing Bai Wuliao's path. The roses took root in the soil and instantaneously sprouted green tendrils that extended infinitely, entangling themselves around Bai Wuliao. Utilizing the force, he leapt onto a tree. At that moment, the young earth spirit poked its little head out from his pocket, making a series of sounds. Bai Wuliao lowered his gaze. You said you would handle it? The little earth spirit nodded and then opened its mouth wide. In an instant, the roses on the ground were uprooted, continuously drilling into its mouth along with the green tendrils. Seeing this scene, Ji Lu furrowed his brow and quickly threw several more roses. Yet this time, the roses hardly touched the ground before wobbling into the young earth spirit's mouth. Bai Wuliao pressed forward relentlessly, while the young earth spirit perched at the edge of his pocket, devouring the roses Ji Lu tossed. Soon, Bai Wuliao had distanced himself from Ji Lu, who was not adept at pursuit. Fearful of stopping, Bai Wuliao could feel the bracelet on his wrist nearing its limits. If this sacred artifact were to be destroyed, the demons would break free from his control, and he would find himself facing them all at once, an inescapable fate. Quickly, Ajin extended his hand from 100 meters away at the gate, ready to assist Bai Wule. Bai Wule launched himself towards the gate. Just then, an unprecedentedly fierce gust of wind swept down from the mountaintop at an astonishing speed. Trees were uprooted, crashing apart with an unstoppable force aimed directly at Bai Wule. Boom! Bai Wule could not evade it and was struck hard. Upon closer inspection, a fiery, ghostly claw had gripped his abdomen with immense strength. Its fist as large as a basketball, seemingly intent on crushing his insides. With a thud, Bai Wule fell to the ground, sliding several meters before coming to a halt. Warm blood splattered around like rain. Ajin, sensing the warmth from his outstretched hand, immediately flew out a large knife from the gate. He deftly leaped out, caught the flying knife, and struck fiercely at the ghostly hand. The metallic clang echoed as the sharp knife scraped against the claw's tough scales, yet it failed to penetrate. Having accomplished nothing, Ajin felt the numbness in his hands as he landed. Gritting his teeth, he raised the knife for a second strike. Suddenly, the ghostly hand was violently flung aside, spinning several times before being forced to rest beneath a tree. The claw remained in a fist shape, and one could only imagine what it grasped. Could it be? Ajin's expression changed. Before he could react, Bai Wule, who had fallen, suddenly sprang up and rushed towards him, grabbing him as they raced towards the gate. Both leaped into the opening, tumbling back into the cave of the human realm. Light it up. At Ajin's command, a slender, tall man quickly ignited a fire on the altar. The flames surged brightly, instantly consuming the open gate to the Azura realm, rendering it invisible. With the gate's disappearance, the human realm and the Azura realm were once again completely separated. At that moment, the tense nerves of everyone relaxed. Ajin glanced at the large knife, now marred with numerous dents from the ghostly hand, then turned to Bai Wule. He sat quietly on the ground, blood pooling beneath him, staining the earth. Alarmingly, the youth maintained a detached expression. That was the attack of the ghostly hand of the Azura king, and his innards were clearly. How could he appear so unfazed? A troubling thought flashed through Ajin's mind. Could he not be human? As if sensing a shared understanding, everyone began to realize this unsettling question. They exchanged glances, their focus converging on the expressionless youth. The slender, tall man took a few seconds to react, suddenly whipping out a whip to ensnare Bai Wule's neck. Speak the truth. Boy, you're not human, are you? Bai Wule grasped the whip around his neck, his eyes dimming slightly. Did I ever claim to be? His gaze drifted past the tall man as he slowly rose to his feet. Don't move. The tall man tightened the whip. Due to excessive blood loss, Bai Wule's reactions were sluggish, and he stumbled slightly, leaning against the wall to prevent himself from falling. In the silence, Bai Wule's bracelet shattered into pieces, scattering across the ground. He glanced down at the fragments, forcefully tearing the whip from his neck. Let go. How could I possibly let you go? The tall man replied coldly. Now that you've admitted you're not human, don't blame me. Just as he prepared to exert force, Ajin swiftly seized his hand. Wait. Ajin frowned. The tall man was taken aback, disbelief written all over his face. Jin, why are you stopping me? You heard him. He is not human. I know, but he just saved 3 human children. Ajin hesitated, though he was reluctant to admit it. Without Bai Wule's presence, their mission might have ended in failure once more. Perhaps this is a scheme, deliberately leading us to believe in him, to trust that he can protect humanity, only to find an opportunity to strike us down. The tall man shouted, still refusing to release Bai Wule. This was indeed Ajin's concern, and he grew increasingly uncertain, gradually loosening his grip on the man. At that moment, a small figure in a raincoat spoke up. The voice belonged to a girl, sweet and youthful. What does it matter whether he is human? Didn't our last mission fail because we were betrayed by a companion who was human? The petite girl turned to look at the cloaked figure, who nodded in agreement. Dadong had just safely escorted the children back to the base when he returned to find the man wrapping a whip around Bai Wule's neck. What are you all doing? Why are you still here fighting amongst yourselves? Upon seeing Bai Wule's severe injury and learning he was not human, Dadong's eyes widened in shock. After a few moments of contemplation, he advised the tall man, Queasy, just listen. It's best to put the whip away. Hearing this, Queasy burst with anger. What? Are you all turning against me now? Fine, I'll let go. But if this kid does anything later, don't say I didn't warn you. He glared menacingly at Bai Wule, retracting the whip and shaking off Ajin's hand before turning to leave. Bai Wule stumbled forward, almost losing his balance. Thankfully, Dadong was quick to support him. Queasy has a bad temper. Don't take it personally. As he drew closer, Bai Wule noticed Dadong's right eye. It was nearly identical to his left, but the center of the pupil had a thin cross line. If not for their proximity, it would have been nearly invisible. So, his sacred artifact is in his eye. Noticing Bai Wuliao's scrutinizing gaze, Dadong smiled. You just noticed my sacred artifact? I'm different from them. I'm responsible for reconnaissance. To put it simply, my eyes can see around corners. Speaking of which, it was a close call this time. Goodness, if I hadn't noticed the ceiling. Who would have thought two fierce Azuras were hiding up there waiting for us? So that is how it was. Bai Wuliao pulled his arm from Dadong's grasp. Looking around. Whereas Bai Shaolai? Are you referring to that child who looks just like you? I handed them over to the boss. Don't worry. Our doctors are all professionals. Dadong replied. Bai Wuliao nodded, suddenly recalling something, and turned to the cloaked figure. You've been following me all along. The cloaked figure nodded. Regarding this matter, we must express our gratitude to Captain A. Jin. Dadong approached with a cheerful demeanor, placing a hand on Jin's shoulder. Despite his sharp tongue, he was quite tender-hearted, fearing for your safety during your first venture into the Shura zone, which is why he insisted that Xiao Tu accompany you. Jin, visibly irritated, shrugged off Dadong's hand and retorted, tender-hearted? Nonsense. Get lost. With that, he shouldered his large blade and departed. Upon hearing this, Bai Wuliao furrowed his brow even deeper. He has been following me all along? How did I not notice? If you had noticed, it would have been quite the predicament. Chuckled the petite girl named me. This is our Xiao Tu's sacred artifact. If you had discovered it, it would have rendered it ineffective. Realizing it was indeed a sacred artifact, Bai Wuliao nodded thoughtfully. If Xiao Tu had not deliberately emphasized his presence, Bai Wuliao would have been completely oblivious. He seemed like an insignificant shadow, neither here nor there, making no impact whatsoever. Can you walk? Do you need support? Dadong inquired, glancing at Bai Wuliao's injuries. Bai Wuliao shook his head, instinctively casting a glance at his abdomen before swiftly averting his gaze. Although he felt no pain, he could sense the moment his insides were wrenched out, a brutality that was unimaginable. He had no desire to examine his wounds. Bai Wuliao stumbled along at the rear, noticing that the text on the luminous screen had become animated once again. I'm sobbing uncontrollably. Why does CICI look pixelated after being offline for a few hours? CICI, are you hurt? The thickest part is on your stomach. Did you sustain abdominal injuries? Bai Wuliao recalled that the entities on the screen were quite timid. If he revealed that his insides had been torn out, it would surely terrify them. Fortunately, Bai Wuliao replied, at present, it was indeed a relief. At least the bleeding had subsided, and the cells of his organs and skin were rapidly regenerating. He was confident that it would not be long before he returned to his former self. His gaze shifted to the latest message on the screen, and Bai Wuliao paused in surprise. It indicated that Tang Xiaoyi had rushed to the bar upon learning of his injuries. Bai Wuliao frowned. If the prey sees me in such a state, won't he take the opportunity to escape? What about my earnings? After contemplating, Bai Wuliao turned and concealed himself in the shadows, donning a black short-sleeved shirt. At the very least, a layer of fabric would offer some comfort. Minutes later, the elevator ascended to the bar. Tang Xiaoyi stood in the center of the bar's hall, his expression visibly laden with concern. I heard you were injured? He asked. Noting the blood trailing down Bai Wuliao's pant leg, his frown deepening, Bai Wuliao instinctively wiped the corner of his mouth, just a minor injury. Perhaps due to his nervousness, the more he attempted to conceal his wounds, the more his body betrayed him. A rush of blood surged. Bai Wuliao lowered his head and involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah, he has caught on. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Bai Wuliao stole a glance at Tang Xiaoyi. Just then, a loud call from behind the curtain broke the tension. Little Bai, I heard you had your insides ripped out by the Shura King's ghostly hand. Show me. Bai Wuliao. Well then, I am completely exposed. Chapter 32. Tang Xiaoyi sat on a small stool, his expression one of bewilderment. Just moments ago, Bai Wuliao had suddenly gripped his shoulder, his hold firm and unyielding. His emerald eyes bore into Tang Xiaoyi's, each word pronounced with grave intensity. Do not leave. What would ordinarily be an innocuous statement transformed under Bai Wuliao's clenched teeth into a threat of dire consequence. Tang Xiaoyi could only nod obediently in acquiescence. Under the weight of Bai Wuliao's gaze, he inexplicably found himself in a mysterious room within the bar, seated in the most inconspicuous corner. Observing several oddly dressed individuals gathered around a table with Bai Wuliao. As he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze fell upon a pool of crimson on the floor. Ever since learning that Bai Wuliao's insides had been extracted, a persistent buzzing had plagued his mind, rendering him incapable of imagining the sensation. Just as he was furrowing his brow in contemplation, Bai Wuliao's cold stare pierced through him once more. Tang Xiaoyi could not shake the feeling that since Bai Wuliao's return, he had been under constant scrutiny, as if Bai feared he might flee. At that moment, Ace's voice broke through Tang Xiaoya's thoughts. Shall we begin? Upon utterance of these words, the room fell into an oppressive silence. Tang Xiaoya raised his head to find several pairs of eyes fixed upon him. Their gazes unwelcoming and openly appraising. Excuse me, could you please step upstairs to the bar? Ace offered a disingenuous smile to Tang Xiaoya. He awkwardly nodded, rising to his feet when Bai Wule's cold voice interrupted. Let him stay. The authoritative tone left no room for negotiation. Kuei, already harboring resentment towards this seemingly inhuman youth, could hardly contain his anger. Kid, how dare you speak to the boss like that? Bai Wule, now that you've joined the hunt, you must understand the rules here. A Jean chimed in, supporting Kuei. All right. Ace waved her hands, signaling them to cease their remarks. She appraised Bai Wule and Tang Xiaoya with keen interest, resting her chin on her hand. Little Bai, this is our internal meeting. It seems inappropriate to have an outsider present. He is not an outsider, Bai Wule replied coolly. Oh, and what is he, then? Ace raised an eyebrow. Bai Wule stated. My prey. If I let my guard down, he may escape, and thus he must remain here. Upon hearing this, Kuei sprang to his feet, agitated. Boss, did you hear that? He views a human as prey, and yet you still wish to keep him here. Ah, you misunderstand. It's merely a jest among friends. Ace interjected, forcibly seating Kuei back down. She clapped her hands, declaring, all right everyone, since that is the case, let us proceed with our meeting. The sooner we finish, the sooner you can rest. The group nodded in agreement, turning their attention back to Ace. Tang Xiaoya stood awkwardly, unsure whether to sit or leave. Ultimately, at the behest of Bai Wule's pointed gaze, commanding him to sit, he returned to his small stool, feeling as though he were perched on a bed of nails. The meeting commenced. Ace examined the documents before her, her demeanor serious. I have heard from a Jean about the events of tonight. Indeed, it was perilous. It appears we must devise a new ambush strategy. Fortunately, this time, it was more fear than harm. 3 children, no, 4, have been rescued. 3 of the children were recovering from the trauma under the care of a psychologist, while 1 bore marks of demonic bites. Though the doctors assured that he would be well after a good night's sleep, overall, this operation was deemed a success. As she spoke, Ace set down the documents and surveyed the group with a steely gaze. However, one of our newly joined members has sustained serious injuries, and I expect an explanation. The group exchanged glances. A Jean hesitated before standing. I am sorry, boss. This is my fault. I should not have left a newcomer behind. Jean, you cannot blame yourself for this. Kuei stood as well, asserting, had you been the one left behind, who knows what would have happened to you? In my opinion, no one is to blame. It was merely bad luck. The conversation unexpectedly turned to Bai Wule's injuries, deepening his frown. Proud as he was, the thought of having been so thoroughly defeated left him irritable. He glanced at Tang Xiaoya in the corner, who was listening intently, and quickly rapped his fingers on the table. This matter need not be discussed. It is between me and the Azura King. Hearing this from the principal party, Ace dismissed the matter with a wave of her hand, gesturing for a Jean and Kuei to sit down. At that moment, a petite girl interjected. Speaking of which, don't you find the Azura King a bit peculiar this time? He has never intervened during our operations before. Why did he choose to do so now? The room fell into a somber silence, the gravity of her words weighing heavily upon them. The hunt had previously only encountered a few of the lesser Azura. Never had they faced the Azura King himself. Yet today, not only had he intervened, but they had also witnessed the sheer disparity in power. Just one claw from a demon possessed a terrifying might. It was unfathomable what would occur should they confront the Azura King directly. This may serve as a warning to us, Ace remarked gravely, indicating that if we dare to tread into the Azura territory again, it could be our doom. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive. A Jean pressed his lips together tightly, his gaze fixed on the worn blade in his hands. Having faced the demon claws firsthand, he understood the overwhelming terror they posed. Their previous successes had been mere strokes of luck. Should they encounter the Azura King, their survival would be in jeopardy. Amidst the silence, Bai Wule's impatience surfaced. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. He truly detested the somber mood that enveloped them. Are you certain you do not wish to have a doctor examine your injuries? Ace inquired. No need, Bai Wule replied, rising to leave with Tang Xiaoya, only to be halted once more by Kuei-Zi's voice. Bai Wule turned back to find Kuei-Zi embroiled in a dispute with Ace. Boss, be honest. Have you known all along that he is not human, and yet you still allow him to join us? Ace paused, her expression shifting to one of surprise. Oh, you all did not notice that Bai Wule is not human? I assumed you were all aware. How could we know? Kuei-Zi retorted, flabbergasted. Ace chuckled, surveying the group. His green eyes, his sharp fangs. Does he not strike you as anything but human? You all just noticed? The petite girl propped her chin on her hands, giggling. I realized it long ago. Little two did too. Only these gentlemen just figured it out. Little girl. Don't reveal everything, Dedong said with an awkward laugh. Kuei grew increasingly confused. What do you mean? You knew he wasn't human all along. Yet you still accepted him into our ranks? Bai Wule is strong enough. Why would we refuse him? Ace raised an eyebrow. But as I mentioned, even human companions can betray us. Does it truly matter whether he is human or not? The petite girl interjected. She yawned wearily. Boss, if the next topic is going to be this, I might as well head to bed. Ace nodded. Very well, let us conclude tonight's meeting. Thank you all for your hard work. Now, off you go to rest. The petite girl rose, stretching languidly, and beckoned Xiao Tu to be the first to exit. Bai Wule withdrew his gaze, following Tang Xiaoyu out in succession. In the end, only Ace, Jean, and the three remained in the room. Observing the trio seated in silence, Ace crossed his arms and leaned back. Do you have any questions? If it concerns Bai Wule's involvement, there is no need for further discussion. Boss, I only have one question. Jean gazed at Ace with seriousness. Are you certain that this Bai Wule can save humanity? Ace chuckled softly, shrugging his shoulders. I am uncertain. It is merely a gamble at this point. However, given a 1 in 13 chance, I am willing to take that risk. Gamble on what? At that moment, Bai Wule unexpectedly returned with Tang Xiaoyi. Unsure of Bai Xiaolai's whereabouts, he had intended to inquire, but inadvertently overheard the conversation. A sudden sensation of being manipulated washed over him. Noticing Ace's silence, Bai Wule inquired again with a grave tone. What do you mean by saving humanity? What is this 1 in 13 chance? Since you have overheard, you may as well join us. Ace gestured for him to take a seat. Bai Wule complied, facing Ace. To put it simply, we are NPCs designed to assist your game characters. However, through a fortunate turn of events, our consciousness has awakened. We seek to escape the predestined fates of our characters, which led to the formation of this mysterious organization, the Hunt, Ace stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, both Bai Wule and Tang Xiaoyu displayed varying degrees of astonishment, particularly Tang Xiaoyu, whose eyes widened in disbelief. After further inquiry, they learned that the original fates of the members of the Hunt were all death. Ace had once been a prosecutor in the human realm, murdered due to his entanglement in the city's secrets. Jean had been a teacher at a suburban boarding school, who succumbed to unbearable pressure and chose to end his life. Dedong was an ordinary office worker, who was unfortunately captured by the Shura tribe while working overtime on a rainy day. Kuei had encountered a tragic accident during a resistance movement. As for me and Xiao Tu, they were originally students at a boarding school, assassinated for uncovering the institution's secrets. Countless deaths in the game gradually awakened their self-awareness, compelling them to escape their inevitable demise. They gathered here, forming the enigmatic organization the Haunt. The root of this tragic fate appears to stem from the secrets that bind this city to the Shura tribe. Chapter 33. It turns out to be a rebellion against fate. Is this the reason they are willing to confront the Azura with their human bodies? This thought made Bai Wule reminisce about the scenes of battling humanity amidst the apocalypse. Groups of humans, battered and bruised, fiercely protected the base behind them. It was precisely due to their desperate defense that the lone skyscraper stood resolute. The conviction of humanity is truly formidable. Bai Wule couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. His expression softened slightly as he continued to inquire of AC. Is the probability of 1 in 13 referring to us 13 players? AC nodded. Yes. Through the selection process of the game, one among you 13 will soon emerge as the city lord, who will hold the fate of our entire race in their hands. The fate of the entire human race. Bai Wule murmured softly, raising an eyebrow. So you are actually betting on me? I am betting on you. AC smiled. Why me? AC replied, intuition. Upon hearing this reason, Bai Wule curled his lips slightly, the mocking expression on his face seemingly conveying to AC the absurdity of her decision. Entrusting the fate of humanity to him, a zombie? Truly hopeless. AC remained unfazed, casually shrugging her shoulders, then retrieved a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to Bai Wule. Bai Wule reached out to take it. Upon unfolding it, he discovered a complete map of the human territory. Unlike the map displayed on the system's holographic screen, this one was free from the obscuring black mist, with every shop and street clearly marked. To become the city lord, one must swiftly occupy the tower marked as Central Tower at the center of the map. Only then will you uncover the secrets of this city. As AC explained, Bai Wule's gaze fell upon the circular symbol in the center of the map. The three characters for Central Tower were encircled in a large red circle, easily visible, as he shifted his gaze downwards by about 3 centimeters. Bai Wule found his currently unlocked locations, Falu Lane and Peace Street. There was still a considerable distance to the Central Tower. However, if he were to expand his territory using this map, he should be able to reach it swiftly. Bai Wule raised his eyes and shook the map in his hand. Are you truly certain you want to give me this map? AC nodded. Yes. Very well. Bai Wule tucked the map into his pocket. He neither agreed nor disagreed with AC, yet the mockery on his face remained undiminished. He stood to leave. Where is Bai Wule? In the dormitory area. I'll take you there. Dedong also rose. He guided Bai Wule and Tang Xiaoya through the labyrinthine underground of the safe zone, arriving at a brand new area. The left side housed the boys' dormitory, while the right side contained the girls. In the middle was a treatment room specifically for tending to the injured, where Bai Wule was located. It was just past 3 in the morning. Dedong was utterly exhausted and, after a few casual remarks to Bai Wule, yawned and returned to his dormitory. The treatment room had 3 beds, with Bai Wule resting in the middle. On the left side of the room was a long sofa and chairs. After surveying the surroundings, Bai Wule settled into a chair. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, he felt his eyelids growing heavy, akin to a human succumbing to fatigue. Moments ago, he had to muster all his energy in front of those people. Now, in this quiet space, with his nerves relaxed, he merely desired a moment of rest. Leaning back in the chair, Bai Wule closed his eyes. In the stillness, he heard Bai Wule steady breathing. Then, Tang Xiaoya's gentle voice called out to him. Bai Wule? He responded in a low tone. Are you really all right? I'm fine. Truly fine. Tang Xiaoya glanced at the blood still seeping from Bai Wule's abdomen, then back at the bloody footprints he had left on the floor, which hardly suggested he was unscathed. If you try to run, I dare say you won't make it out of this room. Bai Wule languidly opened his eyes. His pallid skin, now even more akin to parchment from blood loss, combined with his luminous eyes, rendered him eerily spectral. Tang Xiaoya unconsciously swallowed, pulling over a small stool to sit down, muttering, I never said I wanted to run. That would be for the best, Bai Wule replied, closing his eyes once more. Sitting on the small stool, Tang Xiaoya adjusted into a comfortable position, resting his head against the bed's edge, and gradually closed his eyes. The room fell into silence. Although the two did not converse, both were lost in thought about AC's words from earlier that night. According to AC, one among their 13 would become the city lord, wielding the fate of humanity. What, then, would become of those who did not ascend to this position? Would they exit the game upon failure, or persist in the struggle? Who was the current city lord? Was it the one who successfully seized the Central Tower in the last game? And what of the Azura? How could they be prevented from harming humanity? An ever-increasing array of questions filled Tang Xiaoya's mind, making him feel as though his head might explode. He shook his head, glancing at the nearby holographic screen, unaware that dawn was approaching. Ordinarily, Tang Xiaoya would have slept soundly in a hotel within the safe zone, but tonight, due to Bai Wule's circumstances, he had not slept a wink, and now his mind felt like a muddled mess. He pulled up the holographic screen and exchanged for a cup of coffee, relying on the nighttime elixir to regain some clarity. Suddenly, a loud noise startled Tang Xiaoya, causing him to choke on his coffee and spill most of it. Upon looking up, he saw Bai Wule unexpectedly collapse to the floor, his chair tilting sideways. Tang Xiaoya hurriedly set his coffee down and rushed to support Bai Wule. Bai Wule did not respond. Tang Xiaoya reached to feel Bai Wule's neck. There was a pulse, indicating that he had merely fainted from blood loss. Just as he was about to call for help, Bai Wule's arm suddenly seized him with great force. Blood. At that moment, Bai Wule's voice was hoarse, his eyes dim and devoid of light. He slightly parted his lips, revealing sharp teeth as he leaned toward Tang Xiaoya. Tang Xiaoya's mind reeled. Was he about to drink blood? He quickly struggled free and shouted, Bai Wule, wake up. Bai Wule. It seemed Bai Wule had entirely lost his senses, his gaze fixated on Tang Xiaoya's carotid artery. The loud cries soon roused me from the next room, who angrily pushed open the door while clutching a pink stuffed bear. What's all the noise? Can't anyone get some sleep? Upon seeing Bai Wule pinning Tang Xiaoya beneath him in a tangled struggle, Mi quickly shielded her eyes with the bear, chuckling, sorry to interrupt. As she prepared to close the door and leave, Tang Xiaoya shouted, this is no time for interruptions. Come help me. His voice strained, veins standing out on his neck. Bai Wule let out a low growl. Tang Xiaoya desperately pressed against Bai Wule's throat, trying to prevent him from advancing further. Mi quickly grasped the situation and hurled the stuffed bear at Bai Wule. Bai Wule swatted it away and continued his assault on Tang Xiaoya. Oh my goodness, Dong, with disheveled hair, rushed over, and upon seeing the scene, instructed me to call for others. After thinking for a moment, he appended a trash can by the door and lunged, placing it over Bai Wule's head. With Dong's assistance, Tang Xiaoya managed to escape. Subsequently, the two of them worked together to pin Bai Wule to the ground. In their struggle, Tang Xiaoya accidentally touched Bai Wule's abdomen, his heart sinking. It felt hollow. He could press right in. Steeling himself, he held Bai Wule's shoulder and bravely lifted his shirt. It was a heavy tapestry of mosaic. The mere sight of the deep crimson hue sent shivers down Tang Xiaoya's spine. With each movement of Bai Wule, more blood flowed from his abdomen, starkly contrasting his earlier claims of being unscathed. What on earth was happening? At that moment, Ace hurriedly arrived with a Jin and Kuei. Upon witnessing Bai Wule's almost frenzied state, Kuei immediately raised his whip, exclaiming, "Boss, look! He is no longer human. He cannot be trusted. Allow me to deal with him." Ace quickly intervened. "Wait for the doctor to arrive." However, Kuei was about to protest further when he noticed Ace's grim expression, compelling him to swallow his words. Moments later, the doctor rushed in with a medical kit. After administering a potent sedative to Bai Wule, he finally calmed down. Upon meticulous examination, the doctor confirmed that Bai Wule's organs were indeed healing slowly, but at an alarmingly sluggish pace. At this rate, his blood would be drained before his organs could fully recover. The only solution was to provide him with a blood transfusion. His earlier state of frenzy was a desperate response to his body's need for blood. As long as sufficient blood was supplied, Bai Wule would soon return to normalcy. Tang Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback, realizing that despite all the twists and turns, providing blood to Bai Wule was inevitable. After extracting Bai Wule's blood, the doctor immediately retreated to the laboratory for analysis, seeking the optimal blood type for him. In the ensuing silence, the alarm that Tang Xiaoya had set on his screen began to ring, as the safe zone would close at dawn. He had programmed an alarm for 30 minutes before the break of dawn as a reminder. The ringing alarm signified that Bai Wule had merely half an hour left within the safe zone. There might not be enough time for the transfusion. And if he returned to his territory in such a weakened state, the outcome would likely be dire. Amidst the silence, Bai Shaolai suddenly sat up, declaring, "My blood can be given to my brother." He had nearly awakened while the doctor examined Bai Wule and had come to understand his brother's precarious situation. He was in dire need of blood. "No way." Ace immediately retorted, "There are too many people here. How could a child like you give blood?" "Indeed. And the doctor's results are not yet in. The high-quality blood your brother requires may not even be yours," Dong chimed in support. As the two sides remained at an impasse, Tang Xiaoya exchanged for a small knife from the broadcaster's shop and sliced open his palm. "What are you doing?" Ace rushed to stop him. "Since he is fixated on me, it seems only my blood would be the most suitable for him." With that, Tang Xiaoya brought his bleeding palm closer to Bai Wule's lips. Chapter 34. Tang Xiaoya was aware that he might have acted impulsively. However, just moments ago, as he gazed at the tranquil Bai Wule, an inexplicable sensation of melancholy washed over him. In that instant, he felt a sense of relief that Bai Wule was not human. It was precisely because he was not human that he could endure this moment. It was because he was not human that he could continue to exist. The mere sting from a small wound on his palm was almost unbearable for Tang Xiaoya, leaving him to ponder whether Bai Wule, who had lost his insides, truly felt no pain at all. After all, he was just a teenager. Drip. Warm blood congealed into droplets that fell upon Bai Wule's lips. Tang Xiaoya lifted his chin slightly, wishing for the blood to glide down his lips and into his mouth. But in the next moment, Bai Wule's eyes flew open, filled with terror. Before Tang Xiaoya could react, he was forcefully shoved aside, the impact causing him to sit on the ground. "What vile substance did you attempt to feed me?" Bai Wule frowned, disdain evident as he wiped the blood from his lips. "Huh." Tang Xiaoya blinked in confusion. "Did he just say my blood tastes bad? Wasn't he the one insisting on drinking my blood just moments ago?" Tang Xiaoya felt utterly bewildered. Just as he was about to rise, a sharp pain shot through his tailbone, indicating that it might be injured. In that moment, he was at a loss as to where to direct his anger, whether at Bai Wule for pushing him and causing the injury, or at Bai Wule for disparaging his blood. "Brother, you're all right," Bai Shaolai exclaimed joyfully. As he made to leap forward, Bai Wule swiftly restrained him by the head, gesturing for him to keep his distance. Then, he rubbed the corners of his lips vigorously, transforming his pallid lips into a vivid crimson. Bai Wule fixed his icy gaze upon Tang Xiaoya, his expression cold enough to freeze water. "You offer me your blood. Are you wishing to prolong your own life to an unbearable extent?" Tang Xiaoya was taken aback by his words, left momentarily speechless. He suddenly recalled that if Bai Wule were to be targeted by vampires, he would likely have to provide blood for him for life. The others were equally intimidated by Bai Wule's anger, exchanging glances, unsure of what to say. Realizing that Bai Wule was struggling to get up, Ace hurried over to stop him. Little Bai, it's not wise for you to move recklessly right now. Step aside. Bai Wule's gaze was fierce, as if anyone in his way was an adversary. Seizing the moment while Ace was momentarily stunned, Bai Wule brushed past him. He beckoned Bai Xiaolai to grasp his clothing and then activated the portal, transporting them to a narrow alley. Moments later, Bai Wule, with Bai Xiaolai in tow, returned to his domain. Upon their arrival, Bai Wule stumbled slightly, nearly falling, but was caught by Bai Xiaolai just in time. It was then that Bai Xiaolai caught a whiff of the strong scent of blood. Looking down, he noticed his bare pajamas were stained red. Brother, I'll say it again, I'm fine. Bai Wule pushed Bai Xiaolai away and continued on toward the convenience store. Bai Xiaolai, fully aware of Bai Wule's severe injuries, was as anxious as an ant on a hot stove but feared provoking Bai Wule's ire, so he obediently followed behind. Spotting several black umbrellas scattered on the ground, Bai Xiaolai hurriedly picked one up and stood on his tiptoes to offer it to Bai Wule as support. Upon receiving a sidelong glance from Bai Wule, he instantly brightened, beaming with a sunny smile. It seemed he had realized Bai Wule was not human after all. After a fleeting glance, Bai Wule shifted his gaze away. Even now, he was still unnerved. The moment he tasted Tang Xiaoya's blood, an unprecedented thrill surged through him. He was acutely aware that this desire stemmed from his zombie nature, a long-held yearning for human blood and flesh, despite his efforts to suppress it. In his current hazy state, he feared that even a few more drops of human blood would trigger his zombie instincts, compelling him to devour Tang Xiaoya alive. No, it wouldn't just be Tang Xiaoya. Anyone in that room could become his prey. Once a zombie has tasted human blood and flesh, there is no turning back. Everything else becomes tasteless refuse to them. Only humans can satiate their hunger. This was the very form Bai Wule dreaded becoming. He did not wish to transform into a creature consumed by a singular obsession, endlessly devouring humans. Bai Wule pressed his lips together. Though he had wiped away Tang Xiaoya's blood, the residual scent lingered stubbornly. It was maddening. He quickened his pace back to the convenience store. Retrieving a bottle of water from the fridge, rinsing his lips repeatedly to wash away the remnants of the scent, until his lips were chafed and crimson. He finally felt a semblance of calm. Looking up, he noticed an increasing number of humans traversing the streets, because both he and his brother were stained with blood. Passers-by cast curious glances their way. You stay here, don't follow me. Bai Wule handed the remaining half-bottle of water to Bai Xiaolai before striding alone toward the small grove in the adjacent park. The early morning forest was imbued with the refreshing scent of damp earth. Bai Wule wiped away the remnants of rainwater on a bench and lay down. The dawn sky cast a gentle light, and as he listened to the chirping of insects, he found an inexplicable sense of comfort. The contrast between the black night and the bright day was indeed stark. The night resembled a den of lurking beasts, where a moment's inattention could lead to one's demise. The day, by contrast, was filled with the comforting warmth of daily life, exuding tranquility. In the stillness, the sound of hurried footsteps drew Bai Wule's attention. He bolted upright, focusing intently on the direction of the approaching sound. Moments later, a disheveled middle-aged man in a lab coat, sporting a small mustache, came running excitedly toward him, cradling an iron box in his hands as if it were a sacred relic. It was the same person from the base. What was he doing here? Bai Wule frowned and slowly rose to his feet. Kid, I've completed your exclusive sacred artifact. The man exclaimed, grinning widely. I just baked it fresh for you. I heard you were seriously injured, but don't worry. As long as you master this sacred artifact, you'll definitely be fine. He approached Bai Wule, theatrically wiping the iron box with his sleeve before carefully extending it toward him. Bai Wule glanced at it and was about to reach out when the man swatted his hand away. Use both hands. He admonished seriously. This is the only high-grade sacred artifact you have. You can't treat it so dismissively. Bai Wule was momentarily speechless, but complied, extending both hands. As he opened the box, a brilliant red flame erupted forth like a burst of fireworks. Within the flames, tiny sparks twinkled like stars converging. As the flames calmed, they coiled around a black wristband edged in gold, refusing to dissipate. Much like the bracelet he had used previously, this wristband was inscribed with runes, yet it emanated a far more potent aura than that inferior artifact. Bai Wule instantly recognized that this sacred artifact was extraordinary, far superior to any he had encountered the previous night. He donned the wristband on his left wrist, and in an instant, It snugly encased his arm, as if it had chosen him as its master. Upon closing his eyes, a series of words resonated within his mind. Alongside them, some terms were obscured by mist, suggesting that this artifact possessed numerous potentialities awaiting his exploration. Standing nearby, the man grinned mysteriously. Do you feel anything? Have you gained the illusion skill? Bai Wule opened his eyes. Isn't it the fiery strands of hair that I bestowed upon you? Oh, the extraordinary nature of this hair indeed holds an abundance of possibilities. This is truly my first encounter with such a sacred artifact. With that, the divine being Luo urged Bai Wule, what are you dawdling for? To try it out. Bai Wule nodded, swiftly using the wrist guard to wipe away the blood from his abdomen. In an instant, runes began to swirl and encircle his left arm. Unlike before, the blood did not adhere to these runes. Instead, it mingled with the ethereal flames igniting above, drifting back into Bai Wule's abdomen. It commenced the restoration of his damaged internal organs and skin. The cells formed from illusions proliferated rapidly at the damaged sites, mending and enhancing the previously absent portions. While staunching the bleeding, it also provided an excellent sterile environment for genuine cellular healing. Temporarily, the illusory internal organs refilled Bai Wule's abdominal cavity, awaiting the gradual recovery of the real organs. Upon lifting his shirt, he observed that the gaping wound in his abdomen had been entirely restored, appearing as it usually did, without any trace of the prior injury. Only upon touch could one discern the subtle differences. Congratulations, little one, on acquiring the sacred artifact. Finally, your belly is free from blemishes. I can rest easy now. Similarly, I too had worried throughout the night and was relieved to finally find peace. Bai Wule glanced at the screen, a smile gracing his lips. Quite impressive indeed. Do test out your other abilities. Luo, while jotting down notes, continued. Other abilities? Bai Wule pondered for a moment before suddenly extending his left hand to the side. With a thunderous boom, a massive tree several meters away was uprooted, floating as if suspended in air. Upon closer inspection, fine strands akin to hair extended from the wrist guard, trailing along Bai Wule's fingers, firmly entwining the tree. With a mere clench of his fist, the tree was swiftly severed by the 5 delicate strands, splintering into scattered pieces of wood. Is this the characteristic of the wrist guard, sharp? Bai Wule smirked, indeed formidable. At that moment, Luo received a call from a Jin, holding an empty box. He had just taken a few steps when a thought struck him. He turned back to Bai Wule. I recall you summoned a young Songlong, correct? Yes. What of it? Bai Wule replied. Luo raised an eyebrow. I happen to have some scraps of the fiery hair. Would you like to craft an accessory for your Songlong? Before Bai Wule could respond, the Songlong descended from his left ear, its azure eyes blazing with fury. Bai Wule understood immediately, placing a hand upon the Songlong's head. Do you seek vengeance as well? With a howl, the Songlong seemed to respond in affirmation, proud as its master. The Songlong had also come to regard the Shura clan and demons as formidable foes. Chapter 35. What was initially presumed to be a leisurely game unexpectedly transformed into a life-and-death contest. Is this not the unique narrative of adventurous players? Surely, Zai Zai is destined to become the ruler of the city. Yes. Go, Zai Zai. Lead all of humanity in the rebellion against the Azura tribe. As Bai Wule strolled back to the convenience store, the discussions on the screen were fervently alive. Nearly everyone anticipated Bai Wule's conquest of the central tower in the human territory, thereby ascending to the status of city lord. Yet, he remained unresponsive throughout. Occasionally casting a glance at the text above, his demeanor indifferent, as if it were none of his concern. Perhaps it was the influence of his zombie lineage that prevented Bai Wule from aligning himself with humanity as an equal. The grudge he held against the Azura tribe was his to avenge. He had no desire to become entangled in noble causes like protecting humanity or leading a rebellion against the Azura tribe. He found such a messianic identity to be rather tedious. At present, his sole ambition was to grow stronger swiftly, to return to the Azura zone with Songlong, and reclaim the debts incurred from the wounds suffered the previous night. Emerging from the woods, Bai Wule immediately spotted Bai Shaolai. He was still standing at the entrance of the convenience store, clutching tightly on to a half bottle of water. It seemed that since Bai Wule's departure, he had remained in that position for nearly an hour, not moving an inch. Only upon seeing Bai Wule did he spring into action, promptly grinning. Brother, you're back. As Bai Shaolai took a step forward, he suddenly recalled Bai Wule's admonition and quickly withdrew his foot, obediently standing still as he awaited Bai Wule's approach. He glanced down at the ground where Bai Wule had walked, noticing that no blood had flowed out, and Bai Wule's expression appeared even more composed than before, prompting a surge of joy within him. Brother, Has your injury truly healed? Upon seeing Bai Wule nod, Bai Xiaolai's smile intensified. What are you grinning about? Observing Bai Xiaolai's silly expression, his face identical to his own, Bai Wule couldn't help but poke his head playfully. At that moment, his peripheral vision was suddenly drawn to a moving black object. Raising his gaze, he spotted a half-hidden black head and a corner of a blue hoodie at the street corner, immediately recognizing it to be Tang Xiaonai standing there. He was uncertain how long Tang Xiaonai had been waiting. This reminded him of a recent incident where Tang Xiaonai had attempted to save him with blood, only to be harshly reprimanded by Bai Wule, who was desperately suppressing his own nature. It seemed Tang Xiaonai was also apprehensive, hesitant to approach, merely lurking at the corner of the wall. As Bai Wule's attention remained fixed, Bai Xiaolai followed his line of sight and discovered Tang Xiaonai hiding in the shadows. "Brother, are you close with that brother in the blue hoodie?" Bai Xiaolai inquired, looking up. "Not really," Bai Wule replied, stepping past Bai Xiaolai toward the corner. Bai Xiaolai quickly followed. "Not really? But that brother saved you with his blood yesterday." Before he could finish, Bai Wule abruptly halted, and Bai Xiaolai quickly came to a stop as well. "Was it his blood that he gave to me?" Bai Wule's voice came from above. Bai Xiaolai nodded. "Yes. I saw him cut his hand with a knife. It looked so painful." Bai Wule fell silent. Bai Xiaolai stealthily peeked up and saw Bai Wule pulling something from his side. With a few gestures in the air, a roll of gauze and a band-aid materialized in his hand. While Bai Xiaolai marveled at the magic of it, Bai Wule walked over with the two items. "Xiaofeng, go return the white sugar to Brother Bai. Can't you go yourself?" "Oh, come on, Xiaofeng. Just do it for your brother, all right? When you come back, I'll buy you something delicious. I want chips. A big bag. All right, just go for now." As she hurriedly walked away, Tang Xiaofeng's red dress peeked around the corner. Suddenly, she stopped and turned back. "Brother, did you have an argument with Brother Bai?" "No, not at all." Just as these words left his lips, Tang Xiao spotted Bai Wule appearing at the corner, causing him to instinctively step back, his face paling dramatically. Bai Wule glanced at the retreating Tang Xiaonai and said, "Indeed not. He merely found himself at the receiving end of my ire." "But why did Brother Bai scold him?" Tang Xiaofeng blinked, bewildered. "Because he almost made a grave mistake. It was warranted." As he uttered this, Bai Wule's gaze settled on Tang Xiaonai's hand, which was wrapped in gauze, likely treated by the hunting organization. Yet, a trace of red seeped through the white bandage, indicating the depth of the wound Tang Xiaonai had inflicted upon himself. "What a foolish child." Bai Wule frowned. He stepped forward and tossed the items in his hand to Tang Xiaonai. Taken aback, Tang Xiaonai clumsily fumbled to catch them, finally managing to grasp the gauze and band-aid, surprised to realize they were meant for his injuries. Just as he opened his mouth to express gratitude, he noticed Bai Wule was preoccupied with conversing with Bai Xiaolai and disregarding him entirely. Thus, he silently tucked the items into his pocket. Having spent considerable time with Bai Wule, he had gleaned some understanding of his irritable temperament. This gesture could be interpreted as an apology. Perhaps it was best not to dwell on the matter with the zombie. Tang Xiaonai let out a sigh, feeling a bit of his tension dissipate. At that moment, Tang Xiaofeng, having learned of Bai Wule's unlocking of the convenience store, excitedly approached. "Brother, can I go see Brother Bai's convenience store?" Tang Xiaonai glanced at Bai Wule. "You should ask your brother Bai." "Come on," Bai Wule said, cradling the white sugar as he headed toward the convenience store. Tang Xiaofeng hopped along behind him. Tang Xiaonai remained in place, conflicted over whether to follow, only to hear Bai Wule's cold voice call out, "If you don't come along, shall I send her back myself?" Tang Xiaonai sighed, pocketing the items, and followed suit. As dawn broke, the streets gradually buzzed with activity. The newly opened convenience store attracted numerous passers-by, and as Bai Wule approached the entrance, a man rushed in, clearly flustered. His demeanor screamed of a workaholic who enjoyed smoking, and upon entering the store, he made a beeline for the tobacco and alcohol section, scanning for something. Suddenly, his expression brightened as if he had found what he sought. "Is the owner here? What do you need?" Bai Wule, holding the white sugar, entered. Upon hearing the somewhat youthful voice of the owner, the workaholic turned to assess Bai Wule, who appeared to be a mere teenager of 17 or 18, his body still reeking of blood and adorned with bruises. The man's expression shifted to one of complexity as he cautiously skirted around the shelves before hastily exiting the store, glancing back 3 times as he left. Bai Wule glanced down at his appearance and instantly understood the reason. In his current state, he certainly resembled someone who had just emerged from a bloody battle. It was only natural for customers to be frightened away. Clearly, a thorough cleaning was in order. Lost in thought, Bai Wule noticed a small figure huddled near the refrigerator. For reasons unknown, Bai Wule was crouched in the corner, peeking sneakily at Tang Xiaofeng, who was wholly captivated by the dazzling array of products upon entering, oblivious to the presence of another behind her. Bai Wule suddenly recalled how Bai Wule had turned back midway on their walk, surprising him by hiding here. He glanced at Tang Xiaofeng, then fixed his gaze upon Bai Wule and inquired, "What are you doing?" Startled by his voice, Bai Wule immediately gestured for silence, crouching beside Bai Wule. "Brother, lower your voice." Bai Wule cast another puzzled glance at Tang Xiaofeng, who was meticulously selecting items, and asked, "Are you afraid of her?" "Not at all." Bai Wule whispered back, "I'm just in my pajamas. It feels disrespectful to be seen by a girl." Bai Wule was left speechless. At that moment, Tang Xiaoya also arrived at the doorway. Hesitant, he stood beside the steps of the convenience store, gingerly supporting his lower back as he slowly lifted his foot to step up. It dawned on Bai Wule that he had previously pushed Tang Xiaoya, causing him to fall. Observing his wince and grimace now, it was evident he was in considerable pain. After placing the sugar on the counter, Bai Wule opened the door and stepped outside. "What are you doing?" Seeing Bai Wule emerge with such enthusiasm, Tang Xiaoya sensed trouble brewing. Especially when he noticed Bai Wule reaching out towards him, he instinctively recoiled. Yet, he was unable to escape as Bai Wule seized him, grasping his shoulder and knee and lifting him up. Tang Xiaoya. Wow, in my lifetime, I never thought I'd witness the cub embracing someone. Goodness, is this something I can behold without spending a dime? However, did they not find the manner in which the cub embraced him somewhat peculiar? It was not just a little odd. The cub's embrace was entirely reversed. Two faces of divine beauty could create such a comedic atmosphere. It was utterly bewildering. The proper way to embrace would be to wrap around the shoulders and support the knees. Yet, for Bai Wule, who was embracing for the first time, and Tang Xiaoya, who was being embraced for the first time, their positions appeared rather ludicrous. Bai Wule held Tang Xiaoya from the front, resulting in Tang Xiaoya facing away from him. Awkwardly stiffened by embarrassment, Tang Xiaoya resembled a rigid corpse in Bai Wule's grasp. The entrance was not particularly spacious, and Bai Wule entered while still holding him sideways. Crucially, Bai Wule perceived nothing amiss. He looked at the screen filled with laughter, his expression one of confusion. It was only when Tang Xiaofeng, startled, dropped a bag of chips and wide-eyed asked, "How did you bring my brother in here, Brother Bai?" That Bai Wule realized the position was indeed quite inappropriate. Tang Xiaofeng's choice of the word bring was particularly clever, giving Bai Wule an unmistakable impression of carrying food. He hastily set Tang Xiaoya down. Tang Xiaoya tugged at the corners of his mouth, his embarrassment turning his ears crimson, unsure where to direct his gaze. At that moment, a soft thud echoed as the young creature of the earth, seemingly influenced by the lively atmosphere, emerged from a pocket. Alongside it, a piece of crimson-black paper fell, stained with fresh blood. Bai Wule picked up the paper, discovering it was entirely encrusted with blood, obscuring any discernible images or text. "Is this the map?" Tang Xiaoya inquired. Bai Wule nodded, lifting his hand to toss it into the trash bin. Chapter 36. Due to the injury and bleeding of Bai Wule, the contents of his pocket were stained with blood. The 2 shards of glass and the beef jerky could still be cleaned, but the map given by Ace was irreparably ruined. However, it mattered little, for Bai Wule had no desire to become the lord of any city. The destruction of the map seemed to be a stroke of fate. In stark contrast to the indifferent Bai Wule, Tang Xiaoyi appeared much more anxious. As soon as he saw Bai Wule toss the map into the trash, he rushed over to retrieve it, cradling it carefully in his hands. "What use is a useless map?" Bai Wule tilted his head and inquired. Tang Xiaoyi gently lifted a corner. "I want to let it dry and see if I can make out anything. This is a strategy for quickly capturing the central tower. It can't just be discarded." Bai Wule raised an eyebrow. "Do you wish to become the lord of the city?" "No, I hope you can." Bai Wule regarded him, his emerald eyes revealing an inscrutable emotion. Upon seeing Tang Xiaoyu display an expression akin to Ace's, he couldn't help but scoff. "Ha! Do you truly expect a zombie to become the city's ruler? Are you all unwell?" He chuckled, the slight curve of his lips draped in sarcasm. He scrutinized Tang Xiaoyi, seeking to capture any sign of shock, hesitation, or fear on his face. Yet, none appeared. Tang Xiaoyi seemed to know his identity already. Displaying no trace of doubt or timidity, his gaze remaining resolute, Bai Wule furrowed his brow. In truth, Tang Xiaoyi had once been shocked and frightened. Before he jumped back, he and the entire Han organization had been made aware of Bai Wule's zombie identity. Shortly after Bai Wule's departure, the doctor who extracted his blood rushed in, flustered, claiming that a terrifying cannibalistic factor, akin to that of the Shura clan, had been isolated from the blood sample. After years of research, it became clear that the gene sequence of the Doomsday Zombies closely resembled that of Bai Wule's. Thus, it was an undeniable fact that Bai Wule was a zombie. Through their studies, these awakened NPCs began to comprehend the terrifying nature of zombies. In terms of cannibalism, Bai Wule bore no distinction from the Shura clan, even appearing more beguiling, rendering humanity defenseless. The room erupted into chaos, filled with voices of regret and doubt. Just as they were nearing a conclusion, the safety zone's closure loomed, compelling Tang Xiaoyu to hastily leap back into the alley with Tang Xiaofeng and Bai Tang. Tang Xiaoyu's thoughts were still in disarray. He had always believed Bai Wule to be merely a vampire, never associating him with the filthy, flesh-eating zombies. After all, a vampire's method of attack was to suck blood, while zombies devoured the living. Compared to that, Bai Wule's vampire identity was more palatable to him. Yet reality dealt him a devastating blow. In that moment, fear, confusion, and shock tangled within Tang Xiaoyu's mind. He had been attempting to regard Bai Wule as a companion and friend, but how could he reconcile that with the fact that he was a flesh-eating zombie? Are you beginning to fear him, Bao Bao? Though the little one was a zombie, he was unlike the typical ones. Indeed, the little one had never harmed anyone. He had just saved 3 children, sustaining such grave injuries in the process. Strangely, the barrage of comments on the screen all seemed to support Bai Wule. The various examples they cited gradually soothed Tang Xiaoyu's turmoil, and his eyes began to brighten. Yes, Bai Wule was different. Although he was a zombie, he had never exhibited any desire to consume human flesh. In fact, Tang Xiaoyu could even sense Bai Wule's reluctance. Otherwise, when Bai Wule had him pinned down, with his frenzied state, he would have undoubtedly become prey. How could a mere flicker of strength have restrained him? It was Bai Wule's desperate suppression of his thirst for blood and humanity that allowed Tang Xiaoyu to escape unharmed. It was because he did not wish to harm humans that he forcefully pushed Tang Xiaoyu away when he offered blood. Lost in reminiscence, Tang Xiaoyu stared blankly at Bai Wule, his unabashed scrutiny causing discomfort. Unable to contain himself, he rapped the counter to redirect his thoughts. What are you thinking about? Bai Wule frowned. Tang Xiaoyu smiled, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. I was wondering what it would be like for you to become the lord of the city. He gazed at the youth before him, aside from his disheveled clothing. The boy's face was still remarkably exquisite. On the day he became the city's ruler, he would undoubtedly be a figure of immense charisma and vitality. Bai Wule snorted dismissively, clearly uninterested in the topic. If you want to be. He turned away and sank back into his black leather chair, cradling Bai Tang, refusing to lift his head. Thus, the conversation came to an abrupt end amid Bai Wule's indifference. Tang Xiaoyu glanced around, preparing to signal Tang Xiaofeng to leave, only to find her struggling with a basket full of snacks, ready to dump it all for payment. He quickly intervened. Xiaofeng, you can only buy one. But Brother Bai allowed me to take whatever I wanted. Tang Xiaofeng pouted, looking aggrieved. Tang Xiaoyu hesitated, glancing at Bai Wule, who was engrossed in petting a cat. He gently replied, your brother was just being polite. I'm not being polite. Take what you want. Bai Wule replied without raising his head. Tang Xiaoyu thought it wiser to worry about Bai Wule spoiling his brother rather than the fear of him turning to cannibalism. Bai Xiaolai would inevitably be pampered by this brother. After a heartfelt lecture, Tang Xiaofeng reluctantly chose the snack she desired most. Before they departed, Tang Xiaoyu made sure to remind Bai Wule not to feed his brother such junk food, as it was unhealthy. After receiving a cold glare from Bai Wule, he hurriedly exited. Once Tang Xiaoyu and his sister left, Bai Wule and Bai Xiaolai simultaneously exhaled in relief. Although Bai Wule found Tang Xiaoyu's incessant chatter bothersome, he still remembered his words. After upgrading the snack stall's points and sales, Bai Xiaolai's meals became relatively nutritious with fried rice and noodles. As evening approached, Bai Wule sent Bai Xiaolai to Tang Xiaoyu, instructing him to take the 2 children to the safety zone while he remained in the alley to gather more supplies. Thus, despite Bai Xiaolai's day of hiding, he eventually met Tang Xiaofeng clad in a blood-stained bear onesie. As Bai Xiaolai had anticipated, Tang Xiaofeng gushed about how adorable the bear was in her sweet, cherubic voice, leaving him feeling as though his masculinity was being eroded by the outfit. Tang Xiaoyu, noticing Bai Xiaolai's displeasure, particularly when he saw him trying to hide the bear on his shirt, understood the situation perfectly. After securing a hotel room for the 2 little ones, Tang Xiaoyu first ushered Tang Xiaofeng inside before leading Bai Xiaolai to his own room. Here, your clothes are covered in blood. Go shower and change. Tang Xiaoyu exchanged a small black t-shirt and pants for Bai Xiaolai, identical to Bai Wule's. Bai Xiaolai's face brightened instantly. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyu. You're welcome, Tang Xiaoyu replied with a smile. each time he witnessed Bai Wula's smile. He couldn't help but marvel at the contrast. They shared the same face, yet one radiated warmth while the other remained as cold as ice. Oh, the disparity among people is truly vast. Just as I was about to close the door, I felt a sudden tap on my shoulder. Turning around, I found a boy with dyed blonde hair, clad in a black hoodie, grinning at me. He bore no titles atop his head, and his gaze instinctively darted to the side, suggesting he was a streamer player. You must be Tang Xiaoyi, right? What a pleasure to meet you. The boy smiled as he extended his hand. My surname is Li Mu Nan. The fans in my live stream like to call me Dogsy. Li Mu Nan. Tang Xiaoyu quickly searched his mind and recalled that the streamer ranked third was indeed named this. The streamer rankings are determined by gift donations, fan counts, and viewing durations, automatically evaluating and ranking the 13 participating streamers, with the real-time leaderboard published by the system between 11 p.m. and midnight every night. Tang Xiaoyi watched it every evening, noting that Bai Wule had consistently held the first position, leaving him far behind in second place. The gap between himself and Li Mu Nan in third was not insurmountable. Both were casual players with decent culinary skills. And if one were to argue where Tang Xiaoyi excelled, it would be in his slightly taller stature. Beyond that, he struggled to identify any other area in which he surpassed Li Mu Nan. Though this is not a competitive game, the nightly rankings can easily stir emotions. Therefore, encountering Li Mu Nan, who ranked just behind him, being so proactive in greeting him felt somewhat peculiar to Tang Xiaoyi. He glanced at Li Mu Nan's outstretched hand and politely shook it. Hello. Wow, is this the first meeting between the second and third on the leaderboard? I must take a screenshot to commemorate this historic moment. If only Zai were here too. Li Mu Nan cast a glance at the screen, retracted his hand, and his gaze shifted past Tang Xiaoyu to Bai Wule, who stood at the door. I've heard that the first-place youth is exceptionally handsome, with striking green eyes. Is he Bai Wule? Before Tang Xiaoyi could respond, Li Mu Nan stepped forward excitedly and extended his hand toward Bai Wule. Hello, Bai Wule. I have long admired your name. I am Li Mu Nan. Tang Xiaoyi interposed himself in front of Li Mu Nan, awkwardly chuckling. He is not Bai Wule, but rather Bai Wu's younger brother, the one who was brought in during the main quest. Oh, a younger brother. Li Mu Nan chuckled knowingly, retracting his hand and hastily apologizing. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Not at all. Bai Wule shook his head. Go take a shower. Your brother will be here soon. After giving Bai Wule a few instructions, Tang Xiaoyi closed the door. As he turned to leave, Li Mu Nan leisurely followed suit. It seems you all have brought the siblings sent by the system to your side? Indeed, I couldn't help but worry. Tang Xiaoyi replied, his tone casual. While he dismissed the notion of sixth sense as a bit far-fetched, he couldn't shake the feeling that Li Mu Nan, this unexpected visitor, harbored ulterior motives. He remained uncertain about Li Mu Nan's true intentions for drawing near. What is there to worry about? It's merely a task from the system. After all, it's not real. Li Mu Nan shrugged dismissively. Suddenly, a task notification popped up on the screens of both Tang Xiaoyi and Li Mu Nan. Li Mu Nan smirked. Oh, it seems there's a new main quest. Chapter 37, Ding Dong Main Quest, Finding a Home. Quest description, dear players. It seems you've been wandering in the game world for quite some time without a place to call home. Our esteemed mayor has learned of your plight and has prepared a residence for you. According to the competitive rules of our city, the victor will receive this charming flower house as a complimentary accommodation, allowing you and your family to reside here in peace, sheltered from the elements. On the evening of August 15th, just 3 days from now at 6 o'clock, 1800 hours, we will host a new cooking competition in this flower house. We eagerly await your participation. Let us not miss this opportunity. Mayor's Secretary, Tuan Tuan. Note, this cooking competition is specially designed for streamer players. It requires the full participation of 13 individuals to commence, so please ensure your attendance. A cooking competition exclusively arranged for the 13 of us players. How intriguing. Li Mu Nan chuckled softly, a glimmer of cunning evident in his fox-like eyes. However, could this arrangement be slightly unfair? After all, there are adventure players who possess no culinary skills whatsoever. Silence lingered beside him. The fox-eyed youth tilted his head slightly to glance at Tang Xiaoyi, who seemed oblivious to Li Mu Nan's musings, furrowing his brow as he meticulously read the main quest requirements. It appeared that this cooking competition could not rely on luck alone. This was Tang Xiaoyi's immediate thought. Although the game had not rigidly differentiated between leisure and adventure players in terms of tasks, it was evident that this cooking competition favored the leisure players. The game employs automatic monitoring to assess each player's behavior, categorizing them into leisure or adventure players. This means that players must engage in cooking, management, farming, and similar activities for at least 80% of their time to be classified as leisure players. Conversely, players who spend 80% or more of their time on adventures or monster hunting earn the title of adventure players. Leisure and adventure categories can be freely interchanged based on players' preferences. Each night, when the streamer rankings are announced, a classification tag is appended to every player's name. Tang Xiaoya had observed that within this game, only 4 players, including Bai Wule, were categorized as adventure players. Notably, one of them, a girl named Bolio, frequently flitted between leisure and adventure categories. The only players who were distinctly adventure players were Shu Yu and Xier, whom he encountered during a team battle against the Soul Eater King. The remaining 9 were indisputably leisure players, all culinary experts. The thought of competing against so many skilled cooks filled Tang Xiaoya with pressure. A sudden jolt on his shoulder snapped him back to reality. Li Munin chuckled as he patted Tang Xiaoya's shoulder. No need to be so tense. It's just a little competition, after all. Look, your brows are furrowing. It's merely a homestay. Tang Xiaoya sidestepped, smiling, but the main quest is state-finding a home, and I genuinely wish to win. With that, he dismissed the holographic screen and continued his descent down the stairs. Li Munin watched Tang Xiaoya's retreating figure, his fox-like eyes narrowing slightly. Hey, since you mention it, I'm quite eager to win as well. Tang Xiaoya halted mid-step. Looking up, he saw Li Munin perched at the top of the staircase. Adopting a condescending stance, his demeanor now far from amicable. What do you say we have a little competition between us? Just the 2 of us. Let us see who ranks higher. The loser must unconditionally transfer their unlocked map areas and shop stalls to the winner. What do you say? Are you daring enough? Upon discerning Li Munin's intentions, an unexpected relief washed over Tang Xiaoya. He smiled, revealing shallow dimples on his fair cheeks. I must confess, I'm not that daring. Tang Xiaoya shrugged apologetically, continuing his descent, quickly vanishing from Li Munin's sight. He understood well that should he impulsively accept and lose, Li Munin, who held significant territory, would likely seize the central tower and become the ruler of the human realm. Such a volatile individual leading humanity would surely spell disaster. Thus, he could not afford to take that risk. After exiting the inn, Tang Xiaoya made his way to a rented bubble tea shop, securing a stall for a mere 100 yuan in revenue, and commenced organizing his items in preparation for opening. Yet Li Munin refused to relent. Sauntering over with his trademark mocking smile, are you afraid of losing? Lacking confidence in your culinary skills? A player ranked behind you like me isn't scared. Why should you be? Tang Xiaoya focused on wiping the table, ignoring him. Li Munin stepped closer, casually wiping the damp surface with his hand. Why not consider that you might win? If you do, everything I have would belong to you. As he spoke, Li Munin's gaze remained fixed on Tang Xiaoya, watching as his expression gradually shifted from indifference to a faint smile. I'm afraid I'm just a casual player, lacking that competitive spirit. Perhaps you should find someone else to challenge. Tang Xiaoya replied with a smile, exuding an air of poise. Although he had a gentle disposition, once he set his mind on something, he became remarkably obstinate, impervious to persuasion. Seeing that Tang Xiaoya had effectively dismissed him, Li Munin decided against further humiliation. With a resigned shrug, he turned to leave, only to collide with Shu Yu, who was approaching. His fox-like eyes brightened once more. Sister Shu Yu, what a pleasant surprise. Have you seen the new main quest? Care for a little competition between us? Li Munin deliberately raised his voice, adopting a condescending tone that irked Shu Yu immensely. Just because she was petite and youthful-looking did not mean she should be treated like a child. Shu Yu scrutinized him. Frowning, you want to challenge me, an adventure player, in cooking? Are you looking down on me? I can let you win. As long as you place within my top 5, I'll consider it a victory for you. What do you say? Li Munin smirked, raising his eyebrows playfully. Shu Yu's temper flared at his condescension. Who do you think you are? I'm not interested. Move aside, don't block the way. Li Munin stumbled back from her shove, his grin abruptly faltering. He watched as Shu Yu walked past him to converse with Tang Xiaoya, his expression darkening with resentment. Brushing off the part of his clothing she had touched, he turned to leave. Tang Xiaoya was taken aback by the ambiguous smile Li Munin wore, his own expression growing grim. He followed Li Munin's retreating figure with his gaze until he melted into the crowd. He had an unsettling feeling that Li Munin was not an ordinary player. Don't mind him. He's just an overly familiar nuisance. Shu Yu huffed, watching Li Munin disappear. Tang Xiaoya retrieved a plastic chair from beneath the stall and handed it to Shu Yu. Do you know him? Shu Yu accepted it readily, recalling. Somewhat. His unlocked area is right next to mine, and he often comes looking for me. But enough about that. Where's the room you've arranged for Xiaofeng? I need to drop off Ran Ran. It's still the same room. Just knock on the door, Tang Xiaoyi replied, his gaze drifting to a little girl some distance away. Dressed in a pink frock with 2 pigtails, she bore a striking resemblance to Shu Yu. Her name was Shu Ran, the younger sister in Shu Yu's quest, and she was of similar age to Tang Xiaofeng. The burgeoning familiarity between Tang Xiaoyi and Shu Yu can be attributed to Tang Xiaofeng and Shu Ran. Due to the nature of their gender, Tang Xiaoyi found it somewhat inconvenient to attend to many of Tang Xiaofeng's needs, particularly since Tang Xiaofeng was still quite young and unable to bathe independently. He would often emerge from the bathroom with half his hair still bubbling with suds, dressed in a disheveled manner. In a moment of uncertainty, he encountered Shu Yu, who had also brought her younger sister to the safe zone. Upon hearing about Tang Xiaoyi's predicament, Shu Yu promptly offered to take care of Tang Xiaofeng. Thus, as time passed, the bond between Tang Xiaoyi and Shu Yu deepened considerably. After discovering the room number, Shu Yu guided her sister Shu Ren towards the inn. This was the only establishment within the safe zone, boasting a considerable size comparable to a star-rated hotel. Moreover, it was affordably priced, presenting excellent value for money. Although its signage was somewhat modest, bearing the words Qi Li Inn, the inn comprised 4 floors. The first floor featured a unique bar and dessert shop, attracting numerous customers with its distinctive offerings. The second floor housed shared dormitory-style rooms, akin to a youth hostel, while the third floor contained standard rooms. And the fourth floor was dedicated to luxurious suites. Perhaps as a benefit for streamer players, the second floor and above were devoid of game NPCs, allowing players to retire to their rooms after checking in on the first floor to enjoy a rare moment of leisure. To ensure that the 2 little ones could rest well, Tang Xiaoyi booked rooms for Tang Xiaofeng and Bai Wule on the 3rd floor, albeit in entirely different directions. Upon exiting the elevator, Shu Yu naturally led Shu Ran to the left. Suddenly, a shadow flitted past the corner of her eye. Startled, Shu Yu turned back, only to find the surroundings devoid of any presence. She glanced around, still feeling a twinge of unease, and hastily walked a couple of steps to peer down the right corridor. The corridor was brightly illuminated, revealing its end at a glance. There was no one in sight. Had she imagined it? Shu Yu withdrew her gaze and continued towards the room on the left. A knock resonated, and upon hearing Shu Yu's voice, Tang Xiaofeng hurriedly opened the door. Immediately, with a loud thud, the door closed behind her, returning the 3rd floor of the inn to its tranquil state. A few seconds later, a creaking sound emanated from the right corridor. The door to the room nearest the elevator opened slightly. A pair of slightly upturned fox-like eyes surveyed the surroundings before gently pushing the door wide. Li Munan stepped out of his room and strolled towards the left corridor. The overhead light cast a shadow over his face, lending it a somber hue. He raised his hand, his fingertips tapping rhythmically against each door along the left corridor. His demeanor leisurely, as if counting something amusing. 11, 12, 13, 13 seconds again. His finger rested towards room 310, the smile on his face widening. Would it be the same room as before? Chapter 38. The bathroom was suffused with the delightful aroma of shampoo. Amidst the steaming warmth of the water, a pair of emerald eyes sparkled like ethereal jewels. A pale hand glided across the fogged glass, leaving a distinct trace. The young boy in the mirror wore a black short-sleeved shirt, his damp chestnut curls clinging softly to his slightly plump cheeks. Bai Wule casually tousled his hair. Beneath his fringe, his uplifted gaze bore a hint of aloofness. He was clad in an outfit identical to that of his elder brother, Bai Wule, resembling a miniature version of him. The only discernible difference was the aura of kindness that radiated from Bai Wule, even when he feigned indifference. He could hardly instill fear in others. After gazing at his reflection for a few moments, Bai Wule pouted and lowered his head in dismay. It still didn't feel right. Despite his striking resemblance to his brother Bai Wule, he could never quite achieve that captivating presence. It seemed he could only hope for that to change as he matured. With a sigh, Bai Wule reached for a towel to dry his hair. As soon as he opened the bathroom door, he heard the sound of knocking abruptly cease. It felt as though it had been going on for quite some time, but Bai Wule, freshly emerged from his bath, had only caught the tail end of it. His heart leapt with joy. Could it be my brother coming? He scampered to the door in his slippers, just as another round of knocking resounded. The knocks were gentle and rhythmic, lacking the impatience typical of Bai Wule. From what Bai Wule knew of his brother, he would not display such patience, knocking softly one after another. After a few knocks, if no one answered, he would likely kick the door down in frustration instead of continuing to knock. With this thought, Bai Wule withdrew his hand from the doorknob, tiptoeing to peek through the peephole. The visitor was a man with blonde hair and dressed in black, his fox-like eyes radiating sharp intelligence. It was the brother he had encountered before. What could he possibly want? Bai Wule held his breath, contemplating feigning that no one was home and stepping away from the door, when he suddenly heard a few light chuckles from outside. Little brother, I know you're inside. Look, the door crack isn't letting any light through. Bai Wule froze, glancing down. The security door was tightly sealed. How could any light seep through? Just as he pondered, the visitor, Li Munin, chuckled again. Hey, little brother, are you currently peeking at the door crack? Bai Wule. All right. I won't tease you anymore. I know you're there. I heard your slippers. Don't be frightened. I mean no harm. I just want to have a chat with you. Why not open the door? As a well-educated 10-year-old boy, Bai Wule understood the importance of not opening the door to strangers. He immediately replied with a serious tone. I don't know you, and there is nothing to discuss. He caught sight of a chair against the wall and hurriedly dragged it over to brace against the door, anxious that the man might suddenly barge in. Li Munin showed no intention of leaving, continuing to speak from the doorway. Little brother, that's not quite fair. People get to know each other through conversation. If you don't talk to me, we'll remain strangers forever. But I don't want to chat with you. Bai Wule persisted in his refusal. As Bai Wule's obedient younger brother, he remembered every word his brother had told him. Just that day, his brother had instructed him to accept only things given by him or Tang Xiaoye and to ignore everyone else. The implication was clear, apart from Bai Wule. Only Tang Xiaoye was someone Bai Wule could trust. Naturally, Bai Wule adhered strictly to Bai Wule's words. No matter how much Li Munin tried to persuade him to open the door, Bai Wule remained resolute in his refusal. After a futile exchange, the patient Li Munin finally ceased his insistence. His fox-like eyes turned cold, and with a final glimmer of hope, he cleared his throat. All right. Since you don't seem inclined to save your brother, then forget it. What do you mean? Sure enough. The mention of Bai Wule instantly piqued Bai Wule's interest, and his response quickened. Li Munin felt as though he had hooked a fish. He regretted not having broached the topic sooner to avoid this parched conversation. Do you know how your brother got injured? Leaning against the doorframe, Li Munin pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Bai Wule, I have a rough idea. Regarding this matter, he indeed only knew the broad strokes. Earlier that morning, as he groggily awakened, he had overheard a few terms, something about demon claws and the Shura clan, but the specifics eluded him. He only knew that Bai Wule had sustained severe injuries, threatening his life. Although Bai Wule later mentioned that he was no longer in grave danger. The sight of that shocking blood had kept Bai Wule in turmoil. Even now, his heart remained unsettled. Another mystery loomed large in his mind. How had he managed to run to Bai Wule dressed in his pajamas from school? Earlier that day, he had asked Bai Wule how he had gotten out of school and how he had sustained such grave injuries. But the response had been a light dismissal. Don't ask too much. Just stay here obediently. Later, when he had inquired about these matters from Tang Xiaoye while transitioning to a safe zone, Tang Xiaoye had similarly been evasive, insisting that the past was past and advising him not to inquire further. Both had intentionally concealed these details from him. Bai Wule had no choice but to bury these questions within himself, nodding obediently. Now, however, these inquiries were resurrected by Li Munin, amplifying his confusion. He yearned to know how his brother had been injured and who had inflicted such harm upon him. Sensing his strategy had succeeded, Li Munin was in no rush to reveal the answer. I only have a vague understanding. He leisurely lit a cigarette, slowly lifting his gaze and exhaling the smoke towards the ceiling. It was you who caused your brother to suffer such severe injuries. Do you realize that? Bai Wule. Like a thunderclap, his mind went blank. The ringing in his ears followed, and Li Munin's voice drifted far away. Last night, you were captured by the man-eating Shura clan. Your brother, Bai Wule, ventured into the danger zone to rescue you and was gravely injured by the Shura king's claw. He clicked his tongue, as if the mere thought of it was painful. Little brother, I guess you must feel quite guilty right now, don't you? Feeling as though you caused your brother's plight, thinking you deserve to die, right? I know, that feeling is unbearable. Your brother offended the Shura king because of you. It was only a matter of time before those Shura would devour him alive. But now, I happen to have a method that could save your brother. Would you like to hear it? Bai Wule raised his eyes, already red-rimmed. What method? On the next rainy day? You must sneak back to your school without your brother knowing. At that point, all your questions will be answered. Bai Wule frowned. Just like that? Yes. It's that simple. I've told you the method. Whether or not you act upon it is entirely your affair. Li Munin exhaled another puff of smoke. His gaze fixed on the alarm above in the corridor. After finishing his cigarette, he flicked the still warm butt towards it. The alarm responded promptly, its shrill sound shattering the silence. Startled by the noise, a man with slick back hair rushed out from a room on the right side of the third floor. Looking disheveled and still half asleep. Urged by the crimson warning lights, the man cast a hasty glance at Li Munin before hurriedly fleeing towards the stairwell. Li Munin then surveyed the corridor. Aside from the man who had just dashed out, the other rooms remained eerily silent. A few moments later, Shu Yu and two girls emerged from the left corridor, likely just having finished their showers, their hair still damp. The three of them clasped hands and sprinted towards the stairwell. Once they departed, no one else exited their rooms. Amidst the cacophony of the alarm, the entire third floor appeared even more desolate. Noticing that Bai Wule had yet to emerge, Li Munin knocked forcefully on the door, calling out, "Brother, can't you hear the alarm? It's dangerous here. Hurry up." There was no response. Li Munin furrowed his brow and knocked again with greater urgency. He had intended to use this fire alarm as a dual safeguard to seize the opportunity to abduct the boy. Yet the lad within stubbornly refused to open the door. He kicked the door again, when suddenly a cold voice pierced through the blaring alarm from behind him. "Who are you?" The tone, which should have been muffled, stood out remarkably due to the presence of the newcomer. The youth wore a stern expression, and his height naturally instilled a sense of superiority. Li Munin had to look up to meet his gaze. He quickly smiled. "You must be Bai Wu, right? I'm Li Munin, and step aside." Before Li Munin could finish, Bai Wu stepped forward and forcefully kicked the door open. The chair propped against the door flew out and struck Bai Wule squarely, causing him to tumble to the floor. Bai Wu shot a suspicious glance at the chair, intrigued by how it had come flying out. In an instant, he noticed Bai Wule's reddened eyes. It was only after the chair's impact that Bai Wule snapped back to reality. Upon seeing Bai Wu, his nose involuntarily tinged with sorrow. "Brother, does it hurt?" Bai Wu approached and inquired. Bai Wule, choking back his emotions, quickly shook his head. Noticing his denial, Bai Wu chose not to press further, the blaring alarm aggravating him immensely. He hoisted Bai Wule onto his shoulder and swiftly exited the room. The entire episode transpired in mere minutes. From Bai Wu's arrival to his departure, he had barely acknowledged Li Munin. Such arrogance was infuriating. Li Munin watched Bai Wu's retreating figure, spitting on the ground in disdain. "Arrogant, you'll have your moment of despair." Chapter 39. After the blaring of the alarm, an air of anxiety enveloped the entire safe zone. With players and NPCs huddled together in fear, Bai Wule had just finished his ghost fire snacks and, upon teleporting, was immediately struck by the piercing sound of the alarm. He noticed Tang Xiaoyi rushing towards the source of the noise, realizing that something was amiss. Initially, Bai Wule felt unconcerned. He had not detected any smoke, indicating that there was no fire. He decided to wait downstairs with Tang Xiaoyi, trusting that Bai Wule, being capable, would manage to come down on his own. However, when Shu Yu came down in a panic with two young girls, and Bai Wule was still nowhere to be seen, a sense of unease washed over him. He ascended the stairs to investigate and spotted a blonde-haired boy knocking on Bai Wule's door. "Did he say something to you?" Bai Wule asked, carrying Bai Wule as he descended the stairs. Although he couldn't see Bai Wule's expression, the stiffness in his body confirmed Bai Wule's suspicions. "How would I know?" Bai Wule's voice was barely audible, laced with a hint of tears. Bai Wule cast a sideways glance. Or did he just happen to know there was someone in that room? With so many vacant rooms, how could he have known you were inside? "What did he say to you?" "Nothing, really." Bai Wule suddenly felt the weight of guilt, having disobeyed Bai Wule's advice not to ask too many questions. Yet he couldn't help but uncover the truth from that person. He lowered his head. Bai Wule paused, a sudden realization dawning upon him. "Do you know the answers to those questions?" Bai Wule, unable to hide the truth any longer, nodded. "Yes." Without further words, Bai Wule continued to carry him down the stairs. Upon nearing the lobby on the first floor, he noticed Tang Xiaoyi waiting in the stairwell. Without hesitation, he lifted Bai Wule and placed him into Tang Xiaoyi's arms. Tang Xiaoyi, taken by surprise, instinctively embraced Bai Wule. And as he looked up, Bai Wule's figure vanished around the corner of the staircase. "He's going back up?" Tang Xiaoyi observed Bai Wule's reddened eyes, his heart sinking. Were they arguing? Bai Wule ascended the stairs, his emerald eyes aflame with fury. On the second floor, he encountered Li Munin. Li Munin was momentarily taken aback, about to speak, when he suddenly felt a cold sensation wrapping around his neck. Almost immediately, he felt the sharp sting of a blade slicing through his skin. He reached up to touch it and found blood. A slender, hair-like weapon coiled around his throat. "What are you doing?" Li Munin exclaimed, wide-eyed. Bai Wule raised his gaze. "Who are you? How do you know what happened last night?" Logically, only those from Hunt and the Shura clan should be privy to the details of his injury. This individual was evidently not ordinary. Li Munin chuckled softly. "Is it strange that I know about such a notorious incident? Just looking at the barrage of comments on the light screen makes it clear. The light screen? Bai Wule turned his head. Indeed, upon returning to the human zone, the signal had reconnected. Through his conversation with Hunt, it was possible that this information had reached this person. However, but why did you tell Bai Xiaolai? What was your purpose? Bai Wule pressed further. Upon hearing this, Li Munan appeared surprised. Oh? So you didn't tell your brother? My apologies. I spoke out of turn. I simply saw your brother alone in his room and wanted to keep him company. I didn't anticipate creating such a misunderstanding. I truly apologize. Li Munan clasped his hands in a gesture of contrition, a sheepish smile adorning his face. Bai Wule scrutinized him for a few seconds before retracting the silver strands. Whether intentional or not, as the strands flew back, they brushed against Li Munan's cheek, drawing forth a thin line of crimson. Li Munan's fox-like eyes ignited with murderous intent but swiftly returned to calm. He touched the blood on his face. I'm truly sorry about this. My mouth always seems to get me into trouble. He perfectly embodied the guise of an oblivious person. Bai Wule scoffed coldly, stepping closer to Li Munan. The lower step positioned him at eye level with Li Munan. So you set off the alarm, hoping to lure Bai Xiaolai out. Was that unintentional as well? At that moment, the red light suddenly ceased, plunging the stairwell into darkness. A solitary beam illuminated the two, casting their expressions in an unkind light. Noticing Bai Wule's disbelief, Li Munan chuckled, casually wiping the blood from his face. Since you don't believe a word I say, why bother asking? He regarded Bai Wule. A sudden thought striking him as he brought his blood-stained fingertip closer, his fox-like eyes glinting with mischief. How do you find this scent? You must enjoy it, right? Is your heart racing, yearning to pounce and devour me? The word zombie was pronounced with emphasis, and with an audacious boldness, he pressed his fingertip towards Bai Wule's lips. Li Munan's heart soared with exhilaration, a new amusement igniting in his mind. If the top-ranking zombie were to become his slave, would that not outshine merely replacing Bai Wule as the top contender? Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Bai Wule had slammed into him, sending him crashing against the wall, his bones feeling as if they might shatter. Seeking death, Bai Wule wiped the faint trace of blood from his lips. Just as he intended to advance, he felt a firm grip on his wrist. Turning around, he saw Tang Xiaoyi, who had mysteriously appeared and seized his hand tightly. Bai Wule's brow furrowed deeper, perplexed by how he had failed to sense Tang Xiaoyi's approach, particularly in such a vulnerable moment. In that instant, Tang Xiaoyi's sudden appearance halted the anticipated confrontation between Bai Wule and Li Munan. Tang Xiaoyi glanced at the whimpering Li Munan on the floor and pulled Bai Wule down the stairs. No need to stoop to his level. Let us go. Bai Wule, irritated by the lingering sensation on his lips, ceased to struggle and followed Tang Xiaoyi out of the inn. Throughout the journey, he repeatedly wiped his lips. Due to his nature, zombies are acutely sensitive to the scent of human blood and flesh, and even the slightest trace could be detected. Noticing this action, Tang Xiaoyi retrieved a bottle of water from the light screen and handed it to him. Bai Wule accepted it, carefully cleansing his lips. That person is just a sickeningly familiar stranger. You shouldn't let him upset you. Tang Xiaoyi remarked. He even came to challenge me earlier, claiming that the loser would have to cede all their territories to the victor. You agreed? Bai Wule asked, drying his lips. Just as he was about to discard the remaining half of the water, Tang Xiaoyi swiftly snatched it away. Wasteful, there's still half left. I didn't agree to him. I wouldn't dare risk such a gamble. What if I lost? If you lost? He would have a substantial chance of becoming the city's master. Exactly, that's what I thought. No risks. Tang Xiaoyi nodded in agreement. The moment he turned, Bai Wule grasped his shoulder. It was the first time Tang Xiaoyi had seen Bai Wule appear so serious. What I mean is, if you wish to aid the humans here, you must strive for the top position this time. The flower house is situated closest to the central tower. Whoever secures this and can swiftly seize control of the tower. Tang Xiaoyi was taken aback. How do you know? That map isn't. I remember everything. Bai Wule replied. It seems that perhaps due to the excessive consumption of various peculiar brain cores and gemstones, his memory had undergone a remarkable enhancement, to the extent that it could be described as photographic. A map that he had merely glanced at briefly was now vividly etched in his mind. Consequently, he had no hesitation in discarding the map into the trash, for that piece of paper held no value for him anymore. He recalled the surroundings of the central tower on the map. Apart from a few winding streets, the most conspicuous feature was a quaint guest house. The main quest appeared to be providing accommodation for 13 players, yet it subtly aimed to identify contenders for the title of City Lord. After all, navigating the convoluted streets to unlock the central tower was far less expedient than first securing the Flower House guest house and then expanding outward. Whoever possessed the flower house would possess an 80% probability of conquering the central tower. Upon seeing this primary task, Bai Wule realized the underlying objective of the game. However, for him, an adventurer lacking culinary skills, this competition posed a significant disadvantage. Consequently, the burden fell squarely on Tang Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaoyu turned pale. Initially, he had been filled with confidence and supporting Bai Wule's aspirations to become the city lord, but suddenly, everything seemed to rest on his shoulders. The thought of competition, which he already feared, now felt overwhelmingly daunting. Stop dawdling. We need to prepare for the competition, Bai Wule urged, guiding the reluctant Tang Xiaoyu towards the milk tea shop. Regardless of the necessity to conquer the central tower, winning this time was imperative, understood? Why? Tang Xiaoyu replied, his face a mask of despair. Because I wish for that guest house to shield me from the sun. Tang Xiaoyu could only think. Wouldn't a small convenience store suffice for that purpose? A few moments later, the two arrived at the milk tea shop, where Xiaoyu immediately sensed that something was amiss with Tang Xiaoyu's expression. He glanced at Bai Wule and then returned his gaze to Tang Xiaoyu. Did you two have a quarrel? Upon hearing that Bai Wule intended to oversee Tang Xiaoyu's quest for first place in the competition, Xiaoyu clapped his hands in excitement. What a coincidence, I was thinking the same. He is the only casual player I know, and I hope he can secure first place. Brother will definitely win first place. Let us cheer for Brother Tang Xiaoyu. Motivated by Xiaoyu's enthusiasm, the two little ones began to rally support for Tang Xiaoyu. He forced a smile, but it was evident that joy eluded him. Chapter 40. After the fire alarm was lifted, the Chili Inn resumed its operations, and the safety zone regained its former vibrancy and tranquility. Amidst the bustle, only Bai Xiaolai appeared to be in low spirits. He quietly huddled against the wall, trying to blend into the background, fearful of provoking Bai Wuliao's ire once more. However, his conspicuous appearance and the identical attire he wore to Bai Wuliao made it impossible for anyone to overlook him. At this point, no one would believe you aren't my brother, Bai Wuliao remarked casually. Hearing his relaxed tone, Bai Xiaolai cautiously lifted his gaze and saw him striding directly toward him, prompting him to hurriedly rise. Brother. He resembled a pitiful little rabbit. Bai Wuliao halted before him and, with a downward glance, inquired, Let me ask you. If it weren't for our relationship, do you think I would have ventured into the Shura district to save you? No. Bai Xiaolai's head drooped lower, the weight of guilt crashing over him once more. Bai Wuliao regarded him intently, lifting Bai Xiaolai's chin to compel him to meet his gaze. Just then, a tear slipped down Bai Xiaolai's cheek. What are you crying about now? Bai Wuliao frowned in displeasure. Given our connection, what is there to be sorrowful about? Do you think I shouldn't have rescued you? But I caused you to sustain such severe injuries. Bai Xiaolai stammered. So what now? Are you going to sever this relationship with me? No, I refuse. Bai Xiaolai exclaimed hastily, vigorously wiping away his tears and striving to muster a smile. I'm sorry, brother. I won't cry anymore. Bai Wuliao sighed, reaching out to stroke Bai Xiaolai's head. What I did was merely my duty. My injuries are in no way your fault, understand? Bai Xiaolai nodded. Bai Wuliao retracted his hand and tossed a packet of beef jerky to Bai Xiaolai. Return to your room, he instructed before turning to leave. Bai Xiaolai stood there holding the beef jerky in astonishment for a few moments. He had thought that Bai Wuliao had either eaten it or discarded it, but to his surprise, he had kept it. It appeared to have been cleaned meticulously. As droplets of water clung to the packaging, Bai Xiaolai's expression brightened, and he scampered after Bai Wuliao. Brother, wait for me. His figure quickly vanished into the crowd. Nearby, Tang Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu, who had been observing, were engrossed in the unfolding drama of brotherly affection, feeling a sense of longing for more. After all, it was rare to witness two brothers, so similar in appearance, yet vastly different in age, especially when they were both so visually appealing. Tang Xiaoyu watched Bai Xiaolai's little bobbing head through the gaps in the crowd, his lips involuntarily curling upward. What has captivated you so? A familiar female voice inquired from the side. Turning, Tang Xiaoyu saw AC approach, her face aglow with a smile. He returned her polite smile. Their acquaintance was limited, and he was perplexed as to why she had come here. Wow, there are so many varieties of milk tea? I've never seen this before. AC was dressed in a black halter dress, exuding sensuality and grace. If he had not witnessed her in a commanding demeanor before, he would never have guessed she was the leader of the enigmatic organization known as Hunt. Leaning on the table, she scrutinized the drink options above the milk tea shop, appearing completely unaware that she was wearing a low-cut dress. Tang Xiaoyu quickly turned his head, busying himself. Bai Wuliao isn't here. I know. I'm not looking for him. I'm looking for you. AC replied. Noticing Xiaoyu sitting nearby, She smiled and waved at him. Shu Yu instinctively returned a smile. You are looking for me? Tang Xiaoye turned back, puzzled. AC nodded with a grin. Indeed, it's you. What is it? Certainly something significant. We need to find a discreet place to discuss. AC stood and pulled out 20 yuan from her wallet, placing it on the table. Order a taro bubble tea to be sent to the bar, but remember, no sugar. She concluded with a mysterious smile directed at Tang Xiaoye before turning to leave. Tang Xiaoye instinctively glanced in the direction Bai Wule had departed, uncertain whether to inform him of this matter. Meanwhile, Bai Wule was in the bathroom, bathing. The steam enveloped him, causing the screens beside him to fog up. Both members and non-members on the screens remained silent. Due to his heightened sense of smell, Bai Wule could no longer tolerate the foul odor clinging to him. With his clothes in tatters, seizing the opportunity after sending Bai Shalai back to his room, he dashed into the bathroom. Concerned that Bai Wule, as a zombie, might neglect personal hygiene, Bai Shalai anxiously reiterated at the door that the red bottle was for washing hair, while the blue bottle was for the body. His insistence was incessant. Meanwhile, Bai Wule's focus lay solely on his abdomen, rendering the sounds from outside the bathroom peripheral. The organs and flesh, minted by the illusion, remained unaffected by water. Only when pressed could he feel the emptiness within. With the illusion skill of the holy artifact, he felt confident that even a dismembered limb could be restored to its former state. Bai Wule increasingly recognized the immense value of this artifact. After a swift wash, Bai Wule exchanged a tip for a new set of clothes. Upon leaving the bathroom, he found Bai Shalai waiting by the door, holding a dry towel like a little attendant. Brother, this is for drying your hair. You know how to do that, right? Just like this. Bai Shalai demonstrated. Much to Bai Wule's chagrin, he thought to himself, I'm a zombie, not a simpleton. With a resigned glance at Bai Shalai, he took the towel and began to dry his hair. Once Bai Wule settled on the edge of the bed, Bai Shalai hurried over, his heart filled with anticipation. The room contained only a single bed, and if Bai Wule stayed, they could sleep together, a long-held wish of Bai Shalai. Bai Shalai climbed onto the bed, arranging the two pillows before quickly burrowing under the covers. He intentionally curled up into a small ball, hoping to avoid being pushed off for taking up too much space. His sole desire was to share this moment with his brother. However, he had entirely overlooked that Bai Wule, being a zombie, did not require sleep. Thus, as Bai Shalai gazed hopefully at Bai Wule finishing drying his hair, Bai Wule coldly stated, You should sleep. I will come find you tomorrow morning. Bai Shalai? Bai Shalai was left in a state of shock on the bed, watching Bai Wule walk out of the room. With a loud thud, the dream of brotherly closeness shattered into pieces. Brother. After leaving the inn, Bai Wule made his way directly to the bar. A day without seeing Songlong left him curious about the formidable equipment Luo Shunxian had crafted for him. As he entered the narrow passage of the Moonlight Bar, he encountered Tang Xiaoye exiting with a complex expression. Upon seeing Bai Wule, Tang Xiaoye's body stiffened. Bai Wule noticed the unnatural demeanor and furrowed his brow. What brings you here? Tang Xiaoye hesitated. Little Tang is here to deliver milk tea to me. Hearing their exchange, AC approached, sipping her milk tea. I just went out to place an order with him for a milk tea. Before it was ready, I had to return due to other matters, so I had no choice but to send little Tang on an errand. As she spoke, she cheerfully gave Tang Xiaoye a thumbs up. Little Tang's skills are impressive. It's delicious. Tang Xiaoye smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent. Bai Wule cast a suspicious glance at the two. Although EIS could not discern any particular clues, it was evident to him that Tang Xiaoye harbored some concerns. Anything related to Hunt was unlikely to be of good nature. The deliberate concealment only intensified Bai Wule's curiosity. He lifted his chin slightly, looking down at the two from a superior position, standing immovably in the center of the passageway. Tang Xiaoye felt uneasy under his scrutinizing gaze and hastily said, Why do you look at me like that? Should I let you in first? He and EIS retreated to the bar's main hall, clearing the way. However, Bai Wule showed no intention of advancing, remaining there as an obstruction, exuding an unmistakable air of displeasure. EIS recognized the situation, if an explanation was not provided today. Bai Wule might very well uproot the bar. Well, since you caught me off guard, I suppose I must reveal it to you. EIS raised his gaze. Regaining his former authority, I have received information concerning you 13 players. The first prize in the cooking competition grants ownership of the Huafeng Inn, and based on our observations over the years, all city lords have previously occupied the Huafeng Inn. So, you seek him out hoping he can secure the first place in this competition? Bai Wule inquired. EIS chuckled. Indeed, after all, you are not skilled in cooking, are you? I can only prepare a contingency plan for little Tang. I refrained from telling you earlier to prevent overthinking. Little Bai, please do not be upset. What reason do I have to be upset? It is best to leave human matters to humans. Bai Wule slowly approached Tang Xiaoyi, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Did you hear that? You must secure first place this time. Tang Xiaoyi felt the weight of expectations from Bai Wule and the others already pressing down on him. Now, with Hun involved, even the fate of the entire human race seemed to rest on his shoulders. The thought of failing to achieve first place felt akin to being a sinner against humanity. Yet, how could one easily attain victory? In this game, aside from Tang Xiaoyi, the other 8 casual streamer players each possess their own distinct culinary styles. Take Li Mu Nan, whom he had just met today, for instance. Aside from his expertise in Cantonese cuisine, he was also well-versed in Japanese cooking, with his wagashi creations truly resembling works of art. However, their exorbitant prices made them hard to sell. Most patrons in the safe zone merely indulged their curiosity, with only a few wealthy individuals frequenting his establishment. In contrast, Tang Xiaoyi could only prepare simple snacks like milk tea, pancakes, and skewers, which hardly held any prestige. A mere 3-day crash course would not drastically enhance his skills. Ultimately, all Tang Xiaoyi could do was strive earnestly for a chance at success. Chapter 41. 3 days passed swiftly, and Tang Xiaoyi found himself overwhelmed with busyness. Since Bai Wule had taken away Hikify, he had no choice but to personally prepare and sell the snacks at his stall. Hikify, a solid black fortune cat, was a recent purchase of Tang Xiaoyi, its color contrasting sharply with that of Beitong, which had garnered the name Hikify from the barrage of comments on the screen. It was whimsically noted that Beitong and Hikify complemented each other perfectly. Like Beitong, Hikify could autonomously operate the snack stall after receiving a small amount of operational input. Bai Wule, determined to enhance Tang Xiaoyi's practical skills and allow him to concentrate on preparing for the competition, resolutely took Hikify away. Though primarily to provide Beitong with a companion, Tang Xiaofeng was also brought to Shuyu's territory. As everyone endeavored to create a space for Tang Xiaoyi to immerse himself in his culinary creations. After 3 days of accumulation, both Bai Wule and Tang Xiaoyi had expanded their map territories. In the newly unlocked park, the forest would come alive at night with the emergence of soul-snatching monsters. Due to the pact with the Soul Snatcher King, other smaller creatures would gather to pay homage to their monarch. Bai Wule was not one to be courteous, deftly collecting blue brain cores as if picking blueberries, amassing a full bag of these delectable treats. However, with the competition looming that night, Bai Wule could not afford to linger in search of food and had to rely on his previous stock to satiate his hunger. You might not make it to the safe zone tonight. Stay in the convenience store, and no matter what happens after dark, do not leave that room, understood? Bai Wule instructed. Bai Xiaolai nodded gravely. Brother, you can rest assured. I will be fine. Bai Wule nodded. Then turned to the side where the wolf and the earth-green cub were. Take good care of him. The wolf responded with a howl, while the earth-green cub patted its small chest, assuring no problems would arise. Bai Wule withdrew his gaze and pulled up the screen. At 6 in the evening, as the competition approached, a new green bubble appeared on the map, indicating the location of the Flower House homestay for the night. With a click, his entire body felt suddenly light. A few seconds later, Bai Wule transitioned to an entirely new area. The environment gradually came into focus. He stood on a few square meters of bluestone pavement. Behind him lay the familiar darkness concealing other locked areas. Directly ahead was a slightly decayed wooden fence encircling a small courtyard overrun with weeds, which seemed to have been abandoned for quite some time. The grass reaching nearly a meter high. Amidst the weeds stood an old house with a red-tiled roof, its walls hanging with 2 precariously swaying characters spelling Flower House, as if a gust of wind could whisk them away. Overall, it appeared as though this place had long been forsaken. Good heavens! Is this truly the Flower House homestay we are vying for? Why do I suddenly feel deflated? Among those who had jumped over with Bai Wule was a young man, likely in his 20s, sporting black headphones and a slightly askew cap, exuding youthful exuberance. In contrast, the man beside him, impeccably dressed in a suit and sporting slick-back hair, appeared to be in his 40s, his gleaming forehead radiating wisdom. Upon spotting Bai Wule, he promptly approached and extended his hand politely. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Stephen. Before he could finish, a muscular man named Hill, who had just arrived, abruptly blocked the space between them. Stephen's hand was unable to retract in time, inadvertently poking Hill in the waist. Hill, startled, stepped aside just as he collided with Bai Wule. Stephen sheepishly withdrew his hand. Witnessing the sudden social faux pas, the young man beside him chuckled heartily. It's clear you two are unfamiliar, huh? It seemed the young man was well acquainted with Stephen. He offered an awkward smile before retreating next to the young man, playfully patting his back. The young man immediately made a shushing motion. Hill, feeling embarrassed, repeatedly apologized to Bai Wule. Upon recognizing Bai Wule as the boy who had single-handedly dealt with the formidable monster last time, his eyes sparkled with excitement. It's you. Do you remember me? We teamed up during the Soul Snatcher King task. I'm Hill. Bai Wule nonchalantly replied with a brief acknowledgement. The space felt excessively cramped, making it difficult for him to maintain the recommended 2-meter distance from others, prompting him to hasten towards the courtyard. However, as he pushed open the fence gate, it creaked and fell apart due to years of neglect, collapsing in his hands. Bai Wule. The young man nearby burst into laughter at the sight. Just as he was about to say something, a stream of broadcasters began to jump in, overwhelming the area and drowning out the noise. Over a dozen individuals crowded the bluestone path, making it even more congested. The petite Shiyu was completely engulfed in the throng, pushing through and shouting. What are you all doing crowding here? Hurry up and go inside. The fence gate was still in Bai Wule's hands, creating a significant opening ahead. Yet, out of caution, no one dared to step into the courtyard alone, still astonished by how the Flower House homestay resembled a haunted house. Ultimately, unable to withstand the situation any longer, Bai Wule tossed the fence gate into the courtyard, steadied himself against the fence, and vaulted over, becoming the first to step inside. You have damaged the fence gate here. Will you spend 300 operational points to repair it immediately? The weeds have grown so thick that you can hardly find footing. Hurry up and remove them. 20 points per cluster, or you may choose to clear them manually. Bai Wule. He clicked to repair. Seeing that nothing significant happened as he entered the courtyard, the other broadcasters followed suit, gradually making their way inside. Like Bai Wule, they too noticed the popping bubbles demanding their attention. They were instructed to clear weeds and repair the ground. Overall, the homestay was in dire need of restoration, far from the idyllic vision they had initially imagined. Are we really fighting over this dilapidated house? Surely the game developers must have lost their minds. Bai Wule thought to himself, I would rather spend every night in the safe zone than claim such a place. The cleaning alone would be exhausting. Disinterest permeated the air, with many broadcasters expressing their reluctance to compete for such a rundown property. However, Bai Wule found it quite fitting for his zombie aesthetic. The lack of enthusiasm among the others meant that Tang Xiaoya would likely secure an easy victory. Speaking of Tang Xiaoya, where was he? Bai Wule scanned the surroundings, indeed finding no trace of Tang Xiaoya. The time on the screen read 1805. Logically, he should not be one to arrive late. Could it be something had gone awry? With this thought, Bai Wule pulled up the screen. Look, someone is coming out of the homestay. Bai Wule exclaimed, raising his head. A girl clad in a red chi-pao with her hair styled in a neza bun emerged from the homestay. She bore the title of mayor's secretary, evidently the one who had previously assigned them their main task. Simultaneously, Bai Wule caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Turning back, he saw Tang Xiaoya walking in from outside the courtyard, standing at the back of the crowd. Hello, esteemed broadcasters. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am the host of this cooking competition, Tuan Tuan. It is evident that our competition venue is still unprepared. The official start time for the contest is set for 9 o'clock this evening. However, there is still time, and I hope everyone can join forces to tidy up this yard before the formal competition begins. With a smile on her face, Tuan Tuan addressed the crowd. Upon hearing this, the hosts erupted in confusion. What does this mean? The official competition starts at 9? So we were called here early just to work? This is absurd. Can I not return until 9? The crowd began to voice their grievances. Amidst the clamor, Tuan Tuan cleared her throat and raised her voice. Due to the special regulations of this competition, participants are not permitted to leave midway, so everyone must remain here until the conclusion of the contest. What kind of ridiculous rule is this? Isn't this a trap? Indeed, we were deceived into coming here, and now we can't leave? The hosts continued to murmur in discontent. Ignoring their dissatisfaction, Tuan Tuan completed her announcement and stepped around the crowd, walking straight into the darkness. Some individuals in the crowd, skeptical, approached the light screen to test their ability to leave, only to discover that the bubbles in the air had indeed turned to grayish-white. And no matter how they tapped, they could not escape. The hosts had no choice but to accept the rules of the game. Zai Zai, go check on Tang Bao. I feel like he is on the verge of a breakdown these days. Yes, Zai Zai, just before coming here, Tang Bao nearly injured himself by spilling hot oil. Tang Bao is under too much pressure. I haven't seen him rest for the past 3 days. As their gaze shifted away from the light screen, Bai Wule's eyes traversed the crowd, landing at the very back. Tang Xiaoyi stood with his head bowed, his bangs obscuring his eyes, rendering his emotions unreadable. However, the slight tightening of his lips revealed his evident anxiety. Bai Wule approached and gently patted his shoulder. Tang Xiaoyi startled, slowly raising a somewhat pale face, with dark circles under his eyes that were painfully apparent. The term haggard seemed particularly fitting at that moment. What's wrong? Tang Xiaoyu managed a slight smile, though it was devoid of genuine warmth, and his gaze appeared vacant. Bai Wule had never witnessed him in such a state, and an inexplicable irritation arose within him. I take back what I said. You need not feel pressured to win the competition today, Bai Wule stated coldly. Tang Xiaoyu was taken aback. Huh? But? There's no but. Winning would be marvelous, but if you lose, it's not the end of the world. I am still here. Chapter 42. Bai Wule, is this meant to comfort me? Tang Xiaoya's gaze gradually focused, looking incredulously at the youth before him. Indeed, from Bai Wule's expression, one could discern no answer, only the usual indifference and composure. Upon reflection, even if others had claimed the end to become the city's ruler, it might not lead to any dire consequences. There was no need for such anxiety. As he spoke, Bai Wule's lips curled slightly. Do you fancy yourself a savior, burdened with the mission of rescuing the entire human race? Such presumption. You are merely one of my prey, a mere pawn to follow my commands. Disregard whatever others may say to you. This dilapidated house is of no consequence to me. So whether you win or lose today's contest, all I expect is your utmost effort. Do you understand? Tang Xiaoya nodded dazedly. It was evident that Bai Wule was merely a boy of 17 or 18, younger than himself, and a zombie at that. Could he truly offer comfort? It was an experience that made one feel as if they had seen it all. Nevertheless, thanks to those words, Tang Xiaoya felt considerably lighter, his mind gradually becoming clearer. He exhaled deeply, replying earnestly, Yes, I will do my best. At that moment, the cacophony around them abruptly ceased, Tang Xiaoya's voice resonating perfectly within the ears of everyone present. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to the two individuals. Surely, they weren't suggesting they should exert effort for such a dilapidated house. A young man couldn't help but scoff, stating that if Tang Xiaoya was so keen, he could withdraw from the competition. After all, he had no desire for it. He exchanged a glance with Stephen, who sheepishly smiled in agreement. Indeed, there seems to be no need for competition. If no one desires it, then it appears my sole competitor is Tang Xiaoya. At this moment, another voice emerged from the crowd. Li Munin smiled, his cunning fox-like eyes seemingly penetrating too much. He slowly raised his hand, forming a pistol gesture directed at Tang Xiaoya. Let the show begin. With Li Munin's declaration of war, the streamers were suddenly filled with tension. Even the second and third ranked were striving for this in, suggesting it held some value. They couldn't help but question whether they had misjudged the situation, lifting their heads to scrutinize the surroundings. What had initially been deemed worthless suddenly exuded a formidable competitive aura under the pressure of Tang Xiaoya and Li Munin's standoff. The streamers, stirred by competitive fervor, were unwilling to lag behind. Those who had previously complained found their positions and began to silently clear the weeds in the yard. Bai Wule squinted towards Li Munin, increasingly convinced that this boy was no ordinary figure. Any reasonable person, unaware of the significance of this flower house inn, would likely be deterred by such a decrepit structure. Yet this lad appeared determined to claim it. One couldn't help but suspect he was aware of the competition for the title of City Lord, perhaps even harboring ambitions to seize the central tower. Perhaps Bai Wule's gaze was too overt. Li Munin suddenly looked up, meeting his eyes. He smirked, deliberately raising an eyebrow, exuding an arrogance rivaling Bai Wule's. Noticing Bai Wule's apparent irritation, Tang Xiaoya quickly interjected, pulling him aside. Hey, this weed is too stubborn. Could you lend me a hand? In the blink of an eye, Bai Wule effortlessly yanked it free. Tang Xiaoya, this is difficult to pull. Bai Wule raised an eyebrow. Tang Xiaoya awkwardly chuckled. To me, it is quite challenging. Bai Wule regarded him with silent exasperation, casually discarding the weed and strolling to the side. Indeed, many hands make light work. Before long, half of the weeds in the yard were cleared away. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its afterglow elongated everyone as shadows, crafting a tableau of leisurely labor. Only Bai Wule appeared idle, resembling a finely crafted statue. The other streamers cast disapproving glances his way, yet he remained unfazed. Time passed, and suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps broke the silence. Bai Wule turned towards the noise. The sound of polished shoes grew increasingly closer, suggesting a child was approaching. Moments later, before the figure appeared, a small girl's voice rang out. This house cannot be lived in. It harbors death. In the next instant, a little girl in a red dress burst from the shadows, halting on the stone path. Drawn by her voice, all the streamers paused their tasks, curiosity piqued. As night fell, the dim light cloaked the scene, and the girl exuded an eerie aura, particularly with her hollow, vacant eyes, as if gazing straight through everyone. Fixated on the inn. Startled by her proclamation, several timid streamers instinctively huddled together. Tang Xiaoya, closest to the girl while pulling weeds by the fence, jumped back in fright and dashed to Bai Wuliao's side. Bai Wuliao frowned, narrowing his eyes at the girl. She surveyed her surroundings, then suddenly broke into an exaggerated grin, exclaiming, "It's deadly. This house is a death trap." Her voice was sharp and grating, as though she were screaming at the top of her lungs. Bai Wuliao felt a headache brewing from the commotion, just as he prepared to intervene. He saw the girl waving her arms and running into the darkness. Her shriek ceased the moment she vanished from sight. Once she departed, tranquility returned, the only sound being the rustle of weeds in the breeze. The dilapidated house, the girl in the red dress, the ominous forewarning of death. Everything felt as if it were lifted from a horror film, sending chills down one's spine. After a few seconds of stunned silence, the crowd snapped back to reality. WH. What just happened? Were we not here for a cooking competition? How did death enter the picture? I must say, this house is far too ominous. If you all want it, go ahead. I no longer wish to compete. I feel the same. The competitive spirit that had just been kindled evaporated in an instant. Several streamers dropped the weeds they had pulled and hurried toward the stone path outside the yard. Fear prevailed. They sought to escape this decrepit place as swiftly as possible. Fortunately, the streetlights outside flickered to life, offering a modicum of reassuring light. After conferring, the group of streamers huddled around the streetlight, aiming to distance themselves from the inn. Lao He and his two subordinates initially intended to remain in the yard, but, having had prior conflicts with Bai Wule, left upon seeing him stay behind. Thus, only half the original group remained within the yard. Bai Wule scrutinized those who remained. In such a situation, one would typically prioritize safety by exiting the yard, save for those who desperately sought the inn. Tang Xiaoya and Li Munin were obvious contenders. Beyond them, the remaining individuals were Hill, Shuyu, and a girl with red hair, all of whom had previously teamed up. Hill and Shuyu were adventurers, unafraid of such circumstances. But what of the red-haired girl? Did she also covet the inn? Bai Wuliao narrowed his eyes. The girl wore a light blue dress, her eyes matching, and her appearance bore a hint of exotic allure. Judging by her looks, she didn't seem the audacious type. Noticing Bai Wuliao's scrutiny, the red-haired girl smiled broadly at him. She trotted over, introducing herself with confidence. "You must be Bai Wuliao, the top-ranked player, right? Hello, I'm Boliu, currently ranked 6th, but I'm sure I'll rise in rank soon enough." It is apparent that, despite her best efforts to articulate clearly, the girl speaks with an odd intonation. Every gesture she makes radiates optimism and cheerfulness. Upon hearing her self-introduction, Tang Xia leaned closer to Bai Wuliao's ear, revealing, "She is the one I mentioned, the one who oscillates between adventure and leisure players." Thus, it dawned on Bai Wuliao why they had been waiting so long for a fourth adventure player during their last team-up against the Soul Snatcher King. Xia, surveying the chaotic mess of withered grass, shrugged in resignation, "It seems that we are the only ones who can clean this up." Shuyu glanced at the group of people huddled outside the courtyard and sighed. "Let us hasten, we must finish before 9 o'clock. "I'll do it. I'll do it," Boliu exclaimed, energetically running back with her long skirt swaying. After nightfall, the remaining weeds were finally cleared, primarily due to Bai Wuliao's efforts. Shuyu and Sierra had managed to gather the weeds into a pile, reaching a height akin to a small hill. "How should we dispose of this grass?" Shuyu inquired. Bai Wule replied, "Let us burn it." Shuyu questioned, "Burn it? Is that feasible? Or would you prefer to haul it away?" Li Munin scoffed lightly, flicking his cigarette onto the pile of grass. The dry heap ignited swiftly, flames dancing vividly. In this regard, he and Bai Wuliao shared an unexpected consensus. The fire blazed, illuminating the surroundings with a brilliant crimson glow, both dazzling and awe-inspiring. Shuyu and Boliu watched the inferno, murmuring that it seemed wasteful to let it burn without cooking something. In a moment of agreement, they both pulled up their screens and exchanged a plethora of barbecue ingredients from the shop. Amid laughter, the atmosphere resembled a lively bonfire gathering. Bai Wuliao, disliking the sweltering heat, retreated to a corner. Tang Xiaoya quietly followed, his expression a mix of complexity, as if he wished to articulate something. Noticing his discomfort, Bai Wuliao inquired, "What is the matter?" Nothing significant," Tang Xiaoya chuckled awkwardly, forcing a faint dimple to appear. It's just that. Bai Wule, lacking the patience to indulge his hesitation, urged him to continue. Taking a deep breath, Tang Xiaoya lowered his head, his voice barely audible. Could you accompany me to the restroom? Bai Wule was taken aback, a look of perplexity spreading across his face. What? Chapter 43. Tang Xiaoya had an anxious habit of drinking water whenever he felt tense. Before arriving at the guest house, he had already guzzled several bottles of water. He thought to himself, a guest house must surely have a restroom, but he could never have anticipated the scene before him. One cannot ignore the call of nature, after all. After much contemplation and plagued by fear, he reluctantly cast aside his dignity and implored Bai Wu to accompany him in search of the restroom. Bai Wu initially believed he was joking and scrutinized Tang Xiaoya with suspicion. However, upon seeing the genuine distress in Tang Xiaoya's eyes, he realized the seriousness of the situation. Reluctantly, Bai Wu acquiesced. After all, he would need Tang Xiaoya's performance later, and he couldn't bear to witness him suffer. Casting a glance at the lively crowd engaged in barbecuing, Bai Wu turned and made his way toward the guest house, with Tang Xiaoya hurriedly trotting behind him. They maintained a distance of about half a meter, a feat achieved only through Tang Xiaoya's effort to remain calm. In truth, he would have preferred to grasp the hem of Bai Wu's clothing, for he was genuinely afraid. At the entrance of the guest house, layers of cobwebs clung to the door, further affirming its long-abandoned state. The dim light accentuated the eerie aura of the door. In an instant, a flood of unsettling images invaded Tang Xiaoya's mind. He gasped and instinctively clutched at Bai Wu's clothing. Bai Wu paused, glancing back with a look of skepticism. Are you scared? Tang Xiaoya bit his lip and nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Observing Tang Xiaoya's grip on his clothing, Bai Wu's expression shifted to one of mild exasperation. He bent down, picked up a stick, cleared away the bothersome cobwebs, and attempted to turn the doorknob. With a click, the door creaked open, releasing a cloud of long-settled dust that enveloped them. Under the light, the swirling dust was clearly visible. Bai Wu stepped inside, the wooden floor creaking beneath his weight. With Tang Xiaoya closely following, their footsteps creating a rhythmic duet. A few steps in, their vision expanded. The floor-to-ceiling windows illuminated the room with flickering light from the courtyard, clearly outlining the layout of the first-floor hall. A vintage wooden bar was set against the wall, while a rectangular table stood in the center, surrounded by 6 chairs, all covered in a thick layer of dust. A mere touch revealed a coat of grime. Above the bar hung a painting, its colors dancing in the flickering light, lending it a serene charm. Bai Wu gazed at the artwork, suddenly halted. Tang Xiaoya, who had been walking with his eyes closed, bumped into him. Sorry. Tang Xiaoya instinctively looked up, only to find Bai Wu intently staring at the painting. His heart skipped a beat, and he reflexively stepped behind Bai Wu, peering over his shoulder at the painting. The artwork depicted a woman covering her eyes with her hand, rendered in bold, vibrant colors, with sharp lines that conveyed the essence of abstract art. Her crimson lips curled slightly, as though smiling. The foreign artistic flair clashed starkly with the ancient Chinese decor of the room. Yet, beyond that, Tang Xiaoya could discern nothing more. The intensity of Bai Wu's gaze unnerved him, akin to a small dog barking furiously at an unseen threat. He felt that whatever had caught Bai Wu's attention could not bode well. Moments later, Bai Wu gestured toward the darkness at the side. The restroom is over there. You can go. Tang Xiaoya followed his gaze, only to be met with impenetrable darkness. Though his heart raced, he considered how embarrassing it was to have asked someone to accompany him to find a restroom. He certainly couldn't ask Bai Wu to escort him to the door. Gathering his courage, he released his grip on Bai Wu's clothing and ventured into the dark. After taking a couple of steps, an idea struck him, and he reached for the light switch. Moments later, the music feature of the broadcasting shop came into play, and a lively tune filled the guest house. Ha ha, Tang Bao. You can do it. Defeat magic with magic. The catchy tune echoed, reminding him of the background music from horror games. How about it, Tang Bao? Are you still scared? Feeling better. Tang Xiaoya sighed. The song truly worked wonders in bolstering his courage. As the melody played, thoughts of civilization, democracy, and prosperity flooded his mind, banishing the chaotic images that had plagued him. He walked briskly toward the restroom. Meanwhile, the sudden surge of music startled Bai Wu, who, despite his bravery, was taken aback. He wondered why Tang Xiaoya would play music just to visit the restroom. Was this a new human habit? It was rather noisy. For someone with keen hearing like Bai Wu, the sound was akin to an irritating cacophony. Of course, Tang Xiaoya played the music not only to bolster his own courage, but also to mask any unpleasant sounds. After all, With Bai Wu's acute hearing in such a quiet environment, it was essential for Tang Xiaoya, as a grown man, to maintain his dignity. He pushed open the restroom door and unfastened his belt. A few minutes later, feeling relieved, he approached the sink. Just as he was about to turn on the faucet, a fleeting shadow darted past him from the corner of the mirror. What the hell? Tang Xiaoya spun around sharply, and through the crack of the door, a pale face appeared. Panic surged through him as he gripped the edge of the sink. Standing frozen in place, confronting the figure at the door. Neither moved. Moments later, the figure raised its gaze, revealing emerald green eyes brimming with impatience. Are you done yet? The voice was cool and melodious, quite pleasant to hear. Bai Wu, Tang Xiaoya exclaimed in surprise. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the figure was indeed Bai Wu. The light from the side illuminated Bai Wu's form, creating an almost spectral appearance. Tang Xiaoya, feeling wronged, protested. Could you not be so frightening? Fortunately, he had already finished using the restroom. Otherwise, Bai Wu's sudden appearance might have caused him to wet himself. Bai Wu retorted. You can't deny that you are easily scared. Tang Xiaoya could only concede. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and turned to the faucet. With a splash, a strong metallic odor assaulted his nostrils. The faucet sputtered like a feeble old man, coughing a couple of times before releasing a stream of red water. As his fingers touched the liquid, he felt a hint of warmth. The nature of this fluid was all too clear. Tang Xiaoya couldn't help but scream, transforming into a startled quail as he dashed toward the door. Blood! Bai Wu, the faucet is pouring out blood. In a state of shock, he called out to Bai Wu outside, his delicate features twisted in fear. Bai Wu, regaining his composure, noticed that a crowd had gathered in the hall. Drawn in by Tang Xiaoya's earlier song, the group, initially engaged in barbecuing, had ventured inside out of curiosity. Now, all eyes were fixed on Tang Xiaoya, the only sound in the silence being the rushing water from the restroom. Bai Wu, upon hearing the commotion, glanced past Tang Xiaoya at the gushing faucet. The water was clear and colorless, devoid of any discernible scent. He turned Tang Xiaoya's head toward the sink. Take a closer look. Is it water or blood? Tang Xiaoya hesitantly opened his eyes. As I gazed at the water flowing copiously, there seemed to be no anomaly, causing my eyes to widen in disbelief. How? How is this possible? I distinctly saw blood moments ago. I even touched it. If you don't believe me, look at my hands. He raised his hands, droplets clinging to his fingertips, untouched by any blood. This is peculiar. Tang Xiaoya found it hard to comprehend. At that moment, Li Munan burst into laughter. Surely, the pressure has driven you to hallucinations? With the competition approaching, do you think you stand a chance in such a state? Tang Xiaoya was rendered speechless, silently lowering his hands. Bai Wu outcast a sidelong glance at Li Munan, his eyes cold. Mind your own business. Li Munan shrugged with a smile and turned to ascend the stairs. The enthusiasm of the others remained unaltered by Tang Xiaoya's words. After a brief exploration, Shu Yu and Bo Lu curiously ventured to the second floor. It's all right. Don't be anxious. Just relax. Xie approached, gently patting Tang Xiaoya's shoulder, offering solace. Tang Xiaoya forced a smile that did not reach his eyes. Just then, a woman's piercing scream echoed from upstairs. Following that, Li Munan hurried down the stairs, exclaiming in agitation, "What is wrong with you? Why the sudden outburst?" He glanced at Bai Wu Liao and the others before rushing out of the guest house, a hint of unease evident in his demeanor. Sensing Li Munan's distress, Bai Wu Liao ascended to the second floor. In the corridor, Bo Lu sat on the floor, quietly sobbing, while Shu Yu knelt beside her, offering gentle comfort. It seemed that the earlier scream had originated from Bo Lu. What happened? Bai Wu Liao approached. Shu Yu shook her head. I don't know. She screamed the moment she opened that door. As she spoke, she pointed towards the ajar door of the adjacent room. Bai Wu Liao walked over and pushed the door open. The room's walls were painted a soft green, with a white bed positioned near the entrance, its colors clean and vibrant. Wooden tables and chairs leaned against the window, giving the space an overall fresh and unremarkable appearance. It was unclear why Bo Lu had reacted so strongly. Shu Yu also leaned in for a glance, gently patting Bo Lu's back. What is troubling you? Did none of you see it? Bo Lu sniffled, her voice trembling. Shu Yu and Bai Wu Liao exchanged glances. See what? A corpse, a woman lying on the bed, completely covered in blood. Chapter 44, A Corpse. Shu Yu's heart tightened involuntarily, and she looked up again. The bed lay bare, devoid of any trace of the bloodied woman. Not a single drop of blood was visible. Similarly, Bai Wu Liao saw nothing amiss. If Tang Xiaoya's vision stemmed from his timorous nature and overwhelming pressure, that might be plausible. However, Bai Lu was an experienced adventurer, capable of toggling between leisure and peril and his courage should not have faltered so easily. Moreover, how could both individuals perceive such strange phenomena? One claimed to have seen blood flowing from the faucet, while the other insisted she witnessed a woman's corpse on the bed. Surely, this could not be mere coincidence. Could it be an illusion? As she pondered this, Hill, having heard the commotion, peered into the eerie room. There was nothing here. It seemed that only Bai Wule could discern the corpse. With Shu Yu's encouragement, Bai Wule stood again, mustering the courage to glance into the adjacent room. On the bed lay a woman clad in a white dress, her body marred with blood, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on the ceiling. She was still there. Bai Wule seized Shu Yu's hand, gripping it so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Yet, Shu Yu saw nothing. Bai Wule became increasingly convinced that Bai Wule was merely hallucinating. He had not detected any unusual scents or sounds in this place. It did not seem to bear the hallmarks of the Shura clan or any monstrous presence. What could this mean? Why had two people here experienced such visions in succession? Bai Wule pondered as he sat on the edge of the bed, surveying the room. Shu Yu assisted Bai Wule in departing. Tang Xiaoyi initially wished to follow them out of the inn, but reflecting on how he had asked Bai Wule to accompany him in, he felt that turning back out of fear would be disloyal. Thus, he concealed himself behind Hill, relying on Hill's imposing figure for courage. Within moments, Hill suddenly exclaimed, "I see it. I see a woman on the bed. Right behind you." Bai Wule whipped around, yet still saw no sign of the woman Hill described. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the screen erupting with frantic messages. "Ah, I see it. Why is there no pixelation this time? I see a woman in a red dress lying there. Nonsense. She is clearly a short-haired woman in a black dress. A knife protrudes from her chest. Nonsense. She was holding a knife." In an instant, opinions clashed. Each person's vision of the corpse appeared to differ. Bai Wule paused, then turned to Hill. "What did the woman you see look like?" As an adventurer, Hill, though frightened, retained his composure. He described the woman behind Bai Wule: golden curls, a green tank top, denim jeans, a pair of scissors lodged in her abdomen. Another entirely different woman. Bai Wule contemplated, his gaze shifting to Tang Xiaoyi, beckoning him forward. Tang Xiaoyi hesitated, reluctant to approach, moving as if each step took an eternity. Unable to wait any longer, Bai Wule yanked him closer. "What can you see?" The icy touch of a zombie sent shivers down Tang Xiaoyi's spine. He dared not resist, compelled to look. What he beheld was not a woman, but a little girl in a red dress, sitting at the edge of the bed, her gaze fixed on him, a strange smile curving her lips. "Oh no." Tang Xiaoyi turned to flee, but Bai Wule held him fast. "What did you see?" Bai Wule pressed, frowning. Tang Xiaoyi struggled and yelled, "It's the little girl who spoke to us today. She asked sitting on the bed." Hill and Bai Wule exchanged glances, peering again to confirm that he still saw the woman in the tank top and jeans. Tang Xiaoyi's words, combined with the chaotic messages on the screen, only solidified Bai Wule's suspicion that in this place, each individual witnessed a unique horror. It could be a subjective illusion. So, what on earth was happening? Was this part of a mission? Hill's expression grew grim. Bai Wule shook his head. Finding no way to escape Bai Wule's grip, Tang Xiaoyi instinctively sought refuge behind him, casually glancing up. He noticed the little girl at the edge of the bed suddenly standing. She seemed poised to approach him. "She is standing now," Tang Xiaoyi screamed. At that moment, alarm bells rang in his mind. Disregarding everything else, he yearned to flee, straining against Bai Wule's hold, racing down the stairs. Bai Wule instantly followed, catching him just as he burst through the door. "You said she stood up?" Bai Wule inquired. Tang Xiaoyi, "Yes, she was holding a knife. And it looked like she was coming towards me." He struggled fiercely, driven by a primal urge to survive. All he wanted was to escape. Yet Bai Wule refused to relent, holding his arm firmly. He even turned Tang Xiaoyi's head to force him to meet his gaze. "Trust me. She won't harm you. Look at her again and see if she is following." Tang Xiaoyi. The deep timbre of Bai Wule's voice surprisingly conveyed a hint of gentleness. Under Bai Wule's watchful eyes, Tang Xiaoyi gradually regained his composure. He attempted to focus on the staircase. This time, he saw that the eerie little girl had reached the stairwell, still clutching the gleaming knife. Tang Xiaoyi felt his body tense. Bai Wule asked, "Do you see her again?" Tang Xiaoyi pressed his lips together, nodding slowly. Bai Wule released him, stepping back a few paces toward the staircase. "Here?" Tang Xiaoyi shook his head. "No, above." Bai Wule then turned his gaze to Hill, who stood on the staircase, next to him. "No, behind him." Hill. In that tense atmosphere, even he, an adventurer, felt a chill run down his spine. Upon hearing this, Bai Wule ascended a few steps, positioning himself on the stair behind Hill. "Here?" Tang Xiaoyi nodded. After confirming the little girl's position, Bai Wule's expression darkened. Suddenly, he raised his hand and sharply slapped the air beside him. Now, what do you see? Tang Xiaoyi appeared dazed. I see your hand passing through her body. Indeed, it was an illusion. Bai Wule returned to Tang Xiaoyi's side. He gently placed his hand over Tang Xiaoyi's eyes, coolly stating, Imagine transforming the little girl before you into an image devoid of any aggression. Tang Xiaoyi, an image devoid of aggression? Though Tang Xiaoyi was puzzled as to the intent of this exercise, he nonetheless closed his eyes. His lashes brushed against Bai Wule's palm, sending a delicate sensation through him. After a moment, Bai Wule withdrew his hand slightly. Let me know when you are ready. A few minutes later, Tang Xiaoyi took a deep breath, signaling that he was prepared. Bai Wule lowered his hand. The vision gradually sharpened. To Tang Xiaoyi's astonishment, the terrifying little girl had vanished, replaced by a small white rabbit. About a meter tall, its cheeks were adorably pink, reminiscent of a magical creature from a fairy tale. The rabbit no longer held a knife, but instead clutched a basket brimming with vibrant blossoms. What do you see now? Bai Wule inquired. A magical little rabbit holding a flower basket. Tang Xiaoyi replied truthfully. The imagined little rabbit, clutching a flower basket, danced clumsily on its tiptoes. Its rotund body jiggling with each leap, evoking a certain comic absurdity. What could this possibly mean? Bill found it just as bewildering, while the specifics eluded him. It seemed akin to an illusion. Bai Wule mused that each person's perception differed, likely due to the distinctiveness of individual imagination. For reasons unknown, this place materialized the visions conjured within each mind. In this enveloping darkness, one would expect a human's sight to reveal nothing. Yet the image of a little girl appeared vividly before him, leaving little room for explanation beyond the realm of hallucination. Upon realizing it was merely an illusion, Tang Xiaoyi and Hill felt their tension ease somewhat. It appeared that the gathering of 13 players here was not solely for the leisure of a cooking competition. The adventure-seeking participants likely had their own quests. Bai Wule surveyed the surroundings. Are we to decipher the illusions here? Hill inquired eagerly. That seems likely. Bai Wule replied, noticing that each streamer was peering through the glass windows, their faces etched with concern, presumably having heard of the recent events. Just then, Shu Yu hurried in. There's less than an hour until the competition begins. It seems we are the only ones left to clean this guest house. What should we do? Bai Wule glanced at the time displayed on the screen, his gaze landing on Li Munin, who remained stubbornly outside. What about him? I don't know what's going on with him. He just one tea come in, Shu Yu replied, exasperated. Oh, Bai Wule's lips curled into an intrigued smile. If this guest house indeed materialized the imaginations within one's mind, it was easy to surmise that Li Munin's peculiar expression must have stemmed from witnessing something unsettling. In the ensuing moments, through the concerted efforts of the three, they successfully completed the cleaning of the entire guest house just before 9 o'clock. At the stroke of 9, the guest house illuminated brilliantly. Light truly is the most magnificent entity in existence. In that instant, the guest house shed its terrifying facade, transforming into a bright and charming haven. In the courtyard, 13 stoves materialized seemingly out of thin air, arranged in an orderly fashion, awaiting the imminent competition. Tuan Tuan emerged from the shadows, a smile gracing her face as she stood before the crowd. Thank you all for your hard work. We have finally prepared everything before the competition, she announced. Our esteemed mayor, who is also a judge for this event, has arrived. He will join us in witnessing the victor of this culinary contest. Let us welcome him with applause. Prompted by Tuan Tuan, the streamers clapped their hands, albeit sparsely. A sleek black sedan glided to a stop by the roadside. And as the door opened, a man clad in a black suit emerged. He appeared to be in his 30s, adorned with ostentatious accessories. With a smile, he surveyed the faces before him with keen, hawk-like eyes. It is a pleasure to meet you all, the new cohort of streamer players. Chapter 45. I eagerly anticipate your performance. The young mayor nodded slightly. With a snap of his fingers, 2 individuals exited the vehicle. They carried a roll of red carpet and, kneeling at the gate, vigorously shook it out. The carpet unfurled gracefully, following the path they designated, extending all the way to the entrance of the floral guest house. Not a fraction too much, not a fraction too little. Its edges perfectly aligned with the steps at the door. Such grandeur left the streamers visibly astonished. Then, flanked by his 2 aides, the young mayor, wielding a gem-encrusted cane, strolled leisurely into the guest house, ultimately seating himself at the head of a long table beside the floor-to-ceiling windows. The streamers could not help but whisper among themselves, the mayor truly is something. This display is rather extravagant for merely a game NPC. The game developers must be quite generous with their budget. Does that man not feel burdened by all that jewelry? What do you know? It is a symbol of status. Amidst their chatter, Bai Wule and Tang Xiaoyi exchanged glances. Is that the individual who emerged as the city lord? Tang Xiaoyi leaned closer, whispering. He strikes me as a rather unreliable dandy. Such a person as city lord? No wonder the Shu'er clan feels so emboldened, Bai Wule remarked. When that man walked past on the red carpet, I sensed a subtle aura of the Shu'er clan emanating from him. It was faint, likely an unintentional encounter. He must have interacted with them within the last hour. No, even half an hour ago. The fact that an ordinary human can remain unscathed after such contact indicates an extraordinary relationship between them. Perhaps this is precisely why AC and his cohorts are so desperate to overthrow this city lord. At that moment, Tuan clapped her hands to regain the streamer's attention. All right, esteemed streamers, without further ado, I shall announce the theme for this culinary competition. She raised a scroll, tore off the red ribbon, revealing two elegant characters. Choice. This time, the theme of our culinary competition is choice, with a time limit of 1 hour. Furthermore, to ensure fairness in this contest, every cooking station, along with the ingredients beside them, is identical. Streamers may freely select their ingredients for cooking. Time is of the essence. We shall commence the countdown. As her voice faded, a countdown appeared in the dark sky, 59, 58. Prompted by the ticking numbers, the streamers paused for a moment before hastily moving to their stations, nervously and methodically preparing. The clattering of pots, pans, and utensils created a chaotic symphony. Only Tang Xiaoyi ambled to his station, seemingly lost in thought and slow to act. Compared to the surrounding frenzy, his calmness was strikingly out of place. Do you think Tang Xiaoyi can win? Why isn't he moving? Everyone else has begun chopping vegetables. Even Shuyu could not help but feel anxious for him. Noticing the lack of response, she instinctively glanced at Bai Wule, only to find him squinting intently toward the guest house, his brow furrowed, deep in contemplation. Unlike the seasoned casual players, Bai Wule, Shuyu, and Sierra were all adventure-type players, utterly inexperienced in the culinary arts, naturally forming a group. Of course, it was primarily Sierra and Shuyu, familiar with one another, who gravitated toward Bai Wule. At that moment, a resounding thud echoed as a knife struck the cutting board, capturing everyone's attention, including Bai Wule's. Following the sound, he observed Li Munin gripping a knife tightly, having split the wooden board in two. The earlier noise must have been the knife cleaving through the wood. Li Munin's eyes darted menacingly, scanning the surroundings. Clang! A stainless steel bowl tumbled to the ground. On the other side, a glass container appeared frozen in shock, its face pale as it stared blankly at the front of its station, seemingly witnessing something unnerving. The consecutive sounds drew the attention of the most leisurely occupant in the guest house. He turned his head, pondering the commotion while casually lifting a cup of tea. The mayor's nonchalant demeanor did not escape Bai Wule's notice. It was evident that such an occurrence was anticipated, as even the host, Tuan, maintained a smile, showing no inclination to intervene. Everything seemed to unfold precisely as they had foreseen. What followed was even more theatrical, like a stone causing ripples in a pond. Chaos erupted among the streamers, each appearing to witness something horrendous, screaming in hysteria. The air was filled with shrieks, roars, and the cacophony of pots and pans crashing to the ground. In an instant, the atmosphere turned tumultuous. A few streamers dashed about like headless flies, frantically proclaiming their intent to escape, but finding themselves thwarted by the impenetrable darkness, forcing them to retreat. Madness was the most fitting descriptor for the scene. In stark contrast, Tuan and the mayor remained unnaturally composed. Their steadfast demeanor suggested a complete lack of concern for the unfolding chaos, as if they were merely spectators. Amidst the pandemonium, Tang Xiaoyu stood out as an anomaly. He remained composed, meticulously selecting and washing ingredients, placing them on the cutting board without exhibiting any signs of distress. His lips moved slightly, and upon closer inspection, one could discern that he was softly murmuring to himself, repeatedly affirming, "This is all an illusion. This is all a delusion." Bai Wule furrowed his brow, preparing to approach when Li Munin suddenly shouted, "I won't let you win." He lunged at Tang Xiaoyi, raising the knife high and bringing it down fiercely. Tang Xiaoyi, still grappling with the boundary between reality and illusion, remained unprepared. Clang! A bowl whizzed past Tang Xiaoyi's ear. In the next moment, he felt a tight grip on his arm, pulling him aside just in time. A gleaming knife sliced down along his shoulder, narrowly missing him. Tang Xiaoyi looked up to find Bai Wule's striking visage mere inches away, clouded with intensity. Bai Wule delivered a powerful kick, sending Li Munin sprawling across the ground, sliding 2 meters before coming to a halt. Only then did Tang Xiaoyu realize Li Munin had just attempted to assault him. Stay away. Your death is of no concern to me. Get away from me. Ignoring the pain, Li Munin sprang to his feet, retreating wildly. He swung the knife at the air with frenzied abandon. The one who devours you is of the Shura clan. It has nothing to do with me. I am not your brother. Leave me be. The knife slipped from his grasp, striking Stephen squarely in the back. Blood gushed forth, and Stephen's anguished cries pierced the air. Heavens, what has come over everyone? Is this not a cooking competition? Why do these streamers seem to have gone mad? Kai, quickly take cover. Don't injure yourself. Could it be that one must shatter the illusion to continue the competition? The vast courtyard, filled with the wails of the streamers, felt exceedingly cramped. Bai Wule was vexed by the cacophony, making his head throb, and he strode directly towards the inn. The broadcaster had yet to reach the tasting segment. An entry was not permitted at this moment. Tuan extended her hand to obstruct him. Step aside, Bai Wule commanded in a low voice. Noticing Tuan's unwavering stance, he emitted a low growl, threateningly asserting, I said, step aside. At that instant, his expression was so frigid it could freeze water. Tuan was momentarily at a loss. She cast a sidelong glance towards the individual by the floor-to-ceiling window for assistance. Upon receiving a slight nod from the mayor, she finally relented. Very well, you may enter. But please be mindful of your actions. Do not harm our mayor. Tuan seemed to utter a few more words, but they were completely drowned out by the resounding slam of the door as Bai Wule entered. Inside, the young mayor's 2 attendants awaited by the entrance. The towering muscular man, standing at 6 feet tall, indeed exuded an imposing presence. Yet, unfortunately for them, they faced Bai Wule. He disregarded them entirely, pulling out a chair and sitting directly opposite the mayor. Speak, what is it that you truly desire? Bai Wule inquired coldly. The young mayor chuckled, leisurely lifting his teacup. After savoring a sip, he finally replied, Me? I am here to observe this competition. As he spoke, he subtly inclined his head, signaling to the person beside him. The attendant immediately understood, promptly approaching Bai Wule with teacup and teapot, courteously pouring him a cup of tea. The tea was crystal clear and transparent, beautifully complementing the jade cup. The mayor gestured invitingly, smiling at Bai Wule. Young man, do temper your temper. This is my favorite tea. Why not indulge in its flavor? Bai Wule glanced at the tea, finding that aside from its pleasant aroma, it did not stir any desire for tasting. With little regard for the gesture, he pushed the cup aside, exuding an air of arrogance with every movement. He showed no qualms in front of the city's ruler. The mayor chuckled, seemingly unfazed. What was I thinking? How could you possibly be interested in tea? A zombie, I presume, would prefer human blood? With that, the mayor leaned back with a knowing smile and snapped his fingers. Shortly thereafter, another attendant presented a glass filled with fresh, crimson blood, placing it before Bai Wule. The blood, contained in a crystal goblet, appeared as rich and deep as fine red wine. The mayor fixed his gaze on Bai Wule's expression, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. This was drawn just half an hour ago. It's still quite fresh. Why not give it a try? Chapter 46. Is blood half an hour old still considered fresh? Bai Wule's lips curled slightly as his fingertips grazed the goblet on the table. It has grown cold. So you prefer it hot? The mayor's smile widened. With a mere glance, the man standing beside him immediately rolled up his sleeves, revealing his robust arms and prominent veins. As the man picked up a small knife, preparing to draw blood, Bai Wule frowned. I do not drink just anyone's blood. Not satisfied, the mayor gestured towards another man. Bai Wule shook his head in response. The mayor paused for a moment, then suddenly leaned closer to the table. You don't mean to drink my blood, do you? Bai Wule's gaze shifted. What if I do? If that were the case, I would need to propose a condition, Bai Wule replied. And what condition would that be? Well, the mayor chuckled softly, deliberately withholding details as he turned to observe the lively scene outside. Bai Wule followed his gaze. Tang Xiaoyu stood not far from the floor-to-ceiling window, his face etched with worry. Yet, upon closer inspection, his eyes seemed not to focus on the people inside, but rather on something specific within the inn. Meanwhile, both Shi Er and Shu Yu, who had been relatively calm, appeared to be caught in a hallucination, their movements becoming frantic as they attempted to escape. Everyone, save for Bai Wule, was struggling within this illusion. The countdown for the competition continued unabated, ticking away. If this persisted, it was likely that none of the contestants would manage to complete their dishes. This blurred the distinction between adventurers and casual players, explaining the rationale behind the indiscriminate nature of this competition. As it stood, even if a casual player persevered to finish, The quality of their dish would probably be subpar. For adventurers unfamiliar with cooking, it seemed fair. I am quite curious. How is it that you have not fallen into the same hallucination? Is it due to the unique genes of the zombies, rendering you unable to see anything? Suddenly, the mayor turned to Bai Wule. Who told you I see nothing? Oh, then what do you see? The mayor inquired, intrigued. Does it concern you? Bai Wule retorted. What condition do you wish to propose to me? Well, it's rather simple. You have likely encountered the mysterious organization Hunt, and you understand that this is pivotal in the contest for the city's lordship. I truly hope you can ascend to that position. Of course, I'm aware that Hunt has also made corresponding requests. However, that is inconsequential. It does not conflict, regardless of which side's request you agree to. As long as you become the city's lord, that is all that matters. My position is reserved for you. The mayor patted the chair beneath him, stating clearly and directly. As you can see, as long as the illusion persists, those in the courtyard cannot accomplish anything. When the time comes, should you simply select any ingredient from the box for me, you will undoubtedly be the victor, the indisputable first place. Bai Wule mused. Does it not feel a bit like lying down to win? The mayor gazed at him expectantly. Bai Wule pondered. It seems that your method of seizing this and relied upon such tactics. The theme of choice certainly aligns with this competition. Then do you agree? Bai Wule subtly smiled, remaining silent. He neither confirmed his consent nor outright rejected it. His mind was occupied, contemplating the mayor's motives for wanting him as the city's lord. To be honest, he found the mayor's earlier words quite surprising. If the mayor indeed had ties to the Shura clan, this could very well reflect their intentions. Yet, he could not fathom the significance behind the Shura clan desiring him to become the city's lord. Was it solely due to his unique zombie identity? Unsure. He dared not respond hastily. Moreover, Bai Wule did not harbor a strong aspiration for the role of the human city's lord. In the apocalypse, both zombies and humans were adversaries, fighting for survival. Should Bai Wule refrain from assisting his kind against humanity, he would inevitably face persecution from humans as their ranks swelled. This was a necessity. However, this world was different. In this gaming realm, he, as a zombie, did not belong to any faction, and there were no delineations of war. His sustenance came from monsters and the Shura clan, with little entanglement with humans. Yet, if he were to assume the title of city lord, he would become intricately linked to these humans. Whether to protect or to slaughter would depend solely on his will. The Shura clan likely recognized his unique identity as a zombie and sought to ensure he occupied the mayoral seat. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he slowly rose and began to pace around the hall, his gaze wandering. The mayor watched him intently, his keen eyes attempting to penetrate the youth's thoughts. Bai Wule circled the long table, eventually halting at the vacant bar. He tilted his head, narrowing his eyes at a painting on the wall, perhaps due to the illumination. The colors of the woman in the painting appeared more vibrant. Her upturned mouth softened considerably. As his field of vision expanded, he discerned the varying thickness and direction of each brushstroke, the blurred boundaries between colors, and even the delicate cobwebs of gray splattered across the canvas. He could even see a conspicuous droplet of water glistening on the woman's forehead, as if she had broken into a cold sweat under his gaze. Do you also have an affinity for this painting? The mayor rose, taking a few steps towards it. Before he reached Bai Wule, the latter suddenly extended his hand towards the painting. The mayor rushed forward, intent on stopping him, but grasped only air. Bai Wule sidestepped. Gripping the edges of the frame tightly, and with a forceful twist, he split the frame in two. The woman in the painting lurched to one side, crashing against the frame, her form contorted within the confines of the artwork. Is it truly moving? Bai Wule discarded the half-empty frame, gazing at the woman now crammed into a disheveled heap. She clutched her eyes tightly, pressed against one side of the frame, fearful of being torn apart. With the damage to the painting, the illusion shattered. In the courtyard, the streamers stood frozen, their prior frantic actions ceased, seemingly awakened from the hallucination. Bai Wule tossed the remaining half of the frame onto the table. In truth, it was the young mayor's intense focus on the painting that led Bai Wule to discover its anomaly. After the mayor took his seat in the inn, Bai Wule noticed that he was perpetually drawn to the painting. Unlike Bai Wule's scrutiny, the mayor sat still, his gaze occasionally drifting to the artwork. After each observation of the painting, his next action would invariably be to glance outside. This connection forged between two seemingly unrelated elements prompted Bai Wule to consider that the unique painting was not coincidentally placed there. The gesture of covering one's eyes was likely an indication for them. Thus, the means to dispel these illusions became evident. The mayor glanced out the window, his expression darkening. So, this is your choice? You do not wish to become the city's lord? I have no interest in your blood or your position, Bai Wule remarked, turning to exit the inn. In the instant the door closed behind him, he thought he heard the mayor utter something. Turning back, he found the mayor's gaze fixed on him, a smile curving his lips, seemingly amused. At that moment, Tang Xiaoyi, who had just regained some clarity, jogged over and noticed Bai Wuliao's composed expression. Immediately sensing something was amiss, he inquired, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing," with a decisive slam. Bai Wuliao shut the door. The fleeting relief from dispelling the illusion quickly dissipated, leaving him in a state of unease. The mayor's earlier smile evoked an indescribable feeling within him, as if he had anticipated Bai Wuliao's refusal, seemingly indifferent to the outcome. That self-assured smile. In an instant, an ominous thought surfaced, causing Bai Wuliao's gaze to momentarily freeze. "So that is how it is." Tang Xiaoye's heart skipped a beat. "Are you truly okay?" His jade-green eyes slowly rose, noting that less than half an hour remained until the competition. He shook his head, nudging Tang Xiaoyi away. There is not much time left. Hurry to the competition. Tang Xiaoyi obediently took a couple of steps back, but turned around again, unable to shake off his concern. He found Bai Wuliao standing like a statue, intently gazing at the large windows of the guest house. Similarly, the mayor stood before the glass, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Tang Xiaoyi glanced back and forth between the two, and with the countdown urging him on, he dared not delay any further. He promptly returned to his cooking station. Other streamers gradually arrived at their positions as well, but the earlier commotion had clearly left them distracted, with the exception of Li Munan. After rising from the ground, he glanced at the countdown clock and immediately focused on his culinary tasks. After washing his hands, he resumed using the halved cutting board. It seemed he was eager to secure first place this time. Poor Stephen, however, bore the brunt of Li Munan's earlier attack, nursing a significant wound to his waist and covered in blood. Amid the chaos, he couldn't even identify his assailant. Resigned to his misfortune, he lay on the ground, pleading with Tuan Tuan for an early exit. In a show of humanitarian spirit, Tuan Tuan granted him a special passage, facilitating his departure. Seeing someone leave prompted several other streamers to gather around. They lamented their numerous injuries, expressing their desire to leave immediately. Clearly no longer invested in the competition. Upon obtaining the mayor's consent, Tuan Tuan allowed these streamers to return to their respective domains, while Boliu chose not to leave. He joined the ranks of the adventurers who were slacking off, unwilling to approach the cooking station again. In the end, only Tang Xiaoyi and Li Munan remained engaged in the competition. Chapter 47. Time is of the essence. The two individuals were deeply engrossed in their meticulous tasks. In contrast to the swift and agile Li Munan, Tang Xiaoyi's movements appeared rather clumsy. Perhaps due to his anxiousness, he struggled to steady the round ingredients, occasionally allowing them to tumble to the floor, which wasted precious moments in cleanup. "I'll handle it." A bony hand reached for the ingredients from Tang Xiaoyi's grasp. A cool presence enveloped him. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Wuliao had approached from behind. Stealing a glance at the industrious Li Munan, Tang Xiaoyi whispered to Bai Wuliao, "Isn't it against the rules to offer assistance in the competition? Does the rulebook mention anything about it?" Bai Wuliao, intent on carefully washing the ingredients in his hands, paid no heed to Tang Xiaoyi's awkwardness. Noticing that Tuan Tuan showed no signs of objection, Tang Xiaoyi felt a slight relief. "Is this acceptable?" Bai Wuliao inquired, presenting the cleansed ingredients. Thank you." Tang Xiaoyi accepted them and turned back to his work. He chopped the prepared ingredients into sizable chunks, tossed them into the boiling water, added a myriad of seasonings, and promptly covered the pot before attending to other matters. Although Bai Wuliao lacked culinary knowledge, he was adept at washing and monitoring the pot. His swift hands proved invaluable, as he could quickly pass whatever Tang Xiaoyi needed, thus saving considerable time. As time sped by, at 9:55 p.m., Li Munan was the first to ring the completion bell. Tang Xiaoyi cast a hurried glance at him, but continued stirring his pot of soup. Bai Wuliao looked at Li Munan, who was carrying the dishes to the guest house, and asked, "Will we make it in time?" "It's fine." Tang Xiaoyi nodded, his brow furrowed in concentration as he observed the soup's transformation. "I'm so nervous. I've never felt this way even when battling monsters," Shu Yu exclaimed, patting his chest. A few minutes later, as the clock struck 10, Tang Xiaoyi barely finished his dish in the nick of time. "All streamers, please proceed to the guest house. We shall commence our ingredients segment now." Tuan Tuan gestured invitingly and opened the guest house door. One by one, they entered. The mayor sat upright at the head of the long table, with Li Munan's food box before him, untouched. Upon Tang Xiaoyi's entrance, the mayor gestured for him to place his dish beside Li Munan's. The adventurers, lacking culinary prowess, hastily selected edible fruits, cutting them recklessly before presenting them on a plate. In terms of color coordination, the trio's dishes looked rather appealing. The mayor nodded, looking expectantly at Bai Wule. "Where's your dish?" "None," Bai Wule replied coldly. "Not a single ingredient?" "None." "Well then." The mayor exhaled slowly. At his command, both Li Munen's and Tang Xiaoye's dishes were unveiled simultaneously. While lacking the dazzling brilliance often depicted in animations, the aroma that wafted forth surprised him. On the left, the lacquered wooden food box contained Li Munen's creations, meticulously divided into a 9-grid layout, each compartment featuring a distinct dish. The first row showcased meats, peppery beef cubes, fragrant chicken wrapped in lettuce, and a small dish of honeyed foie gras. The second row consisted of staple foods, rice burgers, battleship sushi, and steaming fried rice. The third row presented desserts, translucent pink mizu, shinjin mochi, refreshing green wagashi, and a rich assortment of iced jelly. This spread could only be described as a culinary explosion of diverse flavors, providing a feast for both the eyes and the palate. In stark contrast, Tang Xiaoye's dish appeared rather simplistic, a plain bowl of white rice paired with a rich soup, strikingly ordinary. What on earth? In half an hour, he managed to create such a variety. Shu Yu muttered quietly. Based on the dish's color and aroma, Tang Xiaoye's chances of victory seemed significantly lower, leaving only hopes that the taste would prove superior. The mayor inspected both dishes before opting to sample Li Munen's first. "This streamer may now present the theme behind your creations," Tuan Tuan prompted. Li Munen stepped forward. "To put it simply, the essence of my dishes lies in the concept of choice. Just like in a selection game, you may taste any dish from the grid. The combinations are harmonious, ensuring satisfaction with every bite. If I were to assign a theme to this, it would be infinite possibilities, as each dish's pairing creates a new culinary reaction. Every choice you make carries with it a potential flavor, thus infinite possibilities encapsulates the theme of choice beautifully." As the mayor savored the dishes, he nodded in approval, clearly pleased. He sampled all 9 offerings, each embodying the 7 fundamental tastes: sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, savory, fresh, and fragrant. Impressive. To produce such a diverse array of dishes in half an hour, with both staples and desserts, is truly remarkable. "Thank you for your kind words, Mayor," Li Munen replied, retreating with a growing smile of confidence. The mayor wiped his mouth with a napkin, rinsed his palate with tea, and then turned his attention to Tang Xiaoye's dish. Observing the combination of rice and soup, he raised an eyebrow. "Is this your dish?" Tang Xiaoye stepped forward, responding, "Yes." The mayor chuckled, half in amusement at his honesty and half at the dish's simplicity. Had he tasted this first, the contrast would not have felt so stark. I've named this dish home." Nervousness made Tang Xiaoye's voice falter. The mayor scooped a small spoonful into his mouth. "Home? Does it relate to our theme of choice?" Before he could finish, the moment the rice touched his tongue, a bold yet refreshing flavor enveloped his taste buds. Surprised, he raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the seemingly ordinary dish. Within this unassuming bowl of rice lay a hidden treasure. The rice acted as a vessel, containing a rich filling. The first layer was a creamy, buttery sauce, a fusion of cream and cheese. The second layer featured spicy bamboo shoots and tofu, their contrasting textures perfectly complementing one another. The third layer showcased translucent crystal jelly, likely made from simmered pigskin. The rice was not overly hot, and several layers of glutinous rice paper lined the interior, effectively maintaining the filling's position without competing for space, collectively supporting this culinary creation. Upon pouring the steaming rich soup over the dish, the glutinous rice paper melted instantly, intertwining the 3 fillings and creating a new flavor sensation. In my view, choice stems from the genuine desires within each individual. It is our thoughts that give rise to myriad choices. Fundamentally, every choice we make aims to satisfy our own state of being, and the place that embodies our choices can be called home. The term home transcends the mere notion of family or household. In my understanding, home embodies a profound sense of belonging. It is a sanctuary that nurtures the soul. With each choice we make, we are, in essence, laying bricks for our inner sanctum, facilitating our journey toward fulfillment and happiness. Thus, choices from the heart is home encapsulates my interpretation of the theme of choice. As Tang Xiaoye gradually recounted his thoughts, a calmness enveloped him. His voice, soft and gentle, seemed to radiate a soothing light, drawing the attention of those around him. Bai Wule watched him intently, his gaze inadvertently softening. This was the first time Bai Wule witnessed such a side of Tang Xiaoye, confident, tender, and sincere, emitting a unique brilliance that starkly contrasted with his usual timid demeanor. It felt as though this was the authentic essence of who he truly was. Well, I have finished, Tang Xiaoya said with a slight nod, stepping back a few paces. He looked up at Bai Wule and smiled, a subtle dimple appearing on his cheek. Bai Wule averting his gaze. I have completed tasting the dishes from the two hosts. Shall I continue to evaluate the next set? The mayor inquired with a smile. Shu Yu and Sierra waved their hands dismissively. No need. They were acutely aware that even if the fruit platter was delightful, the credit belonged to the farmers. They were merely participants in the competition. The mayor nodded, his gaze oscillating between the dishes presented by Li Munin and Tang Xiaoya. Their interpretations of the theme diverged significantly, mirroring their inherent personalities, one ostentatious, the other reserved. If we were to liken choice to a grand tree, Li Munin's selections would yield lush and vibrant foliage, while Tang Xiaoya's approach aimed to fortify the roots that delve into darkness, fostering the growth of robust and satisfactory branches. His dish, seemingly ordinary rice, held hidden depths. The sweet richness of cream, the spicy saltiness of dried bamboo shoots and tofu, and the fresh crispness of crystal jelly all melded seamlessly with the unassuming rice. Even the slightly bitter herbal soup transformed into a sweetness through this harmonious blend. The experience was one of bitterness followed by sweetness, and a delightful savoriness that revealed the care put into the dish. Both dishes possessed their own merits, and the mayor drummed his fingers on the table, evidently torn between the two culinary creations. Finally, he lifted his head and, with a playful smile, directed his gaze at Bai Wule. Your reluctance to present a dish indicates you wish for me not to choose you, does it not? Chapter 48. Bai Wule cast a glance at him, remaining silent. The mayor chuckled softly, but what can be done? The power to decide rests in my hands. I truly wish to select you. Li Munin, initially believing it to be mere jest, let out a light laugh. Mayor, you are indeed humorous. After all, Bai Wule was someone who wouldn't even bother to carefully select ingredients, let alone prepare any dishes. Choosing him would be akin to madness on the mayor's part. However, the smile on the mayor's face deepened into something more intriguing. Am I humorous? Do you truly think I am jesting? Li Munin responded with confusion. Huh? A silence enveloped the room, with every gaze falling upon Bai Wule. Li Munin found the situation amusing. What do you mean, Mayor? Have you genuinely chosen him? He has prepared nothing. What can I do? Your dishes are indistinguishable from those of Tang Xiaoya. It truly puts me in a difficult position. The other three are merely fruit platters, hardly worthy of competition. Are they? Indistinguishable? How can you say my dishes and Tang Xiaoya's are on par? That is impossible. Li Munin's eyes widened, filled with shock and disbelief. These 9 dishes were his pride, meticulously crafted within 30 minutes, even surprising himself. How could they be compared to Tang Xiaoya's street food-level rice bowl? Li Munin could not accept it. Not in the slightest. The mayor gestured for him to calm down, instructing someone to bring a new set of bowls and chopsticks. Whether they are indistinguishable, you will know once you taste them. Li Munin shot a glance at Tang Xiaoya and stepped forward, scooping a generous spoonful of rice into his mouth. The harmonious blend of spice and rich broth danced upon his taste buds, revealing a complexity he had not anticipated. Yet, compared to his 9 dishes, it still fell short. He set down his utensils, stating, "You are welcome to think so. After all, taste is subjective. However, strictly speaking, your cold dish does not sit well with my palate. Far less comfortable than this rice bowl." The mayor chuckled. Li Munin huffed. Taste is indeed elusive. If you prefer that rice bowl, I cannot argue with your preferences. But why choose Bai Wule? He has done nothing yet he claims the top position. Shouldn't you provide us, the streamer contestants, with a reasonable explanation? Li Munin continued to press the mayor. The others exchanged puzzled glances, equally bewildered by the situation. If you cannot explain, I will seriously question the fairness of this competition. Explain? The only reason you are able to continue this culinary competition is that he dispelled the illusions here. Is that not sufficient? The mayor gestured towards the divided frame on the table. She is the guardian spirit of this inn. All the illusions you have seen are her doing. This cooking competition may appear to be a simple culinary duel, but its true purpose is for her to select a master among you 13 streamers, to inherit this flower inn. Thus, my taste is not of utmost importance. Allowing this guardian spirit to choose a master she favors is the true intent behind this competition. Everyone momentarily stood in stunned silence. Tang Xiaoya let out a sigh of relief. Although he had not bested Li Munin, he was nonetheless pleased that Bai Wule had secured first place. Now, seizing the central tower was merely a matter of time. He glanced at Bai Wule, who, inexplicably, seemed displeased, his expression cold as if encased in ice, emanating an aura that could freeze anyone in their tracks. Tang Xiaoya dared not approach him. I refuse, Li Munin shouted. He could not accept losing such a strategic position due to these reasons. What guardian spirit? What competition? This is clearly the mayor's deliberate manipulation. This competition is utterly fraudulent. Bai Wule is an adventure-type player and a zombie. It is entirely reasonable he was not affected by the illusions. To award him first place based on this is unacceptable. He bellowed, veins bulging in his neck from agitation. I will report you. Report this game. Before he could continue his outcry, the mayor shot him a look. Instantly, Tuan Tuan understood and activated a special passage, transporting Li Munin back to his own territory. The room fell into a quieter state, each individual lost in their thoughts, silent. The mayor surveyed the room, glancing at her golden watch. Well, everyone, time is nearly up. I must take my leave. With the others watching, the mayor slowly rose and exited the inn alongside the host, Tuan Tuan. Once they departed, the 13 stoves and baskets of ingredients vanished. Outside, the yellow earth returned. Suddenly, Bai Wule let out a cold laugh, a mix of self-mockery and delight. His suspicions had proven correct. In truth, the moment he stepped into the inn, this outcome had been predetermined. The earlier conversation with the mayor had been merely a notification, not a request for his consent. The mayor was the judge of this competition. Whom she wished to see win was entirely at her discretion. The notions of a guardian spirit and dispelling illusions were merely excuses for the mayor's own ambitions. Her goal was clear, to assist herself in becoming the ruler of the city, regardless of whether he agreed. For the first time, Bai Wule felt like a pawn. He was fully aware of his next move yet found himself powerless to alter it. The fleeting smile vanished, his emerald eyes once again glinting with coldness. Manipulating me? How intriguing. A flash of brilliant white light surged toward him. Bai Wule was taken aback, swiftly leaping onto the table. You are indeed a zombie. Shiyu exclaimed, clutching a silver cross, her eyes wide with shock. Their previous team-ups had nearly harmed him, and she had thought her skills were lacking. Feeling regret for quite some time, she had never considered Bai Wule to be a zombie, believing him merely a cosplayer fond of colored contacts. Had it not been for Li Munin's revelation today, she might have continued to be deceived by this zombie. Testing her instincts, she unleashed a beam of sacred light, directing it straight toward Bai Wule. The sacred light grazed past him before turning back in pursuit. Bai Wule sidestepped, extending his left hand. In an instant, the flames of the holy artifact intertwined with silver threads, dissipating the sacred light. The eruption of flames and holy light scattered throughout the room. Tang Xiaoya instinctively shielded his head. The anticipated heat was delayed, prompting him to cautiously open one eye. Before him lay a vast silver web, enveloping everyone, including Sierra and Beaulieu. Through the gaps in the web, he could see a fierce blaze igniting on the other side, with Bai Wule standing amidst the brilliant flames. Tang Xiaoya's heart skipped a beat. Bai Wule. As soon as his hand touched the silver web, it recoiled from the searing heat. The web thickened, becoming nearly impenetrable. Unable to see how the fire raged beyond, he could only catch a whiff of smoke. In a panic, Tang Xiaoya dashed out the door, reaching the floor-to-ceiling window. The flames had warped the glass, and he could only vaguely make out Bai Wule's silhouette standing there. What does he intend to do? Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Xiaoya exchanged a hammer from the broadcaster's store and struck fiercely at the glass. Soon after, with a thunderous crash, the shattered glass was blown apart by the flames. Tang Xiaoya had no time to evade and was knocked to the ground by the force of the explosion. Fortunately, he was only brushed by the flames and sustained no injuries. Looking up, he beheld the flames in the room intertwining in a mesmerizing dance, transforming into a dragon-shaped fire that spiraled around Bai Wule. It was both splendid and awe-inspiring. Yet, Bai Wule, far from being harmed, wore a smile that suggested he was in high spirits. He stepped through the broken window. Suddenly, a web of silver threads gathered the flames, directing the fiery dragon back to the sacred artifact on his wrist. The once dull and black artifact transformed into a brilliant crimson, reminiscent of blood, flames. In the eyes of a demon, Bai Wule had not anticipated that the holy light of the church would harmonize so perfectly with the flames of the sacred artifact. In that instant, it unleashed a new special skill, annihilation. Wherever it passed, not a blade of grass would survive. You, how do you possess a sacred artifact? Shiyu exclaimed in terror. Bai Wule glanced at his wrist, but chose to ignore her. Although Shiyu had inadvertently activated the sacred artifact, her evidently malicious intent was unforgivable. He approached Tang Xiaoya and asked, "Are you all right?" Tang Xiaoya shook his head, withdrawing his hand. Bai Wule was taken aback, looking at him in surprise. "Could you refrain from engaging in such perilous actions?" Tang Xiaoya frowned. He had indeed been frightened by Bai Wule moments ago. He was unsure what had held him back in the fire or if something else had occurred. But now, it seemed his worries had been entirely unfounded. His efforts to save Bai Wule appeared utterly foolish. Yes, you are a zombie. You feel no pain, and even if injured, you will recover. But could you not consider the feelings of others? If you were to be hurt today, how would I explain it to your brother? Upon hearing this, Bai Wule grew even more perplexed. What do you need to explain to him? Before they could finish their conversation, a familiar soft chant filled the air. Standing nearby, Shu Yu held a cross, her hands clasped together as she murmured a holy incantation. Sensing that she was about to summon the holy light, Bai Wule swiftly threw silver threads around Shu Yu's neck, seizing the cross from her grasp. Seeking death? Bai Wule tilted his head, pulling Shu Yu closer. Through his blurred vision, she could almost see the murderous intent swirling in his eyes. I know you are from the church. I could have ignored you, but you dared to provoke me further? He curled his fingers, and blood began to seep from Shu Yu's neck. Terrified, she did not dare to tug at the silver threads, fearing they would easily sever her fingers. Realizing the danger, Tang Xiaoye rushed forward and grasped Bai Wuliao's arm. Bai Wuliao, don't. Let her go. Bai Wuliao lowered his gaze, finding amusement in Tang Xiaoye's reckless hand. What makes you think you have the right to stop me? Chapter 49. The insubstantial oppression of Bai Wuliao approaches. Tang Xiaoye gazed at him, his throat bobbing slightly. What right do I have? Indeed, what right do I possess? Just because I can converse with Bai Wuliao now, do I think he will heed my words? How naive of you, Tang Xiaoye. Bai Wuliao is a zombie, a creature capable of extinguishing life with a mere flick of his hand. Do you truly believe you can impede him? Suddenly, a buzzing sensation enveloped Tang Xiaoye's mind, his body rigid with fear. Bai Wuliao's expression turned icy. You are merely my prey. Recognize your place. Do you presume to instruct me? With a swift motion, he flung Tang Xiaoye to the ground. You witnessed her summon the holy light to attempt my demise. Now that I wish to eliminate her, why do you resist so fervently? Bai Wule cast his gaze downward. Looking down upon Tang Xiaoye, his features increasingly shrouded in darkness. Tang Xiaoye was momentarily taken aback, then slowly raised his head. Because I know she lacks the power to harm you. Yet you, on the other hand, could easily kill her. Bai Wuliao. Time seemed to freeze for a brief moment. Tang Xiaoye and Bai Wuliao stared at each other in silence. After a pause, Bai Wuliao smirked, his emerald eyes betraying an unidentifiable emotion. So you wish for me, a zombie, to become the ruler of the city, unafraid that I might one day raze it to the ground in anger? Bai Wuliao scoffed, disregarding him, and turned his attention to Shu Yu. At that moment, her face was pallid, starkly contrasting the crimson blood seeping from her neck. Nevertheless, this girl remained silent, uttering not a single plea for mercy. Is this what humanity calls dignity? To prefer death over begging for mercy? A smirk of mockery graced Bai Wuliao's lips. This fearless display of self-sacrifice was utterly dull. Even killing her would not be amusing. Perhaps due to a shared nature, for the first time, he found himself intimately connected to the heart of the Azura clan. The sensation of reducing a confident and powerful being to kneeling in desperation was far more exhilarating than simply extinguishing the life of someone with such spirit. Lost in thought, Tang Xiaoye suddenly stepped forward, grasping Bai Wuliao's arm once more. This time, his grip was firm, imbued with unwavering resolve. If you must kill someone to quell your rage, then let it be me. Tang Xiaoye furrowed his brow, his obsidian eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the glimmer of unshed tears. It was evident that he was terrified, trembling, his nose red from crying. Yet his gaze remained resolute. The very fact that he could utter such words indicated that this was a decision made after deep contemplation. To be so frightened, yet willing to sacrifice oneself for just one girl? At this realization, the chill in Bai Wuliao's demeanor intensified. He fixed a cold stare upon Tang Xiaoye. You would willingly die for her? Yes. Why? Because I cannot bear to see others bleed or suffer. Tang Xiaoye replied. Bai Wuliao frowned. Is that truly your only reason? Tang Xiaoye nodded emphatically. Bai Wuliao could not help but let out a derisive laugh. He was aware of Tang Xiaoye's naivete, but he had not anticipated it to be this profound. To willingly face death simply to avoid witnessing another's suffering. Could there truly be such foolishness in this world? Huh. With a swift motion, Bai Wuliao raised his left hand, and with a resounding thud, Tang Xiaoye was thrown to the ground once more. Simultaneously, silver threads ensnared Shu Yu, violently tossing her outside the gate. The threads then slackened, retreating with abandon to their sacred armlet. I have no desire for your blood to stain my newly acquired territory, Bai Wuliao stated coldly. As he spoke, he shook the cross he held. I have claimed this, and if you possess the ability, reclaim it yourself. Return it to me. Shu Yu scrambled to her feet. Just as she attempted to rush forward, she was intercepted by the hastily arriving Xie Er and Bo Lu. Xie Er, you cannot defeat him. Let us retreat for now. Bo Lu, we should head back. No, that belongs to me. Shu Yu cried out. Before she could struggle free, Bo Lu and Xie Er swiftly activated the safety zone bubble. Moments later, the three of them vanished. Upon their departure, Tang Xiaoya let out a small sigh of relief. At that moment, a tremendous force gripped his throat as Bai Wule seized him. Just a prey. And you dare to defy your master without considering the consequences? Bai Wule's voice was low and menacing. Tang Xiaoya struggled, attempting to speak. But the grip on his throat rendered him voiceless. As his vision blurred, he slowly closed his eyes, ceasing his resistance. Drip. Warm tears cascaded down at that moment, landing on the boy's hands. Bai Wule glanced down, then abruptly pushed Tang Xiaoya away. You tremble with fear, yet feign heroism. A sudden gust of cold air filled Tang Xiaoya's mouth, prompting him to cough violently, his face flushed. Bring me Bai Xiaolai. Bai Wule commanded. Huh. Tang Xiaoya, having narrowly escaped death, was momentarily dazed, his mind in disarray. Bai Wule impatiently reiterated his request. Seeing Tang Xiaoya still staring blankly at him, Bai Wule clicked his tongue. Do you truly wish to die? No, I do not. Tang Xiaoya regained his senses, eagerly nodding in agreement, swiftly opening the map and disappearing from Bai Wule's sight. Once he departed, the once spacious inn was left with only Bai Wule. He kicked the cross into his pocket and summoned the light screen. As a devoted fan of my dear, I can only utter one thing. My dear is so handsome. What if my dear is a zombie? Has he devoured her rice? Truly. Congratulations to my dear for acquiring the flower house inn. Let the celebrations commence. A plethora of messages rallied in support of Bai Wule. He cursorily scanned them before opening the map. On his map, a portion of the dark area had dissipated, revealing a green bubble labeled You're in, indicating a blue square, signifying it was under Bai Wule's control. Should he wish to extend his dominion towards the central tower, it would require but a short span of time. Bai Wule lifted his gaze. The already desolate inn, having suffered from his earlier destruction, with shattered glass strewn across the floor, resembled an uninhabitable ruin. He ventured inside, discovering a portion of a picture frame upon the charred table. Perhaps due to the existence of the house spirit, this half of the frame had miraculously escaped the flames. Bai Wule picked up the frame and remarked, Since you are the house spirit, you must hold some utility, no? Meanwhile, the mayor arrived at the central tower in a stretched Lincoln, ascending the elevator to the 46th floor. Gazing down, the neon-lit streets intertwined, bustling with the vibrant rhythm of urban life. Was the mayor lamenting the imminent loss of such beauty? A clear, youthful voice called out from behind. Turning around, he saw a boy dressed in a purple suit lounging on the desk, his legs crossed casually, shoulder-length hair cascading smoothly. In the shadows, the boy's blood-red eyes glimmered with intensity. The mayor nodded slightly. Lord Fan Xian, does the king have any instructions? I heard the outcome of the competition has been decided. Fan Xian leaped off the desk and sauntered closer. Indeed. It has been determined that Bai Wule will be the master of the flower house, the mayor replied, confident that it would not be long before he successfully unlocked the central tower. Excellent, excellent. Fan Xian approached the floor-to-ceiling windows, scrutinizing the scene below. Amidst the myriad of illuminated houses, he pinpointed the inn in question. How close we are now. It's delightful. It seems I shall soon meet the young gentleman again. Fang Xian chuckled, her fingers gently caressing the glass as she focused on the direction of the inn. The mayor paused momentarily, unable to suppress the question that lingered in his mind. Lord Fang Xian, I still do not comprehend. Is it not confirmed that the broadcaster, Li Munin, has already pledged allegiance to the Shura clan? Why not elevate him directly instead of opting for the uncontrollable Bai Wule? Fang Xian turned her head, a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown gracing her lips. The reason is simple. We cannot yet place our trust in humanity. The mayor stood frozen for a few seconds, instinctively retreating. Lord Fan Xian, heaven bears witness, my loyalty to the Shura clan is unwavering. Otherwise, I would not have devised this sustainable plan for human consumption. Have you forgotten? The several boarding schools on the outskirts were specifically established by me as breeding grounds for edible humans, and that treaty permitting the Shura clan to hunt in human territories during the reign. These are all acts of my fidelity to your clan and to the king. The mayor continued, growing increasingly fervent. If your clan wished to hunt these foolish humans, they would have been extinct long ago. How else could they continuously provide sustenance for you? His voice escalated to a shout as he felt the pressure from Fang Xin, retreating until he found himself against the wall. Fang Xin stood before him, a faint smile upon her face. And what of the prey? The mayor was taken aback. If you are truly loyal to the king, you ought to eradicate that damned prey entirely, rather than allowing them to repeatedly thwart my plans. You align with the Shura while neglecting the prey. Humanity truly is duplicitous. Fang Xin remarked. The mayor, trembling with fear, found his gemstone staff no longer sufficient to support his weight. With a thud, he knelt upon the ground. Lord Fang Xin, you misunderstand me. I swear. I have been dispatching orders to capture that organization, but we are no match for them. You must know those individuals wield formidable sacred artifacts that ordinary people cannot contend with. He cried out, but rest assured, I have made all necessary arrangements. The prey will not survive much longer. Very well, we shall await your good news. Fang Xin smiled, stepping back to create some space. If I recall correctly, there will be another competition when we occupy the central tower, yes? The mayor replied hastily, indeed, the next round of contenders for the central tower will compete against me. If I win, I shall remain the ruler of this city. If I lose, the position will be his. You know what must be done, do you not? Of course. I would never forget the king's directives. The mayor bowed his head. Fang Xin nodded in satisfaction. Remember, we require a zombie who will partake in cannibalism to occupy that position. Consider how to achieve this. The mayor nodded fervently. Rest assured, I shall see to it. Chapter 50. The return to the territory. Upon returning to his domain, Tang Xiaoya was greeted by a macabre sight. Scattered bones littered the ground. Stretching from his territory to the entrance of the small shop belonging to Bai Wule, a gray wolf lay at the entrance, fiddling with a skull. Likely a testament to its handiwork. Pets reflect their masters, and much like Bai Wule, the wolf exhibited a fierce disposition. Perhaps sensing that Tang Xiaoya posed no threat, the wolf cast a glance his way before resuming its morbid play. It gradually tightened its hind legs, creating a path for him. Thank you, Tang Xiaoya said with an awkward smile. He sidled up and cautiously pushed open the door. Xiaolai, are you all right? Brother Xiaoya? Bai Xiaolai emerged from beneath the desk after pushing aside a chair, clutching a young green dragon in one hand and holding a bag of white sugar in the other. He immediately began searching for his brother. Did you finish the competition? Where's my brother? Your brother didn't he come? Before he could finish, Bai Xiaolai interrupted him with an exclamation. Frowning, he rushed forward, noticing the flush on Tang Xiaoya's neck. Brother Xiaoya, what happened to your neck? Tang Xiaoya awkwardly rubbed it. I accidentally got it caught. It's nothing. Accidentally caught? Bai Xiaolai tilted his head. Yes. Tang Xiaoya thought to himself that it was hardly appropriate to disclose that it was his brother who had pinched him. Little green dragon. Can you help Brother Xiaoya with his injury? He asked, looking at the young green dragon in Bai Xiaolai's hands. The little green dragon tilted its head and observed for a moment before leaping onto Tang Xiaoya's shoulder. It sniffed curiously, shaking its little head as it made a series of sounds, seemingly communicating with Bai Xiaolai. Confused, Bai Xiaolai scratched his head, unable to comprehend. Don't worry about my injury. Your brother asked me to take you to the guest house. Tang Xiaoya quickly interjected. My brother said he would come for me? Bai Xiaolai's eyes lit up. Does that mean he won the guest house? Yes, your brother was victorious. He is quite impressive. Great. Then let us hurry. Bai Xiaolai exclaimed, excitedly grasping Tang Xiaoya's arm. Gray Wolf, we're going to find my brother. Hearing this, the gray wolf perked up its ears, shattered the skull with a paw, and pushed through the door. Since the jump required contact with the host player, as soon as it entered, the wolf grabbed Tang Xiaoya's clothing. By Tang, the bag of white sugar, meowed and burrowed into Tang Xiaoya's embrace. At that moment, Tang Xiaoya resembled a harried mother, fretting over her little ones. Little green dragon, hold on tight. Don't fall. Gray wolf, please be gentle. My clothes are going to rip. Bai Tang, stop squirming. It tickles. After a bit of adjusting, Tang Xiaoya finally freed a hand to pull up the light screen. Xiaolai, you should prepare yourself. The guest house might not be too nice. That is all right. As long as my brother is there. Bai Xiaolai replied nonchalantly. Tang Xiaoya acknowledged him with a hum and clicked the button to head to the captain's location. Moments later, he and the little companions jumped onto the flagstone path. Huh. Tang Xiaoya momentarily found himself in disbelief. Wow, Brother Xiaoya. Didn't you say this guest house wasn't very good? I think it looks amazing. Bai Xiaolai marveled. Tang Xiaoya twitched his mouth. I also don't know what happened. Before him, the decayed wooden fence appeared brand new, adorned with climbing pink roses. The interplay of pink and green leaves lent an air of freshness. The roses climbed up to the wooden archway, blooming vibrantly. beneath which were elegantly inscribed black characters spelling out Bai Wule's flower house guest house. Looking into the courtyard, the scene was even more enchanting. Weeds had been cleared away, revealing the barren yellow earth now bursting with myriad blossoms. Neatly arranged flower beds vied for attention. Golden tulips, crimson roses, pristine jasmine, and lavender painted a picturesque tableau. The uniquely styled guest house stood amidst it all, resembling a whimsical fairy tale castle, embodying beauty and innocence. Tang Xiaoye rubbed his eyes in disbelief. This can't be an illusion, right? He tentatively touched a rose on the fence. It was smooth and soft. Gently tugging, a petal fell between his fingers. It wasn't an illusion. They were real flowers. When he looked up again, a handsome youth had materialized amidst the blossoms. The ground lights nestled along the stone path to the guest house emitted a soft glow. The young man walked gracefully along the cobblestones, seamlessly blending into the stunning scenery. Bai Wule stood still, waving at them. Brother. Bai Xiaolai was the first to react, rushing in for a big bear hug. Bai Wule staggered slightly, regaining his balance. Casting an exasperated glance at him, Bai Xiaolai grinned widely. Seeing no outright refusal from his brother, he feigned ignorance and clung tightly to his brother's leg. The gray wolf and Bai Tang soon followed suit. The gray wolf leaped up, transforming into a sapphire gem that dangled from Bai Wule's left ear. Bai Tang meowed. Rubbing against Bai Wule's pant leg, the little green dragon trailed behind, hopping and bouncing towards him. Bai Wule scooped up Bai Tang and glanced back at the entrance. Noticing Tang Xiaoye still standing there like a fool, he frowned. Do I need to invite you in? Tang Xiaoye, still incredulous, pointed at himself. Can I really come in? Bai Wule nodded. You'll be living here from now on. There are plenty of rooms. Tang Xiaoye gasped in surprise. You're actually letting me stay here? Just as a wave of gratitude began to swell within him, Bai Wule continued. There are many rooms, but cleaning them will be a hassle. So I'll leave that to you. Tang Xiaoye. I knew it. How could Bai Wule be so kind-hearted? The red mark on his neck still simmered. And he was ready to move in with Bai Wule like nothing had happened. No thanks, I still need to find Xiao Feng. I'll send Xiao Lai to you. My task will be complete, Tang Xiaoye said, forcing a smile. Just as he turned away, he felt something tighten around his waist. Several silver threads ensnared him. Tang Xiaoye's mind went blank, and he could almost envision his body cleaved in two. Are you angry? Bai Wule inquired. And no. Tang Xiaoye thought to himself. How could he dare to be angry? Bai Wule replied. If not, then come inside with me. With that, he gently tugged on the silver threads, leading Tang Xiaoye into the guest house. Bound by these threads, Tang Xiaoye dared not resist, obediently following him inside, completely neglecting the beautiful scenery around him. Upon reaching the first-floor hall, Bai Wule finally released him. Unlike the courtyard's flowers that beguile the eye, the interior of the guest house retained a rustic emptiness, merely restored to its former state before the damage. The system just asked me about the business direction for this guest house. Bai Wule pulled up the light screen, reading the options aloud. 1. Transform this hall into a cold drink shop to refresh humans during the summer. 2. Convert it into a holiday bar to invigorate humans. 3. Turn it into a barbecue shop for humans to enjoy and chat. It suggested combining the guest house with business to quickly generate revenue. Which one should I choose? Bai Wule asked. I think the holiday bar is the best option. Tang Xiaoye replied. Reason? Well, I feel that a milk tea shop or barbecue place doesn't quite fit with the guest house, especially a barbecue place. It would be smoky every day, wasting such a beautiful environment. Bai Wule nodded thoughtfully. After confirming the selection of the bar, a notification popped up. Ding. Congratulations. You have received 20 types of beverages. The beverage package will arrive in 5 seconds. Having learned from his experience at the small shop, Bai Wule quickly stepped back. With a resounding crash, a large box plummeted from the ceiling, landing right at Tang Xiaoye's feet. Startled, he quickly dove under the table. Almost immediately, a series of 20 boxes followed, filling the entire hall. Brother, are these boxes really falling from the sky? Bai Xiaolai exclaimed, recalling the old adage that one shouldn't expect free lunches from the heavens, only to be surprised by falling boxes. Bai Wule remained silent, his head aching at the sight of the towering heap of boxes. Congratulations! Your flower house inn is now officially open for business. Quickly hire some staff to help you manage it. The instructions continued. Tap the heart icon on the screen to check your intimacy levels with others. If your intimacy exceeds 50, you can hire that friend at half price. Intimacy. Bai Wule suddenly remembered that his regular customer, Lina, should be available for hire. He located the heart icon on the screen and clicked it. A list of avatars unfolded, arranged from highest to lowest intimacy. Name, Tang Xiaoye. Intimacy, 65 note. After teaming up for such an extended period, you must have developed quite a rapport. Price, 2,000 yuan month, half-price offer, 1,000 yuan month, suitable positions, convenience store clerk, and staff. In steward, Bai Wule was taken aback to find Tang Xiaoyi at the top of the list. He turned his head just in time to see Tang Xiaoyi emerging from under the table, clutching his head, looking rather foolish. The longer he looked, the less he thought he was worth that price. Noticing Bai Wule's gaze, Tang Xiaoyi jumped. What? Bai Wule averted his eyes and glanced back at the screen. Name, Li Na, the office lady, intimacy, 50 note. She perceives you as a kind and gentle person. Price, 800 yuan month, half-price offer, 400 yuan month, suitable positions, convenience store clerk, and staff, considering the new inn. Bai Wule concluded that he wouldn't be visiting the convenience store frequently, so he decided to hire Li Na as the store clerk. Next up was Tang Xiaoyi. Bai Wule hesitated between hiring him as an in-staff member or a steward. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Bai Wule lifted his head and, through the gaps in the pile of boxes, glimpsed outside the window. It was AC, accompanied by me and Xiao Tu, all three carrying numerous items. Having just acquired this inn, the news spread quickly, proving to be quite the development. Bai Wule smirked, pushed aside the screen, and moved to answer the door. Chapter 51. I have long heard that the Flower House Inn is as beautiful as a fairyland, and seeing it today truly leaves one in awe. Ace gazed at Bai Wule, who approached and exclaimed, "Little Bai, congratulations on securing first place." Bai Wule remained silent and stepped forward to open the door. One after another, Ace and the others entered the courtyard. After all, they were still children. Me immediately thrust the items in her hands into Ace's, pulling along Xiao Tu to embark on a carefree adventure. Xiao Tu, look, there are your favorite jasmine flowers. Me, wearing that peculiar oversized cloak, followed behind quietly, still embodying her usual unassuming demeanor. Me joyfully dashed towards the jasmine field, extending her hand. Dare to pick flowers, and I'll throw you out, came a cold voice from nearby. Me's hand trembled as she touched the jasmine branches, awkwardly retracting it. Turning to look back, she saw Bai Wule standing at the back of the group, his expression somewhat displeased, seemingly unhappy with the arrival of these uninvited guests. The already cool atmosphere dropped another degree. Noticing this, Ace quickly saw it to lighten the mood, stuffing the various bags into Bai Wule's arms with a cheerful grin. I say, little Bai, why the long face? We are all teammates now. We came here specifically to celebrate your victory. Look, we have drinks and snacks. I spent a few hundred on this. Before Bai Wule could respond, Ace stepped forward, pushing me and Tu towards the inn. At that moment, Tang Xiaoyu and Bai Xiaolai, hearing the commotion, also came out to greet them. Ace waved with a smile. So little Tang is here too. And little Bai's brother is here as well. Perfect. With so many of us today, we can make it lively. Saying this, she acted as if she were at home, dragging me and Xiao Tu straight into the house, completely disregarding Bai Wule, the host. Seeing Bai Wule standing in the courtyard, his face darkened like a volcano ready to erupt. Tang Xiaoyi and Bai Xiaolai quickly rushed over to take the heavy bags from his arms. Don't be upset. Ace and the others are only here to congratulate you. Besides, with all these boxes piled in the room, we wouldn't know when we could finish cleaning up. Every helping hand counts. Wouldn't you agree? Tang Xiaoyi grinned. Indeed, brother, many hands make light work. Tang Xiaoyu and Bai Xiaolai comforted Bai Wule in a manner akin to a comedic duo, eager to appease him, fearful that he might retaliate by throwing them out, or worse, starting a fight. The two exchanged furtive glances at Bai Wule, noting that his tightly furrowed brows had relaxed slightly, indicating that their words had taken effect. Tang Xiaoyi then exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Xiaolai, who immediately caught on and linked arms with Bai Wule, sporting a charming smile. Come on, brother, let them help us clean up. Bai Wule pondered for a moment and then followed along towards the inn. As they reached the entrance, they found Ace and her companions hesitating at the threshold, unable to proceed due to the mountain of cardboard boxes filling the hall. What is going on? Ace asked, turning back. Bai Wule extricated his arm from Bai Xiaolai's grasp and stepped forward. You arrived just in time. Let us clean up together. Ace and her friends were taken aback, exchanging glances. You want us to help you work? Ace's mouth twitched slightly. Either leave or lend a hand. Choose. Bai Wule walked past the three, lifting the nearest box of drinks and setting it down with a clatter. The sound of glass clinking caught Ace's attention, and she hurriedly opened the box. Is this really my favorite tequila? There is so much. Ace's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the pile of boxes. Don't tell me all of these are filled with alcohol. Tang Xiaoyu placed the items he was holding on the ground and approached with a smile. Well, it's a bar, so of course, it's filled with drinks. So what do you say? Will you help? Help. Of course we will. Ace replied without hesitation. Me too. Come on, let us get to work. We have lots of drinks to enjoy tonight. Me, however, showed no interest. Boss, you know that too and I don't drink. She hesitated, clearly reluctant to help. But ultimately, under Ace's authoritative presence, me and Tu begrudgingly took up the task. With the addition of the three, the process of organizing the bar accelerated significantly. Within 2 hours, a splendid array of assorted beverages was neatly arranged and polished to perfection. The once empty bar now burst with life, adorned with colorful glass bottles. Half of the divine frame hung on the wall, exuding a unique charm that harmonized beautifully with the ambience. Ace plopped down onto a chair, feeling more exhausted than after battling the Shura tribe, letting out a long sigh. Me and Tu were equally drained, resting their heads on the table. Is this your idea of hunting stamina? Bai Wule scoffed, placing several bottles of drinks on the table for them to enjoy. Ace, parched, quickly opened a bottle of her cherished tequila and took a sip. We're not competing with the Shura tribe based on stamina. We have sacred artifacts. Competing with them in strength would be a fool's errand. Who could match those monsters with such powerful healing abilities? As she spoke, Ace downed half the bottle, her cheeks gradually flushing red, revealing her to be the type who drinks often yet possesses a low tolerance. She set the bottle down, her gaze becoming somewhat unfocused. I truly didn't expect that the victor of this cooking competition would be Little Bai, but it's wonderful, whether it's Little Bai or Little Tang. I'm just happy. She raised the bottle again, smiling. Come, let us toast. Bai Wule regarded her coldly, remaining unresponsive. Me and Tu, seemingly accustomed to Ace's antics, sat aside sipping iced tea, observing the scene like spectators at a show. Only Tang Xiaoyi and Bai Xiao Lai sensed the tension in the air, watching intently. Noticing Bai Wuliao's stony expression, Ace found the situation dull and took another swig. Look at you, always like this. She huffed, her striking features set in a perpetual coldness, as if they owed her a significant debt. We came here specifically to celebrate your victory. Yet you have us working and seem intent on chasing us away. What is this? We're not welcome? Bai Wuliao, don't forget, you've joined the hunt. You're one of us. Your ability to access the Shura district and obtain the sacred artifact is all thanks to our hunt, perhaps influenced by the alcohol. Ace poured out words she typically wouldn't say. Tang Xiaoyu felt his scalp tingle at her outburst. Given the recent conflict with Shu Yu, Bai Wuliao's vindictive nature suggested he was not in the best of moods, making Ace's words akin to adding fuel to the fire. Realizing this, Tang Xiaoyu prepared to intervene. Just then, Ace suddenly stood up and grasped Bai Wule by the collar. A wave of astonishment swept over everyone's faces. Even me and Tu, who had been enjoying the spectacle, rushed over in alarm. Let us talk this out calmly. Tang Xiaoyi attempted to separate the two, but Ace held firm, glaring at Bai Wule. Talk calmly. I've been trying to communicate nicely, but you've treated me with nothing but disdain. Little Bai, we are allies, not enemies. It's rather excessive to regard us with such hostility. Bai Wule remained expressionless. Ace pressed on, given the circumstances. Just give me a straight answer. Will you take on the role of the city's master or not? Bai Wule furrowed her brow and abruptly pulled her hand away from Ace. If you intend to indulge in drunken antics, please do so outside. Ace paused, suddenly realizing her own indiscretion, and let out a couple of awkward chuckles. She returned to her chair and rubbed her temples, apologizing. I'm sorry for my rudeness. I am genuinely concerned. You are about to compete with the current city lord, and while I have faith that you, dear Bai, will prevail, there is a looming storm in 5 days, and the Shura clan will once again invade the human territories at will. I am truly anxious. With that, Ace lifted her gaze and asked, Dear Bai, can you not provide me with an answer? Bai Wuliao understood the implication in Ace's words. She sought for him to seize the central tower before the storm. Given the current progress in points and revenue, 5 days seemed feasible. However, the situation had grown more complicated. What if I were to say that the Shura clan also wishes for me to become the city lord? Bai Wuliao stated solemnly. What? Ace's body stiffened in shock. The room fell into a heavy silence, with expressions of disbelief etched on the faces of several, including Tang Xiaoyi. Bai Wule scanned the room, a slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth. The Shura clan has taken an interest in my zombie identity and desires me to become the city lord, likely hoping to exploit my position to wreak havoc in the human realm. Have you accepted their proposal? Ace questioned, her brow furrowing. Bai Wule chuckled softly, remaining silent. The expression on her face was inscrutable. You surely wouldn't agree to such a thing? Ace ventured tentatively. Your brother and little Tang are both human, are they not? You wouldn't abandon them, would you? Bai Wuliao's gaze shifted. Them? One is a prey I captured for work, and the other is a brother who appeared out of nowhere. What kind of hold could they possibly have over me? Tang Xiaoyi and Bai Xiaolai felt a chill run down their spines. My victory in acquiring this was merely the first move they orchestrated. It seems I will smoothly ascend to the position of city lord as they wish. It is difficult to ascertain what kind of person I will be upon reaching that position. So, do you think I should agree to your request or not? Bai Wule lowered her gaze, quietly observing the changes in Ace's expression. Chapter 52. Ace turned pale, her mind racing with disbelief that the Shura clan would support Bai Wuliao's ascension as the city lord. Indeed, Bai Wuliao's identity was uniquely significant. With the fusion of human and zombie traits, he possessed the capability to contend against the Shura clan. It was precisely this opposition that had drawn Ace to Bai Wuleo initially. However, should this opposition shift, the consequences could be unfathomably dire. This was the very concern that gnawed at Ace. Once he relinquished his humanity and fully succumbed to being a zombie, it would spell disaster for humankind. If, as Bai Wuleo suggested, the Shura clan intended to elevate him to the position of city lord, then their plans would necessitate a revision. They could no longer afford to gamble on him. But who among the remaining 12 could possibly serve as a city lord? One who would not bow to the Shura clan while still safeguarding human lives. Ace suddenly felt a throbbing headache, her temples pulsing relentlessly. Today, she had brought me and Tu to the inn, both to celebrate Bai Wuliao's advantageous position and to seek a response from him. She had not anticipated such alarming news. Ace understood all too well that the Shura clan's desire to support Bai Wuliao meant they would never allow him to assume the role of city lord in his current state. Only a fully transformed Bai Wuliao, devoid of humanity, could forge an unbreakable alliance with the Shura clan. In other words, as the final battle loomed, all of Hunter's plans would need to be completely reshuffled. The enemies humanity faced were not just the Shura clan, but potentially a remorseless Bai Wuliao as well. And for them, the outcome might once again be only death. Boss? Boss. At that moment, Mi's voice interrupted Ace's thoughts. Startled, she looked up to find that aside from Bai Xiaolai, only Mi and Xiao Tu stood by. Bai Wuliao and Tang Xiaoyi were nowhere to be found. Where's Bai Wuleo? Ace inquired anxiously. Mi shook her head. I don't know. He just vanished from the room, and Tang Xiaoyi chased after him. Upon hearing this, Ace sprang to her feet. Let's go back to the base. As the three prepared to exit, Bai Xiaolai suddenly stepped in front of them, arms outstretched. Are you planning to harm my brother? In the face of urgency, Ace had no patience to concoct excuses. She furrowed her brow and replied, If your brother poses a threat to humanity, then yes, I would. Rest assured, my brother would never harm humans, Bai Xiaolai insisted, his gaze unwavering. The three exchanged glances. How can you be so sure? Ace asked. I just know, Bai Xiaolai declared. My brother would absolutely never do anything to betray humanity. Ace scoffed, little brother. Do you expect us to trust your word? To gamble the lives of millions of innocent humans on your assurance? Do you think that's feasible? As she spoke, she signaled to Xiao Tu. Quietly, Xiao Tu moved forward and, without raising any suspicion, embraced Bai Xiaolai. Let go of me. You have to believe me. My brother would never harm humanity. He won't become a man-eating zombie. Bai Xiaolai struggled, shouting, Don't hurt my brother. Yet, no one heeded his pleas. As Ace had stated, their mission as hunters was to protect humanity, and they would never wager the lives of millions on such a critical matter. Once Ace and Mi departed, Xiao Tu released Bai Xiaolai and closed the door behind him. Inform Ajin and Kuei Zi that I agree with their plan and urge them to locate Bai Wuliao swiftly. Ace ordered with a frown. Understood. Following their leader's command, Mi and Tu hurried towards the base. Bai Wuleo had returned to his territory. Since the park had been unlocked, he frequently utilized it to train with his sacred artifact. The convenience of being able to repair any damage with revenue and points made it a suitable choice. As he walked into the grove, he heard Tang Xiaoyi panting as he caught up. Is there something you need? Bai Wuliao turned to face him. Tang Xiaoyi, breathless from running all the way from Bai Wuliao's territory, slowly raised his head. So your victory in the competition, was it orchestrated by the Shura clan? Indeed. Bai Wuliao confirmed. So the claims about the house god recognizing a master were merely fabrications by the mayor to ensure your victory? Tang Xiaoyi pressed further. Well, what exactly are you trying to say? Bai Wuliao's patience was waning. I want to say I'm not satisfied. Tang Xiaoyi feigned a frown. The dishes I painstakingly prepared lost to you because of this underhanded scheme. I refuse to accept it. Bai Wuleo raised an eyebrow, his expression one of amusement. And what do you intend to do about it? I challenge you. If you lose, You must transfer the flower house into me, Tang Xiaoyi declared. Bai Wule scrutinized him, a smirk of derision forming on his lips. What? Are you afraid I'll slaughter humanity, hence your desire to claim that in? A flicker of hesitation crossed Tang Xiaoyi's eyes. After a moment's thought, he stepped forward. That's part of it. Are you brave enough to accept? Based on his understanding of Bai Wule, Tang Xiaoyi believed there was a high probability that Bai Wule would accept the challenge. He just needed to select a suitable challenge that he excelled in, and he could successfully claim the flower house in as his own. Tang Xiaoyi's face tightened as he anxiously awaited Bai Wule's response. Why are you silent? Are you afraid? Bai Wule regarded him, suddenly letting out a cold laugh as he stepped closer, towering over him with an intimidating presence. Are you trying to provoke me? Tang Xiaoyi held his head high. Are you scared? Despite feigning calm, his clenched fists betrayed his anxiety. Bai Wule lowered his gaze to Tang Xiaoyi's neck, where the red mark had yet to fade. It was unclear what emboldened him to speak so boldly. He took a step forward, their toes nearly touching. Even if you claim the flower house in, then what? Do you truly believe you possess the strength to confront the current city lord? Or do you think you can stand against the Shura clan behind him? Under Bai Wule's relentless pressure, Tang Xiaoyi found himself retreating. He hadn't thought that far ahead. All he knew was that if he secured the flower house in, the Shura clan's plans would face significant disruption. The rest, he could only take one step at a time. Your demeanor suggests you've never considered this. Bai Wule's expression hardened. Letting you participate in the contest for City Lord, I can assure you that you wouldn't survive until the end. In that case, the City Lord will still be him, and you'll have achieved nothing while losing your life in vain. Is that the outcome you desire? With a thud, Tang Xiaoyi stumbled backward, colliding with a tree. The sudden pain jolted him into clarity. Bai Wule was right. Even if he claimed the flower house in, with his abilities, it would be exceedingly difficult to win the title of City Lord. Even if he were to miraculously win, how long could he survive? After all, it was the Shura clan. If even Bai Wule could be severely injured by them, what chance did an ordinary human like him stand against the Shura clan? It would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. In that instant, Tang Xiaoyi found himself engulfed in panic. Noticing the flicker of uncertainty in Tang Xiaoyi's gaze, Bai Wule knew his words had struck a chord. He lifted Tang Xiaoyi's chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. You have neither the power nor the need to involve yourself in this matter. Do you understand? The chill of his voice slid through the air, and Tang Xiaoyi stared blankly at him, his lips moving. But, if I seize the inn, you could escape becoming the target of everyone's ire. Upon hearing this, Bai Wule's emerald eyes widened in surprise, his brow furrowing deeper. Are you considering my well-being? Tang Xiaoyi nodded slightly. Bai Wule found the situation amusing. Have I become so weak that I rely on your concern? Tang Xiaoyi inquired, pondering if this statement was to be interpreted in such a manner. Just as he contemplated this, Bai Wule suddenly seized his chin with force. Let me remind you, my affairs do not require your interference. Do you understand? Bai Wule spoke sternly. Tang Xiaoyi remained silent, unable to discern whether he felt anger, worry, or merely found his own foolishness laughable. While he regarded Bai Wule as a companion and friend, Bai Wule still viewed him as a prey caught in his grasp. Oh. Tang Xiaoyi chuckled bitterly. Was it true that a zombie was fundamentally different from a human? The sudden sound of footsteps interrupted their conversation. Within a minute, a Jin, Kuei, and a Dong rushed over. Upon seeing the slightly peculiar posture of Bai Wule and Tang Xiaoyi, the trio experienced a fleeting moment of awkwardness. However, the embarrassment quickly dissipated, replaced by urgency and concern, as they feared Bai Wule would attempt to feed on Tang Xiaoyi's blood, just as before. Kuei reacted the fastest, immediately unleashing his whip to force Bai Wule and Tang Xiaoyi apart. The Dong, the zombie intends to draw blood. Hurry and take him away, a Jin commanded, slowly drawing a large knife from behind, positioning himself alongside Kuei to protect Tang Xiaoyi. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaoyi hastily defended Bai Wule. You are misunderstanding. Bai Wule does not wish to harm me. If he has no intention of harming you, why be so close? Kuei retorted, do not be afraid. With us here, dealing with a mere zombie poses no problem. Tang Xiaoyi was at a loss for words. How could these individuals fail to comprehend his speech? If he truly meant to cause me harm, would I still shield him? Upon reflection, he understood their intentions. They were deliberate in their ignorance. It was not that they could not understand. Rather, they chose not to, allowing them to pursue the righteous cause of vanquishing Bai Wule. The hunt had long sought the protection of humanity's masters. How could they stand idly by and watch Bai Wule, a zombie, ascend to such a position? Better to wrongfully slay than to let a threat escape, The hunt sought to eliminate Bai Wule, this potential danger. Bai Wule, they want to kill you. Hurry and flee. Tang Xiaoya struggled incessantly. The Dong, left with no choice, struck him on the nape of the neck. Bai Wule glanced at Tang Xiaoya, who was being carried away, his gaze settling on a Jin and Kuei before him. The two gripped their sacred artifacts, exuding the determination to engage Bai Wule in a life-or-death struggle. A Jin, let us flank him together. Kuei slowly raised his long whip. All right. A Jin gripped his long knife, charging forward with intent. Chapter 53. Having engaged in numerous battles against the Shura clan, Akin and Kuei moved with remarkable agility and precision, with the momentum of arrows shot from a bow. They dashed to either side of Bai Wule, raising their whips and blades to strike down swiftly. Bai Wule pivoted and unleashed a fire dragon, which roared forth, its gaping maw intent on devouring the flesh and bones of its foes. Dodge! Akin and Kuei quickly adjusted their stances and retreated 2 steps. Their long knife and whip could not be retracted in time and struck a massive tree with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the tree, a meter in diameter, was cleaved in half and crashed to the ground. Amidst the swirling dust, the portion of the tree touched by the whip rapidly decayed and turned black, indicating that Kuei's whip was laced with a deadly toxin, capable of eroding anything upon contact. Glancing at the withering tree, Bai Wule retracted the fire dragon, its flames swirling around him. You wish to eliminate me because I am of no use to you? Is this how you conduct your hunt? Huh, we never expected you. A mere zombie, to protect humanity. Kuei retorted, the boss was momentarily deceived by your abilities into believing you could become the city's ruler. Now she sees your threat clearly and intends to eliminate you swiftly. Enough chatter. Attack! Akin shouted as he brandished his large knife and surged forward once more. The knife's tip scraped the ground, sending sparks flying as he swung with all his might, conjuring a sphere of crackling lightning that hurtled toward the fire dragon on Bai Wule's shoulder. Bai Wule raised his hand, and the fire dragon soared upward, intercepting the sphere and crashing it to the ground. The earth trembled, creating a deep crater. In that fleeting moment, Akin's long knife and Kuei's whip simultaneously struck at Bai Wule. As the whip ensnared Bai Wule's waist, a viscous green liquid infiltrated his body, rendering him immobile. Then, Akin's long knife descended from above, cleaving Bai Wule's form in 2. Akin landed, staring in disbelief at the black mist on the blade. He sensed something amiss. It felt as though he had struck yet failed to hit a solid entity. Turning back, he saw Kuei tighten the whip, bisecting Bai Wule's body, both halves collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Similarly, Kuei bore an expression of surprise, staring vacantly at the black mist clinging to the whip. Is it gratifying to kill me so easily? A chilling voice echoed from above. Bai Wule stood atop a tall tree, gazing down at them with a dim expression. Meanwhile, the severed Bai Wule on the ground transformed into a swirling black mist, gradually enveloping Akin and Kuei. Akin looked up. You too can conjure illusions? Bai Wule's wrist, crafted from the sacred relics of the Shura, shimmered a vibrant red. Do you believe that if I tighten my grip, you will explode instantly? Akin and Kuei froze, realizing they had forgotten Bai Wule's unique proliferation ability. During her earlier confrontation with Bai Wule, Ace had nearly been detonated by the encroaching black mist. Now, as they stood within it, they were likely already saturated with lethal particles. Any movement from Bai Wule could lead to their demise. Kuei glared at Bai Wule. Determination etched on his face. With a fierce shout, he raised his whip again toward the Bai Wule perched in the tree. The whip extended infinitely, unleashing countless thin, toxin-laden tendrils to strike. Bai Wule raised his hand, weaving silver threads that formed an impenetrable shield, countering the assault. Akin, I'll hold him off. Now is your chance. Kuei called out. Akin nodded and leaped forward, raising his large knife. However, mid-air, a sudden, agonizing pain gripped his stomach, forcing him to halt. He plummeted heavily into the crater created by the lightning sphere. Akin felt an invisible hand ruthlessly kneading his insides, as if intent on reducing his organs to pulp. Unlike Bai Wule, Akin was human, and the intense pain diminished his combat effectiveness. He could hardly stand. Kuei experienced a similar fate, his abdomen swelling as if inflated, displacing his insides. The warm metallic scent of blood surged forth, and both men coughed up blood in turn. Bai Wule regarded the two of them with cold indifference. His fingers curled ominously. One could only imagine the gruesome fate awaiting them if he were to fully tighten his grip, merely a heap of bloody pulp. I warned you not to move recklessly. Do you fear for your lives? Bai Wule sneered. Kuei, propped against the tree, chuckled as if hearing the greatest joke. Death. Do you think we, who have faced death countless times, still fear it? He wiped the blood from his mouth, gritting his teeth and swinging his whip with all his strength once more. Bai Wule countered with the silver shield, blocking the attack. At that moment, a sharp blade approached from behind. Bai Wule turned and found Akin, knife in hand, having leaped to his rear, the blade radiating a chilling white light. Instantly, Bai Wule sprang into action, nimble as a feline, leaping to an adjacent tree. With a swift motion, Akin's blade cleaved the branch where Bai Wule had just stood. As Akin fell to the ground, he landed painfully and vomited another mouthful of blood. Stop fighting. We are supposed to be allies. Why are we turning on each other? He cried. Do you not trust Zai Zai? If Zai Zai intended harm to humanity, why would she reveal this to you? Wouldn't it be easier to become the city's ruler and bathe in blood? Seriously, do you possess no intellect? But perhaps it was understandable. They were all desperate to survive. Unwilling to gamble any further, Bai Wule cast a dispassionate glance at the screen before lowering his gaze back to the two. It seemed that the last attack had drained them of their remaining strength. Now, no matter how they struggled, they could not rise again. You too. The moment I and Xiaotu are away, you become this pitiful sight. Men truly are fragile. A playful, girlish voice chimed from the woods. At that moment, colorful butterflies fluttered down, obscuring Akin and Queasy, dispersing the lingering black mist. Bai Wule turned to see me, twirling an umbrella, bouncing with vivacity, while Ace followed behind. His expression dark. That person is not here again? Upon this realization, Bai Wule felt a sudden, powerful grip on his wrist. By the time he reacted, Xiaotu had already leapt past him, landing deftly on the ground. Bai Wule frowned and swiftly released the silver threads. Yet, as they reached for Xiaotu, her form shattered into a flurry of butterflies, fluttering away. Bai Wule paused, bewildered. An illusion? He squinted, and within his expanding field of vision, he discerned the exposed fingertips and strands of hair beneath the invisibility cloak. Those butterflies were the very illusions clinging to the cloak. The synergy between illusion and the skill of invisibility was impeccable, and even Bai Wule found himself momentarily deceived. He retracted the silver threads. At this moment, within the vast grove, the presence of any hunter had vanished, leaving only a large pit and a ground stained with blood. The only sound was the whispering of leaves stirred by the night breeze. It seemed that the figures of me and AIC, which Bai Wule had just glimpsed, were mere illusions, crafted to draw his attention, allowing two to approach silently. But what was the purpose of this approach? Bai Wule raised his hand to examine the holy artifact on his wrist. Just moments ago, Tu had deliberately gripped his wrist guard, not with the intent to seize the artifact, but rather as if he were affixing something to it. The declaration of war by the hunters tonight appeared to be intentional. Otherwise, with their cunning nature, how could they confront him directly under such hopeless circumstances? Bai Wule's brow furrowed deeper, his fingertips caressing the artifact on his wrist. What exactly did the hunters aim to achieve? Meanwhile, Ajin and Kuei-Zi, having been rescued, were immediately thrust into the emergency room. The black mist had invaded their bodies, causing varying degrees of internal damage, and the doctors were exerting every effort to save them. They lay unconscious, spewing blood in great quantities. The sight of the nurse repeatedly bringing out basins to dispose of the blood sent shivers of despair through AIC and the others. I never anticipated Bai Wule's strength to be so formidable. AIC lamented. I fear that the entire hunter faction could now be incapable of dealing with him. She regretted her earlier decisions. Had she not acted so recklessly and entrusted such a precious holy artifact to Bai Wule, she wouldn't have invited such a formidable adversary into their midst. These two fools kept insisting they would return, believing that with her and Xiaotu, they could still contend with Bai Wule. Yet, relying solely on their brute strength to declare war seemed like a path to certain doom. Me anxiously paced outside the examination room. Dedong sighed. Stop it, me. We too never expected Bai Wule to be so powerful. Indeed, zombies are truly formidable, capable of such ruthless actions. Ruthless? Bai Wule had merely shown restraint. Just then, Luo Xinxian sauntered over, shaking his head in disapproval. Otherwise, with that lad's abilities, by the time you reached there, those two fools in the emergency room would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Chapter 54. The immortal Luo raised his head, his two comical little mustaches fluttering in the breeze. Upon witnessing his demeanor, which seemed to embody the phrase enhancing others' strength while diminishing one's own, Dedong felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Luo, can you even speak? Ajin and Kuei-Zi are in such dire condition, and you show no concern at all, yet you dare to praise Bai Wule? I am merely stating facts. Luo rolled his eyes. I know the sacred artifact I created, given by Wu Liao's current capabilities, even if those two were not reduced to mere flesh and blood. The blood they spewed could fill the entire corridor. How could they possibly still be in a position to wait for buckets of it to be poured out? Upon hearing this, Mi quickly trotted over. So, does that mean they will be all right? Well, I can't say for certain. After all, it's a high-level sacred artifact. Whether they can endure it depends solely on their fate. What do you mean by fate? If you can't articulate properly, just be quiet. Dedong stepped forward, grabbing Luo's collar. This situation is clearly your fault. Who told you to eagerly deliver a high-level sacred artifact to that zombie? If he dies, wouldn't we avoid all this trouble? Luo, upon hearing this, glared with his beady eyes and shouted, Goodness, are you all turning on me? That day, it was clearly AIC who asked me to find a suitable sacred artifact for him. I painstakingly crafted one, and now I'm being blamed. Dedong retorted. If we're not blaming you, then who? Because you gave that brat a sacred artifact. My two good brothers ended up in the emergency room. Luo countered. Then you should acknowledge your own lack of skill. It's my sacred artifact, yet how come Bai Wule is so formidable? You. Enough. Everyone, just stop talking. Is it not chaotic enough already? AIC's voice rang out, commanding silence. Dedong and Luo froze. As the leader of the hunters, no one dared to provoke AIC when she was angry. Dedong released Luo. I'm sorry, boss. Luo huffed heavily, straightened his collar, and walked over to Xiao Tu, unable to resist muttering. Did Dedong eat gunpowder today? He is not usually like this. He glanced at Xiao Tu and patted his head. You're the good one, staying silent. Xiao Tu. AIC cast a glance at the red light blinking in the emergency room. A lump lodged in her throat that she could not dislodge. This is ultimately my fault. I never anticipated things would escalate to this point. If it weren't for my stubbornness and bidding on Bai Wule, Ajin and Kuei Zi wouldn't be so severely injured. I should not have trusted Bai Wule so blindly. If I had heeded Ajin and their advice sooner, we wouldn't find ourselves in such a passive situation. I owe everyone an apology. AIC bowed deeply to the group. Dedong was taken aback and rushed over to help her up. Boss, don't say that. I agreed back then too. If there is blame, I share it as well. Indeed, boss, Xiao Tu, and I supported you too. How could it all fall on you? Mi chimed in. Xiao Tu nodded in agreement. This scene of apologies left Luo bewildered. He scrutinized the low spirits of the group, perplexed. What has Bai Wule done? Why is there such a lack of trust in him? Ajin and Kuei Zi are not dead yet, and during your typical sacred artifact duels, there are always injuries. Why the sudden seriousness today? Dedong sighed, rubbing his temples, lacking patience as his companions' lives hung in the balance. Haven't I explained the circumstances to you? Why else would you invent that miniature detonating gas? Luo replied, I understand. You want that to attach to Bai Wule's sacred artifact, and if things go awry, you can detonate it to eliminate him. But isn't Bai Wule becoming the city lord exactly what you all desire? Why then equip him with that device? Dedong rubbed his temples. What we seek is a city lord with humanity, someone who can protect all of humanity. Not a zombie like Bai Wule, who might harm us. Do you understand? Luo pondered for a moment, shaking his head like a rattling drum. I don't understand. What is wrong with zombies? Look, this current mayor is still human, yet he still obeys the Shura clan. In my view, none of the remaining players possess the integrity that Bai Wule has. I actually have high hopes for him. Perhaps you've got a mechanical brain. Dedong finally snapped, unable to contain his frustration. Luo, startled, quickly shuffled behind Xiao Tu, muttering, It's just a discussion, why resort to insults? Are all of you so emotionally unstable during battle? Xiao Tu. As the turmoil within their minds swirled, AIC was solely focused on praying for Ajin and Kuei Zi's safety, oblivious to Luo's words. She glanced again at the emergency room light. Over an hour had passed, and the two remained in critical condition. Ajin and Kuei Zi were merely trying to attract Bai Wule's attention when they were injured to this extent. It was difficult to fathom what their fate would be if they truly had to fight Bai Wule to the death. Fortunately, they had successfully affixed the miniature detonating gas to Bai Wule's sacred artifact today. With this constraint, he could no longer act with impunity. This gas, which Luo had recently developed to combat the Shura clan, was colorless and odorless, making it difficult to detect when attached to any part of the Shura. Once remotely detonated, it would surely obliterate them. Now, in order to control Bai Wule, they had no choice but to attach it to his sacred artifact. After all, as Luo had stated, apart from Bai Wule, the remaining 12 could not sustain such a position. Despite knowing that the Shura clan supported him, they had no alternative. Their only hope rested in Bai Wule maintaining his humanity. Otherwise, they would have to initiate the remote operation of the detonating gas, ensuring his complete destruction. Lost in thought, the red light in the emergency room extinguished. As the door swung open, AIC rushed to the front, inquiring about the condition of the two from the doctor. I can only say I did my best, the doctor sighed. The internal injuries are too severe. Although I've performed repairs, the prognosis is not optimistic. They are currently hanging on by a thread. Whether they can survive this ordeal depends solely on them. Upon hearing this, AIC felt as if her heart had been violently squeezed. She stared vacantly at the crack of the emergency room door, where several nurses were struggling to clean up pools of blood on the floor. The stark contrast of the red blood against the white walls was utterly shocking. Doctor, I beg you, please save them. I implore you. Dedong grasped the doctor's hand, nearly kneeling in desperation. Mi also bowed repeatedly, her eyes reddened. Please, doctor. You cannot let them die. The doctor, caught in their grip, felt troubled. Both of you. We are members of the Hunters. And I will certainly do my utmost to treat them, but you can see their injuries are far too severe. I truly am doing my best. With that, the doctor managed to pull his hand away from Dedong and turned to leave. Dedong stumbled and sat down heavily on the floor, unable to suppress a cold laugh. Not dying at the hands of the Shura clan, yet succumbing to a zombie? Truly. Mi quietly sobbed for a moment before finally bursting into tears, embracing Xiao Tu. Xiao Tu wrapped one arm around me while gently patting her back, offering silent comfort. Infected by the somber atmosphere, Luo Xinxian could not help but feel a pang in his nose. How grave this situation has become. Bai Wu, that rascal, has truly gone too far, displaying such a lack of restraint. Just as he pondered this, a sudden thought struck him as he glanced at Ace. Could it be that the inadequacy of our doctors is to blame? Perhaps we should transfer them to a larger hospital for treatment? Dedong, seizing a glimmer of hope, promptly sprang to his feet. Yes, boss, let us take them to a major hospital. What if the doctors there possess superior skills? Ace bit his lip, shaking his head. No, we have worked hard to remain concealed here. Sending them out may very well attract the mayor's attention. But are we to stand by and watch them perish? Dedong interjected, his voice rising. Ajin and Kuei-zi are our brothers. We cannot simply do nothing and expect them to endure this alone. Ace countered, but have you considered the consequences for the other brothers if the mayor finds us? Dedong fell silent, acknowledging the truth in Ace's words. The mayor has been secretly dispatching men to hunt for the prey if he discovers our location. It is likely that none of us will survive. Then, if all else fails, I will go to the hospital and bring back a doctor. If one won't suffice, I shall procure another. There must be someone capable of saving them. With that, Dedong rushed towards the door. Dedong, return here. Ace shouted urgently. Yet Dedong seemed resolute. Undeterred by the prospect of incurring Ace's wrath, he was determined to find a way to rescue the two. Clenching his fists tightly, he pressed on. Suddenly, a pair of familiar sneakers caught his eye. Looking up, he beheld a youth adorned with a lake blue gemstone earring, his features increasingly enchanting. A slight smirk graced his lips, tinged with mockery. They were injured by me. Seeking a doctor will be futile. Seeing Bai Wu approach with such audacity ignited Dedong's fury, and without a second thought, he launched a punch. Lacking combat experience, his movements were riddled with flaws. Bai Wu deftly sidestepped, easily avoiding the blow. As he raised his leg to retaliate, he was halted by Ace's commanding voice. With a darkened expression, she declared, It seems you have chosen the path of the Shura clan, seeking to oppose the prey, have you not? Chapter 55. Bai Wule looked at her, finding it amusing. Am I truly at odds with you? It was you who sent someone to kill me first, and now, having been bested, it is somehow my fault? Is this how you humans reason? His cool voice flowed forth slowly, the young man tilting his head slightly, revealing a disdainful expression. Ace was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by his words. Daitong, however, pent up with frustration, couldn't contain himself. If you still have any humanity, you shouldn't have harmed them like this. Do you not remember the last time we entered the Shura zone, fighting side by side? Is this how you treat your comrades? Disturbed by Daitong's outburst, Bai Wule frowned in annoyance. Arguing about humanity with zombies. Should I call you naive or foolish? Realizing that continuing this conversation with these impulsive and unreasonable individuals was a waste of time, he scanned the surroundings with indifferent eyes and slowly stepped forward. What do you intend to do? Daitong quickly reached out to stop him. Bai Wule simply sidestepped him effortlessly, making his way towards the hospital room. The empty corridor echoed with his voice. I came to see my two defeated subordinates. If they are truly suffering, I might as well grant them release. As he spoke, he caught sight of two dark gun barrels aimed at him. Instantly, blinding flashes of light erupted along with two gunshots. Bai Wule swiftly adjusted his stance and leaped aside. The bullets whizzed past, embedding themselves into the wall. Amidst the dissipating smoke, he nonchalantly brushed off the dust clinging to his clothes. With me around, I will ensure you cannot approach them. AC, brandishing dual pistols, glared fiercely at Bai Wule. Hearing the commotion, Mi and Xiao, too, hurriedly arrived, skilled in illusions. Mi quickly discerned that the Bai Wule before them was merely a mirage. This is bad. Only Luo Shenxian is in the hospital room now, she exclaimed, turning to run back. AC froze for a moment, watching as the Bai Wule before her transformed into a wisp of black mist and dispersed. She and Daitong quickly covered their mouths and noses, hastily leaping out of the encroaching fog. As Mi and Xiao too rushed to the hospital room's entrance. A loud bang echoed as the door slammed shut. No matter how hard they pulled, it would not budge. Mi knocked emphatically on the door. Bai Wule, open the door. Bai Wule. When there was no response, she called out again. Luo Shenxian. Is Bai Wule inside? Luo Shenxian. Moments later, Luo Shenxian cracked the door open slightly, peering out with his round, dark face. Shoo, what are you shouting about? Don't you know patients need peace and quiet? Mi, uninterested in his excuses, barged in, scanning the room but finding no sign of Bai Wule. Where could Bai Wule be? Upon hearing the name, Luo Shenxian's eyes darted around. What? That little brat is here? Where is he? As a sacred artifact craftsman, he held a fondness for Bai Wule, who maximized the effectiveness of his creations, far surpassing the other lackluster individuals. Regarding the matter of harming his comrades, he perceived it as mere childish play, believing Bai Wule's actions were rather heavy-handed yet lacking in restraint. He trusted his sacred artifacts, knowing that if Bai Wule truly wished to kill a Jin and Kuei, they would not have been allowed to linger. His wrath would have obliterated them instantaneously. Thus, even as everyone around harbored animosity toward Bai Wule, the single-minded Luo Shenxian remained staunchly on his side. Observing Luo Shenxian's delight, Mi furrowed her brow. Did you not see him? You just closed that door, didn't you? The door? I didn't close it. It must have been the wind. Luo Shenxian casually pointed to the open window. He had barely entered the hospital room when the door slammed shut, startling him. But seeing the window ajar, he dismissed it. At that moment, AC rushed in, heading straight for the window to investigate. She recalled that when the nurse was cleaning up blood earlier, the window had not been opened. A Jin and Kuei were too weak to rise and open it themselves. The only explanation was that Bai Wule had entered the room and slipped out through the window. This window faced a secluded alley behind the bar, but for Bai Wule, the two-story drop was trivial. Indeed, the mist at the alley's entrance gradually dissipated, revealing the young man's striking figure. Bai Wule, hands in pockets, looked up at AC, his lips moving silently. AC leaned in closer. He repeated himself thrice before she slowly echoed, "Those who wish to kill me shall perish. Those who wish to kill me shall perish." AC's mind reeled. She watched as Bai Wule's lips curled into a slight smile, his left hand rising abruptly, tightening into a fist. Oh no. AC turned around. A Jin and Kuei's bodies swelled like balloons, and then, with a loud bang, they exploded, showering the room with blood and flesh, splattering walls, floors, and everyone present. The warmth of their remains palpable. The gruesome scene assaulted the senses of all present. Drops of blood and flesh splattered onto the ceiling, resembling a grotesque rain. Everyone in the room was momentarily stunned, but AC was the first to regain her senses. Leaping towards the window, where could Bai Wule have gone? The alley lay empty, devoid of any trace of him. In the next moment, heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the room. The sound so piercing it reached even the burly bartender inside the bar. Turning back, Bai Wule had transformed into a wisp of black mist, slowly dissipating. The young man strolled along the edge of the safe zone's alley. Kai, what? What happened to you? Please don't tell me you really just detonated those two individuals? It must be true. Did you not see the blood and flesh spraying from the window? It was all tiny mosaics. I'm starting to lose track of your intentions, Kai. What do you truly seek? It felt as if Kai had changed. Drifting away, slipping from grasp. His gaze briefly lingered on the screen before swiftly darting away. The young man's expression was indifferent, entirely disregarding the dwindling number of livestream followers. He reeked of blood as he meandered through the alleys into the heart of the safe zone. Look who I found. ISNT that the winner of the recent cooking competition? Li Munin emerged from the crowd, a smirk on his face. Why aren't you at your flower house in? What brings you to our safe zone? Bai Wule shot him a cold glance, ignoring his sardonic tone, and continued forward. Li Munin called after him. In a few days, I have a surprise for you. Look forward to it. Bai Wule remained silent, seemingly unaffected disappearing into the throng. Li Munen's smile faded, and with a dismissive huff, he leaned against the nearby screen. Observing the latest comments from viewers discussing Bai Wule's recent act of detonating 2 NPCs. These viewers frequently inhabited various streamers' channels, so their words carried significant weight. From the phrases visually shocking in blood and flesh in disarray, it was evident that Bai Wule had lost his mind. No wonder, upon seeing him earlier, his gaze had been so terrifying. Li Munen felt a twinge of anxiety, instinctively glancing in the direction where Bai Wule had vanished. The moment he looked, a surge of dread coursed through him. He had thought Bai Wule was gone, yet there he stood not far away. Amidst the hurried crowd, the expression on his face was ineffable. "All right. I await your surprise." Li Munen forced a smile, at a loss for words. However, soon the terror within him was abruptly supplanted by an indescribable excitement. To triumph over such a formidable Bai Wule would be utterly exhilarating. He gazed at Bai Wule with fervor, his facial muscles twitching, caught between exhilaration and fear. Sensing the discomforting gaze, Bai Wule raised his hand and flicked 2 bursts of flame directly at Li Munen's eyes. Instinctively, Li Munen raised his arm to shield himself, the flames leaving 2 scorched red marks on his skin. When he looked up again, Bai Wule had already vanished from the crowd. Li Munen stared at the direction of his disappearance, rubbing his burned arm, and sneered. It seems this battle for the city lord will be all the more intriguing in the following days. Bai Wule remained in a state of semi-vanishment. It was termed semi-vanished because Tang Xiaoyi roamed the food stalls, parks, and convenience stores daily, yet had not glimpsed his shadow. The blue line on the map showed no increase, the only explanation being that Bai Wule was at the guest house. However, Tang Xiaoyi could no longer access it. For reasons unknown, Bai Wule had inexplicably expelled him from the team, and without the button to reach the captain's location. He was utterly unable to arrive at the Flower House guest house. Moreover, the comments on his screen revealed that Bai Wule's stream was now shrouded in darkness, devoid of sound, and many viewers had already departed from his live broadcast. It was as though he intended to sever all ties. This unusual behavior of Bai Wule filled Tang Xiaoyi with deep concern, especially upon hearing that Bai Wule had killed Kuei Zi and Ajin in a brutally violent manner, causing their bodies to explode. He was utterly terrified. That day, after being knocked unconscious by Dedong, he awoke to find it was already the following morning. To his astonishment, an entire upheaval had occurred overnight. The screen inundated with frantic comments relaying this information, leaving Tang Xiaoyi in a state of bewilderment. He could hardly believe that Bai Wule could commit such acts. Yet the audience steadfastly affirmed that it was indeed Bai Wule's doing, leaving no room for doubt. Upon regaining his composure, he realized that Bai Wule had indeed expelled him from the team that very night. Tang Xiaoyi rubbed his aching temples, murmuring, "Bai Wule, what on earth do you intend to do?" Chapter 56. In recent days, the villa with its red-tiled roof has become entwined with wisteria, resembling a romantic flower house straight out of a fairy tale. The flower beds in the courtyard have not only thrived, but have blossomed even more vibrantly as the wind blows. Petals scatter like confetti, painting the ground in a kaleidoscope of colors. Bai Wule, holding a small watering can, diligently waters the flowers under the guidance of the young earth spirit. He steals a glance at the floor-to-ceiling window. The sunlight pours in, casting a gentle warmth around the boy lounging by the window. The contours of his profile are exquisite, and beneath his raven-like lashes, a pair of green eyes lazily scan the surroundings. Since his return that day, Bai Wule has been acting oddly. He has grown even more taciturn, and the small flag emblem atop his head has vanished. When Bai Wule inquires about Tang Xiaoyi, he simply replies with ignorance. He has not ventured outside in a long while, only wandering around the inn at night, dispatching lingering monsters and consuming some blood-sustaining delicacies. From Bai Wule's observations, it is evident that Bai Wule and Tang Xiaoyi have quarreled, perhaps quite seriously, as they are now avoiding one another. Yet, amidst his concerns, Bai Wule feels a small sense of relief. The rare moments spent alone with Bai Wule are too precious to squander, and he hopes they continue indefinitely. As for Tang Xiaoyi, he can only endure the discomfort for now. After all, he had always been with Bai Wule, so a few days apart is of little consequence. Noticing Bai Wule's gaze, Bai Wule turns his head and silently mouths, "Hungry?" Bai Wule is taken aback, quickly shaking his head with a smile. Before turning back to water the plants alongside the earth spirit, the mist from the watering can create a rainbow in the sunlight. Bai Wule momentarily loses himself in thought. Glancing up at the blazing midday sun, he realizes he no longer fears its searing heat. Instead, he finds solace in its warmth. It seems his body has evolved, much like his heightened senses. Now, with just a thought, he could command half the city. He shifts his gaze to the light screen. A small screen in the upper right corner is shrouded in a veil of darkness. Thanks to Bai Wule's illusionary magic, this darkness suppresses the transmission of sound. There are no images or sounds. The text on the screen is noticeably diminished, filled only with expressions of concern for his well-being. Little one, please don't scare me. I haven't seen you for days. What has happened to you? Tang Baobao has been searching for you, nearly going mad. Just show your face, even a sound will do. Bai Wule shifts his focus to his points and earnings. Map exploration level, 12 construction level, advanced snack stand, ordinary convenience store, advanced flower house inn, etc. Personal level, level 10 current area, human region remaining points, 1346 remaining rewards, for 3523 remaining earnings, 1879. Your points and earnings are sufficient to unlock a new area. Would you like to expand the area now? Yes, no. His gaze lingers on the dialog box on the screen. This inn is but a street away from the central tower. Should he click yes? He believes he could immediately unlock access to the tower and contend for the title of City Lord. At that moment, Bai Shaolai returns from watering the flowers and notices Bai Wule lost in thought. He places his watering can down and asks, "Brother, what are you looking at?" Bai Wule snaps back to reality, lifting his head. "Nothing. Aren't you due for a meal?" Bai Shaolai stiffens, sheepishly replying, "Brother, I just finished a pizza. I'm really not hungry at all." "Then call me when you are." Bai Wule averts his gaze. Bai Shaolai nods, his sun-like smile dimmed as if eclipsed. If there is one side effect of spending time with Bai Wule, it is that he has undoubtedly gained weight. His face has visibly rounded, transforming from a charming little rice dumpling into a burgeoning meatball. If he continues to linger with Bai Wule, he is bound to become a Bai family meatball. The reason? It can only be attributed to his brother's excessive pampering. Bai Wule, being inept at cooking, relies on rewards for sustenance. With an abundance of rewards at his disposal, he indulges Bai Shaolai's every culinary whim, exchanging them for mountains of food. Though the shop offers a variety of items, the majority consists of fast food and snacks. Thus, his brother's affection manifests in the form of junk food, incessantly feeding Bai Shaolai. Initially, Bai Shaolai reveled in this, devouring hamburgers, fries, and fizzy drinks with delight, feeling as if each day were a slice of paradise. However, as time passed, he found himself overwhelmed by these indulgences. The mere sight of pizza, hamburgers, and fried chicken now turns his stomach, leaving him increasingly nostalgic for Tang Xiaoya's simple pancakes and rice dishes. In these past few days, he has secretly been hoping for a reconciliation between his brother and Xiaoya, yearning for relief for his distressed stomach. There came a series of knocks at the door. "If it's guests, tell them to leave," Bai Wule muttered without lifting his head. In recent days, travelers seeking the inn have come in droves, all of whom he has turned away. Bai Shaolai, knowing his brother prefers solitude, dashed to the door to shoo them away. However, upon opening it, he found it was Ace and a few others. "Brother, it's Hunt," Bai Shaolai said. Bai Wule raised his eyes, watching the group enter through the floor-to-ceiling window. They moved with urgency, clearly not here for a leisurely visit. The knocking had merely served as a notification of their arrival. Bai Wule slowly stood, his gaze sharpening. "You go upstairs. No matter what you hear, do not come out, understood?" "Oh," Bai Shaolai nodded, somewhat confused, obediently retreating to his room on the second floor. The sound of the door closing was closely followed by the rush of Ace and his companions storming into the house. Despite the absence of two members, the Hunt, capable of clashing with the Shura clan, retained an imposing presence. Ace stood at the forefront, the 3 rings on his hand gleaming with light. Each member was equipped with sacred artifacts, foreshadowing an impending fierce battle. "Bai Wule, we have found you," Ace declared grimly, exuding an air of authority. "Boss, let us go all out. We must avenge Akin and Kuei." The Dong hissed through clenched teeth, his eyes ablaze with rage, ready to pounce on Bai Wule. Me and two immediately flanked Bai Wule, encircling him to prevent any escape. The impending clash was imminent. Simultaneously, atop the central tower, a high-precision telescope was trained on the unfolding battle. "Wow, they started fighting so quickly," the mayor exclaimed, standing before a massive glass window. Through the glass, a fire dragon could be seen roaring and spiraling around the inn. In the next moment, the fire dragon burst through the glass, its body adorned with an array of weapons. As the dragon dissipated, Bai Wule leaped through the shattered window, bullets and projectiles flying incessantly. Even from a distance, the ferocity of the conflict was palpable. The mayor, holding the telescope, could not suppress a smile. "It's a pity about the flowers in that courtyard. It would have been quite pleasant to admire them in peace. These people truly lack a sense of romance. Can't they find a different place to fight? If they chose a different venue, you might have missed such an intense battle. Tuan Tuan chimed in cheerfully, bringing a cup of tea to the mayor. The mayor accepted the cup, taking a sip. Indeed, missing this battle would be a lifelong regret. TSK, a 1 versus 4 scenario. Bai Wule truly is formidable. Tuan Tuan thoughtfully pushed over a high chair, allowing the mayor to sit comfortably and observe the unfolding battle. The mayor placed her teacup on the side table, her gaze fixed intently on the scene before her. Tuan Tuan, who do you think will emerge victorious in this confrontation? She inquired. It should be that streamer named Bai Wule, Tuan Tuan replied with a smile. After all, he effortlessly dispatched 2 members of the hunters on his own. Tuan Tuan then stepped aside, ready to heed any command. The mayor chuckled softly. It seems you are quite informed. Yet it is a pity you did not witness the spectacle of the explosion. Zombies truly show no mercy when dealing with humans. It is no wonder that the Shura clan insists on him occupying my position. But I believe you are the most deserving of this seat, Tuan Tuan remarked. Upon hearing this, the mayor laughed lightly and slowly turned her head. So, Tuan Tuan, who would win if I were to face Bai Wule? Without a doubt, it would be you. Tuan Tuan answered without hesitation. This city lies firmly within your grasp. Bai Wule stands no chance against you. Yet the Shura clan has instructed me to support Bai Wule in ascending to this position. What am I to do? The mayor mused, her brows furrowed in thought. Tuan Tuan's eyes darted thoughtfully, and she lowered her voice. What should we do? I believe you must have already devised a plan. The mayor raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing her closely. It seems you've become quite adept at reading my mind. How fortunate for me, she replied, Tuan Tuan's smile growing sweeter in response. The mayor nodded pensively, turning back to observe the battle. Her smile gradually transformed into a cold expression, as if she were speaking to herself. If I were to lose this position, I would be no different from those humans below. The Shura clan could easily devour me in the blink of an eye. A cautionary tale indeed. The previous mayor I outmaneuvered was roasted and consumed by them, leaving not a bone to spare. How could I allow myself to descend to such depths? With a cold gaze, the mayor continued to watch the fierce struggle below. As petals danced in the air, Bai Wule stood resolute, while the 4 members of Ace lay battered and bruised. It seemed that the outcome had been determined. Just as the thought crossed her mind, Bai Wule suddenly clenched his left hand, and in an instant, the 4 members of Ace erupted like fireworks, blooming into a gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh that splattered across the courtyard. A horrifying crimson hue enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 57. Not long after, the sun vanished, replaced by an ominous blanket of dark clouds. The rumble of thunder echoed ominously from the horizon, heralding an imminent deluge. Vehicles sped past in haste, while pedestrians hurried along, each eager to escape the impending rain. As they passed the Flower House Inn, none took a moment to marvel at the gruesome scene laid out in the courtyard. A fierce gust of wind swept through, scattering the bloody remnants across the ground, camouflaged by clusters of flowers. If one did not look closely, they might have mistaken the vivid red for roses, save for the tattered pieces of clothing that clung to the branches and draped over the fence. Bai Wule brushed off some debris clinging to his shoulder, his expression tinged with distaste. The metallic scent of blood was overpowering and nauseating, stirring within him a desire he would rather not acknowledge. He found it utterly repugnant. Stepping through the shattered window, he glanced at the deity of the dwelling on the wall. Restore this place to its former state, the deity stirred, and as it lowered its hands, a blinding white light enveloped the entire inn. The broken glass returned to its original place, and the pools of blood and flesh transformed into fertile soil, buried beneath the earth. In mere moments, the inn was reborn into a scene of romance and beauty. No battles, no carnage, only a breathtaking vista that defied belief. Soon, the tempest returned, with raindrops the size of beans hammering against the glass, producing an irksome din. As the rain intensified, the outside world blurred into obscurity, allowing glimpses of flowers bent low, their heads drooping in despair. On rainy days, Bai Wule was often reminded of apocalyptic visions too heavy, too similar, ignoring the incessant notifications flashing on the screen regarding unlocking new areas. Bai Wule ascended to the 2nd floor and knocked on Bai Xiaolai's door. Is it time for a meal? Moments later, Bai Xiaolai lazily opened the door, revealing a face marked by exaggerated woes. Brother, it's raining again, though Bai Wule refrained from explicitly linking the rain to the Shura clan and the boarding school. Bai Xiaolai, being astute, could easily deduce that new parents only came to adopt children during such weather. Bai Wule remained silent, and Bai Xiaolai buried his worries deep within. The past few days spent with Bai Wule had been blissful, filled with sunshine, nearly causing him to forget the looming threat. Now, with dark clouds looming and rain pouring down, anxieties resurfaced. "Brother, will the Shura clan come to the school to take children again?" Bai Wule asked, his little brow furrowed. "Perhaps," Bai Wule replied nonchalantly, pulling up the screen to exchange for 3 boxes of pizza and 2 boxes of hamburgers for Bai Wule. "Will Wang Xiaoming also be taken by them?" Bai Wule's inquiry trailed off, silenced by a sharp glance from Bai Wule, prompting him to quickly seal his lips. "Just eat your food with that." Bai Wule exchanged for a heap of assorted snacks. Bai Wule, clutching the heavy bounty of love, still frowned. "Brother, is your injury better?" Bai Wule, yes. Just yesterday, his abdomen had already regained firmness, his internal organs and skin restored. "What about the hunter? Have they left?" Bai Wule pressed further. Bai Wule frowned, finding Bai Wule's questions unusually numerous today, and feeling disinclined to engage. He glanced at him before turning to descend the stairs. Bai Wule dumped his haul onto the bed with a clatter and scampered after his brother. Although he had seen nothing in the room, the sounds had revealed that a fierce battle had surely occurred, and combined with Bai Wule's bloodied appearance, he could easily imagine what had transpired. He hurried down the stairs, only to be struck dumb by the sight of the perfectly intact inn. Everything was as it had been before he entered his room, no shattered glass, no weapons, no traces of conflict. Bai Wule lounged casually in a chair, lost in thought. As he opened his mouth to speak, a blinding white light burst through the window. Looking up, he saw that the darkness surrounding the inn had dissipated. A towering spire loomed miles away, casting a brilliant light. Atop the tower, a shadow waved in their direction, its cunning eyes narrowed in delight. Bai Wule furrowed his brow, gazing out the window. Is it him? His territory should not have reached here so swiftly. With a sense of urgency, he opened the map, discovering significant changes since his last check a few days prior. Now, aside from his blue line, Tang Xiaoye's pink line, and Shu Yu's white line, all other lines had transformed to Li Munen's black. With every occupied location now under his control, this indicated that Li Munen currently commanded the territories of 10 players, far surpassing Bai Wule. With nearly 2/3 of the area under his dominion, the surprise Li Munen had mentioned that day was likely this very situation, leveraging the territories and shops acquired from other streamers. He steadily advanced toward the central tower, soon to reach a position parallel to Bai Wule. No, perhaps he had already met the conditions to unlock the central tower, simply waiting to flaunt his progress before Bai Wule. Amidst the torrential rain, Bai Wule could hear Li Munen's voice cut in and out. Li Munen pointed toward the central tower, exaggerating his mouth movements as he repeated thrice, "Let us race to see who reaches there first." Due to the distance and the rain, Bai Wule couldn't ascertain if he had heard, but it mattered not. Li Munen sought only to unlock the final stretch of the central tower before Bai Wule, relishing the attention. With a grin, Li Munen pulled up the screen. The next moment, the darkness receded once more, revealing a portion of the wide road behind the flower house inn. The road expanded, revealing half of the central tower, standing hundreds of meters tall, majestic and imposing. The remaining half of the unclaimed tower lay shrouded in darkness, held in by Wule's grasp. The sky atop the tower had darkened completely, shadows flitting between the storm clouds, occasionally revealing pairs of crimson, enigmatic eyes. These were the demons under Fan Xian, stirring restlessly in the rain, watching over the human realm, their frightening visages illuminated by flashes of lightning. They awaited, ready to descend at Fan Xian's command. Bai Wule raised an eyebrow. He sensed Li Munen's deliberate choice of a rainy day, intentionally drawing the Shura clan into the fray, provocatively unlocking half of the central tower, leaving the other half for him, inviting him to join the competitive game. Slowly rising from his seat, Bai Wule resolved to accept the challenge laid before him. He pulled up the screen and clicked to unlock, instantly revealing the other half of the central tower. Congratulations! You have unlocked the central tower area and obtained the qualification to become the city lord. Ascend to the top of the central tower and commence your main quest. Note: enter the central tower's elevator and press the 56th floor to reach the summit. You are not to leave this place until I return, understood? Bai Wule turned to Bai Wule. Bai Wule nodded blankly, and piecing together the fragmented information he had heard earlier, began to grasp Bai Wule's intentions. The young creature of the earth spirit seemed to sense the scent of battle, leaping into Bai Wule's pocket, peeking out its little head. Bai Wule withdrew his gaze and opened the door. Brother, wait. Bai Wule hurriedly handed over an umbrella, her expression grave. Take care. I will wait for your return. Bai Wule accepted it, ruffling Bai Wule's hair affectionately. Then, he opened the umbrella and made his way towards the central tower. The street was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. The incessant sound of raindrops echoed in his ears, creating a sense of suffocating gloom. Bai Wule and Li Munin walked under the umbrella, eventually reaching the base of the central tower. "What do you think of my surprise?" Li Munin remarked, stowing the umbrella against the wall. Bai Wule scoffed, carelessly tossing the umbrella to the ground as he pressed the elevator button. "I hope you won't regret this." "Perhaps it is you who should fear regret," Li Munin retorted with a smile, following Bai Wule into the elevator. "By now, you should understand the power that lies behind me, yet you remain so confident?" Bai Wule glanced sideways. "Are you allied with the Shura clan?" "Indeed, I am allied with the Shura clan. Would you like to know the details?" Li Munin replied. "Since you failed to rescue your brother or sister from your main quest, you were inevitably drawn into the Shura faction." Bai Wule responded, "If I am not mistaken. From that moment onwards, your mission diverged from ours." A flicker of surprise crossed Li Munin's eyes. "You are quite astute. After the main quest declared that my brother had been consumed by the Shura clan, the system bestowed upon me a hidden title, Helper of the Shura clan. From then on, my tasks were directly assigned by them. However, I did not anticipate that the Shura clan would intentionally support your rise to City Lord. What gives? Simply put, I am stronger than you," Bai Wule declared. Ding. The elevator ascended to the 56th floor. The conversation was abruptly interrupted as the doors opened, revealing a circular glass hall with an expansive view. From any angle, the scenery outside was visible. Yet, for those with a fear of heights, it was a nightmare. As the glass floor revealed the buildings below, each step fraught with the risk of shattering. As Li Munin stepped out, he couldn't help but gasp, visibly anxious. In stark contrast, Bai Wule appeared unfazed, his demeanor indifferent as he advanced. He glanced toward the familiar faces ahead. The mayor and the group stood at the center, their faces adorned with polite smiles. Gile and Fan Xian flanked them, and upon spotting Bai Wule, Fan Xian eagerly waved. Above them, a black dragon circled ominously, glaring fiercely. Chapter 58. Bai Wule stepped forward, casually selecting a chair to sit upon, observing the others with keen interest. The three formidable Azura of the human realm had gathered here, hinting that the contest for the city's dominion would soon turn bloody. "Hello, my dear brother. At long last, we meet again," Fan Xian exclaimed, excitedly waving his hands. After some time apart, his shoulder-length hair had grown considerably, and he was dressed impeccably in the red suit he wore during their initial encounter. Bai Wule smiled faintly. "It has been quite some time." Surprised that Bai Wule acknowledged him, Fan Xian momentarily froze before redoubling his enthusiastic gestures. Ji Yule, observing him with disapproval, shot him a disdainful glance, unable to tolerate his lackadaisical demeanor. Ji Tian, transformed into a black dragon, also looked down upon him, glaring at Fan Xian before turning his attention to Bai Wule, letting out a series of unpleasant laughs. "Kid, I can smell the essence of your insides. Last time, Wang generously shared a portion with each of us, and just the scent of you now makes my mouth water." Bai Wule's expression turned icy as he raised his hand, unleashing a fiery dragon. "Huh." The fire dragon roared, barreling towards Ji Tian. "Humph, mere parlor tricks," Ji Tian retorted, swiftly dispersing the fire dragon with a flick of his tail, the scattered embers slowly returning to his wrist guard. Fan Xian gazed at Bai Wule's sacred artifact for a moment, his eyes lighting up. "Brother, is that artifact made from my hair?" Bai Wule nodded. "Then does that mean we have exchanged tokens? I consumed your insides, and you are my hair." Bai Wule responded with a look of disbelief. "What sort of bizarre token is this?" At that moment, Li Munin sauntered over, his face pale. After sitting down, he let out a long sigh, desperately attempting to mask his fear, though it remained evident, a stark contrast to his previous bravado. Once both candidates were settled, the mayor took his position, facing them. "Since both candidates are present, we can begin preparations." With that, the mayor exchanged a glance with Tuan Tuan, who promptly stepped forward and clearly announced the competition's rules. "Greetings, candidates. Allow me to introduce the rules of this contest. The title of City Lord, as the name suggests, entails being the master of the entire city. The primary responsibility of the City Lord is to maintain the city's prosperity and stability, ensuring a harmonious existence for humanity. Thus, the rules for this contest remain consistent with previous competitions, aimed at selecting the most suitable candidate for this esteemed position. Rule 1. During the contest, the entire human zone will be reshuffled, and the unlocking zones for the three candidates will be reset to 0. The human zone will enter a period of closure, reopening only after the fair and just completion of the competition. Rule 2. Each candidate operates independently, selecting a designated color. within the specified time frame. They must occupy as much territory as possible. At the end of the contest, the candidate with the most occupied area of their color will score 1 point. At this juncture, Li Munin raised his hand to interrupt. Wait a moment. Bai Wule turned to look. If I seize that position first, the others cannot occupy it, correct? Not so, Tuan Tuan replied, shaking her head. Even if you secure it first, if others arrive later, they too can occupy it. However, this will trigger a contest mode, with the victor claiming territorial rights. And if I lose, can I return to challenge for that location again? Li Munin inquired further. Negative. Each team has only one opportunity to occupy each location. Losing forfeits your claim, Tuan Tuan elaborated. We will restate the specific rules on your screens, supervised by the system. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask, no need to rush. Clearing her throat, she continued. Rule 3. All streamer players will participate, randomly assigned as your aides. Candidates must ensure the survival of their aides during the game. The candidate with the most surviving aides at the end will score 1 point. Rule 4. This contest will be a free-for-all. Candidates may employ any means necessary to secure victory. The first to earn 2 points will be declared the new city lord. After delivering this, Tuan Tuan stepped back beside the mayor. The room fell into a hush. Bai Wule lowered his head, contemplating the implications of these rules. While they appeared straightforward at first glance, a closer examination revealed an underlying dread. Rule 1's closure and reset of the human zone implied that during this period, all humans would be uniformly managed and controlled, leaving their fates uncertain. Rules 2 and 4 suggested a ruthless struggle for territory. Especially with 3 Azura present, none of them were merely spectators. Rule 3's emphasis on survival implied the potential for attacking and hunting down others' aides, casting a shadow over the remaining 11 streamer players. With that thought, Bai Wule couldn't help but chuckle. The mayor looked puzzled. Is there something amusing? Bai Wule replied. I was merely considering the unfortunate souls soon to arrive here. They surely have no inkling that they have been summoned to their doom. That may not be the case. Our duty is to protect them. Protect? Bai Wule interjected, his smile widening. Do you truly believe I would allow your aides to survive long? Though he smiled, his emerald eyes glinted with a chilling intensity, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty beast poised for slaughter. The mayor instinctively exchanged glances with Li Munin, sensing that this version of Bai Wule was utterly transformed from the one he had encountered previously. Just days prior, during the cooking competition, he had shown disdain for the contest for City Lord, yet now he was fully engaged. What could have prompted this sudden enthusiasm? Was it the notion of hunting? Once a taste for killing is acquired, it often leads to further indulgence. Bai Wule's inherent nature may have been awakened, rendering him a formidable adversary. This could pose a significant complication. The mayor steadied himself and signaled Tuan Tuan to activate a special channel to summon the remaining 11 streamers. Minutes later, the streamers began to materialize. Abruptly summoned, some still clutched pots and spatulas, gazing around in bewilderment. As realization dawned, the crowd erupted into chaos. The glass floor revealed a terrifying view hundreds of meters below, causing many to crumble in fear, resulting in utter disarray. Surprisingly, the typically timid Tang Qiaoyu remained remarkably composed, simply standing still, fixated on Bai Wule. His expression was a mixture of anger, concern, and something else entirely. Bai Wule apathetically averted his gaze. Upon lifting his eyes, he noticed the peculiar expressions of Fan Xian and his companions, who were scrutinizing Tang Qiaoyu from a distance. At this juncture, the mayor stood and clapped his hands, signaling for silence. Fan Xian and his companions retreated, creating space. Bai Wule then relaxed, shifting into a more comfortable position. Subsequently, Tuan Tuan succinctly elucidated to the broadcasters the rationale behind their gathering. Upon learning that they were to assist 3 individuals in vying for the title of City Lord, while simultaneously ensuring their own survival until the conclusion of the competition. Only a few adventurous players expressed their willingness, while the majority of casual streamers vehemently refused. They had come merely to stream and engage in games, not to partake in such a perilous contest, and they hastily attempted to escape as they pulled at the shimmering screen. However, a competition is inherently binding. The game system had already sanctioned this primary quest, and now they found themselves constrained, with all the bubbles on the map rendered gray, leaving them no option but to remain in this location. The broadcasters exchanged glances, ultimately resigned to acquiesce. Now, without further ado, let us determine the assistance for each candidate. The mayor directed his gaze towards Tuan Tuan. Nodding in agreement, Tuan Tuan pressed the remote in her hand. With a click, a large triangular screen slowly ascended from the center where the 3 candidates were seated. Each corner of the triangular screen displayed a distinct color corresponding to each candidate. Bai Wule in red, Li Munin in yellow, and the mayor in green, randomly designating their colors for this competition. In the middle of the screen, the photographs of 11 broadcasters were arranged in a circular formation. For the sake of fairness, these images were thoroughly shuffled, and after reassigning them into a new order, the 3 candidates took turns calling out numbers to randomly select their respective 3 assistants. The remaining 2 individuals would be scattered throughout the entire human territory. Once the candidates located them, they could incorporate them into their factions, thereby enhancing their chances of victory. Much like a bonus in the game, it was a first-come, first-served arrangement. Following 3 rounds of selection, Bai Wule's assistants were confirmed as Sierre, Bolio, and a young man wearing headphones named Wen Hao. Li Munin's aides were identified as Tang Xiaoyi, Stephen, and an underling of Lao He named Wang Hanqing. The mayor's partners included Lao He and another subordinate, Zhang Dong, as well as a refined young woman with glasses, Lu Shuiying. The remaining individuals, Xu Yu and a boy named Yi Bin who suffered from acrophobia, were designated as bonus assistants, set to freely hide within the human territory. Do not worry. Simply find a place to conceal yourselves, and we shall locate you swiftly. The mayor assured Xu Yu and Yi Bin as he handed each of them an electronic wristwatch inscribed with the word empty. Once integrated into the team, the screen would display the corresponding candidate's color. As the elevator doors opened, Yi Bin eagerly dashed inside. Xu Yu lingered at the entrance, casting a cold glance at the 3 Shura. Only upon the mayor's urging did she retract her gaze, shooting a fierce glare at Bai Wule before stepping into the elevator. A silver cross swiftly leapt into view, landing at Xu Yu's feet. She paused momentarily, hastily bending to retrieve it. Looking up, she caught a glimpse of Bai Wule's indifferent expression through the swiftly closing gap of the elevator. With a resounding thud, the doors sealed shut, and the elevator began its slow descent. Chapter 59. The elevator was enveloped in a profound silence. As a casual player whose skills lay solely in cooking, Yi Bin had never witnessed such an imposing atmosphere. Trembling, he leaned against the elevator wall, rendered nearly immobile. After a moment, he uttered, "Where should we hide?" Looking to Xu Yu, he suggested, "How about we simply wait downstairs? We can find someone to join our team. It would be better than facing this alone. Don't you think?" Xu Yu, solemnly donning a crucifix around her neck, replied, "Just follow me. I will guide you to a hiding place." Follow you? Is there really a need for that? Aren't we just waiting to be assigned to a team? Waiting downstairs seems perfectly fine. You've been countered, unconvinced. Although he recognized Xu Yu as an adventurous player, she was still a petite girl, and if anything were to happen, he would likely need to protect her. At that moment, he was struggling to safeguard himself, let alone her. However, joining a team would alter the dynamics entirely. The 3 candidates appeared formidable, and with 3 teammates to support one another, their chances of survival would significantly increase. "This matter is not as simple as you think," Xu Yu asserted. "Before they locate us, we must do our utmost to conceal ourselves. We cannot afford to reveal our position. This competition involves more than just us humans. There are also man-eating Azura and zombies. We do not belong to any team right now, making us prime targets." Wait. What did you just say? Azura and zombies? Yi Bin could hardly believe it. His understanding of the competition's rules was limited to the infighting among streamers. How could there be flesh-eating Azura and zombies involved? He scrutinized Xu Yu. "Aren't those elements confined to novels and games?" "You must be joking," Xu Yu retorted. "Aren't we in a game right now?" That was indeed a valid point. Yi Bin lowered his head, contemplating. "But this is just a casual game. How could there be any life-threatening dangers? This matter cannot be explained in just a few words. Just remember to stick close to me and trust that I will protect you." Xu Yu's expression was grave. Yi Bin forced a smile. His gaze drifting to the crucifix she clutched tightly. With Azura and zombies in the mix, and her possessing a cross for exorcism, was this truly transforming into an adventure game? Yi Bin scratched his head and mused. "Then why don't I have a weapon?" "I'll find you one shortly," she replied. Nodding thoughtfully, Yi Bin seemed to begin accepting this new reality. "Does that thing really exorcise demons?" "It does." Just then, a chime echoed as the elevator descended to the ground floor. As the doors slid open, a monstrous creature with a gaping maw lunged forward. Yi Bin recoiled in shock. Xu Yu swiftly positioned herself in front of him, raising the crucifix high. A flash of white light erupted, forcing the creature back. "What on earth is that?" Yi Bin, cowering behind Xu Yu, gripped her shoulder tightly, fear coursing through him. Without a moment to respond to him, Xu Yu clasped her hands together and began reciting an incantation. A beam of holy light surged forth, cleaving a path through the throngs of demons. "Run!" Shu Yu grasped Yi Bin's hand, sprinting towards the illuminated path. Hundreds of eerie and terrifying demons flanked them, their crimson eyes fixated intently. Drool dripping from their mouths as they hissed, "Do not fear. We shall feast upon you once the game begins. For now, we are merely here to greet you. You best hide well. Do not be devoured at the outset. Run a little. I prefer my meals leaner." Hee hee. This young lady's crucifix is rather intriguing. Could she be from the divine race? Impossible. If she were, that flash of light would have signaled our demise. How could we still be here conversing? That makes sense. The divine race surely cannot be so weak. The demons chattered amongst themselves as Shu Yu pulled Yi Bin along. Their presence was already marked by several penetrating gazes from the creatures. Clutching the crucifix tightly to her chest, Shu Yu urged Yi Bin onward as they dashed through the rain. The signal for the two vanished after leaving the central tower. The triangular screen revealed that the entire map of the human region had plunged into darkness, with only the circle surrounding the central tower glowing brightly. Surrounding the tower, thick fog obscured all but a small patch of land beneath them. Even the most extraordinary vision could not pierce beyond 100 meters. It was evident that the competition aimed to force the three candidates to contend under constrained visibility, given the rules of territory occupation. Candidates and their aides would inevitably need to disperse, complicating communication. Amidst the fog, hordes of Azura and demons roamed freely, significantly heightening the danger. All right, everyone should have donned the electronic wristbands designated for our competition. Please take a moment to check the large screen to confirm your signal status. To prevent any issues during the competition, announced Tuan Tuan. Everyone looked up. On the screen, for red, for yellow, and 4 green indicators stood within the circle of the central tower. The candidates were marked as squares, while their 3 aides were represented as triangles. Once grouped, the teams naturally clustered together. We have established corresponding screen areas at each occupation point. Take a look. It appears as follows. Tuan Tuan produced a square black screen to demonstrate. Simply place your wristbands against this screen. In doing so, the screen would change to reflect the corresponding colors of their team. However, if a member from another team also affixed their wristband, the screen would split into the respective colors, and the members occupying that location would receive a system-generated task to compete for dominance. Only the victor could claim that territory. Every street or alley on the map was considered a public area and would not feature a screen. If 2 adjacent occupied locations existed, the street connecting them would shift to the respective color. For example, if the green team occupied 2 neighboring locations, the street between them would turn green. And all they had to do was connect the adjacent occupied points. But be warned, 2 distant locations could not be linked. As Tuan Tuan spoke, she displayed an animated demonstration on the screen. Bai Wule observed the screen's transformation. On the map, if a vacant or occupied spot by another team lay between 2 green zones, the 3 locations could not extend a straight line. This effectively shrank the occupied areas on the map, given that streets encompassed the majority of the city. The locations were merely squares. It was the connecting lines that were paramount. With the limited areas unlocked by each streamer, none had seen a complete map, thus amplifying the difficulty. Silence enveloped the group. Even Li Mu Nan, who had previously spoken with unwavering confidence, now wore a furrowed brow, lacking his earlier assurance. Among the many participants, only Bai Wule remained nonchalant, seated calmly while others crowded around the screen, seemingly unperturbed. "Have you comprehended the rules?" the mayor inquired, unable to restrain himself. Bai Wule slowly lifted his head, wearing a nonchalant smile. "Roughly, yes. Whether I understand or not makes little difference. As long as I ensure you and that fellow do not survive until the end, I will be satisfied." The mayor's lips twitched involuntarily. He had just witnessed the spectacle of Bai Wule simultaneously eliminating 4 individuals, leaving him feeling somewhat uneasy. "Bai Wule, do not be too arrogant. There will come a time when you will weep." Li Munan seethed through clenched teeth. Bai Wule cast a sidelong glance at him, dismissing him entirely. Meanwhile, Fan Xian's smile radiated even more brightly as she leaned in to whisper, "Dear sir, I believe we should not let this go to waste. How about we take care of those you have dispatched?" Bai Wule turned his gaze. "You wish to claim the remains as well?" "Of course, we are not picky." Fan Xian giggled. The streamers looked on in stunned silence. Their conversation resembled a casual discussion about the weather, seemingly oblivious to the horror of their words. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say they were entirely indifferent. The forced participants of this contest turned ashen, particularly Tang Xiaoya, who was devoid of color. Bai Wule had already annihilated the mysterious organization hunter, and now he was conversing with the Azura clan. It was evident on which side he had chosen to stand, against humanity. With 10 minutes of preparation time, the 3 candidates and 9 streamers gathered on the ground floor of the central tower. As the door opened, hundreds of demons surged forth. The streamers screamed in terror, paralyzed and unwilling to exit the elevator. Unable to bear the cacophony of sound, Bai Wule frowned in distaste, glancing at his companions. Sierra and Bolio, both adventurers, were startled but managing well. Only the young man Wenhao was at a loss, spewing forth exclamations of distress. "Follow me." Bai Wule stepped out of the elevator first, with Sierra quickly following. Bolio, more perceptive, held Wenhao's hand tightly, whispering comforting words. "Do not be afraid. Look, doesn't that one resemble a cute little lion? And that over there looks like a little bunny." Wenhao glanced at the bloodthirsty creatures with their wide, startled eyes and shook his head vigorously. "Not at all." At that moment, Fan Xian descended gracefully atop a large fish, proclaiming, "Fear not, players. These are merely my adorable pets. Though they may appear frightening and have a penchant for devouring humans, I assure you, as long as you remain alive, they shall not harm you during this competition." The streamers felt no solace from her words. Rather, they were engulfed by an even greater fear. Chapter 60. With the resounding crack of a gunshot, the streamers rushed into the deluge. After 8 grueling hours of competition, the contest was set to conclude at midnight. Ignoring the torrential rain soaking their clothes, they sprinted forward with fervor. Behind them, dozens of demons clamored and pursued. And although Van Xian had assured them these fiends would not attack, the sight of such a multitude was enough to incite screams of terror from the streamers, some of whom completely lost sight of their purpose, consumed only by the instinct to evade. In stark contrast, Bai Wule and his 3 aides remained remarkably composed. Gathered at the starting point of the competition, their hushed conversation a mystery. The black dragon summoned by the oath of heaven and the priestess with the rose-patterned umbrella surged toward the mayor and Li Munin, conjuring a tempest in their wake. Bai Wule glanced upward momentarily before lowering his gaze to share whispers with his teammates. The hundreds of circling demons, serving as the obstacles of their competition, grew impatient. Urging them on, "Why are you still standing around? Run, you humans, or else we shall feast upon you." Amidst their incessant chatter, Bai Wule slightly parted his lips, unleashing a commanding roar that silenced the demons instantly. Van Xian, seated cross-legged atop a giant fish, chuckled, "You truly are impressive, young man, scaring off those mischievous creatures so easily. But are you not anxious? Those others have been fleeing for quite some time now. They are merely exhausting their stamina." Bai Wule replied nonchalantly. Van Xian, pondering, turned to the side where Tang Xiaoyu stood, her lips parting to speak. "Why do you keep looking at me?" Before she could finish, Bai Wule cut in, his voice sharp and eyes narrowed. Tang Xiaoyu had not diverted her gaze from Bai Wule since their arrival. "Did you truly kill the hunter?" Despite having gleaned the events from the barrage of comments on the screen, she needed confirmation from him directly. Bai Wule's expression grew frosty as he gestured towards the bloodstains on his attire. "I just dealt with the last few. Do you wish to see? The white little liar was killed right before you. What is your stance on that?" Bai Wule's impatience was evident. His demeanor remained as detached as ever, lending an air of chilling authenticity to his actions. Tang Xiaoyu opened her mouth, but words caught in her throat, a painful blockage that rendered her speechless. Clearing her throat, she murmured, "Why did you kill them?" "Because they sought to kill me first, and when they failed, I retaliated." "Do you pity them?" he scoffed, stepping closer. "Or do you wish to champion their cause and slay me?" Tang Xiaoyu swallowed hard. "That is not my intention." Bai Wule let out a cold huff, clearly disinterested in further dialogue, and conveyed to his 3 teammates that they could commence. He then turned and disappeared into the mist. Sierra and Bo Lu separated as well. Wenhao intended to follow Bai Wule, but, upon receiving a cold glance from him, felt that pursuing Bai Wule was more terrifying than facing the demons. He opted instead to ally himself with the seemingly gentler yet formidable Sierra. Sierra ran ahead while Wenhao trailed closely behind, unwilling to lose sight of him. Bai Wule had not expected Wenhao to contribute much. As long as he did not perish, he would not concern himself with him. Once his team departed, only Van Xian, Tang Xiaoyu, and a few circling demons remained in the area. The rain continued to pour, and the thunder echoed like a relentless heartbeat. Tang Xiaoyu stared blankly in the direction Bai Wule had vanished. For a fleeting moment, she had glimpsed the murderous intent glimmering in his eyes, stark and unmasked. It was as if any further words from her would provoke him to strike. Yet he had not always been this way. A flash of lightning jolted her back to reality. Suddenly realizing something, she hastily plunged into the mist as well. Bai Wule made his way directly to the Flower House Inn. Due to the resetting of ownership, The house spirit had lost its master, transforming the establishment into a desolate ruin. Overgrown weeds towered over a meter high, and the decaying wooden fence swayed precariously in the storm, while the vague reflection in the floor-to-ceiling windows revealed a hollow space within. Li Munin awaited him at the open doorway of the inn, as if intentionally biding his time. "I expected to see your little brother here," he remarked, gesturing toward a yellowed screen on the wall. "What do you think? Shall we engage in a territorial battle for this place?" Bai Wule regarded him silently, offering no response. Li Munin assumed Bai Wule would desire this location and had rushed over, but to his surprise, Bai Wule did not even step inside. "Have you given up on this place?" "Hey, Bai Wule," Li Munin called out, desperation creeping into his voice. Bai Wule did not turn back, his silhouette quickly swallowed by the mist. A fleeting glance showed Li Munin's expression of disappointment. Although he had anticipated that Bai Wule might be missing, he had come with the hope of perhaps finding him. Yet the resetting of the house confirmed his fears. Bai Wule had indeed vanished. Otherwise, upon seeing Li Munin, Bai Wule would have seized such an opportunity to threaten him, and Li Munin would never have let that slip by. Bai Wule closed his eyes. With his vision obscured, he would have to rely on his hearing and sense of smell to locate Bai Wule. Amidst the cacophony of sounds and mingled scents, a faint trace of breath brushed past his nostrils, only to dissipate in an instant. He opened his eyes slightly, his face etched with gravity. Bai Wule had undoubtedly been taken suddenly and was likely hidden in a very secretive location. Otherwise, such a fleeting essence would not linger. Bai Wule quickened his pace, racing toward the tower previously claimed by Li Munin. "Grey Wolf, arise." With a thundering thud, the majestic white wolf landed gracefully on the ground. The slender black collar around its neck flickered with embers of starlight. This collar had been crafted from leftover materials by the immortal Luo and contained countless potentialities. Settled down, Bai Wule placed the earth-green cub onto the back of the gray wolf, instructing it to care for the creature. The gray wolf's ears twitched in acknowledgement. Instantly, the cub's tiny hands transformed into green vines, tightly entwining around the gray wolf, fearful of falling. At that moment, Vanxian, riding the giant fish, leisurely approached, exclaiming, "Oh, is that my hair around the gray wolf's neck?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a howl erupted from the wolf. Upon seeing Vanxian, the gray wolf recalled their unfinished battle, launching several black iron chains at him. The fiery embers danced around the chains, scorching everything in their wake. Several demons attempted to obstruct the assault, but were repelled by the heat and power, leaving Vanxian completely exposed. As the iron chains barreled toward him, Vanxian swiftly maneuvered the giant fish to evade the attack. "Young man, I am your ally, make him stop." Bai Wule regarded him, unconcerned about intervening with the gray wolf's onslaught, and casually inquired, "What ally?" "An ally to help you win the competition," Vanxian shouted while fleeing. "The oath of heaven is the mayor's ally, the priestess is Li Munin's ally, and I am yours. This contest is a competition between the three of us to see who can ultimately aid you in securing victory. The three of us indeed have a wager. Thus, I shall exert every effort to assist you." As these words were spoken, an iron chain swiftly ensnared Vanxian's wrist. Just as the fierce wolf was about to lift Vanxian into the air, Bai Wule called for a halt. The wolf paused, turning its gaze towards Bai Wule. "Release him, and do not forget your mission," Bai Wule commanded. The wolf's ears twitched, as if suddenly recalling something, and it emitted a reluctant growl from deep within its throat before leaping into the air and retracting the chain. It cast a sidelong glance at the earth-green cubs, who were yelling in the background, and then soared into the misty downpour, disappearing from sight. Vanxian exhaled a sigh of lingering trepidation. Noting the charred black mark on the sleeve of his crimson attire, "The last time we met, you ruined my clothing, and now it seems I demand that you compensate me with a new garment." He gazed at Bai Wule with a pout, his blood-red eyes filled with a sense of grievance. However, Bai Wule appeared oblivious to his plight, casting him a fleeting glance before continuing toward the tower. Feeling dejected, Vanxian puffed out his cheeks and hurried to catch up. The further they ventured, the louder the cacophony from the tower grew, interspersed with a familiar voice. Bai Wule leaped gracefully to the second floor, sauntering leisurely to the top, where he beheld a throng of demons gathered. Amidst them, he discerned Tang Xiaoyi and the old adversary, Lao He, clustered together. The screen on the wall displayed a split of yellow and green, indicating an impending battle for the tower. Startled by Bai Wule's commanding presence, the demons parted like the sea, creating a path for him. Bai Wule advanced, and upon seeing him, both Lao He and Tang Xiaoyi were momentarily taken aback. Lao He, in particular, wore an expression of utmost displeasure. He vividly recalled the previous encounter when Bai Wule had assisted Tang Xiaoyi in reprimanding him, and his shoulder injury had yet to fully heal. Encountering him again so soon was certainly not in his favor. As he pondered this, Lao He watched as Bai Wule approached the screen and placed his electronic wristband upon it, causing the display to instantly divide into red, yellow, and green hues. The battle was about to commence. Chapter 61. The arrival of Bai Wule shattered the tense standoff between Tang Xiaoyi and Lao He, transforming the situation into a chaotic three-way battle. Do you wish to claim this place as well? Tang Xiaoyi gazed at him in astonishment. Since Bai Wule's transformation, even conversing with him required cautious deliberation. Bai Wule responded with a curt acknowledgement, positioning himself several meters away from Tang Xiaoyi, his demeanor exuding an air of aloofness that deterred any approach. Tang Xiaoyi nodded slightly, remaining silent. Their palpable estrangement did not escape Lao He's notice. Previously, he had worried that Bai Wule might ally with Tang Xiaoyi against him, but now it was evident that their relationship had soured. The two were now distinctly divided into contrasting teams of red and yellow. They surely would not unite again, would they? With this thought, Lao He's expression softened slightly. Yet, for caution's sake, he turned to Bai Wule. Now that we are each on our own, you wouldn't be targeting me on his behalf, would you? Depends on my mood. Bai Wule's gaze drifted to the screen beside him, responding nonchalantly. Lao He. It seemed he had to remain extremely vigilant. Suddenly, the sound of an alarm from the screen drew their full attention. The entire display turned a vivid red, radiating an aura of danger that compelled them to be alert, leaving no room for complacency. Dear player Bai Wule, please stand in your designated color area. Our location contest will commence shortly. Bai Wule looked up to find 3 beams of light projected from the ceiling above the tower, each corresponding to the colors of their respective teams. These 3 beams formed an equilateral triangle, indicating where the participants must stand according to their colors. As he approached, a dialog box popped up on the screen, detailing an extensive list of rules for the contest. The location contest will be conducted through an auction format, with the highest bidder ultimately claiming this location. Rule 1. You will possess a number card valued at 15. 3 participants calling out bids will constitute 1 round, and the highest bid will emerge as the winner for that round. The highest bidder will then have the opportunity to exchange their tokens for ownership of this location. However, if the highest bidder's tokens fall short of any remaining participant's offer, that round of bidding will be deemed unsuccessful. Rule 2. In the subsequent round, previously used number cards will become void, and players may freely add tokens to initiate a new round of bidding, continuing in this manner until the highest bidder successfully secures ownership with their highest tokens. Rule 3. To maintain the overall duration of the contest, this bidding will last for exactly 10 minutes. If the time elapses without a completed auction, the highest token holder at that moment will automatically claim ownership of the location. Rule 4. The entire contest will be conducted under strict supervision by the system, and all interpretive authority rests with the game system. Any reports will be deemed invalid. The lengthy rules caused Bai Wule a headache. He glanced at the other 2 participants, whose expressions mirrored his own confusion, clearly struggling to comprehend the details. Despite the headache, Bai Wule discerned the crux of the contest, in both the auction and the enforced end of the competition. The participant holding the most tokens would undoubtedly emerge victorious, even if he was not the highest bidder in a given round. Possessing more tokens than the highest bidder would still lead to their failure. Once the 10 minutes were up, the player with the most tokens could claim victory outright. Thus, tokens were the key to this auction. Yet, the pressing question remained. How could he acquire the most tokens? Bai Wule cast a glance at the remaining points and revenue displayed on the screen. Even if he wagered all his resources in the first round, he doubted he could outbid the others. If he could not surpass them with his total points and revenue, what could he possibly add in the second round? While lost in thought, a new notification box appeared, overlaying the rules. Now, please select the tokens you wish to provide for the first round of bidding. Points. Current points, 246. Revenue. Current revenue, 379. Additional token options. Current tokens, 15. Bai Wule's gaze lingered on this section. Current tokens 15? All areas had been reset. So where did these tokens come from? He raised his hand and clicked the down arrow beside the current tokens section. To his surprise, a comprehensive notification panel unfolded. The screen displayed the photographs of 12 other streamers alongside his own, including the mayor, frequent visitor Li Na, and Bai Shaolai, making a total of 15. Undoubtedly, they were Bai Wule's tokens. Furthermore, the screen detailed a plethora of prices, facial features, eyes 500 single, 1000 pair, nose 850, ears 350 single, 700 pair, eyebrows 10 single, 20 pair, mouth 220, limbs, hands 2000 single, 4000 pair, arms 5000 single, 10,000 pair, feet 2200 single, 4400 pair, calves 5000 single, 10,000 pair, thighs 8,000 single, 16,000 pair. Internal organs. The listings for internal organs were even more detailed, encompassing everything from the heart and liver to the kidneys and intestines. From eyelashes to skin, virtually every part of the human body was meticulously priced. It was evident that Bai Wule's photograph would also appear on Tang Xiaoya and Lao Hei's screens. Each individual seemed akin to livestock, subjected to auction without their awareness. It was unfathomable to consider the grim fate that awaited those who became tokens should the auction succeed. Bai Wule couldn't help but emit a cold laugh. He had nearly forgotten that this competition was orchestrated by the Shura clan. Such a prime opportunity would undoubtedly attract the predatory gaze of these entities. He firmly believed that once the auction concluded, these demons would eagerly seize the tokens, leaving the participants with no chance for recovery during the competition. Those who became tokens would face an inevitable demise, while the Shura clan and the demons would simply await their slow demise, ready to consume them whole. From every perspective, this contest was a victory for the Shura clan. Each time a location contest was held, it was undoubtedly a matter of exchanging lives for ownership of the location. Bai Wule raised his gaze to the two individuals across from him. He believed they had also seen the clearly marked prices, their expressions revealing a myriad of emotions. Particularly, Tang Xiaoya's complexion had turned ashen. He understood that this contest was akin to murder, and regardless of who triumphed, injuries were unavoidable. His fingers hovered uncertainly over the screen, as he was at a loss for what to do. Instinctively lifting his gaze, he locked eyes with Bai Wule, who was observing him. At that moment, a cold smile gradually formed on the young man's lips, an emotion difficult to articulate. He tapped a few times on the screen beside him, then pushed the display aside, prompting a notification that Bai Wule had completed his token selection. Shortly after, Lao Hei also finished, wearing a smirk that straddled the line between amusement and mockery. Only Tang Xiaoya remained indecisive. Time was of the essence. A minute had already passed. Bai Wule urged him coldly. Lao Hei chimed in, exactly. It's not as if you're choosing for yourself, so why the hesitation? Just pick one. Tang Xiaoya pondered deeply, exclaiming, how could one simply choose any option? This concerns a life. After taking a deep breath, he wrestled with his thoughts and ultimately reached a decision, pressing the button to place his bet. Add-on selection. Old Hay. Eyebrow section 20, affirmative. He then wagered all his points and revenue as a stake for the first round of the auction. Once Tang Xiaoya made his selection, the first round officially commenced. The screen promptly displayed 5 numbered cards, ranging from 1 to 5. According to the principle of size comparison, number 1 was the smallest and least valuable, which players would naturally avoid, while number 5 represented the largest, to be utilized only at a critical moment. Thus, it was evident that the numbers to be considered in the first round were 2, 3, and 4. Bai Wule contemplated briefly before pressing a digit key. After the system processed the selections, the results were swiftly announced. Ding! The first round of the auction has concluded. And here are the chosen numbers. Player Old Hay chose number 2. Player Tang Xiaoya chose number 2. Player Bai Wule chose number 1. Both player Old Hay and player Tang Xiaoya selected the highest number, 2, but since their stakes were less than that of player Bai Wule, the auction was unsuccessful. All players are encouraged to raise their stakes for the second round of the auction. As the results of the first round were displayed, a new notification for the next round appeared on the screen, showcasing the faces of numerous streamers. A profound silence enveloped the tower, interrupted only by the torrential downpour and the rumble of thunder. Apart from Bai Wule, the expressions of the other two were filled with astonishment. Why did you choose number 1? Tang Xiaoya inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. He could not fathom why Bai Wule would opt for the smallest number if he genuinely wished to win. Bai Wule raised his gaze, a slight smile gracing his lips. He remained silent, yet his expression seemed to convey everything. The outcome of the first auction had unfolded precisely as he had anticipated, being the initial round. All participants were merely testing the waters, thus their chosen numbers would inevitably be modest. To secure a victory, they would certainly exclude the smallest number, 1, leaving 2 and 3 as the most probable selections for the other two players. However, as he had previously discerned, regardless of the numbers chosen, the paramount factor was to ensure that one possessed the greatest stake. With confidence in his own resources, Bai Wule selected the smallest number, 1, with the intention of depleting the larger numbers of the other two players. Chapter 62, In the Stillness. Tang Xiaoya discerned something in Bai Wuliao's smile that made his throat tighten. It was because, you possess an abundance of chips, isn't it? Indeed. Tang Xiaoya's heart sank. It became evident that Bai Wuliao's choice of the smallest number stemmed from a profound confidence in the chips he held. A confidence so robust that he deemed the other two players utterly inferior. A confidence that allowed him to forego contesting for the highest number, yet still secure victory. A confidence that promised him the successful conquest of the tower as soon as the 10 minutes elapsed. However, if this were the case, it implied that the human organs or limbs Bai Wuliao offered were indeed the most numerous. According to the rules of the competition, Bai Wuliao would surely exclude his 3 teammates, leaving only the remaining streamers and the mayor as potential chips he could offer, including Tang Xiaoya himself, who might have already been grasped by Bai Wuliao as a bargaining piece in this auction. Contemplating this, Tang Xiaoya felt a heavy gloom descend upon him, his pallid complexion reflecting his distress. After the first round of bidding, the numbers remaining for the 3 were as follows. Bai Wuliao's remaining numbers, 2, 3, 4, 5. Old He and Tang Xiaoya's remaining numbers, 1, 3, 4, 5. Tang Xiaoya understood that he and Old He's number 1 was effectively locked in their hands. For as the game progressed, they were unlikely to utilize the smallest number. Perhaps the most dramatic conclusion would be that Bai Wuliao triumphed with his number 2 against their number 1. Are you finished? Bai Wuliao's voice jolted Tang Xiaoya back to reality. He looked up to find Bai Wuliao and Old He gazing at him with evident impatience. Regaining his composure, Tang Xiaoya hurriedly navigated to the increment section, clicking through various body parts before submitting his choice. System processing, please wait. Ding. The second round of bidding has concluded. Here are the numbers chosen by each player. Player Old He chose the number 5. Player Tang Xiaoya chose the number 3. Player Bai Wuliao chose the number 2. Among these, player Old He's chosen number 5 was the highest in this round, yet due to the lesser number of chips he possessed compared to Bai Wuliao, the auction was deemed unsuccessful. Another failure. Old He stared incredulously at Bai Wuliao. In his quest for victory, he had pressed numerous body parts, yet still fell short against Bai Wuliao. What secrets did he hold in his hands? Lost in thought, Old He immediately grabbed the light screen, clicking frantically. The competition between Bai Wuliao and Old He was undoubtedly inflicting more harm, and Tang Xiaoya, watching in anguish, felt helpless. Given that the chips from the first round were the baseline, the subsequent auctions could only increase, leaving him to plead from the sidelines, "Stop clicking. You've done enough. You're merely feeding the Azura clan." The observing demons erupted in raucous laughter. Feeding us? So what? We are eagerly waiting. Time is of the essence. I adore this competition. Meet to feast on. Clinging to a flicker of hope, Tang Xiaoya turned to Bai Wuliao. Bai Wuliao, you should despise the Azura clan the most. Why assist them? Bai Wuliao remained silent, his eyes glued to the light screen, seemingly indifferent to who would become his chip next. Bai Wuliao, Tang Xiaoya called out. At that moment, Bai Wuliao dismissed the light screen, completing his 3rd round of selections. If you have time, increase your bids. Hurry for the 3rd round. Tang Xiaoya's final glimmer of hope extinguished. He sighed and submitted his choice without further increments, knowing full well that selecting trivial items like hair and eyelashes would ensure failure. Moments later, the system announced the results of the 3rd round of bidding. Old He chose the number 4, Tang Xiaoya chose the number 4, and Bai Wuliao opted for the smallest number, 3. Once again, Bai Wuliao, possessing the most chips, led to the auction's failure, and the 3 were poised to enter the 4th round. However, after 3 rounds of bidding, the inexperienced trio had squandered too much time, leaving them with mere seconds before the competition concluded. Provoked by Bai Wuliao, Old He inexplicably reignited his fighting spirit, determined to surpass him, and continued to click fervently. Bai Wuliao, wait for me. This time I will win. Yet, Bai Wuliao suddenly appeared disinterested, leaning casually against the wall, watching Old He with a relaxed demeanor. I've clicked through all the options. Let's see who prevails this time. Old He growled. Bai Wuliao regarded him and slowly spoke. What is the price of 6 eyes and 1 heart? Old He paused, momentarily blank, then swiped upward to check the prices of these 2 parts. Bai Wuliao smirked, lowering his gaze to the light screen, softly counting down the time remaining in this round. 5, 4, 3. I got it. 6 eyes for 3,000, plus 1 heart for 28,000, totaling 31,000. Old He replied. Bai Wuliao nodded thoughtfully, as Old He pondered the meaning behind this question. A new dialog box popped up on the light screen. and he quickly realized he had fallen into Bai Wule's trap. Sorry, time is up. You cannot submit new bids. The territorial battle has concluded, and you have lost. Please vacate the territory of others. Bai Wule, did you deliberately waste my time? Old He fumed. Bai Wule candidly nodded. Yes. At that moment, the tower's screen erupted in a vivid red, consuming the other colors, undeniably marking Bai Wule's ultimate victory in this contest. Yet Old He remained unconvinced, insisting on uncovering the truth. What exactly did you choose as your chips? Bai Wule simply gestured towards the light screen. Old He lowered his gaze, his heart racing with cold sweat. His photo appeared prominently at the top of the screen, accompanied by a dense list of body parts, ranging from eyelashes to bones to skin, accumulating to a staggering sum of 300,000, an undeniably insurmountable figure. You auctioned off my entire being? Old He gaped, still in disbelief. He finally comprehended why he had never surpassed Bai Wule. He had only incremented a few high-value organs, while Bai Wule had mercilessly auctioned off his entire self. With a flurry of movement, dozens of demons swiftly encircled Old He, blocking his view entirely. Their looming presence akin to a predatory beast ready to devour him whole. Terrified, Old He collapsed to the ground, his face ashen as he cried out, "No. I refuse to be used as a chip. You have no say in this." Fan Xian cackled, clutching a densely packed list of chips. "You lot. Take this chip to the Azura district." Understood. The demons chuckled ominously, tightening their grip on Old He. Their strength so fierce it felt as though they were reshaping his very insides. Ah! A piercing scream echoed, the veins in Old He's neck bulging, manifesting his agony. Yet the torment was far from over. The demons continued to twist his body, the ominous sound of cracking bones resonating in the air. After a series of pained groans, Old He fell silent, his head drooping heavily, standing at an imposing height of 6 feet. He found himself utterly powerless in the face of these demons, rendered as helpless as a lamb awaiting slaughter. After his bones had been shattered, he was treated like a mere puppet, his limbs contorted in grotesque angles, as the demons deliberated on how to dismember his body. Intending to take portions back to the Shura district, a voice suddenly interrupted their scheming. Bai Wule, with emerald eyes glinting with cold disdain, spoke impatiently. "Dare to defile my territory? I challenge you to try." Upon hearing this, the demons immediately lost their resolve, casting pleading glances towards their master, Fan Xian. "Did I not instruct you to take him back to the Shura district first? If you dare to soil my little brother's domain, I shall not spare you either." Fan Xian admonished, frowning while gesturing for the demons to depart swiftly. Nodding in compliance, the demons began to drag the unconscious man away. "Wait a moment," Bai Wule called out, stepping forward to unleash several silver threads that enveloped the man's body entirely, leaving no gap exposed. "What is the meaning of this?" Fan Xian inquired, furrowing his brow. Bai Wule replied, "This is merely a precaution to prevent them from indulging. We'll discuss it after the contest. I have no desire for leftovers." The demons, however, were unyielding, their hunger for such a delectable prize overwhelming their reason. "Why should we heed your words? This is our food." "Yours?" Bai Wule scoffed, yanking the silver threads back with force. The man, now freed from the demon's grasp, crashed to the ground at his feet. He lifted his gaze, fury igniting within him. "This was merely a gift to you. Should you refuse to cooperate, I shall keep this morsel for myself." As Bai Wule prepared to depart with his prize, Fan Xian urgently called out, "Wait. I promise, once your contest concludes, we shall feast together." Bai Wule hesitated, scrutinizing him for a moment before tossing the man back towards them. "Should you dare to pilfer, you know the consequences." The demons quickly nodded, bowing in acquiescence, before hastily carrying the silver-wrapped figure towards the Shura district. At this juncture, Fan Xian appeared to grasp something, his brow furrowing deeper. "You cannot mean to say that you are stalling in order to protect that individual, so we cannot partake, are you?" Upon hearing this, Bai Wule slowly lifted his head, his expression growing even more frigid. "Do you not trust me?" Chapter 63. Thunderous roar in the midst of silence. A sudden clap of thunder illuminated the expressions of the two figures atop the tower, revealing an air of menace. Fan Xian, perched upon the great fish, faced off against Bai Wule, both radiating formidable energy, one defiant, the other proud. Moments later, Fan Xian chuckled softly. "I apologize, young man. It is not that I doubt you, but your transformation has been exceedingly rapid. The last time I encountered you, you were embroiled in a bloody battle with the Azura tribe for the sake of a few children. Now, you suddenly yearn to consume humans. It feels rather amiss." In the enveloping darkness, the crimson depths of Fan Xian's eyes glinted ominously. You have wrapped that individual in silver threads, ostensibly to prevent him from being devoured. But in truth, you seek to buy time to rescue him, do you not? And your choice to use an entire person as a bargaining chip is to ensure he suffers no harm, lest he be irretrievable later. Am I correct? A flash of lightning sliced through the night, heightening the already tense atmosphere. Bai Wule stood stoically, his expression unreadable as he regarded Fan Xian in silence. Suddenly, he slowly raised his left hand. Fan Xian, having clashed with Bai Wule before, recognized the significance of that gesture, his eyes widening in alarm. Young man, you. With a swift motion, Bai Wule clenched his fist, and the body of the recently departed Lao He erupted into a gruesome mass, splattering in all directions. Even amidst the fog, the gory remnants reached the tower, a spectacle more horrific than the previous destruction of Hunt, resembling a macabre firework display. The silver threads disintegrated into mere dust, swept away by the wind, leaving nothing behind. The sudden turn of events startled the demons, who gaped in shock, attempting to catch the falling remnants, only to find the torrential rain had scattered them everywhere, leaving them to gulp down nothing but rainwater. In their desperate bid to seize some remains, a fire dragon swooped down, incinerating every trace until nothing but ash remained. The fire dragon roared and spiraled, its brilliance undiminished by the downpour. After a chaotic rampage, the fire dragon returned to coil around Bai Wule's shoulders, enhancing the already formidable presence of the aloof youth. Fan Xian, witnessing this scene, could scarcely believe his eyes. Young man, what are you doing? You claim not to trust me? Then refrain from consuming anything. Bai Wule raised his hand, summoning back the fire dragon, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Fan Xian could not help but shiver at the sight of him. It dawned on him that Bai Wule had never truly aligned himself with any faction. All his actions were merely expressions of his own will. His initial involvement with Hunt, his foray into the Azura tribe to save lives, was simply following his heart. Now, having slain members of Hunt and desiring to feast upon humans, he remained true to himself. Even now, his decision to kill in anger was an expression of his inner desires. Humans yearn for life, Azuras seek sustenance. Bai Wule, caught between the two, could annihilate both sides in an instant. He was an entity wholly ungovernable, and while both the Azura tribe and humans reveled in having such a powerful ally, Bai Wule had never truly joined their ranks. Neither Hunt nor the Azura tribe could claim him. He was akin to a lone wolf, disdainful of any pack. Fan Xian was momentarily stunned, a flush of delight creeping onto his cheeks as he found himself even more enamored by Bai Wule's demeanor. Confident, proud, and fiercely independent, he exuded a magnetic charm that drew one and yet instilled fear of intimacy, ensnaring the heart, an irresistible allure. He yearned to conquer him. With a smile, Fan Xian's blood-red eyes sparkled brilliantly. Forgive me, young man. I should not have doubted you. Shall we share our next prize? Bai Wule regarded his sudden shift in attitude with a flicker of surprise, though it quickly vanished, returning to his usual aloofness. As the demons, frustrated by the loss of their meal, rushed back to lament to their master, they fell silent under Fan Xian's cold glare. At that moment, Bai Wule noticed a change on the luminous screen. Following Lao Hei's defeat as a bargaining chip to the Azura tribe, only 2 of the mayor's subordinates remained. However, due to their familiarity with the city, the green team represented by the mayor was the first to successfully connect a street. Congratulations, young man. It seems your red line is currently the longest, Fan Xian chimed cheerfully. Bai Wule glanced at the map, appearing somewhat disdainful, and moved aside. Just as Fan Xian had pointed out, Bai Wule's red team had indeed formed a line, which, by visual estimations, appeared to be the longest, starting from the tower and winding northward to an empty shop, spanning nearly half the city. The layout of the city was firmly etched in by Wule's mind, making the identification of the longest street a trivial task. From this tower, there were 2 longest streets extending south and north. Securing both would yield a 50 chance of success. He had just clarified directions to his team, providing them with the names and locations of the shops to occupy. Fortunately, 2 adventurous players, Sierra and Beaulieu, were in his group, ensuring they would not be hindered by the demons. As he contemplated this, a short yellow line appeared on the map, indicating Li Munen's yellow street had also successfully connected. However, lacking a comprehensive map of the human territory placed him at a disadvantage. His yellow territory commenced from the Flower House Inn, connecting to a small shop just a few hundred meters away, occupying a minuscule area on the map in comparison to Bai Wule's red team and the mayor's green team. Bai Wule lifted his gaze to the screen displaying the tower, now entirely marked in red. According to the competition rules, each team could only occupy a location once, meaning the tower was unequivocally his domain. The next task was to win the territorial battle for that shop, ensuring the red line would remain unshakable. To thwart the existence of this line, the other two teams would likely be racing toward the northern shop, seeking to seize it. Although he had stationed the Tsang Wolf there, preventing ordinary demons from approaching, the arrival of Shirtian and Jiue could complicate matters. He decided it prudent to investigate further. Lost in thought, Bai Wule prepared to depart, only to be met by a sudden warmth as Tang Xia stood before him, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Bai Wule frowned, perplexed as to why he could never respond promptly when Tang Xia drew near. After Lao Hei's explosion, he had caught a glimpse of Tang Xia, who had appeared utterly dazed. Now, as he approached, Bai Wule wondered what he intended. "What is it?" he asked coldly. Tang Xia swallowed, his voice timid. Can I follow you? Follow me." Bai Wule raised an eyebrow, questioning whether Tang Xia sought to monitor him, fearing he might kill again. Tang Xia shook his head, remaining silent. Bai Wule scrutinized him for a moment, then turned away, only to feel his garment tugged. Tang Xia clutched the hem, his eyes reddened, speechless, gazing at him with a look that seemed to blend sympathy and regret, a gaze Bai Wule found thoroughly distasteful. In a swift motion, Bai Wule yanked his garment free and grasped Tang Xiaoya's chin. A wicked smile curled upon his lips. "You came seeking this." As the words left his mouth, several slender silver threads ensnared Tang Xiaoya's waist, and with a subtle flick of his finger, he compelled him to step forward. The two individuals huddled closely together, with Tang Xiaoya's chin firmly gripped by Bai Wule's fingers. It was as if the prey had returned willingly to its captor. "How intriguing you humans are." The emerald-hued eyes sparkled with mirth, yet lacked warmth. At that moment, in an unprecedented turn of events, Tang Xiaoya responded to this appellation with earnestness. "I am not your prey." "Oh, then what do you consider yourself?" "A friend." He articulated each word with conviction. "I am your friend, Bai Wule." Tang Xiaoya, with reddened eyes, gazed sincerely and fervently at the youth. Those obsidian eyes, resembling black pearls, seemed to penetrate the very essence of the boy. Bai Wule's eyes flickered momentarily as he released Tang Xiaoya, as if he had overheard a jest. "I dare say you are beyond redemption." He was unwilling to squander any more time with Tang Xiaoya and turned to ascend the stairs. Fan Xian observed the two figures disappearing one after the other up the staircase, gently patting the large fish beneath him, and pouted. I suddenly feel an overwhelming sense of jealousy. This young man has never treated me in such a manner." The large fish raised its fins and patted Fan Xian's head in consolation before soaring down the tower with him. The rain showed no signs of relenting, seemingly intensifying. The torrential downpour made it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. As soon as Tang Xiaoya exited the tower, he hurriedly exchanged for a black umbrella from a nearby shop and offered it to Bai Wule. Bai Wule glanced at it, refusing to accept. "You ought to heed the advice on those screens and keep your distance from me." "What advice?" Tang Xiaoya was somewhat bewildered. Bai Wule gestured towards the direction of his screen. It was then that Tang Xiaoya noticed the barrage of text. "Tang Bayer, you have seen it. The cub has changed. He is not the same cub as before. Why are you still following him? Bayer, you aren't trying to restore the cub as humanity, are you? That is impossible. Be cautious, Bayer. What if Bai Zai gets angry and..." "Indeed, I have unfollowed Bai Wule. He has taken lives. This is a matter of principle. I initially thought Bai Wule was a different kind of zombie, but it turns out he is just as devoid of humanity." The text continued to berate, and Tang Xiaoya hurriedly covered his ears. As he furtively raised his gaze, it coincidentally met Bai Wule's. "Here is your chance to leave quickly, or you won't even know how you met your demise." Bai Wule retracted his silver strands, pushed away the umbrella that Tang Xiaoya had extended, and walked into the rain without looking back. Chapter 64. The rain cascaded down, washing the houses and forming a delicate curtain of droplets. The cobblestone path below was already inundated, with a stream converging in the sunken pavement. The young boy walked through the rain, utterly drenched, his gaze fixed ahead, oblivious to the puddles he splashed through. This was the quickest route to the occupied shop. The further he ventured, the more he could hear the cacophony of demons, mingling with the distant howls of wolves, leaving him uncertain of the circumstances ahead. Thud, thud, behind him. The sound of someone stepping unsteadily on the uneven stones echoed. The boy glanced sideways, his long lashes, adorned with droplets, partially obscuring his eyes. Through the haze, he discerned a boy in a blue hoodie cautiously trailing behind with an umbrella. As Bai Wule entered the alley, Tang Xiaoya silently followed, as though resolutely determined to accompany him. What is the meaning of a member of the yellow team following me? Bai Wule inquired, his expression indifferent, eyes still trained forward. Tang Xiaoya paused for a few seconds, realizing Bai Wule was addressing him, and hurriedly stepped forward to explain, because I don't want to help that person. Are you following me to assist me? Bai Wule asked again. Tang Xiaoya began, but Bai Wule turned to face him, meeting his serious expression. His thick brows furrowed as if threatening to take flight. He opened his mouth, seemingly about to say something, but soon sealed it again, and after some hesitation, murmured, I just want to follow you. Bai Wule, as if intentional at that moment, Tang Xiaoya stepped closer to Bai Wule, their shoulders brushing against one another beneath the small black umbrella, which made their shared space rather cramped. Observing Tang Xiaoya's earnest expression, Bai Wule sighed in exasperation. Reaching for the umbrella in Tang Xiaoya's hand, positioning it mostly over himself as they continued onward. Tang Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood his role, now appearing as the umbrella bearer, exposing most of his body to the rain just to shield Bai Wule. He noticed Bai Wule intentionally slowed his pace, otherwise his own clumsiness would have made it impossible to keep up. However, Bai Wule soon grew weary of Tang Xiaoya's awkwardness and stepped out from under the umbrella, continuing forward on his own. Hold the umbrella, Bai Wule. Otherwise, you'll get soaked. Tang Xiaoya called out from behind. I'm already soaked, Bai Wule replied nonchalantly. Tang Xiaoya persisted, still attempting to raise the umbrella to shield him. If you don't use it, you'll only get wetter. Bai Wule paused, clicking his tongue in resignation as he snatched the umbrella from Tang Xiaoya's grasp, pulling him to his side. Let us share it, shall we? Tang Xiaoya was momentarily stunned, nodding vacantly. Meanwhile, as an observer, Fan Xian felt increasingly uneasy at the sight of the two, who had previously stood several meters apart, now drawing closer together. A surge of jealousy welled up within him as he approached. Hey, I'm also getting soaked. Why don't we squeeze in together? As he spoke, he tried to crowd under the umbrella, only to be unceremoniously shoved out by Bai Wule. Too cramped. There's no room for you. Well then, how about you carry me or give me a piggyback ride? That would make space. Fan Xian pouted, extending his arms theatrically. Bai Wule raised an eyebrow, as if struggling to comprehend. What? Just then, a loud crash echoed from hundreds of meters away, interrupting Fan Xian and seizing Bai Wule's full attention. The noise was so intense that even Tang Xiaoya, with his average hearing, sensed something was amiss. The trio stood frozen for a few seconds. In the silence, sounds of chaos continued to emerge, indicating a fierce battle was underway. What was that noise? Tang Xiaoya asked, glancing at Bai Wule. It seems to involve those two free agents, Bai Wule replied. Are you referring to Shu Yu and the others? Tang Xiaoya exclaimed. Bai Wule nodded. The scent of blood lingered in the air, a grim indication of the carnage that awaited. Should we go see? Tang Xiaoya urged, anxiety brimming in his voice. Knowing Bai Wule had a history with Shu Yu, he hesitated to request assistance, merely suggesting, let us just take a look, shall we? Bai Wule regarded him thoughtfully, then stepped in the direction of the noise. Well, it's worthwhile to see how she is faring. Tang Xiaoya nodded eagerly, following closely. Fan Xian glared at the two under the same umbrella, internally cursing Tang Xiaoya 180 times, yet feeling powerless. He could only trail behind in silence. Doo-doo. How does that song go? Shouldn't I be hiding under the car, rather than inside it? Doo-doo. Meanwhile, on the other side, the dust stirred by the ongoing battle was quickly washed away by the rain. The red brick houses lay in ruins, surrounded by scattered bricks and tiles. Amidst the chaos, Shu Yu struggled to rise from the ground, her pink dress stained with blood. Rainwater flowed beneath her feet, turning into rivers of crimson. Dozens of demons hovered above her, their scarlet eyes fixed menacingly upon her. Little girl, come save your hero? Too bad you lack the ability. Didn't we tell you to hide? How did we find you so quickly? Did you let that boy go? With demons lurking everywhere, where could he possibly escape? Exactly. He has been captured without resistance. The demons jeered, mocking Shu Yu's futile attempts. They tossed Yi Bin like a toy, his cries of agony fueling their excitement. Little girl, who would have thought you were from the divine lineage? Is your clan filled with such useless beings? They taunted. Aren't you known for your innate compassion? Seeing a human treated like this, aren't you profoundly saddened? Haha, what use is her sorrow? A worthless being who can't even wield holy light must surrender. Another demon chimed in. Let us not waste more time. Let us devour these two. Don't rush. Look, the little waste is standing again. Amidst the demon's laughter, Shu Yu staggered to her feet, blood trickling down her forehead, obscuring her vision. She struggled to focus on the demon's positions. Through her blurred sight, she saw Yi Bin, tossed around by the demons, seemingly unconscious, his head drooping helplessly. Clutching the cross at her chest, Shiyu murmured an incantation, and a beam of holy light shot forth towards the demons. Another trivial attack. One demon flicked its tail, dissipating the holy light effortlessly, its injured tail rapidly healing. Enough of this nonsense. I'll grant you a swift end. With that, a massive demon resembling a serpent with a head the size of a cauldron dove towards Shiyu. In a flash, she switched her stance, softly uttering a counterspell boom. The demon's tail swelled and exploded, collapsing just a meter away from Shiyu in a shocking turn of events. Realizing the tide had shifted, the demon's laughter abruptly ceased, leaving them momentarily stunned. Now, with her spirit renewed, Shiyu continued to whisper, summoning the holy light. This time, the spell was different. As she chanted, the blood from her wounds rose, coalescing into arrows that surrounded her. Using her blood as a catalyst, several beams of holy light erupted in crimson hues, complementing the arrows that swirled around her. This scene was nothing short of breathtaking, as a multitude of arrows formed a blood-red wing, their gleaming tips all directed towards the demon, poised to pierce its flesh at a mere command from Shiyu. The demons were taken aback, their expressions etched with disbelief. They had witnessed such a spectacle before, when the divine beings had driven them into the void realm using this very tactic. Its might was unmistakable to them. To their astonishment, this young girl had mastered the same technique. Yet, it was evident that she was still inexperienced, for the blood coalescing into arrows moved with a sluggishness. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over Shiyu, threatening to topple her as her body, drained of blood, began to take on the pallor of death. This was an exceedingly harmful incantation, utilizing her very lifeblood as a weapon. It could be likened to a gamble of life and death. Those who employed this formation invariably met with fatal consequences, without exception. Its potency was immense, representing the most lethal technique within Shiyu's grasp, and she had no alternative but to employ it for the sake of saving others. Young girl, have you truly considered your decision? What you are doing is tantamount to courting death. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, the demons pushed the unconscious Yibin to the forefront, exclaiming, "Do not forget. This human is still in our grasp." Shiyu continued to chant the spell, fully aware that this incantation was only effective against non-human entities. Yibin would remain unharmed. Realizing their efforts were in vain, the demons grew anxious. Once these blood arrows were unleashed, they would inevitably shred their bodies, never to vanish, regardless of how far they might flee. In their panic, they again focused their attention on Yibin. "Very well, let us all perish together. Come, let us feast upon this brat." One demon shouted. "Do not." Shiyu cried out in haste to intervene. Sensing an opportunity, the demon brandished its hostage, taunting, "Then quickly withdraw your formation. Otherwise, we shall devour him in one bite. We shall see whether your arrows fly faster than our jaws." As it spoke, the demon mimicked the act of tearing Yibin apart. "Do not," Shiyu pleaded. In an instant, a chilling breeze swept through the air. The demon clutching Yibin suddenly let out a piercing scream as its sharp claws inexplicably shattered, the severed talons falling away, causing Yibin to plummet downward. Still reeling from shock, Shiyu heard a cold voice drift from above. "Is it truly such a struggle to deal with a mere handful of demons? You are indeed weak." Chapter 65. Upon closer inspection, Shiyu noticed Bai Wule standing atop the roof, his expression radiating disdain. With a slight gesture of his hand, the plummeting Yibin abruptly altered his trajectory, soaring towards Bai Wule. A closer look revealed droplets of water clinging to the silvery threads, which must have severed the demon's hand. Just before colliding with the rooftop, Bai Wule seized Yibin by the collar. The inertia caused him to stagger back a couple of steps before regaining his footing. Casting a glance at Yibin in his grasp, Bai Wule carelessly tossed him aside. With a thud, Yibin landed on the rooftop, likely to awaken with considerable pain. "Be gentle," Shiyu exclaimed. "What normal human could withstand such a toss? If you have the ability, save yourself." Bai Wule cast a disdainful glance in her direction. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the blood-red arrows swirling around Shiyu. And combined with her deathly pale complexion, he surmised a grim conclusion. Was she prepared to perish alongside a demon in her attempt to save a mere human? Shiyu frowned. "What concern is it of yours?" Raising her cross as a threat, she glared fiercely, resembling a small dog ready to bite anyone in sight. She was furious. She vividly recalled the humiliation of being unilaterally suppressed by Bai Wule. In her eyes, this zombie was even more detestable than the demons themselves. He could easily manipulate humans, well, how could such a monster exist in this world? His arrival was fortuitous. Perhaps he could perish alongside these demons. Shiyu's gaze remained fixed on Bai Wule as she chanted her incantation, her aura of malice palpable. Bai Wule furrowed his brow, sensing the murderous intent emanating from her. Though unfamiliar with the ritual, the demon's frantic retreat suggested that she was on the verge of completing it. Clearly, this girl intended to eradicate him along with the demons. This lunatic Bai Wule abruptly leaped from the rooftop, rushing towards Shu Yu. A fire dragon surged ahead of him, spiraling rapidly to gather the arrows encircling her before unleashing a silver net that ensnared them. Shu Yu, resolute, continued her incantation despite the chaos. Suddenly, Bai Wule, who had been sprinting towards her, transformed into a wisp of black mist. In the next instant, he felt a powerful blow to his neck. His already weakened body succumbed to the darkness encroaching upon his vision before losing consciousness. He faintly glimpsed that sharp yet handsome face. Once again, she had been bested by him. She thought, before collapsing heavily to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. What happened? Tang Xiaoyi rushed over, breathless, only to witness Shu Yu crumpled on the ground. Bai Wule stood beside her, a fire dragon still emanating visible bloodstains, while beneath Shu Yu lay a shocking pool of crimson, prompting grim speculation. Just moments earlier, he had walked alongside Bai Wule, oblivious to the sudden turn of events. Bai Wule had abruptly thrust the umbrella into his arms without a word, leaping onto the rooftop and vanishing into the mist. As an ordinary human, Tang Xiaoyi struggled to catch up, only to find himself confronted with this scene. Taking a moment to compose himself, Tang Xiaoyi approached and checked Shu Yu's carotid artery. Do you think I harmed her? Bai Wule looked down. Tang Xiaoyi shook his head. No? I thought you had arrived too late, exhausted. He collapsed onto the ground, the rain and fog making the long run feel nearly fatal. Bai Wule observed him with a hint of surprise. Oh, is that not the Bloodwing diagram? I had no idea this girl belonged to the Divine Clan. Just then, Fan Xian, who had been closely following Bai Wule, also witnessed the astounding scene, arrows converging around the girl, unfurling like wings, creating a breathtaking spectacle. It was Bai Wule's first encounter with these terms, sparking his curiosity. What is the Bloodwing diagram? And what is the Divine Clan? Noticing Bai Wule's intrigue, Fan Xian eagerly bounced forward. You want to know, right? I can tell you. Bai Wule, unable to tolerate such enthusiasm, stepped back in disdain. Let us discuss it after the competition. Very well, Fan Xian sulked, turning to cast a dramatic eye roll at Tang Xiaoyi. In order to protect these two free individuals from further demon attacks, Bai Wule unilaterally included them in his team without waiting for their consent. Soon after, he and Tang Xiaoyi found an empty house nearby to shelter them, casting a layer of mist to obscure their presence. Observing that both individuals now belonged to Bai Wule, the demons refrained from making any rash moves. Coupled with the veil of mist, they were left with no options but to disperse in search of new prey. Once arrangements were made, Bai Wule exited the room. Suddenly, a haunting howl of the wolf echoed, tinged with an unmistakable note of pain. Bai Wule froze, a glint of murderous intent igniting in his eyes as he ascended the rooftop, disappearing into the mist within moments. Tang Xiaoyi, still bewildered, hurriedly followed with his umbrella. Panting heavily, as they neared their destination, Bai Wule caught the scent of wolf blood. The ground was littered with the corpses of demons, at least a dozen, evidently slain by the wolf, as evidenced by the bite marks on their bodies. Ever since the day the celestial being had bestowed the sacred artifact upon the wolf, it had donned a protective armor, significantly enhancing its strength during encounters with demons. It was evident that only a formidable opponent could inflict injuries upon it. With this realization, Bai Wule quickened his pace. Suddenly, two red roses sprouted from the cement rooftop, obstructing Bai Wule's path. He halted in his tracks. Before him stood Ji Lu, elegantly poised upon a vine connecting two buildings, held aloft by a rose umbrella, untouched by the pouring rain, exuding an air of grace and beauty. She cast a languid gaze upon him, her amber eyes reflecting indifference. This path is blocked by Wule, unwilling to waste time in conversation. Raised his hand to unleash the fire dragon, swiftly advancing forward. Ji Lu scoffed, wielding her umbrella to launch a vine adorned with roses, which collided with the fire dragon, entangling in a fierce struggle. As the rose vines were consumed by flames, the fire dragon dissipated as well. Just as Bai Wule was about to leap from the rooftop, a loud crash resounded as a vast net woven from green vines surged towards him. He hastily retreated, releasing several sharp silver threads in an attempt to break through. However, the green vines exhibited remarkable regenerative abilities. Each time a silver thread pierced through, they swiftly restored themselves, even growing wildly along the silver threads, encroaching upon him relentlessly. With a resounding crash, The green vines pierced into Bai Wule's body. Jilu gasped in surprise, her expression shifting to one of indifference as she recalled Bai Wule's illusionary skills, likely a mere distraction. Indeed, moments later, his form transformed into a wisp of black mist. As the black mist approached, Jilu nonchalantly raised her hand, and the massive fan crafted from flower vines effortlessly dispersed it. This tactic had been employed previously, and she wondered why he had not altered his strategy in all this time. Turning her gaze towards a section of the mist that was gradually dissipating, she spotted the slender figure of the boy concealed within. Yet, as the mist continued to swirl, his silhouette replicated itself, revealing 5 identical figures standing atop the rooftop. Giles' eyes flickered with astonishment. She had not anticipated that Bai Wule would so swiftly master the art of illusion, conjuring 4 phantasms simultaneously. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that dispersing them entirely would yield the same outcome. With this thought, Jill promptly commanded her vine net to descend upon Bai Wule. However, in the next moment, countless silver threads danced wildly in the air, shredding the massive vine net into fragments. The fusion of the skills illusion and proliferation allowed for the inheritance of some of Bai Wule's abilities, while simultaneously unleashing an infinite number of fire dragons that roared towards the heavens. Jill hastily flipped downward, plummeting from several dozen meters above to the ground. Upon regaining her composure, she observed the hundreds of intertwining fire dragons swiftly incinerating her floral vines. Yet, as the fire dragons continued their onslaught, Jill could only persistently raise her vines in defense. In terms of power dynamics, she was not particularly well suited to confront Bai Wule. Fortunately, Bai Wule did not seek her demise. After several assaults, the fire dragons dissipated, and the figure of the young man gradually faded from view. Once the battle concluded, Jill raised a hand to wipe the sweat from her brow, tucking her dark hair behind her ear, her amber eyes glinting with mild annoyance. "Are you enjoying the show?" Fan Xin shrugged, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "What can I say? The young man is simply too formidable. It hardly warranted my intervention. Besides, I have faith in you, Jill. You can certainly handle such trivial maneuvers." "Humph, formidable?" Jill scoffed. "Let's see how he fares against Shitian, that battle maniac." Fan Xian's smile faltered. "You've reminded me. I must assist the young man. Who knows what that lunatic Shitian might do, even to his own kin." With that, he swiftly soared towards the battlefield, followed by a gust of wind stirred by the dozen demons trailing behind him. After Fan Xian departed, Jill did not rush to follow. She glanced at her feet, now muddy and sullied by the dark, viscous earth. In the heat of the moment, she had not had the chance to land upon the rose petals she had prepared, and the damp sensation was quite uncomfortable. Resolutely, she discarded her shoes, casting them aside and stepping barefoot onto the roses. After taking a few steps, she heard footsteps approaching from behind. Squinting, she saw Tang Xiaoya hastily running toward her, umbrella in hand. Jill turned her gaze, standing firm in her position. A few minutes later, Tang Xiaoya spotted Jill ahead and promptly halted, hesitating to advance. He was acutely aware of her Shura heritage and the danger it entailed. His eyes began to search for alternate paths to retreat. At that moment, Jill slowly spoke. "Do not fear. I shall not harm you." Chapter 66. When Bai Wule arrived, a throng of demons had gathered, observing the spectacle with eager anticipation. Through the gaps, he could see the black wolf confronting the black dragon formed by Shitian. The wolf's ebony armor was marred by cracks, and a pool of blood had gathered beneath its feet. Among the multitude of demons, the youthful black wolf appeared diminutive, scarcely the size of Shitian's tail, yet its fierce gaze revealed an indomitable spirit. With a defiant howl, it charged at the gargantuan dragon. Again, truly reckless, Shitian flicked his tail, sending the black wolf crashing into the bloodied ground. Bai Wule's eyes blazed with intensity. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a fire dragon. The demons scattered in alarm as the flame coiled around Shitian's form. Momentarily taken aback, Shitian's eyes glimmered with mockery. "Ah, you finally made it. Had you arrived a moment later, your little demon might have met its demise at my hands." Casting a glance at the fire dragon entwined around him, he shrugged it off nonchalantly, dissipating it with 3 dismissive shakes. Just as he prepared to advance towards Bai Wule, he felt a sudden sting in his body. Looking down, he found dozens of sharp silver threads ensnaring him tightly. Any movement caused blood to seep forth. "Did you think this would hold me?" Shitian transformed from the massive dragon into a delicate black butterfly, effortlessly escaping the silver bindings. Flapping his wings, he glided towards Bai Wule, cackling, "Be cautious. The struggle has already commenced within. Care to guess who will emerge victorious?" Bai Wule turned his gaze to see the mayor and Boliu, watching intently from within the room, their eyes fixed on the illuminated screen. Similar to the previous auction at the tower, 3 beams of light formed an equilateral triangle in the chamber, and each participant was required to stand in their designated colored zone. Since Li Munen's team had not entered this contest, the yellow area remained vacant. Upon noticing Bai Wule's arrival, the mayor waved casually, exuding an air of confidence as though victory was assuredly his. In stark contrast, Boliu's expression was fraught with tension, her fingertips hovering over the screen, yet hesitating to make a choice. It was evident that the odds were not in her favor. Just then, the black wolf, struggling to rise, launched a swift attack, baring its fangs in an attempt to devour the butterfly-like Shirtian. What a troublesome foe. In an instant, Shirtian reverted to his dragon form, opening his maw wide to retaliate. In the blink of an eye, a swirling mass of black mist surged forth before him. Having previously encountered Bai Wule, Shirtian recognized the danger and abruptly ceased his assault, retreating swiftly. Not this trick again. Do you think I would fall for it a second time? Bai Wule intercepted the still aggressive black wolf, leaning close to whisper in its ear, I understand your frustration, but you are injured. Allow me to handle this for now. The black wolf howled in defiance, its voice tinged with a hint of anguish. Bai Wule's eyes widened in realization, the malice within them deepening. He asked once more, his tone grave, Did you say Shirtian devoured the earth spirit? The black wolf growled lowly, its lake blue eyes burning with ferocity. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it reached Shirtian's ears, eliciting a triumphant laugh from him. Indeed I did. What use is that insignificant little creature? I would be doing you a favor by consuming it. He feigned a burp, smacking his lips in mock distaste. Ugh, the taste was overwhelmingly grassy, quite unpleasant. As soon as his words fell, an all-encompassing black mist enveloped the area, swallowing every soul within. The breadth of the mist was so extensive that even the hurriedly arriving Fan Xian could not evade its grasp. Drawing from past encounters, Fan Xian quickly covered his mouth and nose, vigilant as he surveyed his surroundings. In the darkness, a pair of eerie green eyes shone brightly, emanating a terrifying light. His voice, once cool, now dripped with menace. Then I shall have no choice but to carve you open to retrieve it. In an instant, hundreds of fire dragons roared within the black mist, illuminating a corner of the space. Bai Wule conjured an illusion, encircling Shirtian and trapping him within. In a desperate bid to avoid the encroaching mist, Shirtian struggled to cover his mouth and nose, his agility significantly diminished. Despite his attempts to transform into smaller creatures to escape, Bai Wule's silver threads ensnared him like a web, leaving no room for respite. It was clear that Bai Wule was determined to eliminate Shirtian. At that moment, Shirtian transformed into a creature the size of a fly, attempting to flee, only to be pierced by a silver thread. With a sickening squelch, the thread tore through his abdomen, blood spraying forth. Shirtian's anguished cries echoed through the air, resembling a marionette that had lost its strings, crashing heavily to the ground and splattering blood everywhere. Instantly, Bai Wule's illusion converged, casting a disdainful gaze upon the carnage. He stomped down on Shirtian's gutted form, extracting a green sphere the size of a jujube from within, reminiscent of a seed. He rinsed it clean under the rainwater before placing it into his pocket. Turning around, he caught sight of Fan Xian, whose complexion had turned ashen. As a witness to this gruesome scene, Fan Xian dared not breathe a word, though he was loath to admit it, among the 3 high-ranking members of the Shura clan. Shirtian's power was unparalleled. Even he had been effortlessly subdued by Bai Wule, let alone he and Ji Lo. It seemed that only the Shura king could contend with Bai Wule now. Fortunately, Bai Wule was not a mindless killer. After casting a fleeting glance at Fan Xian, he turned away, waving his hand to disperse the mist. Before the fog had completely lifted, the mayor's booming voice resonated through the room. Apologies, the game has concluded. You have lost. His tone was jubilant, unaware of the horrifying scene that awaited him upon the mist's dissipation. Bai Wule glanced at the luminous screen, confirming that the shop had transformed into the mayor's green insignia, while the red line cutting across the map had vanished. Stepping out of the mist, he positioned himself at the doorway and addressed Boliu. It is over. Shall we depart? Depart? I fear this lady may not be able to leave. The mayor raised his voice deliberately, a smug expression on his face. Bai Wule turned to him, approaching Boliu. What transpired? He auctioned off my eyes and heart. What should I do? I feel as though I am dying. Boliu's eyes brimmed with tears, her legs trembling uncontrollably. With me here, what do you have to fear? Bai Wule appeared entirely unfazed. Boliu looked up in astonishment. Simultaneously, The mayor discerned the implications of Bai Wuliao's words, shouting, "Bai Wuliao, what do you intend to do? Do you wish to disregard the rules of the game?" His eyes bulged with rage, nostrils flaring. "Rules of the game?" Bai Wule scoffed. "I recall a stipulation regarding the protection of teammates, and that one may resort to any means necessary to secure victory. Thus, what is wrong with me intervening to prevent the auction's results from being enacted?" He gestured towards the window. "Or perhaps you should inquire now which demon dares to lay a hand on my companions." "You." The mayor was infuriated, his face turning crimson as he instinctively glanced outside. In an instant, blood rushed from his feet to the crown of his head, his scalp feeling as though it might burst. Shirtian lay lifeless on the ground, his body obscured by a deep crimson haze. The sight sent dozens of demons recoiling in terror. Not only would they dare not touch Bai Wuliao's companions, but they likely wouldn't even venture into the room. The mayor trembled involuntarily. He had never anticipated that such a formidable ally as Ji Tian would be so gravely injured within mere minutes by Bai Wuliao. Although the Shura clan possessed a unique constitution that rendered them unlikely to perish easily, it was evident that Ji Tian was now rendered ineffective. First, Lao He perished, and now Ji Tian lay gravely wounded. Bai Wuliao's relentless targeting of him seemed to be driven by a desire for retribution for having maneuvered him into the position of a mere pawn in the contest for the city lord. The mayor had initially believed that, as an experienced player, he had discerned all the intricacies of the game and could navigate it with clarity. Yet, it appeared that he might, in fact, be the pawn in Bai Wuliao's strategy. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating chuckle. With both of his aides having withdrawn from the battlefield, he found little hope in the remaining two, foreseeing that their green team was destined for defeat. Taking a deep breath, the mayor thought, "But I believe I still have a fight left in me. Surrendering too soon would render the endeavor meaningless." Just then, he heard Bai Wuliao's cold laughter, followed by the swift motion of silver threads binding his hands. Under the sharpness of this confinement, any movement felt perilous, as though his hands might detach from his arms. The mayor dared not stir. "Do you think I would grant you the luxury of time to struggle?" Bai Wuliao stated coolly. He summoned the Songlong back to his left ear and turned to Bolyu. "Let us proceed to the next location." Bolyu nodded, casting a wary glance at the demon in the sky, and followed closely behind Bai Wuliao. Amidst the mayor's desperate shouts, the two departed the room. After taking only a few steps, Bai Wuliao abruptly halted, his gaze scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. "What are you looking for?" Bolyu inquired. Bai Wuliao shook his head and continued onward. A few minutes later, Bai Wuliao encountered Tang Xiaoyi at the entrance of a shop. He sat dejectedly on the ground, head bowed, his expression obscured, holding an umbrella that resembled a pitiful little mushroom. The air was infused with the fragrant scent of roses. "Have you encountered the Shura clan?" Bai Wuliao approached him. Tang Xiaoyi looked up in surprise, and upon recognizing Bai Wuliao, his eyes momentarily sparkled. "Bai Wuliao?" Sensing the unnaturalness in Tang Xiaoyi's demeanor, Bai Wuliao's expression turned cold. "What troubles you?" Tang Xiaoyi shook his head. Still dazed, "It's nothing. Just that girl suddenly bombarded me with a barrage of nonsensical questions." "What kind of questions?" "She inquired about my family situation. Asked about my parents." As he spoke, Tang Xiaoyi seemed to suddenly recall something. Springing to his feet, "Do you think she possesses some summoning spell that could bring my parents' souls into this game? What should I do then?" Chapter 67. Upon seeing Tang Xiaoyi's face, a blend of confusion and innocence, Bai Wuliao could not help but frown. They should still be unable to summon souls. "What did you tell her?" "I answered her questions one by one." Tang Xiaoyi replied sheepishly. "I probably mentioned my time in the orphanage and how my adoptive parents passed away. I don't think I said much else, right?" "The orphanage?" Bai Wuliao silently contemplated the meaning of this term and inquired, "Are you an orphan?" "Yes, I have been in the orphanage since I can remember. And I was later adopted by a kind couple. Unfortunately, they died in a car accident a few years ago." Tang Xiaoyi lowered his head. Despite the passage of time, mentioning this still brought a sting to his nose. He inhaled deeply and slowly exhaled. When he lifted his head, he was met with Bai Wuliao's indifferent expression. Tang Xiaoyi forced a smile. Such emotions, unique to humanity, were likely beyond the grasp of a zombie like him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Before Bai Wuliao became a zombie, he must have been human too, with parents and family. What if his loved ones saw him in this state? Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his forehead. When he regained focus, Bai Wuliao's expression was one of annoyance. "Stop looking at me like that. It's irritating." What look?" Tang Xiaoyi asked, bewildered. "That look of sympathy," Bai Wuliao frowned. You weren't just wondering if I have family or parents, were you? Kid, do not project your human pity onto me. If you look at me like that again, you should know the consequences. Tang Xiaoya awkwardly nodded, understood. At that moment, he noticed Boliu standing nearby and hurriedly offered his umbrella. Boliu thanked him softly and then looked at Bai Wule. Where are we headed now? To find someone. Who are we looking for? Tang Xiaoya asked. Everyone participating in this competition, Bai Wule answered. What for? Tang Xiaoya still did not understand. Bai Wule turned slightly, because it's time to end the competition. Tang Xiaoya was utterly baffled and glanced at the competition timer. Less than 2 hours had passed, and there were still several hours left until the scheduled end. Why such an urgency to conclude? He was filled with questions. But judging by Bai Wule's demeanor as he strode ahead, it was clear he would not offer further explanations, leaving Tang Xiaoya to ponder alone. Tang Xiaoya gazed at the luminous screen. The most prominent feature on the map of the human territory was a red vertical line extending southward from the lighthouse, recently displayed as belonging to Bai Wule, indicating successful occupation by the hill faction. The mayor's green line was slightly shorter than this red one. Although there was a small yellow segment indicating Li Munen's area, it was far too brief to compare. From the perspective of occupied territory, Bai Wule was indeed the victor. Due to the peculiar mechanisms of the competition, each participant's screen displayed real-time updates on team members. Currently, the red team under Bai Wule had 5 members. Apart from Shu Yu, who was gravely injured, and Yi Bin, who was unconscious, the remaining members, Shi Er, Wen Hao, and Boliu, were all unharmed and could still be of assistance. The mayor's team had lost Lao He, leaving only Zhang Dong and Lu Shuiying, who had seemingly fled in terror at the sight of the demons, likely rendering them ineffective. The remaining team was the yellow team led by Li Munen. Tang Xiaoya had been following Bai Wule closely. Stephen's injuries had yet to heal, and getting caught in the rain would likely worsen his condition. The last member, Wang Hanqing, was a typical fence-sitter. He had been the first to plead for mercy when Bai Wule reprimanded Lao He, tying him up with a rope. Such a character hardly seemed likely to assist Li Munen and was probably hiding somewhere to save himself. Thus, upon reflection, Bai Wule was correct. The game could indeed conclude now, and any further delay would only squander time. As Tang Xiaoya was engrossed in his thoughts, his attention solely on the screen, he failed to notice Bai Wule suddenly halt, resulting in a collision. Sorry, Tang Xiaoya mumbled awkwardly. A gasp from Boliu behind them startled him, causing his heart to skip a beat. Tentatively, he raised his head and peered over Bai Wule's shoulder, and what he saw was shocking. In the downpour, Li Munen lay on the street, his legs mangled and unrecognizable. Several demons circled above, voraciously gnawing on something, the crunching sound unmistakable. There was no need to inquire further. It was clear what they were devouring. They were poised to indulge, awaiting the moment their prey ceased to breathe. At that moment, Li Munen was barely clinging to life, his chest rising and falling at an increasingly lethargic pace, blood pooling beneath him, mingling with the rainwater and flowing down to the feet of Bai Wule and Tang Xiaoya. It was difficult to reconcile this pitiful state with the arrogant demeanor he had displayed just an hour prior. Li Munen's severe injuries left little hope for the yellow team's victory. The mayor, Boliu, covered his mouth, trembling with shock. He won the auction earlier, wagering my eyes and heart, along with this boy's legs. I can't believe they actually consumed his legs. Tang Xiaoya felt a heavy weight in his chest. Though he had harbored disdain for Li Munen, witnessing his current plight stirred genuine concern within him. He approached Bai Wule. Can you save him? No. Bai Wule replied curtly, showing no inclination to assist Li Munen, continuing forward instead. Tang Xiaoya hurried to keep pace. Bai Wule, please help him. Reason? Bai Wule shot him a cold glance. Just consider it a good deed, saving his life. Is that too much to ask? Tang Xiaoya urged anxiously. Not interested. Bai Wule remained resolute. Fearing Tang Xiaoya would meddle further, Bai Wule firmly grasped his wrist, dragging him away until they could no longer see the gruesome scene before releasing him. Tang Xiaoya rubbed his aching wrist, growing increasingly uneasy. Boliu had not followed, and with so many demons nearby, he worried for her safety. Just as he turned to go back and check, Bai Wule's voice broke the silence. I have something very important to do and need your cover. Tang Xiaoya paused. What is it? The human territory is completely sealed off. Have you not wondered where all the people have gone? Bai Wule's tone was icy. This prompted a dreadful realization in Tang Xiaoya's mind. Are you suggesting all the humans are now in the hands of the Shura clan? Bai Wule nodded. If I am not mistaken, once the competition concludes, the remaining people in this city will not all survive. Your sister, along with Bai Wule, are likely among those who may not live. Like a bolt from the blue, Tang Xiaoya's heart plummeted. Indeed, this competition had arrived unexpectedly. When they were summoned to the central tower, he had been at a snack stall with Tang Xiaofeng. Now, the human territory was sealed, empty of life, under the relentless rain. How could the Shura clan resist such a prime opportunity for carnage? Xiaofeng, Shaolai, and so many others. Tang Xiaoya could scarcely bear to contemplate the implications. What do we do now? He furrowed his brow. The outcome of the competition is becoming clearer. I need to investigate the Shura area. Bai Wule gestured to the luminous screen, having previously visited with the hunter and knowing the way. Without a second thought, Tang Xiaoya pressed down on his hand. Bai Wule raised his gaze. What is the matter? I shall accompany you. Tang Xiaoya declared earnestly. Bai Wule withdrew his hand, saying, What purpose does it serve for you? A burden with no skills, to join? Must I be distracted by the need to rescue you? It would be far too perilous for you alone. Have you forgotten the severity of your last injury? Tang Xiaoya's brows furrowed even deeper. But your going alone is tantamount to seeking death. Tang Xiaoya was at a loss for words. Bai Wule was indeed correct. As an ordinary human without any means of defense, accompanying him into the Shura district would unquestionably be a venture into peril. Not only would he be of no assistance, but he might also inadvertently hinder Bai Wule's efforts. He let out a slow sigh. Very well, just be cautious. Bai Wule responded with a simple then stepped closer to Tang Xiaoya, whispering in his ear. I will soon conjure an illusion here. Your task is to follow me as usual, ensuring that the Shura clan and demons remain unaware of my departure. Do you understand? Understood. Tang Xiaoya nodded. After speaking, Bai Wule deliberately enveloped himself in a swirling mist, seizing the opportunity to activate the safety zone button on the map. What is the young gentleman doing? At that moment, Fan Xian arrived unexpectedly, startling Tang Xiaoya into a jolt, rendering him momentarily speechless. Nothing. Just testing an illusion. A calm voice emerged from the mist. The boy, expressionless, waved his hand dismissively, signaling Tang Xiaoya to follow. Tang Xiaoya, bewildered, nodded and studied him intently. The boy's demeanor was entirely frigid, making it impossible to discern whether he was the real deal or merely an illusion. With Fan Xian present, Tang Xiaoya dared not inquire further and could only follow silently. Fan Xian seemed oblivious to any oddities. Fully engrossed in the scene of battle between Bai Wule and the sworn enemy, trailing leisurely behind. Before long, Bai Wule entered the residential building occupied by the mayor, identifying the location and marking it with a red indicator. The screen split into two halves, one red and one green. Simultaneously, a notification box appeared on the screen. Ding. Candidate Bai Wule intends to contest this location. The current occupant, candidate Zhuqing, must arrive within 10 minutes to engage in the territorial dispute. Countdown, 9:59. If the current occupant fails to arrive in time, it will be deemed an automatic forfeiture. Chapter 68. Zhuqing was the name of the mayor, and this was Bai Wule's first encounter with him. He found a comfortable spot in the room, leaned back, and quietly awaited the mayor's arrival. During this time, Tang Xiaoya stayed closely beside him, fearful of attracting the attention of the Shura clan's Fan Xian. As they drew closer, Tang Xiaoya finally sensed a difference in Bai Wule. Although Bai Wule's body had always been cold, and his breath rarely bore warmth, it had never been suffused with the palpable aura of death that now surrounded him, creating an unsettling chill for those nearby. Indeed, though he appeared as an illusion, this Bai Wule was distinct. A closer look revealed an ethereal quality to his features, as if a mere breeze could whisk him away, rendering him unreal. Tang Xiaoya stole a glance at the outward-looking Fan Xian, relieved that he had not approached. Otherwise, any hint of peculiarity would have been evident. Just then, the countdown chime echoed through the room. As the 10 minutes expired, the green on the location screen instantly transformed to red, marking the mayor's failure to arrive at the designated point, thereby causing the green streak connecting the two locations to vanish, leaving only a red and green square. Indeed, he was ensnared, unable to make it in time. Fan Xian withdrew his gaze and smiled faintly at Bai Wule. Congratulations, young sir, your area on the map is now the largest. Bai Wule glanced at him before striding towards the location's exit, prompting Tang Xiaoya to hastily follow. Upon stepping outside, they were greeted by a sudden commotion overhead. A swarm of demons swiftly approached, their mouths stained with blood, instantly reminding Tang Xiaoya of those who had surrounded Li Munin moments ago. The demons were in a state of panic, clamoring to their master, Fan Xian, with their grievances. Unable to comprehend their words, Fan Xian selected one articulate demon to recount the events. We were just waiting there for that kid to breathe his last, not daring to budge an inch, but suddenly he just vanished. The demon exclaimed. Fan Xian furrowed his brow. Vanished? Yes. He disappeared in an instant. We searched around, but the boy who was missing a leg simply wasn't there. Not even a trace of his presence. The demon's voice was loud enough for Tang Xiaoya, who had stepped aside, to hear. He quickly grasped Bai Wule's arm, signaling him to pause and listen further. Bai Wule complied. Are you certain he just vanished? Fan Xian inquired again. The demons nodded vigorously. Yes, right before our very eyes. A red-haired girl was there too. If you don't believe us, you can ask her. Fan Xian's gaze shifted. Let us go see. Tang Xiaoya, already concerned for the injured Li Munin, felt even more anxious upon hearing of his sudden disappearance and urged Bai Wule to hurry along. When they arrived, they found Fan Xian and the demons huddled together. Yet there was no sign of either Beaulieu or Li Munin, only a puddle of thick, dark blood on the ground. Tang Xiaoya glanced at the screen beside him. The images of Li Munin and Beaulieu had not turned black like Lao Hei's, indicating that they were not in immediate danger. The ability to abduct the severely injured Li Munin under the watchful eyes of so many demons suggested a formidable presence. Could it be? Tang Xiaoya swiftly turned to Bai Wule. Boss, just now, it was those two who passed by. We didn't see anyone else. The demon revealed. Yes, only them. Several other demons echoed, as if they had concluded that Bai Wule was responsible for this incident. Fan Xian pondered for a moment. Young sir, did you save that boy? Why would I save him? Bai Wule retorted, his expression tinged with impatience. Was it not you? Who else could have stealthily taken someone away under the watchful gaze of so many demons? As Fan Xian approached, Tang Xiaoya instinctively stepped in front of Bai Wule. Fan Xian abruptly halted, his brow furrowing deeper. Bai Wule replied, You might as well inquire with your other demons. Perhaps they took him away for the sake of food. Indeed, the demons, upon hearing this, seemed to find it quite plausible and began to speculate among themselves about who might have taken the food. It was only when Fan Xian shot a piercing glance their way that they fell silent. Fan Xian regarded Bai Wule, an unfamiliar sensation creeping into his heart. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and called the demons over to murmur a few words. In an instant, the demons darted off in various directions. Bai Wule turned to Tang Xiaoya and said, Shall we go? Tang Xiaoya nodded. Yes. I sense the atmosphere is unnerving. It would be wise to leave swiftly. As they turned to depart, Fan Xian suddenly appeared before them. Wait a moment, young sir. They will return shortly. Step aside. Bai Wule commanded. No. Fan Xian stubbornly blocked their path. Bai Wule's eyes turned icy as he unleashed a flurry of silver threads. Fan Xian instantly recoiled, but the threads continued their relentless pursuit towards his neck. At that moment, several roses fell to the ground and began to grow wildly, obstructing the path of the silver threads. Bai gracefully descended from above, landing on the rooftop. Fan Xian, astonished, exclaimed, Sister Bai, what brings you here? Aren't you covered in blood from the oath heaven? I have no desire to return him to the Shura district, Bai interrupted. I've already dispatched someone to inform oath heaven. He won't perish any time soon, so we can wait for someone to come and retrieve him. As she spoke, Jiue's gaze sharpened, fixating on Bai Wule. I wandered through the city earlier. Not a single player was in sight, despite having sent a multitude of demons to follow them. I refuse to believe that no one is orchestrating this from the shadows. What do you mean? Everyone is gone? Fan Xian urgently inquired. Yes. Aside from the two standing here, the others have vanished without a trace. Just then, the demons that had scattered earlier returned, reporting, Boss. The two unconscious individuals are nowhere to be found. Boss, the previous mayor has also disappeared. How peculiar. All those players have vanished. Fan Xian stood stunned for a moment before suddenly turning to Bai Wule. He had assumed that as long as he kept a watchful eye on Bai Wule, no issues would arise. He had thought that by eliminating the protector of humanity, Bai Wule would lean towards the Shura clan, yet reality delivered a harsh slap. Bai Wule had always acted according to his own intentions. The Shura clan prided itself on being in control, yet they were merely pawns in Bai Wule's game, ultimately left with nothing to show for their efforts. Fan Xian slowly closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. When he opened them again, his blood-red gaze was laced with coldness. Indeed, you are impressive, young sir. I never anticipated you would side with humanity. But do not rejoice too soon. Do not forget, we are the Shura clan, and we will stop at nothing to obtain our sustenance. He leaped off his giant fish and stomped the ground with force. In an instant, the earth trembled violently, causing buildings to tilt precariously. Bai Wule and Tang Xiaoye leapt far away. With a thunderous crash, the ground opened into a deep pit, and blood mingled with rainwater flowed back into the earth. Amidst the resounding roar, a colossal green-skinned creature emerged, towering like a mountain. Baru's form appeared even more colossal than before, its head shrouded in the darkened horizon. It raised a hand to support Ji Yue and Fan Xian. "Young man, I shall grant you one final opportunity. If you do not surrender those players, I will command Baru to crush this entire city. Our Azura clan harbors no qualms about feasting upon human flesh." Fan Xian shouted from within the crevices of Baru's fingers. Bai Wule regarded him with an impassive gaze, offering no response. "I am not jesting. I genuinely intend to demolish this city." Fan Xian insisted. "Baru has grown. Who knows, it might even reduce you to mere pulp. Are you not concerned?" Yet Bai Wule remained expressionless. Ji Yue, losing her patience, interjected, "What is the point of conversing with him? His capacity to inflict such damage upon the sworn heaven indicates a power beyond our control. Only the king himself can contend with him." She then cast a sidelong glance at Tang Xiaoye and cleared her throat. "It is evident that Bai Wule cares for him deeply. Would you dare to have Baru capture him?" Fan Xian was taken aback. "Capture him?" Ji Yue nodded. "I have inquired previously. He is merely an ordinary human, albeit with somewhat similar features. There is no need to fear." Fan Xian frowned, momentarily indecisive. As they spoke, the two arrived atop Baru's head. From this vantage point, the world below was a hazy expanse, with only the faint silhouettes of Bai Wule and Tang Xiaoye distinguishable in black and blue. Bai Wule did not respond for a protracted period. After much contemplation, Fan Xian steeled herself. "Baru, seize that person clad in blue." Upon receiving the command, Baru reacted instantaneously, delivering a thunderous blow that created a deep crater where Bai Wule stood. The rising dust was swiftly washed away by the rain, and once the smoke dissipated, the scene within the crater was laid bare. Baru stared at its empty hand in astonishment. Fan Xian and Ji Yue exchanged glances and soared into the air to investigate. The crater contained only a pile of rubble and black mist, devoid of any corpses or bloodstains. It was as if Bai Wule and Tang Xiaoye had simply evaporated from existence, leaving no trace behind. Fan Chuan's expression darkened significantly as she returned to Baru's head. "Baru, even if you are to destroy this city, you must locate the young man for me." Chapter 69. Upon receiving the master's command, the colossal beast Baru shifted its massive body, crushing a nearby building beneath its foot. Just as it prepared to advance, it suddenly heard a voice call out, "Wait." The startled Baru quickly retracted its leg. Looking down, it found that the row of houses had vanished, replaced by a bottomless chasm. Simultaneously, the air around it became strangely distorted, a swirling amalgamation of black and white that could not be dispelled, no matter how vigorously one tried. The ground beneath Baru's feet was no longer expansive, only a small patch remained, while all around it lay an abyss so deep that the sound of falling stones could not be heard. It felt as though it stood atop a towering pillar, where a single step forward or back would plunge it into the void, irretrievably lost. Fear gripped Baru, and its massive feet firmly pressed together, too terrified to move, lest it accidentally tumble over the precipice. What on earth is happening? Fan Xian stood atop Baru's head, surveying the surroundings, unable to believe that a once thriving human city had transformed into such a perilous landscape. Rubbing its eyes vigorously, Fan Xian reopened them, yet the scene remained unchanged. The depths of the chasm even glimmered with molten lava, its searing heat rising in waves. Ji Yue steadied herself. "It must merely be an illusion. There's no need to fear. Baru, continue moving forward." Upon hearing this, the greenish flesh on Baru's face quivered, and it shrank further into itself, clearly too frightened to proceed. The sudden movement nearly toppled Ji Yue and Fan Xian, who were perched atop, but fortunately, the large fish Dudu reacted swiftly to catch them. Ji Yue and Fan Xian glanced around, preparing to ride on the large fish to search for Bai Wule's whereabouts. However, just as they soared a short distance, a column of lava erupted from the chasm below with a thunderous roar. Fan Xian quickly dodged, narrowly escaping before retreating back to Baru's vicinity. "It seems they intend to trap us." Ji Yue furrowed her brows, casting her rose fan towards the lava below. As the flowers touched the molten substance, they bloomed even more vibrantly, exploding like fireworks. Sparks flew in all directions, and Baru cowered, clutching its head. Ji Yue hastily unfurled a vine net to provide a barrier. "It's futile, Sister Ji Yue. We have already fallen under an illusion. Charging through recklessly will only result in injury." Fan Xian grasped Ji Yue's arm. Ji Yue replied, It's impossible. Bai Wule should not possess such formidable illusions. That can't be. Before she could finish her thought, an unsettling realization weighed heavily on Wang Xuan's heart. He seemed to grasp the answer, yet it was one he could not accept. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to a butterfly dancing gracefully above the molten lava. It remained beautiful, fluttering up and down, sometimes ethereal, other times appearing suddenly, swaying in delight. This butterfly was all too familiar to Jiyue and Van Xian, the hunter's butterfly. Meanwhile, Bai Wule had arrived at the moonlight bar after transitioning to the safe zone. The safety bubble that appeared on the screen during the competition was unexpected. Bai Wule had even inquired with Tang Xiaoyi. But the bubble on Tang Xiaoyi's screen was gray and unresponsive, as was the one for Bolio. This led Bai Wule to conclude that only the 3 candidates could transition here, likely a hidden aspect of the competition for the title of City Lord. Descending in a wooden lift to a dimly lit cavern, Bai Wule noted the swiftness of his arrival. In the darkness, Asti approached. Dressed in practical athletic wear with a high ponytail, exuding an air of confidence. What's wrong? Is the mud turned into flesh still a bit disorienting? Why are you looking at me like that? Bai Wule frowned. Did I not mention that Bai Shaolai is the foundation of our cooperation? Asti chuckled lightly. Yes, I know. But I'm afraid I must apologize, dear Bai Wule. As I've told you before, the rules of the competition bind us NPCs from intervening. I held tightly to Little Lie's hand for fear of danger, yet when your competition began, he simply vanished. Indeed, I can attest to that. The boss was holding your brother's hand the whole time. At that moment, Dadong cheerfully chimed in. But suddenly, your brother just disappeared, startling us all. Bai Wule scanned the room, his voice low. You had better pray that nothing has happened to Bai Shaolai. With that, he turned and continued deeper into the cavern along the previous path. Asti called back to Akin and Kuei-Zi to follow. Why are they here? Have they fully recovered? Bai Wule glanced sideways. Kuei-Zi, displeased, retorted. Who do you think caused our injuries? Bai Wule replied, because you deserved it. Who asked you to voluntarily walk into danger? You. Enough, Kuei-Zi. Why argue with him? Akin intervened, voice cold. We will discuss this after the mission concludes. With the greater good in mind, Kuei-Zi reluctantly dropped his ire. After taking a few steps, Dadong suddenly recalled an important individual missing from their group and, after grumbling, returned to the dungeon. The sound of clanking chains echoed as a pink-haired Shura girl was dragged out. Hearing the noise, Bai Wule turned to glance. How did you manage to capture that little imp? Asti instinctively looked over and laughed. Oh, her? It's quite a tale. That little girl ran into the human territory during a rainstorm and happened to cross paths with me while I was patrolling. At the time, she was holding a doll. Had it not been for her horns and tail, I might have mistaken her for a poor little human child. After capturing her, we discovered through the doctor and Luo Shun that Shura blood could temporarily open the gate to their realm. To facilitate the rescue, we kept her here. As Asti spoke, she inhaled deeply. Strangely, no one from the Shura tribe has come to look for her all this time. Perhaps it's because she's an inconspicuous little Shura? I can't quite grasp it. Bai Wule diverted his gaze. He was certain that the girl was far from an inconspicuous Shura. With such a rich and pure aura of the Shura clan, he had only encountered it before on the hand of a demon that had torn out his insides. Sharing blood with the Shura king, this little girl must possess a remarkable identity. As they conversed, the group arrived at the altar. Dadong secured the girl at the center of the altar before requesting a dagger from Asti, which he used to slice into the girl's arm. She let out a muffled whimper, kneeling forlornly at the altar's center. Save me. Once more, the girl softly uttered these words. As if speaking to herself, or perhaps to Bai Wule, for her voice was so faint that only he could hear. At the moment the gate flew into the depths of the cavern, Asti led the others swiftly in that direction. By the time Dadong, who trailed behind, disappeared into the shadows, Bai Wule approached the girl and asked, What is your connection to the Shura king? The girl paused, her expression blank for a few seconds before she slowly raised her head to respond. None. Your aura resembles his closely, among the Shura I have encountered. Only you, and he possessed such purity of essence, Bai Wule stated. With your abilities, breaking these chains should not pose a challenge. Why would you choose to remain shackled in this dark dungeon rather than return to the Shura realm? The girl remained silent, her lips pressed tightly together. Bai Wule's inquiry seemed to have touched a nerve, as her delicate pink brows knitted together in distress. Upon not receiving a response from the girl, Bai Wule felt disinclined to waste any further time with her. As he approached the entrance of the doorframe, a sudden clanking of chains echoed from behind him. Turning around, he noticed the little girl had left the altar and was standing at the cave's entrance, gazing at him from a distance. Bai Wule averted his gaze and stepped into the doorway. Moments later, he found himself on the land of the Shura district. This portal had opened beside a protruding rock, providing ample hiding space for 3 or 4 individuals. The dense forest they had previously concealed themselves in was now far behind them, confirming that their current location was very close to the foot of the mountain. Quickly, quickly! Tonight is a grand feast. The king has promised that each of us shall partake in meat. One exclaimed, I know, I'm moving as fast as I can. Can't you see the road ahead is congested? Another replied, I told you to come earlier. You're so slow. We're meeting the king today. I must present myself in the best possible condition. 2 Shura tribespeople passed by, chattering incessantly, hinting at the preparations for a grand banquet where everyone would surely enjoy meat. The winding path was exceedingly crowded, with Shura individuals jostling one another as they ascended the mountain, both those who could fly and those who could not squeeze together. Should anyone accidentally be pushed off the mountain, they could only count themselves unfortunate and return to the foot of the mountain to rejoin the queue. Strangely, there was a sense of order amidst the chaos. Looking upward, Bai Wule noticed numerous Shura on the heights of Gaoyin Mountain, festooned with celebratory lanterns and red silk, reminiscent of a festive occasion. The human presence was palpable, suggesting a considerable gathering at the mountaintop. Just as Bai Wule was about to rise, Ace abruptly pulled him back down. What are you doing? Bai Wule frowned. Ace lowered his voice. Listen to me. The Shura king has a rule. Anyone wishing to ascend Gaoyin Mountain must do so on foot. Even the flying Shura must comply and walk. Moreover, every 5 steps and 10 steps, there will be someone verifying your identity as a Shura before allowing passage. Bai Wule inquired, So what is your plan? Ace smiled mysteriously, producing a vial from his pocket and pouring a few seemingly dubious red pills into his palm. This is a concoction developed by the immortal Luo, capable of temporarily altering our essence to that of the Shura, complete with their distinctive horns and tails. The effect lasts for 2 hours. If we act swiftly, we will surely succeed. Chapter 70. The scene atop Gaoyin Mountain was filled with festive exuberance. Strings of red lanterns adorned the grand castle-like entrance. Vibrant red silk draped around the surroundings, while over 100 members of the Shura clan bustled about, collectively preparing for this rare banquet. The peculiar combination of the castle and lanterns set an unusual tone. Directly in front, a cage spanning several hundred square meters housed a multitude of humans who had traversed from the human realm, packed tightly together like a collection of observed monkeys under the gaze of the Shura clan. The space between individuals had vanished, with small children completely deprived of any room to breathe. Continuous cries echoed. Pleas for help resonated as those pressed against the cage sought escape through the gaps. Yet, as soon as a hand ventured out, a sudden gust of wind, seemingly from nowhere, would whisk it away, leaving only a pool of blood behind. What had once been an arm was now merely a snack for the Shura. No part of one's body could extend beyond the cage. Everyone endeavored to shrink themselves. If anyone's gasping for air, toss them out. Understand? A burly man with brown fur shouted, striking the cage with an iron rod. He patrolled the perimeter, circling the massive iron structure. Stay alert. If anyone's gasping, throw them out. It's been over an hour. Surely a few of you must be weak. The iron rod clanged heavily against the cage. The unfortunate souls at the edge bore the brunt of it, each strike leaving a red mark on their skin. The brown-furred man raised his voice, but don't worry. Soon, you'll all have your chance to play a game. Is that true? A clear, youthful voice interrupted. The brown-furred man paused, surprised by the inquiry. Looking down, he saw a small head emerging from the crowd, green eyes blinking curiously. A few adults had obscured by Xiaolai's body, and he strained to poke his head out for fresh air, appearing almost as if a head had materialized out of thin air. Strange indeed. Unfazed by the bloody spectacle, the brown-furred man grinned, revealing a row of shark-like teeth. Of course it's true. At 6 o'clock, all you humans will play a game together. A game? Bai Wule tilted his head, intrigued. With a loud clang, the brown-furred man struck the cage again, the sound ringing in Bai Wulai's ears. The man then leaned in, a mysterious grin on his face. You'll find out soon enough. Bai Wule rubbed his ears, barely catching the man's words. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed the man had rounded a corner, continuing his patrol. Is there anyone gasping for air? Don't let them take up space in there. Hurry and throw them out so we can all breathe easier. The brown-furred man continued his rounds, emphasizing that survival was not a shameful pursuit. If you find someone gasping, raise your hand. Reporters will be rewarded. Who knows, we might even show you mercy and spare you. After a few more steps, a voice from the crowd called out. There's a little girl next to me who isn't moving. I don't know if she is gasping. The voice quivered, likely belonging to a middle-aged man. His raised hand trembled involuntarily. Hearing this, the brown-furred man halted, commanding the middle-aged man to bring the girl to the cage's entrance. Hesitant, the man lowered his hand, patting the little girl, who was being jostled around, before finally gathering the courage to embrace her tightly. "Excuse me, coming through," he murmured, perspiration streaming down his face as he squeezed toward the entrance. At that moment, a stranger reached out to touch the girl's neck. This girl might just be unconscious from lack of oxygen. She's not dead yet. The middle-aged man paused, glancing down at the girl in his arms. Having fought hard to reach this opportunity for survival, he was unwilling to let it slip away. Even if she's alive now, if we squeeze any tighter, she definitely won't make it. He snapped, glaring at the woman. His voice was loud enough for those nearby to hear, drawing their judgmental stares. "Stop looking at me like that. I'm not as hypocritical as you all. I just want to live," he shouted, forcefully elbowing his way past those blocking his path. Minutes later, drenched in sweat, the man finally reached the cage's entrance. With a clatter, the iron door swung open. "Just toss her on the ground," the brown-furred man gestured dismissively. The middle-aged man nodded like a chick pecking at grain, and with a thud, he dropped the girl as if she were a sack of flour. "Then you can go rest in that room over there." The mention of rest filled the middle-aged man with joy, but as he stepped forward, he suddenly realized he was on Shura territory. They're really letting me rest, and not planning to devour me, right? The brown-furred man flashed a grin. "You reported someone, so we Shura keep our promises. We want to eat you." To reassure him, the brown-furred man reiterated his words. The other members of the Shura clan nodded in agreement, and the middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his brow, finally exhaling in relief as he cautiously made his way to the indicated room. There were 3 rooms, all identical from the outside, their substantial size oddly juxtaposed against the opulence of the castle. The middle-aged man surveyed his surroundings before choosing the leftmost room. Upon his entry, the brown-furred man turned to the crowd, a sly smile playing on his lips. "Did you see that? We Shura keep our promises. Reporters can rest in those spacious, comfortable rooms. Who knows what's inside those rooms? What if that man goes in and dies?" Someone in the crowd remarked. This was quickly followed by a chorus of agreement. The brown-furred man chuckled, exchanging glances with those nearby. Suddenly, the previously white walls of the room turned transparent, revealing an interior as immaculate as a basketball court, with the middle-aged man's every movement visible. The room appeared vast and well-ventilated, inciting envy among the tightly packed crowd. "I'll leave the door open for you. If anyone wants to escape this cage, just toss out a gasping one. We're all facing dire circumstances, so let us not quibble over humanity. In the end, we're all going into the same stomach." With that, the brown-furred man signaled to a small Shura beside him to take the girl away. The little Shura, receiving the command, hoisted the girl onto his shoulder. The blue floral dress she wore was crumpled and slipping from her shoulder, but the little Shura paid no mind to her disheveled appearance, handling her as conveniently as possible. As he rounded a side of the cage, a sudden shout erupted from within. It was the green-eyed boy. Bai Wule, panic-stricken, realized with horror that it was Tang Xiaofeng, who had just been tossed out. "She's not dead yet. You can't take her away." Bai Wule pressed against the cage, crying out, "Xiaofeng, wake up." "Xiaofeng." Tang Xiaofeng hung limply, unresponsive. Upon glancing at the scene, the mischievous little Shura deliberately tugged at Tang Xiaofeng's arm, shook it playfully, and, after making a cheeky face, ambled away with a grin. "Come back. Don't leave." Bai Wule squeezed to the edge of the cage, shouting hoarsely, "Xiaofeng, wake up. Xiaofeng." The clang of iron bars crashing against the cage left a deep red mark on Bai Wule's hand. The brown-skinned man frowned, exclaiming, "Enough noise. Be silent." Bai Wule, wincing in pain, retracted his hand, helplessly watching Tang Xiaofeng's figure fading into the darkness. Without a moment's hesitation, he took advantage of his slight frame and squeezed through the gaps of the iron cage. "I see you're courting death." The brown-skinned man raised his iron rod. Just as the rod was a hair's breadth from Bai Wule's head, the man was suddenly struck and sent sprawling to the ground, sliding nearly 5 meters before coming to a halt. Bai Wule stood momentarily stunned, his eyes gleaming with realization. So powerful. "Is it my brother?" Looking up, he indeed saw a tall and handsome figure standing in the shadows. "Brother, Xiaofeng has been captured by the Shura clan. Please save her." Bai Wule called out while running towards the silhouette. After a few strides, as he began to discern the man's features, his pace suddenly slowed, and he exclaimed, "Is it you?" On the winding roads of Gaoyin Mountain, lanterns hung at intervals of 10 meters, where Shura clan members conducted identity verifications of the ascending crowd. A young shura, clad in a dark blue robe, held paper and pen, stopping a boy dressed in black and white. Name? The shura member asked slowly without even lifting his eyelids. Bai Wule began, but behind him, AC immediately interjected. His name is Bai Lang. Bai Wule turned back, speechless, casting a glance at her. The shura member slowly lifted his head, questioning, why are you answering for him? AC stepped forward, shielding Bai Wule, and lowered her voice deliberately. He, isn't quite right in the head. I fear he might misstate his name and cause a misunderstanding with you, Lord Zhanglie. Bai Wule. The shura member wrote Bai Lung on the paper and then looked up at AC, asking, and what is your name? I am Ali, he is Dashi. That person is Ain, and the one with the grumpiest face is Long Zi. The shura member noted each name, his frown deepening. These names are all unfamiliar to me. Which faction do you belong to? We are from the Fangxian Shanglia faction. AC replied cheerfully. We have been on a mission outside, and upon hearing that there would be meat today, we hurried back. The shura member nodded thoughtfully. From the Fangxian Shanglia faction. Your information travels swiftly. Proceed to the next checkpoint. AC hurriedly expressed her gratitude with a smile, gesturing for Kuei and the others to follow. Seizing the opportunity while other shura were distracted, they swiftly leaped into the woods beside the path. Instantly, AC's expression shifted to one of seriousness. It seems we can no longer afford to proceed leisurely through the checkpoints. We have only 2 hours. Chapter 71. In a bid to save time, Bai Wule concealed the figures of his companions with an illusion as they swiftly traversed the dense forest. Ascending towards the summit of the towering mountain, the throngs of people milling about often caused some to tumble down the slopes, leading to few noticing the absence of this small group. Their ascent was remarkably smooth, taking less than half an hour to reach the peak. Concealed within the woods, they observed the scene below. In the central square stood a massive iron cage, teeming with a dark horde of humanity. The purpose of their gathering was unclear, as they lined up, one after another, exiting through a small door in the cage, and making their way towards 3 identical rooms nearby. The individuals seemed to choose their paths randomly, slipping into the leftmost room, while others entered the middle or right ones. A few members of the Shura clan wielded iron rods, maintaining order amid the commotion. On the other side of the cage's small door lay a pile of lifeless bodies, carelessly stacked atop one another, their pallid forms suggesting death. Several young Shura were handling these bodies, either shouldering or dragging them toward a shadowy corner. Why are there only these people? Bai Wule frowned, questioning the stark contrast between the millions in the city and the few before him. AC replied, I've heard there are several uncharted areas nearby. Perhaps some humans have been dispersed to those locations. Dispersed? That implies Bai Shaolai may not be in the Shura district either? With eyes closed, Bai Wule endeavored to sense Bai Shaolai's presence amid the cacophony of myriad auras. Moments later, amidst the swirling scents, a familiar essence wafted into his nostrils. He opened his eyes, now certain that Bai Shaolai was indeed present. All that remained was to locate him. Without further ado, Bai Wule disregarded AC's protests and stepped out from the thicket. Ajin, keep an eye on Bai Wule and prevent him from acting impulsively. What? Why me? AC commanded. I, along with Kuei and Dedong, will search for those who were just taken away. You watch over Bai Wule. We shall split our efforts. Upon hearing that he was to be paired with Bai Wule, Ajin felt a surge of reluctance. Why must it be me, boss? Yet AC was not one to engage in idle chatter. Once she had decided, there was no room for alteration. She sprinted toward the encroaching darkness, Dedong trailing closely behind. Kuei sighed, offering a reassuring pat on Ajin's shoulder before hastily following, leaving Ajin grappling with his dilemma. He touched his aching abdomen, recalling their previous confrontation, now forced into cooperation. Truthfully, he found himself ill-equipped for such a task. Yet with the boss's orders ringing in his ears, he could only muster the courage to comply. Bai Wule, having cut into the crowd, turned to Ajin and whispered, Be careful, we are in front of the Shura King's palace. Are you afraid? Bai Wule glanced sideways, continuing forward. Ajin followed closely. I fear death not, but rather the prospect of dying without achieving anything. We are here to rescue others. Should we perish, what becomes of these people? Just as Bai Wule opened his mouth to respond, he sensed an approaching dark object and abruptly halted. Ajin reacted swiftly, darting to the side. Upon closer inspection, a metal rod was thrust before them. A burly man with a brow of coarse hair scowled impatiently. What are you two doing mingling with these humans? Step forward. Bai Wule and Ajin exchanged glances before stepping out of the line. Thanks to the elixirs from Luo Shenxian, both bore black horns atop their heads and a dark demonic tail behind them. distinctive markers of the Shura clan. The burly man, rubbing his bruised shoulder, scrutinized them from head to toe. I don't recall seeing you two before. Which group are you from? What are your names? I'm Ayin. And he is Bai Lang. We are from the Banshin Shangliak clan. Ajin quickly responded, adhering to the false information AC had provided. Unexpectedly, the man's frown deepened. Banshin Shanglia? I serve Lord Banshin. How is it that I have never seen you before? Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, fixing his gaze on Bai Wule's face. Your face. I feel I have seen it before. He stared at Bai Wule's unique emerald eyes, and recollecting an earlier incident, he hastily retreated. Bai Wule was perplexed, uncertain of what had transpired. The burly man glanced up at the castle, his expression growing increasingly grim, and waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. If you wish to join the fray, do as you please. I will not concern myself with it. With that, he limped away, carrying the iron rod. Bai Wule and Ajin exchanged bewildered looks, pondering the man's cryptic behavior. However, with no one to impede them, they seamlessly rejoined the line, moving leisurely alongside the humans. Minutes later, they finally reached the threshold of the room. Suddenly, a loud clang drew the attention of those in line. Turning to look, they noticed the iron door of the leftmost room had descended, leaving it vacant. Bai Wule and Ajin were aligned with the rightmost group, which was larger, and thus, people continued to trickle in. As humans are prone to clustering, several individuals poised to enter the central room abruptly changed their minds and dashed to the end of the rightmost line to rejoin. Observing that the Shura did not intervene, more people opted to join the right side as well. With a resounding clang, the door to the central room fell shut as it too became empty, leaving only the rightmost room still receiving entrance. Bai Wule and Ajin stepped into the room, where a sea of heads churned. Seeking a less crowded spot, they huddled into a corner. Soon after, the heavy door descended behind them. Curiously, despite the hundreds crammed within, the room was eerily silent. Save for the muffled sounds of their anxious breathing. Fear gripped them. None dared to utter a sound, lest they invite calamity. In an instant, the lights above flickered to life, and a large black screen descended from the ceiling, halting midair. Every occupant held their breath, their gazes fixated on the screen as it crackled with static. You are all aware that today marks the commencement of the competition for the city's ruler in the human district. A voice emanated from the screen, reverberating throughout the room. As members of the human district, you are required to cast your vote for your favored candidate. Each room has designated representatives. Please ensure you select your candidate before the conclusion of the contest, as your lives depend on it. Choose wisely. As the voice trailed off, the static faded, revealing a high-definition image of Bai Wule, a strikingly handsome youth. The right side of the image displayed his details. Name, Bai Wule. Gender, male. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 74 kilograms. Race, zombie, non-human. The previously subdued crowd erupted in chaos upon seeing the highlighted words zombie and non-human. What does this mean? This Bai Wule is not human. How can a non-human compete for the city's ruler? What even is a zombie? I know what zombies are. I've seen them in games and novels. They, like the Shura, are man-eaters. Man-eaters. This is disastrous. If he becomes the city's ruler, none of us will survive. The individual earlier remarked, let us choose with caution, implying that we still have the option to select others, do we not? The crowd buzzed incessantly. In a corner, Akin wore a grave expression and spoke solemnly. This contest is evidently designed to compel these individuals to gamble on a candidate they support, thereby wagering their fates upon that candidate. Those who fail to choose the rightful ruler of the city are unlikely to survive, especially since their identities as zombies are so transparently revealed. It is clear they do not wish for these individuals to select you. Naturally, you do not wish to choose me either, do you? Bai Wule leaned casually against the wall, nonchalant. Akin scoffed. Indeed, I have yet to wish for your selection. But the circumstances have changed. The other two candidates are evidently no match for you. You are the one with the greatest possibility of becoming the city's ruler. Should these individuals opt for them and neglect to choose you, it would signify their collective loss of a gamble, resulting in their fate as the prey of the Azura clan once the contest concludes. As he spoke, the iron gate reopened, and a countdown for the reselection of candidates echoed on the screen. Humanity surged forward, none wishing to gamble on a ravenous zombie. I must intervene. Akin sprinted a few paces before a thought struck him. He turned back to Bai Wule. Who would have imagined that I would one day advocate for you, a zombie? He swiftly maneuvered through the throng, attempting to halt their advance. Everyone, do not panic. Remaining here is your only chance for survival. He strained to reach the entrance, spreading his arms to block the doorway. Bai Wule should be the city's ruler. Choosing him is the only path to safety. You are of the Azura clan. Why should we heed your words? The crowd quickly erupted in skepticism. Exactly. Move aside. We refuse to select a zombie. Others shouted in agreement. Choosing a zombie as the city's ruler would render us unsafe. Hurry, or there will be no spots left. In their haste, emboldened by their numbers, the crowd swiftly shoved Akin aside. Chapter 72. A throng of humans rushed out in a frenzy, rapidly leaving the room nearly vacant. Bai Wule leaned against the wall, his demon tail swaying behind him, observing the excited crowd shoving and pushing each other as if nothing were amiss. Akin's voice could be heard at the entrance, desperately trying to prevent their exodus. Unfortunately, his pleas fell on deaf ears, as the door only seemed to allow exit, not entry. Before long, only a handful remained inside, among them two familiar faces, Li Na and Shu Ran. Shu Ran, the sister of Shu Yu, had crossed paths with Bai Wule once in the safe zone. She bore a striking resemblance to her sister, yet her temperament was markedly more amiable. As she departed, she waved goodbye to Bai Wule. Perhaps due to their brief encounter, she showed no inclination to leave. Li Na stood resolutely by Bai Wule, attempting to sway the few remaining individuals with her words. Bai Wule cast a glance at them before turning to exit. Brother. At that moment, Shu Ran suddenly called out to him. Bai Wule paused at the doorway, looking back to see Shu Ran jog a few steps closer, her large, grape-like eyes shimmering brightly. You're going to win this competition, right? She asked eagerly. Bai Wule was taken aback, surprised that this human girl had recognized him so easily. I heard from Brother Xiao Yu that you were quite formidable, so you will win this time, right? If I choose you, will I be safe? Will I be able to return and see my sister? Bai Wule regarded her, astonished at how perceptive she was compared to most. He smiled faintly, his voice low and enticing, of course. Shu Ran momentarily lost herself in thought. The dim light of the room cast Bai Wule in silhouette, the soft glow rendering him exceptionally gentle, despite his dark, horned demon appearance, which seemed almost ethereal. As Bai Wule turned to leave, Shu Ran composed herself and waved after him. Good luck, brother. Without looking back, Bai Wule playfully flicked his demon tail, as if in response. He bypassed the crowd and entered the leftmost room. Akin was still fervently trying to persuade the remaining people. Though Bai Wule is a zombie, he has a good heart. Trust me, he is the only one who can become the city's ruler. The person you chose, Li Munin, along with the previous mayor, are mere subordinates of the Azura clan. The crowd was noisy, and Akin's voice was barely effective. If he could speak to them as a human, perhaps he could sway them, but now, dressed as a Azura, he was perceived as having ulterior motives. Bai Wule stood behind Akin. What you are doing is no different from directly telling the Azura that you are here to save them. I don't care. As long as these people can be safe, I am willing to expose my identity. After all, I have died several times already. Akin retorted. You may not care, but what about the others? Once your identity is revealed, those few will certainly be implicated. And with the Azura king still around, you should know the consequences. In the end, not only will you fail to save anyone, but you may also lose your life. Isn't that foolish? Akin was momentarily speechless, though he found the words displeasing. He had to admit Bai Wule was right. Then what do you suggest I do? Just watch them die because of a wrong choice? Bai Wule lifted his chin, indicating Akin's horns. You cannot persuade them as a human. Why not try using Azura methods instead? Akin pondered for a moment, then suddenly understood. You mean to intimidate them? Figure it out yourself. I leave this to you, Bai Wule replied, stepping out of the room without looking back, heading towards the nearby woods. The pitch-black forest was occasionally pierced by the hoot of an owl, a stark sound amidst the silence. Two shadows, one tall and the other short, moved through the underbrush, the grass rustling beneath their feet. Suddenly, a red-eyed frog leaped from the grass, startling Bai Wule, who instinctively grabbed the person's arm. The individual paused, glancing down at the arm, a gentle, deep voice escaping his lips. What's wrong? Are you scared? And no, I'm not scared, Bai Wule stammered defensively. It just surprised me when it jumped out. The person chuckled softly, reaching down to pick up the peculiar red-eyed frog and offering it to Bai Wule. Feel it. It's rather cute. Cute? Bai Wule scrutinized the creature, finding its mutated red eyes anything but adorable. He quickly waved his hands, forcing a laugh. Maybe not. You should just let it go. It might be poisonous. The person's smile widened, revealing a shallow dimple on one cheek. He tossed the frog aside carelessly, brushed his hands off, and continued walking. Brother Xiao, when did you become so bold? Bai Wule followed closely. I heard my brother say you were quite timid. During the previous competition, you wouldn't even go to the bathroom without him. Upon hearing this, the person's youthful face darkened with an enigmatic expression. Oh, is that so? Was I really that timid? Yet, after spending so long with your brother, my courage has indeed grown. What is a mere frog to fear? Bai Wule nodded thoughtfully. That is true. My brother is very brave. If I hadn't been with him for so long, I would have surely been terrified in the Shura district. As the figure ahead strode confidently, Bai Wule quickened his pace. By the way, Brother Qiao, didn't you say you were going to rescue Xiao Feng? Why are we heading this way? We are going to save her. We will arrive shortly. The phrase shortly rang hollow as Bai Wule surveyed the unfamiliar darkness, involuntarily slowing his step. Brother Qiao, why do I feel like you are quite familiar with this place? Have you been here before? The person continued walking without answering, his silhouette growing increasingly aloof and enigmatic in the dim light. With each step, Bai Wule felt his heart sink further. In the urgency of the moment, he had perceived Xiao Tanya as a kin, following him without hesitation. Now, reflecting on it, he realized there were glaring inconsistencies. How could Xiao Tanya possibly be in the Shura district? If he were here, then Bai Wule must also be nearby. It made no sense for only Xiao Tanya to be present. Moreover, Xiao Tanya was an ordinary human. He could not possibly defeat a Shura from a distance while navigating through so many Shura eyes. This was far from simple. A chill breeze swept past, sending shivers down Bai Wule's spine. He smacked his wooden head in frustration. Bai Wule, why can't you be a bit smarter? You've put yourself in danger again, which only complicates things for your brother. Finally realized something's amiss. The person halted. Bai Wule looked up, meeting a pair of glowing red eyes in the darkness, causing him to stumble back and sit on the ground in fright. The person chuckled softly, advancing slowly. You really pale in comparison to your brother. It took you so long to notice? Who are you? Bai Wule scrambled to his feet, retreating. Why do you look so much like Brother Qiao? Are you deliberately disguising yourself as him to get close to me? The person smiled, continuing to close the distance. You mean Xiao Tanya? I haven't disguised myself as him. He is he, and I am I. If anything, I lent him my appearance. What do you mean? Bai Wule could hardly believe what he had just heard. The man remained silent, standing beneath a carved red lantern, his brows and lips cloaked in an aura of malevolence. Bai Wule never anticipated that Tang Xiaoye's visage could one day exhibit such an expression, self-assured, arrogant, and coldly detached. All those adjectives that could describe Bai Wule could, at this moment, equally adorn him. The sole distinction from Bai Wule was the persistent scent of blood that clung to him, an unmistakable indication forged upon the foundation of countless lives extinguished. Suddenly, the man's blood-red gaze rose, crossing over Bai Wule's head to settle behind him. A chilling voice echoed from a distance. I never imagined that the Azura King bore such a striking resemblance to the prey I captured. How intriguing. Bai Wule approached, hands stuffed in his pockets, exuding an air of languid ease. Brother. Upon recognizing his sibling, Bai Wule dashed forward, enveloping him in a bear hug. Securing his waist tightly, Bai Wule lowered his gaze. Are you unharmed? Bai Wule shook his head. I'm fine. Rest assured, with a countenance so similar to yours. How could I ever bring myself to harm him? The Azura King smiled, leisurely advancing toward them. Bai Wule, we finally meet. The last time I savored the taste of your innards lingered in my thoughts for quite some time. He licked his lips, his unadulterated gaze seemingly yearning to devour Bai Wule whole. Bai Wule urged Bai Wule to retreat, enveloping himself in a veil of mist that obscured his form, and then swiftly unleashed a fire dragon. The Azura clan chuckled, raising a hand with leisurely grace, a gust of wind dispersing the fire dragon into nothingness. So eager to engage after just a few exchanges? The Azura King glanced at his arm ensnared in silver threads, twisting it in a peculiar manner to escape. In an instant, before Bai Wule could react, the Azura King had closed the distance between them. With a snap of his fingers, Bai Wule's eyes dimmed to a lifeless sheen, his entire being collapsing heavily into the Azura King's embrace, as if stripped of its very soul. Did you think I wandered over merely for a stroll? The Azura King remarked with a smile, his elongated fingers lightly caressing Bai Wule's lips. In that moment, a bizarre and grand array suddenly manifested beneath their feet. Chapter 73 at 21:24 on a quiet night. 2 hours and 36 minutes remained until the end of the match. The stillness of the night was unusual, with only the gentle sound of water echoing in the empty room. Amidst the rising steam, water cascaded down the carved stone skull, while crimson rose petals floated serenely on the warm surface of the water. Bai Wule lay beside the pool, his vacant gaze rendered him motionless, resembling an exquisite doll devoid of life. The Shura king sat beside him, his fingertips gliding from Bai Wuliao's brow to his chest, revealing a hint of tender affection. He lifted Bai Wuliao's hand, closing his eyes to inhale the enticing aroma of food, far superior to any human sustenance he had encountered before. The Shura king smiled, eagerly lifting the hem of Bai Wuliao's garment, revealing the boy's slender, pale form. "Stop! Do not remove my brother's clothing. Do not touch him." Bai Xiaolai's voice rang out loudly, reverberating in the spacious bath like a surround sound system. The Shura king turned his gaze toward the ceiling, where Bai Xiaolai hung precariously, his smile widening as he disregarded Bai Xiaolai's protests and forcefully pushed Bai Wuliao into the water with a splash. The scene was imbued with an intimate allure as the boy submerged. The Shura king playfully splashed the water, meticulously cleansing Bai Wuliao of blood and grime. Bai Xiaolai, frantic and furious, struggled against the ropes binding him, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Brother, wake up. Someone is touching your body. Brother, he is not Xiao Yi. He is the Shura king. Brother, don't bother. You cannot awaken him." The Shura king did not lift his gaze, his fingertips caressing Bai Wulia's earlobe. "His consciousness is sealed by me. He cannot escape. Only I can release him." As he spoke, he tilted Bai Wuliao's chin with his finger, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "You dare intrude upon my domain so brazenly, thinking I am oblivious?" Bai Xiaolai shouted in desperation. "What do you intend to do?" Naturally, I wish to do this." The Shura king replied with a faint smile, leaning closer to Bai Wuliao. "Hey, what do you want to do to my brother? Stop it. No, shut up." As the Shura king drew nearer to Bai Wuliao, Bai Xiaolai could hardly bear to watch and quickly covered his eyes. However, the Shura king was merely teasing. Glancing at Bai Xiaolai's reaction before leaning close to Bai Wuliao's ear, whispering with a light laugh, "See who is the prey now?" Bai Wuliao, his consciousness sealed, remained unresponsive, his eyes blankly lowered. At that moment, a small Shura rushed in, flustered. "My king, it's not good." Sworn heaven was disemboweled by that player named Bai Wuliao. The Shura king's eyes flickered with surprise, then his smile widened. "Disemboweled, you say?" He has been cleaning Bai Wuliao's bloodstains, fully aware of their origins. He had initially assumed it was merely a typical confrontation, never expecting sworn heaven to suffer such a devastating defeat. "It appears your power is not to be underestimated now. Fortunately, I set up a formation in advance. Otherwise, who knows who would have emerged victorious in a face-to-face battle." As he spoke, the Shura king grasped Bai Wuliao's left hand, examining the red armlet. He let the water cascade over the artifact, but upon contact, he was immediately repelled by its formidable power. His fingertip burned, and the Shura king's smile faltered, his countenance darkening ominously. He gestured for the small Shura to withdraw, his gaze shifting to Bai Wuliao's neck. "You have wounded me. I do not think it excessive to taste your blood," the Shura king uttered coldly, licking his lips as he leaned in to bite Bai Wuliao's neck. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his left eye. It had begun again. The Shura king abruptly closed his eyes, yet the agony persisted. He slowly straightened, attempting to open his eyes. In that instant, his left eye's vision transformed, the once clear pool of warm water and petals becoming indistinct, replaced by the interior of an unfamiliar room, even clearer than before. The blood-red left eye sparkled like a black pearl, and through the window, torrential rain poured down. The Shura king recognized this as the scenery perceived by that individual, his brow furrowing. "Are you influencing me again?" When Tang Xiaoyi awoke, he found himself in a desolate little room. The rain outside continued unabated. Yet the room was surprisingly clean and tidy. He rubbed his heavy temples and sat up straight. "You're awake?" A gentle female voice chimed in his ear. Tang Xiaoyi turned, startled, to see Ba Lu smiling at him. As his mind began to clear, he forced a smile. "How did you all end up here?" His gaze swept the room, noting several others huddled in the corners, streamers who had participated in the match. Lao Hei's two subordinates, Lu Shuiying, the dapper Stephen, Xier, and Wen Hao. It seemed that apart from the deceased Lao Hei, Bai Wuliao, who had ventured into the Shura realm, and the gravely injured Li Munin and Shu Yu, the remaining players were all present. "They brought me here," Ba Lu replied. "Who are they?" Tang Xiaoyi asked, puzzled, just as he caught sight of a small floral umbrella flitting past the window. He was taken aback and hurriedly stood up. He recognized that umbrella. It belonged to the petite girl from Hunt. "Oh dear, why won't he this rain end? It's infuriating," Mi exclaimed at the door, shaking the water from her umbrella. Upon seeing Tang Xiaoyi, her eyes brightened. "Oh, you woke up so soon." Tang Xiaoyi's eyes widened in disbelief. You aren't. You weren't turned into a pile of flesh by Bai Wuliao, were you?" Mi approached, smiling, extending her arms. Touch me and see if I'm alive or a ghost. Tang Xiaoyi frowned. What on earth is going on? Want to know? Mi smiled slightly, leaning back against a wall. All right, I'll tell you. Simply put, we staged a little performance in collaboration with Bai Wule. Days earlier, in front of the hunter, Bai Wule detonated a gene in Kuei, causing blood and flesh to splatter everywhere, plunging the room into despair. Everyone wanted to retaliate against Bai Wule. Even me, well-versed in illusions, nearly fell under the spell. Fortunately, her professionalism and clarity allowed her to spot a slight flaw in the nearly flawless illusion, though the splattered blood and flesh appeared exceedingly realistic. A careful touch revealed a lightweight, intangible quality. Realizing this was an illusion, Mi used a sacred artifact to shatter the mirage. Gradually, the blood red remains dissipated like mist, revealing a gene in Kuei, who lay peacefully on the hospital bed, breathing steadily as if no harm had come to them. What happened? AIC could hardly believe his eyes, rubbing them in disbelief. It was Bai Wule who deceived us with an illusion. Those two fools were unharmed. Mi sighed in relief, wiping her eyes. That Bai Wule is truly infuriating. Dadong composed himself, suddenly recalling something, and called for a doctor urgently. After examination, the doctor confirmed that a gene in Kuei's abdominal injuries had been treated, and they were no longer in danger. Although the specifics remained a mystery, it was undoubtedly a medical miracle. With a couple more days of rest, they would likely emerge without significant issues. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a wave of relief. Yet, upon reflection, Dadong furrowed his brow in displeasure. What on earth is Bai Wule trying to accomplish? Saving lives, of course. What else would he be doing? The immortal Luo, observing the expressions of those around him, felt a surge of anger. His small mustache twitched with indignation as he declared, I have already told you that Bai Wule is not that kind of villain. If he were, with his abilities, you would all be doomed. He has come specifically to use the sacred flame artifact to mend the wounds of these two troublesome youths. Otherwise, they would surely be dead. The more he spoke, the more incensed he became, appearing utterly aloof, as though he wished not to associate with those who harbored such unfounded suspicions of their companion. With an exaggerated roll of his eyes, he exited the room. Ace, casting a glance at him, found herself at a loss for words. The animosity she had felt towards Bai Wule moments ago had transformed into a perplexing silence, leaving her unable to sort through her thoughts. After some contemplation, she resolved to seek out Bai Wule for clarification. That evening, accompanied by Mi and Tu, Ace found him beside his small stall. Upon seeing Bai Wule, he sat quietly beside the unconscious Tang Xiaoyi, seemingly aware of their impending arrival, his expression betraying no change. He looked up, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk gracing his lips. What does it feel like to witness a companion's demise before your eyes? Ace responded with gravity. Why create such an illusion? Because it amuses me. Bai Wule retorted with a cold laugh. The moment you sensed I might pose a potential threat, you sought to control me. You humans are indeed pragmatic. Equipping me with restraints is merely a precaution against my potential retaliation. Very well, I shall allow you to witness it firsthand. Ace was exasperated by Bai Wule's childish petulance. With a sigh, she replied, We never intended to kill you. We merely were being cautious, weren't we? Bai Wule interrupted her, his eyes filled with frost. You spare my life only because among the remaining 12, you find no one who could replace me. Otherwise, your hunters would undoubtedly mobilize recklessly to eliminate me. Am I not correct? Indeed. Ace's expression darkened. I cannot gamble the lives of millions on your existence. Once you discovered I was a zombie, that gamble should have ceased. Bai Wule slowly rose to his feet. However, I have reconsidered. There may still be room for collaboration. Shall we discuss it? Collaboration? Ace replied earnestly. What do you propose? Chapter 74. Now that you have awakened your consciousness, you should still remember the rules from the last competition for the title of City Lord, right? Bai Wule inquired. I wish to know if there are any rules that may endanger Bai Shaolai. Ace reflected for a moment and nodded. There is a possibility. And not just concerning Bai Shaolai. When the competition for the City Lord commences, all humans will disperse from this area to various others, even to the Shura district. It is precisely during such critical moments that we find ourselves powerless, relying solely on you. All will depart from this area. What about him? Bai Wule's gaze fell upon the unconscious Tang Xiaoye on the ground. Ace replied, if he is a player, he may be forced to participate in this competition. Forced to participate? Bai Wule's brow furrowed deeper. If the Shura clan were involved, the situation might not bode well. After a moment of contemplation, as if having made a decision, He pulled up the light screen and expelled Tang Xiaoya from the team, seeing the team identifiers above their heads vanish. Ace expressed surprise. What are you doing? This is none of your concern. Bai Wule pushed aside the light screen, raising his head with a solemn expression. I have a way to help you escape this passive predicament in the competition, but in exchange, I need your assurance of Bai Xiaolai's and this fellow's absolute safety. Can you manage that? What method do you have? Bai Wule frowned. Do not inquire further. Simply answer me, will you cooperate? Ace glanced back at me and Xiao Tu, hesitating only briefly before responding, very well, we shall cooperate. During the competition, they had been excessively passive, unable to influence the outcome. If they could evade being forcibly transported to other regions, they could at least save some individuals. Good. In a few days, come to Huafangyan to find me. And remember to keep today's events confidential. As he spoke, Bai Wule gestured toward the central tower. Ace understood immediately. Days later, she arrived as promised, bringing several companions. Under the gaze of the mayor, they enacted a grand and fervent battle, culminating in a display of vivid blood and flesh blossoms. The death of Hunt deceived all, allowing them to escape the passive transportation scenario and engage in the competition with Bai Wule in a coordinated effort of light and shadow. From Mi's narrative, it became evident that throughout the ordeal, Bai Wule had never harmed anyone. At that moment, Tang Xiaoya felt as if all his energy had been abruptly siphoned away, leaving him utterly drained. His throat tightened. He actually collaborated with you on the condition of Bai Xiaolai and me? Indeed, Ace responded. Thus, we must split our forces. Xiao Tu and I will protect you while the others seek out Bai Xiaolai. Mi comforted, patting his shoulder. Do not dwell on it too much. One can only blame Bai Wuliao's identity for being so ambiguous. Whatever he does holds potential for deception, and falling for it is entirely plausible. Tang Xiaoya managed a bitter smile, choosing not to say more. It was true. Being deceived by Bai Wule seemed only natural. His temperament was so volatile, and his strength so formidable, committing acts of murder seemed entirely within the realm of possibility. Yet it was precisely this normalcy that led those aware of the matter to firmly believe he would act in such a manner. Bai Wuliao was a zombie, after all. Killing was merely his nature. The underlying reason was that no one had ever truly trusted Bai Wuliao, not even himself. Reflecting on how he had incessantly questioned Bai Wuliao earlier that day, he felt an intense dislike. He turned to me. Has Bai Wuliao not returned yet? Mi shook her head, worry etched on her face. Not yet. Moreover, just now, we suddenly lost contact with the boss and the others. We have no idea how they are faring. How could contact be lost? Tang Xiaoya frowned. Mi replied. The sacred artifact of Dadong serves not only for reconnaissance, but primarily to maintain communication among us. However, with the disruption in communication, it seems we may be facing the very scenario we dread most. The sound of a scream echoed through the room, a stark contrast to the heavy scent of roses and the enveloping warmth. A minor Shura picked up the eyeball containing the sacred artifact from the floor, dusting it off before presenting it to the Shura King hidden behind gauzy curtains. Draped in a towel, the Shura King reclined lazily on the bed, his arms and chest adorned with bizarre incantations, half black and half red, resembling a demonic specter from the depths of hell, bewitching and bloodthirsty. He took the eyeball, delicately toying with it in his hand. So your sacred artifact is concealed within an eye. Shura King, you better kill me. Otherwise, I will surely flay you alive. Dadong's body throbbed with pain, his veins bulging. Bound by iron chains to the wall, blood stained half his face, rendering him even more grotesque and terrifying. He gnashed his teeth, akin to a trapped beast displaying its sharp fangs. Flay me alive? Now that brings a slight tinge of fear. The Shura King gently squeezed, and the pupil-sized sacred artifact fell from the eyeball with a dull clang, resembling discarded metal. In the dim light, Dadong observed the shadow behind the curtain, his chin lifted, and with a swallow. At that moment, overwhelming nausea surged within him, and he could no longer contain it, retching violently. Half an hour earlier, a sudden swarm of Shura had attacked, and Dadong, in an effort to shield Ace and Quasi, had deliberately led the Shura away in another direction, only to be captured here. The Shura King regarded him with disdain, his fingertips brushing his mouth, blood turning his lips a vivid crimson. It has been quite some time. Do you reckon your companions have abandoned you? But fret not, they will soon reunite with you. That's uncertain. The boss and the others are far more formidable than I am. Dadong lifted his gaze, the remaining eye bloodshot. Capturing a mere minion like me is nothing to celebrate. The Shura King smirked. As long as they remain within my territory, capturing them is merely a matter of time. However, I never anticipated that your hunt would resort to feigning death to execute covert maneuvers. Did you truly think you could deceive us? Or do you believe that relying on that zombie, Bai Wule, could enable you to contend with us? As he spoke, he snapped his fingers, and the door creaked open. Bai Wule entered the room, clad in an aristocratic black suit, his expression impassive, the azure gemstone dangling from his left ear shimmering brilliantly. His already handsome features, adorned thus, resembled a distinguished gentleman from a bygone era, noble and aloof. Dadong's eyes widened in disbelief, his lips moving as he stammered, Bai Wule, do you see? The one you entrusted with such responsibility has become my prey. Abandon any remaining illusions. The Shura King chuckled, slowly lifting the curtain. Upon recognizing his visage, Dadong was further astonished, realizing that the Shura King bore an uncanny resemblance to Tang Xiaoya. The Shura King strolled deliberately towards Bai Wule, pointed to his own face, and upon receiving the cue, Bai Wule closed his eyes and gently kissed the king's cheek. Dadong. Bai Wule then straightened, his gaze still vacant. How about it? You must believe now. The Shura King raised an eyebrow triumphantly. If you were not my prey, would he heed my commands so readily? Dadong felt as if his mind had exploded, rendering him speechless for an extended period. It seems the time has come. We should proceed to the human territory. I will witness Bai Wule ascend to the position of city lord, and as for you, just wait patiently to be devoured. The Shura King took Bai Wule's hand and exited the room. With a resounding slam, the door closed tightly behind them. At 11:25 p.m., the game continued amidst torrential rain and howling winds, when the Central Tower region suddenly experienced intense tremors. Tang Xiaoyi followed me into the night, witnessing the Central Tower ascending slowly. The already towering spire had now completely vanished into the clouds, and in the fleeting moment of a lightning strike, one could glimpse the steep, tiered staircase. Atop the stairs, the solitary seat appeared both desolate and imposing. Is that the position of the city's ruler? Tang Xiaoyu inquired. Gazing upward, Mi nodded. Indeed, it is at this very moment that the contest for the city's ruler reaches its zenith. That staircase can accommodate only one individual, and only the candidate seated in that position will emerge victorious this time. Suddenly, a flurry of rose petals surged forth, accompanied by the howling of numerous demons with gaping maws. Mi reacted swiftly, pushing Tang Xiaoyu aside and releasing a mist that concealed their figures. Jiyu gracefully descended upon a vine, surveying the desolate expanse below. I never anticipated that it would truly be a hunt. Using feigned death to deceive us is rather childish. She raised her hand, conjuring an enormous net of vines, and struck it down with force. Following a tremor that shook the ground, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing Mi and Tang Xiaoyi ensnared within the net. How could you break my illusion? Mi questioned, incredulous. Jiyu smirked. Illusions are merely tricks of the eye. As long as I do not listen, look, or think, dismantling your illusion becomes effortless. You wished for feigned death. This time, I shall grant you true demise. Just as she spoke, the vine net tightened instantaneously, its myriad of sharp thorns piercing their skin, and the blood-draining rose vines grew wildly, constricting them until their bones creaked. Suddenly, a sharp dagger pressed against Jiyu's neck. Turning her head, she found a figure clad in an odd cloak silently standing behind her. Release them, Xiaotu uttered softly, each word deliberate. The voice was peculiar, ethereal and distant, as if emanating from another realm, lacking the quality of human speech. It carried an enchanting allure that caused Jiyu's eyes to dim involuntarily, compelling her to comply with Xiaotu's command. She gently raised her hand, and the vine net binding Mi and Tang Xiaoyi shattered into fragments. Chapter 75, Slumber. Xiaotu whispered into Ji Li's ear. In the next moment, Ji Li's eyes fluttered shut, and she fell helplessly onto the rooftop with a thud, splashing water. Xiaotu swiftly retracted her blade and leaped down from the rose vine. Returning to Mi's side, Mi glanced at the unconscious Ji Lu. Disbelief etched on her face. Xiaotu, you spoke just now, didn't you? You commanded her to fall into slumber, didn't you? Xiaotu nodded, worry written across her youthful features, as she hurriedly wiped away the tears at the corners of Mi's eyes. Didn't I tell you not to speak? Mi shouted, tears welling up. The deity Luo has already crafted a new sacred artifact for you. Why do you still use that one? Don't you know it will? Xiaotu smiled gently, placing her fingertip lightly against Mi's lips, signaling that she was fine. Suddenly, a wave of blood surged in her chest, and she quickly covered her mouth, but the warmth slipped through her fingers, staining them crimson. Alarmed by the sight of the blood, Mi cried as she wiped it away. You're spitting blood again. I knew this would happen. What should we do? We can't return to the base now. Where will I find a doctor for you? Xiaotu smiled and gestured towards the staircase of the central tower not far away. Mi understood at once. You mean that this is not over yet? And we cannot leave? Xiao Tu nodded, smiling and mouthing that she was fine. Mi recognized that this was a critical moment. They absolutely could not falter. However, she also understood that Xiao Tu needed treatment after using that sacred artifact. Just as they were caught in this dilemma, Tang Xiaoyu suddenly let out a cry. What is wrong with you? Mi turned her head. My eye. Your eye? What is wrong with your eye? Mi frowned. Tang Xiaoyu raised his head, and his blood-red right eye flickered ominously, while his left eye revealed an unprecedented perspective. He saw Bai Wule, dressed in splendid attire, walking indifferently beside him. Mi was startled by the crimson sight. What is going on? That's the unique blood pupil of the Azura clan. How could you? Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Tu urgently patted her shoulder, following the direction of her finger. A figure appeared on the staircase at the top of the central tower, the mayor's silhouette standing tall against the raging storm. Advancing step by step towards the highest point. Was he bound by Bai Wule's silver threads? How could he move freely? Without a second thought, Mi dashed towards the central tower, with Xiao Tu closely behind. Soon, both reached the entrance of the central tower's staircase, but the mayor's secretary, Tuan, obstructed their path. You lack the candidate qualification. You cannot ascend this staircase. Please turn back. In a flash, Xiao Tu dashed into the elevator, her skill of non-existence, rendering Tuan oblivious to her presence. It wasn't until the elevator began to ascend that Tuan realized something was amiss. Tuan pressed the button, attempting to return the elevator to the first floor, but when she turned back, Mi had vanished. The elevator ascended to the 57th floor, an exposed rooftop only accessible during the competition period. Suddenly, a staircase appeared in the center of the rooftop. Upon closer inspection, the staircase had almost no support. Looking precariously unstable, one misstep could lead to either death or serious injury. Xiao Tu made a beeline for the staircase, just as her foot touched the first step. A blinding flash of lightning struck from the heavens with a thunderous crash, hitting her squarely. Despite her swift reflexes, she could not avoid it entirely and fell heavily to the ground, her cloak singed and rendered useless. Her figure became hazy, barely perceptible to the naked eye. Look what I've discovered. A red dragon burst through the dark clouds, appearing in the sky. If it weren't for this lightning, I wouldn't have realized someone had ascended. You must be the invisibler among the hunters, right? After all our encounters, I finally get to see your true form. As it spoke, the red dragon leaned in close, its deafening roar blowing Xiao Tu's cloak away, revealing her delicate features, no older than 15 or 16. Xiao Tu's hair was long and dark, adorned with a small purple butterfly, and her lips, stained with blood, were a vivid red. If she walked down the street, one would only see a charming student, never suspecting that this young girl was a member of the hunters battling the Azura clan. The red dragon chuckled, lifting Xiao Tu's chin with its claw. I expected to find an old, ugly man beneath the cloak, but instead, it's a lovely human girl. You seem quite delectable. Get away. Xiao Tu's lips parted slightly, producing a resonant voice. In an instant, a tempest swept through, forcing the red dragon back considerably. Looking up, she saw Xiao Tu bow her head and spit out a large